Chapter 1. As one of the three great powers of the Tianwu domain, the Liang Sword sect deems your insignificant Lin family unworthy now. With the severing of the spiritual vein, the Liang Sword sect must not let the marriage with the Lin family persist. Do they intend to become the laughingstock of the 900 million cultivators across the Tianwu domain? One is a dragon, the other a snake. It is impossible for them to coexist in a daze. Yang Fan opened his eyes, his expression clouded as he surveyed his surroundings. Have I truly traversed through time? He recalled that moment before his crossing, lying on his bed engrossed in a fantasy novel titled Supreme Sovereign on his phone. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen, inquiring if he wished to traverse. Yang Fan initially thought it was a prank. He clicked yes in an instant. The phone exploded, and he was engulfed in a whirlwind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself witnessing the Liang Sword sect's attempt to annul the marriage with the Lin family. Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He was thoroughly familiar with both the Liang Sword sect and the Lin family. These were characters from the very novel Supreme Sovereign. The plot aligned perfectly. A century ago, the ancestor of the Lin family had fortuitously saved the sacred venerable of the Liang Sword sect from being besieged and gravely injured by 10 venerables. In gratitude for the Lin ancestor's life-saving grace, the sacred venerable of the Liang Sword sect promised that his son, Su Luo, would marry a daughter of the Lin family, offering protection to them for a millennium. However, even the sacred venerable could not foresee that the new generation's heir of the Liang Sword sect would be a deeply scheming individual, imbued with ambition, and a principal antagonist of Supreme Sovereign. Upon learning that the Lin family's betrothed daughter was a prodigy who had achieved Qi gathering at 7, transcended at 16, and established her foundation at 20, breaking the millennium record in Tianlan City, resolved to marry her and nurture her for his own end. Simultaneously, he sought to gain a reputation for his integrity throughout the realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Lin family's prodigy, Lin Zixia, suddenly had her spiritual veins severed, losing all cultivation and thereby her worth. Consequently, the heir decisively came to the Lin family, accompanied by his retinue, to forcefully annul the engagement. Not only did his retinue humiliate the Lin family, but to preserve his reputation, the heir also spread scandalous rumors, branding Lin Zixia as a promiscuous and indulgent woman. This incited those eager to curry favor with the Liang Sword sect to launch a campaign against the Lin family. Ultimately, this led to the annihilation of the Lin clan, leaving only Lin Zixia alive. However, no one anticipated that Lin Zixia was the protagonist arranged by the author of Supreme Sovereign. Endowed with great fortune later, for reasons unknown, she suddenly regained her spiritual vein and ascended to the realm of the venerable, thwarting the heir's grand ambitions to dominate the martial world. She also aided the male protagonist in rising to power, compelling the heir to sacrifice his foundation for survival. Thus, the hope of achieving the realm of terrestrial immortality slipped away from him. The fate of this heir became a poignant tale of misfortune. Yang Fan could not help but admire the author of this book, who skillfully crafted the character of the Sunlit Saint. Sun, the formidable antagonist faced with the relentless pursuit of all the sects of the world, he fought alone, ultimately achieving enlightenment before his demise, using his own essence to mend the heavens, and pave the way for future cultivators even in defeat. His story resonates profoundly. Regrettably, he remains a vanquished soul, having confirmed that he had indeed traversed into the world depicted in the Supreme Sovereign. Yang Fan was filled with thoughts. The protagonist of this tome, originally a minor character, had consoled Lin Zixia after the Sunlit Sword sect Saint Sun had withdrawn from their engagement, which led to her infatuation and subsequently earned her the cultivation resources from the Lin family, resulting in his meteoric rise. However, now that he had crossed over, such a splendid opportunity could not be left to the protagonist. He could easily tread the path of the protagonist, leaving him with no option. Saint Sun, I, Lin Zixia, have just lost my cultivation, and you come to the Lin family to call off our engagement. Is this not taking advantage of my misfortune? As her gaze fell upon the scene before her, the speaker was none other than Lin Zixia, a woman of breathtaking beauty, exuding grace and vigor. As soon as she spoke, the representative of the Sunlit Sword sect revealed sneer. What a joke! You were never worthy of the Saint Sun. The only reason he did not come to annul the engagement sooner was due to trivial matters that bound him. He did not wish to send someone else to break the engagement out of respect for your Lin family. Thus, he chose to do so now, when he had a moment's respite. How can this be construed as taking advantage of your plight? Saint Sun, you should present the engagement contract and make a decision, lest this woman harbors any false hopes. As he spoke, the representative of the Sunlit Sword sect turned, cupping his fists in respect, directing his attention towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan glanced around, finally realizing that he was indeed the one being addressed. as there was no one else nearby. I am the saint's son of the sunlit sword sect. I have transmigrated into the role of the saint's son. A dark line appeared across Yang Fan's forehead just moments ago. He had contemplated seizing the protagonist's opportunities. Now, he found himself directly inhabiting the role of the great villain. There was no avoiding the competition now as the female lead. Lin Zixia's character was naturally strong-willed. It was unclear whether the author had a penchant for masochism or was simply a devoted admirer in reality intent on portraying Lin Zixia as a powerful woman. The author devised numerous ways for her to support the protagonist, leading many readers to criticize the protagonist as a mere sycophant before the saint's son of the sunlit sword sect. Lin Zixia maintained her composure. Neither subservient nor arrogant, she understood her own unworthiness in the presence of such a distinguished figure and harbored no delusions. Looking at Yang Fan, she calmly stated, "Since the saint's son has come to annul the engagement, all it requires is a word from you, and I, Zixia, shall comply." Very well. Yang Fan's demeanor remained serene, though a barely perceptible chill lingered on his handsome face. "Imbued with an ethereal aura, I am merely passing through and have come to visit my fiancée, with no intention of annulling our engagement. As the saint's son of the sunlit sword sect, I shall not contravene the wishes of my esteemed predecessor's saint's son." Upon hearing these words, the attendant beside Yang Fan hastily shouted, yet Yang Fan merely replied coldly, "Who told you that I intend to withdraw from the engagement? Am I, Yang Fan, the sort to exploit others' misfortunes?" The attendant wished to say more, but was silenced by Yang Fan's chilling command. "Silence, Xiao Hani. Can anyone now follow this holy son? I do not wish to see him again." As the words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows of the grand hall. Clad in a flowing black robe, with hair billowing and a horrific scar stretching from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, he appeared at that moment. A palpable aura of menace filled the hall, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Upon Xiao Hani's arrival, he raised his hand, and before the attendant who had spoken could utter a single scream, he was obliterated into dust. Having completed this act, Xiao Hani stood silently behind Yang Fan, his demeanor calm, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. The members of the Lin family were left in stunned silence, not daring to utter a word. Turning to Lin Zixia, Yang Fan wore a sunny and friendly smile. "As your fiancé, having not seen you for over a decade, do you harbor any resentment towards me?" Lin Zixia gazed at Yang Fan in astonishment. In these days of lost cultivation, not only had she faced mockery from external forces, but even her family had regarded her with strange expressions. Yet here stood someone she had met only once, who had not withdrawn from their engagement despite her loss of power. He even took the initiative to express his apologies. All the grievances she had felt surged within her heart in an instant. Tears welled in Lin Zixia's eyes with her emotion stirred. She looked at Yang Fan with deep appreciation. Ultimately, she feigned composure and nodded. "I am fine, thank you for your concern, holy son Yang." A glimmer of cunning flickered in Yang Fan's eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for thanks between us. After all, our journey ahead is still long." Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shyly lowered her head. In stark contrast to the powerful woman portrayed in the book, she felt like an entirely different person, and at the moment Yang Fan firmly declared he would not withdraw from the engagement. A lowly servant in the Lin household, clutching a broom, suddenly pressed his hand to his chest. Soon after, he spewed a mouthful of old blood with a bewildered expression. He wondered, "What's happening? Could it be that I faltered during last night's training?" Unbeknownst to him, it was because Yang Fan had seized his opportunity, resulting in a backlash from the heavens. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Yang Fan had no intentions of withdrawing from the engagement, the hearts of the Lin family members were completely at ease. They promptly arranged a banquet to honor Yang Fan with the highest courtesy of the Lin family. The head of the Lin family personally engaged in conversation with Yang Fan. The two conversed in the grand hall as if they were old friends, sharing a deep camaraderie for quite some time. Lin Zixia sat quietly to the side, akin to a well-behaved girl, listening intently as Yang Fan engaged in animated conversation with her father, Nantian Haibe. The twinkle in her small eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars. Outside the grand hall, a lowly servant of the Lin family was diligently sweeping. As he continued his task, he inadvertently swept into the grand hall. Being merely a menial worker, the Lin family members paid him little heed. However, Yang Fan, engrossed in his lively discussion with the head of the Lin family, suddenly noticed the servant. The author of the book Supreme Reverence, in a bid to captivate readers, had portrayed the male protagonist as exceedingly handsome, yet afflicted with blindness in one eye. Thus, when the servant, sporting an eye patch over one eye while wielding a broom, entered the hall, Yang Fan realized that he was likely the main character of Supreme Reverence. Particularly, the servant's furtive glances toward Lin Zixia further solidified Yang Fan's conjecture. Yet, Yang Fan had no intention of provoking him after all. He was the protagonist of this realm, blessed with remarkable fortune. Engaging him might lead to unintended consequences nevertheless. Yang Fan felt confident in his ability to handle him in supreme reverence. The so-called protagonist, aside from his extraordinary luck, possessed an intellect that could be described as negligible. The book often depicted the protagonist as being challenged by a collection of foolish side characters who would inexplicably provoke him, only for the protagonist to demonstrate his prowess and vanquish them initially. This so-called protagonist was toyed with by the saint son of the formidable villainous sect, the Liang Sword Pavilion. Had it not been for the intervention of various formidable beings rallying alongside the protagonist to confront the saint son, he would have never triumphed. Despite this, Yang Fan still regarded this individual as a formidable opponent, extending him considerable respect. However, his disappointments soon followed. The so-called protagonist was far more foolish than he had anticipated. With a gaze filled with anger and jealousy, he shot a glance at Yang Fan before striding directly to Lin Zixia. Miss Zixia, I presume this insufferable saint son of the Liang Sword Pavilion has come to annul the engagement, he declared. Lin Zixia frowned and retorted, Long Outyin, what do you mean by that? Evidently, Long Outyin was oblivious to the current situation, mistakenly believing that Yang Fan had come to humiliate the Lin family by annulling the engagement, leaving Lin Zixia in sorrow. He immediately offered words of comfort. Miss Zixia, do not be disheartened. I have heard all about it. Isn't he just an insipid saint's son? After 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, our Lin family may not be inferior to that Liang Sword Pavilion, he exclaimed passionately, his voice rising. Significantly, not only did Yang Fan hear him, but even Lin Qingshan, the head of the Lin family seated beside Yang Fan, caught wind of it, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained seated with a faint smile, slowly lifting his cup of tea to take a delicate sip. Gazing towards Lin Qingshan, he remarked, Master Lin, it seems that your family has quite a significant objection to me bang. Lin Qingshan, filled with fury, was incensed. The formidable Liang sword sect was an entity that the Lin family had painstakingly endeavored to cultivate relationships with. Yet, this presumptuous little servant dared to stand before the sect's holy son and speak with such audacity. This was nothing short of an attempt to bring ruin to the Lin family. With a resounding slap on the table, Lin Qingshan rose in anger, pointing a finger at Long Outyin. What is your name? What right do you, a mere servant, have to meddle in the affairs of the Lin family? I do not wish to see your face leave at once. Determined to make a good impression in front of Lin Zixia, Long Outyin was resolute. He had discovered a broken sword on the back mountain yesterday, and the spirit within claimed that its master had once accompanied an immortal, possessing the terrifying ability to part rivers and seas with a single stroke. After the sword spirit acknowledged Long Outyin as its master, he now possessed confidence that, despite only being in the spirit connection realm, he could contend with those in the later stages of foundation establishment with the spirit's power. Hence, emboldened by this newfound ability, he was unafraid. In a voice that resonated with conviction, he challenged Lin Qingshan, Master, have I spoken incorrectly? That Yang Fan, he merely relies on his status as the holy son of the Liang sword sect, flaunting his power and standing above others in terms of strength. I, Long Outyin, am not inferior to him. As he spoke, Long Aoshan's gaze fixed firmly on Yang Fan. So you are the holy son of the Liang sword sect. The sect has certainly spared no expense in cultivating you with all manner of precious resources, has it not? A genius built upon such resources can hardly be deemed a true genius. How dare you reject the engagement with Miss Zixia? What do you think you are? If you have the courage, do not seek the aid of the Liang sword sect. Face me in an honorable duel. Should you triumph over me, Long Outyin, I shall submit to your will. But should you fail, you must kneel and apologize to Miss Zixia. At this moment, Lin Zixia was alarmed. Who is this reckless fool? My relationship with my betrothed is perfectly fine. I do not require your intervention. She immediately stood up and chastised Long Outyin. What are you doing? This matter has nothing to do with you. Yet, Long Outyin, seemingly oblivious, turned back to Lin Zixia with a self-satisfied expression. Miss Zixia, you need not worry about me. As long as this so-called holy son dares to face me in a fair fight, I shall ensure he is left searching for his teeth. Lin Zixia was so exasperated that she nearly laughed. Where did this madman come from? Worry about you? You're about to confront my fiancé. Why would I be concerned for you? She hurried to Yang Fan's side, filled with apologies. Holy son, I am truly sorry. I had no idea that someone like him existed in the Lin family. You need not concern yourself with him. I shall have someone escort him away. Yang Fan, with a playful smirk, gazed at Lin Zixia. Are you, perhaps, showing concern for me? Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson embarrassed. She replied, "You are to be my future husband." So naturally, I must sing Lin Zixia reveal such an adorable side. Yang Fan could not help but reach out to tousle her hair affectionately. He then remarked, "It's all right, let him say whatever he wants. By the way, I heard that you have lost your cultivation. When I arrived, I specifically inquired with the Grand Apothecary of the Medicine Valley and learned some relevant information from him. Wait a moment, I shall examine you to see if there's a way to restore your cultivation." Gazing at Yang Fan's chiseled features, Lin Zixia was overwhelmed with emotion. She had initially thought that this holy son had come to break off their engagement due to her loss of cultivation. But unexpectedly, he not only chose to remain engaged, but even sought out a remedy for her condition. Touched, Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she said, "Then allow me to express my gratitude to the holy son in advance." Yang Fan immediately raised his hand and playfully tousled her hair. "Did we not agree that there was no need for gratitude between us?" Their intimate and flirtatious exchange filled the air with a palpable tension, inciting Zhang Jin in the grand hall to the point of nearly bursting with frustration as he sought to impress Lin Zixia and win her affections. It was at this moment that he realized his grave error. He had never anticipated that this saint would refuse to annul their engagement. To his dismay, Lin Zixia, whom he considered beneath him, was gazing at the saint with an expression of tender admiration. Jealousy and fury consumed his thoughts, driving Long Outyin to the brink of madness. Fixating on Yang Fan, he scoffed, "What is this? The illustrious saint of the Sun Sword sect is akin to a turtle, afraid to accept even the slightest challenge?" As these words echoed, a chilling silence enveloped the hall. An overwhelming spiritual pressure and murderous intent radiated from Yang Fan, sweeping through the entire chamber. Even Lin Qingshan, the mightiest presence in the hall, felt a shiver creep down his spine, as if a malevolent spirit were watching him from behind. Shocked, he turned his gaze to Yang Fan, unable to fathom the depths of his power. Meanwhile, Long Outyin, the target of this oppressive aura, found himself paralyzed by the sheer weight of the terrifying energy. In his panic, he cried out internally, "Spirit of the sword, save me." A faint voice of the sword spirit resonated in his mind. "The person you face is accompanied by a master of the Qi realm. I cannot reveal myself. Such a formidable presence could detect me, and if discovered, it would spell our doom. Take care of yourself." With that, the voice faded into silence. As the sword spirit vanished, Long Outyin could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from Yang Fan. Gritting his teeth, he slowly bent his body until he knelt on one knee. Yang Fan raised his hand and waved it toward Long Outyin from a distance. Boom! The remaining blue stone floor beneath Long Outyin shattered, creating a massive crater. Long Outyin found himself kneeling, blood seeping from his eyes and nostrils, his entire body trembling. Yang Fan spoke coolly, "My earlier silence was due to my disinterest in an insect. However, no one shall insult my parents. This is but a warning. Should there be a next time, even if my hands are stained, I will see you dead." With a cold expression, Lin Qingshan waved dismissively. "Someone, throw him out of the Lin family. I do not wish to see him here again." Several warriors entered the hall, seizing Long Outyin and escorting him out. Just as he was leaving, a broken sword fell from his possession, catching Yang Fan's eye with a spark of interest. Isn't this precisely the Excalibur possessed by the protagonist in the book Supreme Lord? Yang Fan recalls that the sword spirit provided immense assistance to the protagonist during his initial endeavors. Even in the later stages, it can be regarded as one of the most formidable weapons in the realm. Such an opportunity could hardly be overlooked. Thus, Yang Fan raised his hand and summoned the fragment of the Zhuxian sword to him. Grasping it firmly, he examined it closely. The blade's brilliance was subdued. Indeed, it was an extraordinary sword. Once he gathered the remaining parts of this blade, it would become a celestial artifact. Yang Fan promptly stored the Zhuxian sword fragment within his storage ring. Naturally, Lin Qingshan and the others witnessed Yang Fan's action. However, they regarded the fragment of a broken sword as lacking in value, merely assuming that Yang Fan had a penchant for collecting swords and did not dwell further on it. After securing the Zhuxian sword, Yang Fan's spirit sword, he immediately turned to Lin Qingshan and said, "Prepare a quiet room for me. I wish to see if there is a way to restore Zixia's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan was filled with joy and hurriedly sent someone to make the arrangements. Half a stick of incense later, within the quiet room, in this secluded sanctuary, where the venerable ancestor of the Lin family cultivated his abilities, lies deep beneath the earth, fortified by intricate mechanisms that render it nearly inaccessible. Two luminous pearls embedded in the walls illuminate the tranquil chamber. Before him stands Lin Zixia, her beauty reminiscent of a painting, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Must I remove everything?" she stammered. Young Fan offered a gentle smile, assuring her, "Fear not, dear one. Until our union is sealed, I harbor no untoward intentions. However, it is imperative that I examine the source of your ailment, necessitating complete removal of your garments to prevent any missteps." Lin Zixia bit her lip, grappling with her hesitation before ultimately summoning the resolve to comply. She reasoned that this man before her would soon be her husband, and whether now or later, she would eventually reveal herself to him. Thus, she began to shed her attire in his presence. As her silk gown slipped away, revealing her exquisite form, Young Fan struggled to maintain his composure. He swiftly channeled his inner energy to preserve his focus. With gravity, Young Fan stated, "Now, with our palms aligned, I shall guide a portion of my spiritual energy into your being. Do not resist, for such defiance could lead us both to perilous consequences." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixia dared not entertain any errant thoughts and promptly followed his instructions. Young Fan directed a surge of spiritual energy through the meridians in her palm. Inching closer to her dantian, he recalled vividly that her lack of cultivation was not due to a severed spiritual vein, but rather stemmed from her possessing the rare and formidable constitution known as the Spirit-Devouring Body. Those endowed with such a physique encounter no barriers. As long as their spiritual energy is ample, they can seamlessly ascend to the next realm. Moreover, once the Spirit-Devouring Body awakens, even without active cultivation, the individual continuously absorbs energy from the cosmos to grow stronger. Should they acquire treasures rich in potent spiritual energy, ascending multiple realms becomes a trivial feat currently. Lin Zixia's complete loss of cultivation was merely a byproduct of her spirit-devouring body being in the awakening phase, requiring immense spiritual energy to facilitate this transformation. Thus, her entire essence seemed to be consumed, giving the illusion of a severed spiritual vein and total impotence. As Yang Fan's energy flowed into Lin Zixia's dantian, it reacted as though a parched riverbed were suddenly graced by rain, eagerly absorbing his spiritual essence. Yang Fan understood that once the energy reached sufficient levels, her spirit-devouring body would achieve full awakening. In due time, all that Lin Zixia has lost will return. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, she fervently began to channel spiritual energy into Lin Zixia's body. As the influx of spiritual power increased, a radiant white holy light began to emanate from her. The brilliance of the holy light intensified, enveloping even Yang Fan in its glow. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, within the tranquil chamber, a massive black hole appeared above Lin Zixia's head, voraciously absorbing all the spiritual essence from the surrounding atmosphere. In mere moments, Yang Fan sensed Lin Zixia's cultivation rapidly ascending to the gathering qi realm. Following that, she progressed through the 1st to the 9th levels of gathering qi, then to the spirit connection realm, advancing through each level with astonishing speed. Finally, she reached the foundation establishment realm, from the 1st to the 9th level, culminating in the golden core realm. It was only upon reaching the golden core realm that Lin Zixia's explosive growth and cultivation ceased. Previously, Lin Zixia had only attained the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment. As soon as her devouring spirit body awakened, she instantly transformed into a master of the golden core realm. Even Yang Fan, who sat nearby admiring Lin Zixia's figure, couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of those with exceptional constitutions. They are truly favored by the heavens. However, he recalled that the author of the book Supreme Lord had portrayed the saint of the luminous sword sect quite impressively as well. It seemed he possessed a terrifying constitution known as the Devouring Heaven Body. Yes, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that the saint of the luminous sword sect was indeed endowed with this formidable, devouring heaven spirit body. This physique possesses the attributes of a thief. The spiritual energy of others? It can be devoured and utilized. The combat techniques of others can be directly simulated and learned. By absorbing a small fraction of another's unique energy, one can replicate their physique. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Since he had been transmigrated as the holy son of the solar sword sect, he must surely possess the devouring heavenly physique, right? He wondered if it would truly be possible. With that thought, Yang Fan gradually approached Lin Zixia, embracing her and kissing her, drawing forth a breath of spiritual energy from her lips. As the energy entered his body, he immediately realized that even without channeling his cultivation techniques, his body was fervently absorbing the external spiritual power. Furthermore, he emanated a pure, radiant light. Is it true? I truly possess the devouring heavenly physique. Yang Fan was filled with overwhelming joy. At this moment, he had already harnessed the terrifying aspects of the devouring heavenly physique to replicate a soul-devouring body within himself. In this moment, he, like Lin Zixia, encountered no further barriers to his cultivation. As long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, he could break through instantaneously. Embracing Lin Zixia in his arms, Yang Fan delighted in her presence, feeling as though she were his lucky star, a true boon. After a considerable slumber, Lin Zixia, who had just awakened her soul-devouring body, finally stirred. Upon realizing she was nestled in Yang Fan's embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson before she regained her composure and softly murmured, "Husband." Yang Fan replied with a gentle smile, "Let us dress and venture out. In a few days, I shall return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion to participate in the Centennial Demon Slaying Conference, where we shall confront the celestial demons on the outer battlefield. Should I survive the perils of that year, I will take you as my bride." Lin Zixia nodded with a countenance full of joy and promptly rose to don her attire. Yang Fan, however, felt a tinge of reluctance. Although the Demon Slaying Conference was a collaborative effort of the foremost cultivation factions in the Tianwu domain, requiring all cultivators over the age of 20 with a golden core cultivation to participate, the looming threat of celestial demons invading the realm rendered it a dire necessity. Even Yang Fan was not exempt from this duty. Nevertheless, he harbored no grave concern for his demise on the outer battlefield. His only regret lay in the beauty beside him as he was compelled to depart. Hand in hand, they strolled out of the quiet chamber, where Lin Qingshan, accompanied by numerous members of the Lin family, awaited them. Upon sighting the duo, Lin Qingshan hurried over, exclaiming, "How is it, young Master Yang? How's my daughter's cultivation?" Yang Fan chuckled lightly. "She has fully recovered and has ascended to the golden core stage." Lin Qingshan's eyes widened in sheer elation. Subsequently, he solemnly clasped his hands in respect and deeply bowed, saying, "Lin Qingshan, on behalf of the entire Lin family, expresses our heartfelt gratitude to the Holy Sun." A prodigy such as Lin Zixia served as the backbone of the family's future. Without even a single cultivator, no matter the current strength of the family, it would inevitably face extinction within a century. Thus, Yang Fan's actions were tantamount to providing significant aid to the Lin family. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Zixia is my fiancée. It is only natural for me to do this. There is no need for thanks." To extricate himself from the situation, he feigned weariness. "I have expended too much spiritual energy while assisting Zixia in restoring her meridians. I now require some quietude for cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshan swiftly arranged for a private chamber. When Lin Zixia helped Yang Fan to the room, she was astonished to find it was a spacious suite, sufficient for 5 people, let alone 2. As she assisted him to a seat by the bed, she gazed at him with concern. "Are you all right?" Yang Fan shook his head. "I am fine. Merely a slight depletion of spiritual energy. Your cultivation has just advanced. You should return to your own quarters to consolidate your progress and not worry about me." Having spoken, Lin Zixia remained in place. Her face flushed as she said, I wish to accompany you for a while longer. I estimate I will stay for several more days, so there is ample time. Be obedient and quickly fortify your cultivation, lest I become upset." Seeing Yang Fan on the verge of anger, Lin Zixia reluctantly exited, closing the door behind her. Once she departed, Yang Fan immediately retrieved the remnants of the Excalibur from his storage ring, which he had acquired from Long Aotian. He cast the broken sword casually onto the ground and coldly commanded, "Come forth." However, the remnants showed no sign of movement. Yang Fan's expression hardened. The esteemed spirit of the Excalibur, once belonging to a transcendent being, now cowered in fear, reluctant to reveal itself. Is this truly the legendary Excalibur? As if responding to his thoughts, a chilling light flickered from the remnants, and soon after, an aloof woman clad in red emerged, standing in the void. Oh, the illustrious son of the Sunlit Sword sect, reduced to a rogue in the presence of a mere Lin family member. Is this the sect I once knew? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Where have I acted as a rogue? The red-clad sword spirit scoffed. All you need to do is channel spiritual energy into that woman named Lin Zixia, yet you feign the need for her to disrobe for an inspection. What else could that be but lewdness? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. By that logic, are you not also a rogue, perhaps even a voyeuristic one? The spirit's face flushed with indignation. I am a lady. Yang Fan's lips curled into a smile. In the original text, the sword spirit was a celestial soul sealed within the sword. The author, in a rather perverse twist, later wrote that the protagonist, Long Aotian, fashioned a body for the spirit and then, indulged in untoward actions. Quite outrageous, indeed. Yet, one cannot deny the author's imaginative prowess. The red-clad sword spirit before him radiated beauty akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Clad in a flowing red gown with cascading black hair and adorned with flecks of vermilion on her brow, she was undeniably lovely, rivaling Lin Zixia, and perhaps even possessing an added allure. However, this sword spirit seemed to harbor a dismal perception of herself and an air of hostility toward Yang Fan. He raised an eyebrow. By your demeanor, do you wish to return to Long Aotian? The sword spirit retorted with a haughty snort. He is my master. Would I choose to follow a duplicitous scoundrel like you? Yang Fan chuckled, a hint of indifference mingling with his mirth. It was rather amusing to be scorned by a mere sword spirit, despite his own notorious reputation as a villain. With a swift motion, he summoned the remnants of the Excalibur into his hand and declared frostily, I shall claim you as my own. What are you doing? The sword spirit was taken aback, yet it was too late to intervene. Yang Fan raised his hand and effortlessly erased the mark left by Long Aotian on the remnant sword of Zhu Xian. Subsequently, he placed his own mark upon it, forcefully claiming ownership of the sword. At that moment, having lost Lin Zixia and the Zhu Xian sword, Long Aotian wandered the streets. Resting against an ancient locust tree, his face contorted with resentment. Yang Fan, he lamented. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, I, Long Aotian, shall see you kneeling at my feet. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when his body was struck as if by lightning, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness enveloped him, and in the moment before he succumbed, he stared incredulously at the sky. What is happening? My Zhu Xian sword has been refined by another. With a thud, he collapsed, unconscious, on the street. Passers-by, ordinary cultivators, gazed curiously at Yang Fan, who lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. They pointed and whispered, yet none approached to offer assistance. A little girl, delicate as a porcelain doll and holding a candied hawthorn, squeezed through the crowd. With wide eyes, she looked at the unconscious Long Aotian and, licking her treat, shouted to her grandfather, Grandpa, look, that person looks like a dog. An old man, hunched over and carrying a massive sword sheath, emerged from the throng and seized the girl's hand. Enough of this. We must hurry to find Saint Yang Fan. What is there to see about a mere dog? With that, he led the girl away toward the Lin family. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, the sword spirit glared at Yang Fan in fury. What have you done? Do you not realize that erasing the mark infused with Long Aotian's blood will result in a backlash from the heavens? He could lose his cultivation, or worse, perish. Is that so? Yang Fan twirled the ancestral remnant sword in his hand, a chilling smile gracing his lips. What if I desire his death? You. The sword spirit was taken aback by Yang Fan's words, staring at him in disbelief. Yang Fan, calm and composed, rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, You chose Long Aotian because you discern the immense fortune that accompanies him, did you not? You seek to harness his luck to restore the Zhu Xian sword and exact revenge on the one who killed your previous master. I now tell you, I shall seize all of Long Aotian's fortune. Simply obey me, and even if the Zhu Xian sword is not fully restored, I shall aid you in avenging your former master within 3 years. What will your choice be? The sword spirit stared wide-eyed at Yang Fan, unable to believe what she was witnessing, engulfed in profound shock. She had never anticipated that the man before her, who had previously displayed an air of refinement in front of the Lin family, harbored such a cold and ruthless nature beneath the surface, a character of profound depth. Furthermore, she was astonished that he would know the fundamental reason behind her allegiance to Long Aotian. In Yang Fan's presence, the sword spirit felt as though her very essence had been laid bare. Yet, her inherent pride led her to dismiss him entirely, coldly retorting, Do you possess such capability? Suddenly, a formidable pressure materialized from thin air, causing the very space within the room to tremble. The terrifying aura unique to a Yuaniing master was unmistakably revealed. Threads of heavenly principles swirled around Yang Fan. Standing tall with an air of arrogance, he remarked, I am Yang Fan. I harnessed Qi at the age of 3, attained spiritual insight at 6, established my foundation at 9, reached the golden core stage at 13, and by 18, I had already achieved the 9th level of Yuaniing. Now at 21, I stand at the precipice of the Qi-Si realm, not only in the Tianwu domain, but throughout the entire Tianwu continent. I am among the most distinguished prodigies. Do you still doubt my abilities? The sword spirit stood frozen, profoundly shaken by Yang Fan's terrifying aptitude. In the realm of cultivation, For an ordinary person to reach spiritual insight by 18 is already considered exceptional. Achieving foundation establishment by 30 marks one as an above-average practitioner, while attaining the golden core at 80 or 100 signifies a dominant force. Yet here was a 21-year-old Yuan master, a feat that many would struggle to reach even by 500 or 600 years of age. This is far from genius. This is simply extraordinary. Observing the exhausted Yang Fan, the sword spirit hesitated for a considerable moment before finally uttering with difficulty, "Master, my master." Yang Fan responded with a gentle smile, reassuringly saying, "Fear not, accompany me, and you shall not be treated poorly. At the very least, being with me is far superior to being with that dim-witted Long-Out-Yin. Is it not?" Upon hearing this, the sword spirit could not help but let out a sigh. Long-Out-Yin was indeed lacking in intellect. Prior to Long-Out-Yin causing trouble for Yang Fan, she had cautioned him, indicating that even with her assistance, they could never match Yang Fan's prowess. Moreover, in the presence of the Liang sword sect, 100 Lin families would be insignificant. To provoke Yang Fan was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Long-Out-Yin remained obstinate, convinced of his destiny as the chosen one, believing that everything in the world should revolve around him and cater to his desires. In fact, in the book Supreme Sovereign, Long-Out-Yin was portrayed in such a manner. Alas, the protagonist encountered Yang Fan, a transmigrator. No matter how arrogant he was, he could not maintain that arrogance for long. "You do not yet have a name, do you?" Yang Fan inquired with a smile. He recalled having watched a television series called Ancient Sword Legend, which featured a sword spirit clad in a flowing skirt. Thus, he declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Hong Yu." Outside the Lin residence, a man and a woman stood quietly beside Long-Out-Yin. "Grandfather, is the holy son Yang Fan really inside this dilapidated mansion?" the little girl asked, blinking her eyes and gradually feeling a surge of anticipation. She began to fantasize about Yang Fan's towering and robust figure, unable to suppress the drool that escaped her lips. "Indeed, Chiao Chiao, let us knock on the door," the elder replied, taking Chiao Chiao's small hand as they approached the entrance and rapped on the door. Upon hearing the knocking, the servant opened the door and was taken aback to find two elderly individuals, his brow furrowing slightly. The servant then inquired, "Who might you be?" "We have come to seek the assistance of Yang Fan, the Holy Son. Kindly allow us passage so that my granddaughter and I may enter," the elder explained, his demeanor exuding warmth. However, in this realm, cordiality held little value. Only formidable strength reigned supreme. The servant then spoke in a deep voice, "He. Our holy son Yang is not someone you can simply meet at will. State your names quickly, or do not blame me for showing no mercy." Recalling the former servant Long-Out-Yin, a silent trepidation gripped the doorkeeper's heart, fearing that a single misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of Long-Out-Yin. His body began to tremble slightly. Upon hearing this, the old man exhaled deeply, unprepared for the tenacity of the servant before him. Thus, the elder refrained from further delay and directly unleashed his Yuan-Ing realm aura, directing it towards the servant. Instantly, the servant was toppled to the ground by this overwhelming presence, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed upon the elder. Good heavens! Who is this old man to possess such might? The servant marveled inwardly. Without daring to dwell on his thoughts, the servant hastily rose to his feet and stammered, "I shall report to young Master Yang at once, but you must tell me your name so that I may properly inform him." The servant understood that the individual before him was not one to be trifled with. Had the elder not reigned in his power just in time, he might have met a grim fate. Simply say it is the Red True Taoist seeking him. After uttering this, the Red True Taoist spoke no further, gently stroking Chiao Chiao's head, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. Knowing that his granddaughter would soon depart from his side filled his heart with profound reluctance. Observing this, the servant dared not show any sign of defiance and hurriedly rushed into the estate, making his way to young Master Yang's chamber. In a brief moment, the servant arrived at the door of Yang Fan's room. Without any hesitation, he called out, "Young Master Yang, are you there?" Having successfully subdued the red jade, Yang Fan was in high spirits, fervently kissing the treasured sword. For such an extraordinary artifact, he could hardly part with it. Just then, the servant's voice interrupted his thoughts. After stowing away the red jade, Yang Fan rose and opened the door, regarding the servant with a puzzled expression. "What brings you to me?" The servant, not daring to delay, quickly explained, "It is as follows, young Master Yang. At the entrance, there is a Taoist who calls himself the Red True Taoist accompanied by a little girl, claiming to seek you. I could not withstand his presence, so I have come to find you." Upon concluding his account, Beads of sweat the size of grains appeared on the servant's forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. He feared incurring Yang Fan's displeasure, leading to a fate reminiscent of long audience. At these words, Yang Fan was instantly taken aback. He was well aware of the prowess of the Red True Taoist from his previous life, having read about it in the book Supreme Sovereign. Though the Red True Taoist himself may not be formidable, his granddaughter possessed the rare Holy Spirit body. As for the essence of the Holy Spirit, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, only aware that it was immensely powerful. Moreover, this Hong Xiao Qiao was none other than the beloved confidant of Long Aotian, the Supreme Being. Hence, Yang Fan could not possibly let her slip away. If he were not mistaken, that little girl was indeed the granddaughter of Hong Zhendaoren. Hong Xiao Qiao, Yang Fan murmured to himself. After a while, Jinyu quickly regained his composure and uttered a phrase to his servant, stating, "I understand." He then hurriedly dashed out of the room, racing towards the entrance, a subtle smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. He, Long Aotian. You cannot fault me for this. Since it is you who have come to me, I shall reluctantly accept. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrived at the door, scanning his surroundings until he soon spotted Hong Zhendaoren along with his granddaughter, Hong Xiao Qiao. After briefly adjusting his attire, Yang Fan approached Hong Zhendaoren with a smile, greeting him, "Greetings, Hong Zhendaoren." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yang Fan's formidable aura surged forth, enveloping Hong Zhendaoren. Had it not been for the latter's timely defense, he might have been sent flying, much like the servant moments before. This sudden display of power instilled a sense of panic in Hong Zhendaoren, who had not anticipated such formidable strength from someone so young. This only solidified his resolve in approaching Yang Fan. "Greetings, young Saint Yang. You truly live up to the rumors, youthful, radiant, and exceptionally powerful." After regaining his composure, Hong Zhendaoren managed a strained smile, clearly affected by Yang Fan's overwhelming presence. "Not at all, Hong Zhendaoren. You are still as sharp as ever. May I inquire what brings you here?" Yang Fan responded humbly, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he glanced at Hong Xiao Qiao, who subsequently lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks flushing crimson. It was evident that Hong Zhendaoren's intentions were not merely polite. After all, why would he bring Hong Xiao Qiao along? "Young Saint Yang, I have an uninvited request. Might you consider taking my granddaughter as your disciple? I implore you." With that, Hong Zhendaoren cast aside his pride and knelt before Yang Fan, his gaze resolute. In that moment, Hong Xiao Qiao was thrown into a state of panic and hurriedly attempted to pull up Hong Zhendaoren. However, given her limited strength, she could hardly budge him. "Father, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling for no reason?" Hong Xiao Qiao exclaimed anxiously, on the verge of tears. Yang Fan was equally taken aback by Hong Zhendaoren's actions. "This is quite absurd. How can one simply kneel over a disagreement?" Yang Fan silently grumbled to himself. Quickly, he rushed to assist Hong Zhendaoren, saying, "Is my agreement not enough?" At these words, Hong Zhendaoren gradually stood up, a look of joy illuminating his face. "Ha ha ha, my granddaughter is finally on the path to success. Humph, you old codgers, just wait. If I cannot defeat you, I shall have my granddaughter teach you a lesson." Hong Zhendaoren mused inwardly. Yang Fan, observing him, wore an expression of helplessness, utterly unprepared for such boldness. In truth, Yang Fan was aware that even if Hong Zhendaoren had not acted so dramatically, he would have agreed regardless. "Thank you, young sage Yang, for your acceptance. If my daughter misbehaves in the future, I hope you will show her some leniency," Hong Zhendaoren expressed gratefully after a moment, his face aglow with a smile akin to winning a 5 million lottery. Then, regaining his composure, he turned to Hong Xiao Qiao and urged, "Xiao Qiao, hurry and greet young sage Yang as your master." His tone was urgent, fearing that Yang Fan might change his mind at any moment. Without delay, Hong Xiao Qiao knelt down, bowing 3 times before Yang Fan. In her innocent voice, she proclaimed, "Disciple Hong Xiao Qiao pays respects to the handsome and dashing master." The melodious sound reached Yang Fan's ears, instantly lifting his spirits. "Quickly, get up. Be careful not to catch a chill." As his words fell, Yang Fan eagerly helped Hong Xiao Qiao to her feet, his eyes filled with affection. For reasons unknown, he felt an immense fondness for her. Observing this scene, Hong Zhendaoren nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Initially, he harbored a tinge of concern, but now it had vanished entirely, replaced by profound joy. He firmly believed that under Yang Fan's guidance, Hong Xiao Qiao would surely flourish. "Young sage Yang, I entrust my daughter to you. I have other matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further. Let us gather again another day." Upon finishing her words, the figure of the red true Taoist vanished in an instant, leaving Yang Fan and Hong Chao Chao in solitude. Yang Fan, not contemplating too deeply, crouched down and playfully pinched Hong Chao Chao's nose. However, at that moment, a remark from Hong Chao Chao nearly sent Yang Fan reeling. "Master, with your strikingly handsome appearance and imposing stature, one could only assume you must possess considerable prowess," she said, her eyes fluttering as they inadvertently drifted towards a certain part of Yang Fan. Yang Fan's heart raced, his eyes widening in astonishment at Hong Chao Chao's boldness. Goodness, she is quite the audacious young lady. After regaining his composure, Yang Fan's expression grew slightly somber as he inquired, "Who has conveyed such tales to you?" "It was my grandfather's friend," Hong Chao Chao explained, her face adorned with a myriad of innocent expressions. "He mentioned it during a visit to our home. But for some reason, my grandfather later gave him a severe thrashing." With a sigh of resignation, Yang Fan shook his head. It seems that one becomes a reflection of those they associate with. Once he regained his composure, he gently patted Hong Chao Chao's head and softly advised, "Stay away from such people in the future. They are truly wicked." Although Hong Chao Chao did not fully grasp the meaning behind Yang Fan's words, she obediently nodded in agreement. Regarding her grandfather's departure, she felt no sorrow. Rather, she was filled with joy. For Hong Chao Chao, being near Hong Zhendao felt akin to being imprisoned, devoid of any freedom. Now that she was liberated, how could she not be ecstatic? Initially, Yang Fan intended to impart some rules to Hong Chao Chao, but considering her tender age, he ultimately refrained from doing so and led her into the estate. As they walked, Hong Chao Chao recalled the figure of Long Aotian lying by the roadside and suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, master, I just saw a dog over there." "A dog?" Yang Fan asked, perplexed as he looked at Hong Chao Chao. "Yes, a dog, just like this," she exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Gradually, Yang Fan began to comprehend her description and instantly recognized who she was referring to. Was he that the unfortunate Long Aotian, who had just been cast out? Yang Fan shook his head in disbelief. However, he knew that Long Aotian would not simply perish. After all, he was favored by the heavens. Surely, he would encounter some fortuitous event and rise again. Even so, Yang Fan did not dwell on it. I have taken everything from you. Let us see how you rise again," he mused, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Yet, Hong Chao Chao noticed this expression and curiously inquired, "Master, why are you smiling for no reason?" "It's nothing. Matters of adults should not concern children," he replied, lightly tapping her on the head before continuing their walk. At that moment, Lin Zixia spotted Yang Fan accompanied by an unfamiliar little girl wandering within the estate. Without a second thought, she rushed over. In no time, she stood before Yang Fan, blocking his path. "Husband, who is this little girl?" Lin Zixia immediately inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon Hong Chao Chao. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan did not hesitate to provide Lin Zixia with a thorough explanation. After absorbing Yang Fan's words, Lin Zixia's understanding blossomed, and her expression towards Hong Chao Chao transformed entirely. Subsequently, a gentle smile graced her lips as she spoke. "My dear husband, considering how small Chao Chao is and that she is a girl, might I take it upon myself to teach her the ways of cultivation? Would that be agreeable?" Her tone was imbued with a tender warmth, persistently tugging at Yang Fan's heartstrings, rendering it nearly impossible for him to refuse. All right. Upon receiving Yang Fan's consent, Lin Zixia swiftly approached Hong Chao Chao, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Chao Chao, from now on, let your sister guide you in your cultivation, shall we?" In that moment, Hong Chao Chao found herself utterly bewildered, casting a pleading glance towards Yang Fan for assistance. Observing her distress, Yang Fan could only nod helplessly. After all, how could he refuse Lin Zixia, his beloved wife? With Yang Fan's acquiescence, Hong Chao Chao expressed her approval with a simple good. Lin Zixia, unable to contain her affection any longer, swiftly embraced Hong Chao Chao and made her way towards her room. As Yang Fan watched Lin Zixia's radiant smile, he shook his head in resignation, choosing not to dwell on it further, and promptly followed in her footsteps. Aware that his time at the Lin residence was limited, he wished to seize this opportunity to spend some quality moments with Lin Zixia, alleviating the pangs of longing that would inevitably follow. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Long Ao Tan slowly began to regain consciousness, his gaze vacant as he surveyed the scene before him. Muttering to himself, he questioned, "Where am I?" A sharp pain throbbed in his head as memories of the recent past surged back to him. This thought, once entertained, plunged Long Outyan's spirits into the depths of despair. He had lost everything. Cursed young fan, take heed. One day, I shall return to exact my vengeance. Long Outyan silently declared, his face contorting in rage. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman, weighing an impressive 500 pounds, accompanied by a servant, strolled down the street. Upon catching sight of Long Outyan, she was instantly captivated by his aura. Despite the loss of one eye, her beauty remained unblemished. Gathering her courage, she took heavy steps towards him, approaching him with deliberate grace. In mere moments, she stood before Long Outyan, her eyes brimming with desire, saliva trickling forth as if she longed to devour him whole. Sensing something amiss, Long Outyan raised his gaze. The sight was not too bad, yet a single glance nearly terrified Long Aotian to death. Oh heavens! Where did this hefty person come from? Long Aotian thought to himself, utterly stunned by the sight of the impressive figure weighing 500 pounds before him. Hello. I am Lu Ruyu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Ruyu spoke in a robust voice, nearly deafening Long Aotian. Had it not been for divine grace, he might have already met his demise. However, once Long Aotian regained his composure and learned her name, a wave of joy washed over him. It is well known that within this city, the Lu family stands as a formidable rival to the Lin family. The fact that the young lady of the Lu family had taken an interest in him was exhilarating for Long Aotian. Suppressing the urge to retch, he slowly replied, Greetings, Miss Lu. I am Long Aotian, and I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Finally, I have the opportunity to express my affection. Please accept my proposal, Miss Lu. No sooner had he spoken than Long Aotian knelt before Lu Ruyu, fervently proposing. He closed his eyes slightly, unable to bear the thought of looking directly at her, fearing that the nausea he felt might overcome him. The unexpected proposal left Lu Ruyu momentarily stunned, her mind echoing Long Aotian's words. Moments later, joy blossomed within her, and she seized Long Aotian's hand, dashing away in excitement. Tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. After so many years, someone had finally proposed to her. Her beautiful happiness had finally arrived. Lu Ruyu's heart sang with delight, and her round cheeks glowed with jubilation. Thus, in the throes of her excitement, Long Aotian successfully became a part of the Lu family, embarking on what would be his happy life. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, young Fan observed the playful antics of Lin Zixia and Hong Chao Chao, a look of contentment spreading across his face. After all, such beautiful moments were fleeting, and he cherished them deeply. Moments later, Hong Chao Chao, having grown weary from their play, retreated to Lin Zixia's chamber to rest, leaving Lin Zixia and young Fan in the garden. I heard that you are leaving tomorrow, my husband? Lin Zixia asked, her voice trailing off, a sense of reluctance swelling within her, her expression dimming. She wished time could slow down, allowing for more words to be spoken. In response, young Fan nodded, saying, Yes, I must return and continue my journey. Hence my early departure. In truth, young Fan was well aware of Lin Zixia's emotions. Thus, he chose to pause his cultivation to keep her company. He understood that this departure would mean he would not return for at least a year. Therefore, he could only spend this fleeting time with Lin Zixia, hoping to alleviate her spirits gradually. In that moment, tears welled up in Lin Zixia's beautiful eyes, ready to spill forth at any instant. Husband, can't you take me with you? She implored, gazing at young Fan with a pitiful expression, her heart fluttering with emotion. Had it been before, when she possessed no cultivation, she would never have dared to voice such a request. Yet now, having reached the golden core stage, she felt a sense of capability. Although she could not significantly aid young Fan, she at least would not hold him back. Young Fan, however, shook his head in resignation. If he could bring Lin Zixia along, he would have readily agreed without hesitation. After all, the matters he needed to address were far more complex than just this one. Taking Lin Zixia with him would surely invite unforeseen dangers. Thus, he sought to soothe his own heart before speaking. Although I cannot take you with me, I promise to return in a year. After waiting for over a decade, what is one more year? When I return, I will marry you. How does that sound? With newfound courage, young Fan leaned in and pressed his lips against Lin Zixia's. The kiss left her momentarily dazed, her lovely eyes fluttering shut. Indeed, the taste was utterly delightful. After several minutes, he reluctantly pulled away, and Lin Zixia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet young Fan's eyes, already yearning for the sweetness of their shared moment. By the way, husband, you must not misbehave while you're away, do you hear me? Otherwise, I shall make you regret it for a lifetime. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Zixia, and she quickly voiced it. her eyes fixated intently on Yang Fan's proud demeanor. Upon hearing her words and noticing her gaze, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable fear wash over him. Cold sweat soaking his back. Regaining his composure, he assured her, "Rest assured, Zixiao, I promise to remain faithful." Naturally, as Yang Fan, he would never stray. How could he possibly act recklessly? "I believe in you, husband," she replied, and with that, Lin Zixiao planted a fervent kiss on his cheek before swiftly fleeing the scene. Her heart a mixture of sorrow and joy. In the blink of an eye, the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden glow. The warm rays illuminated Yang Fan's eyes as he slowly opened them. Stretching languidly, he stepped out of his room, quickly tidied his belongings, and prepared to return to the Liang sword sect. Alas, the time for parting had come once more. Yang Fan let out a deep sigh. His eyes filled with a profound sense of reluctance. Yet, he understood that his departure was inevitable, an unalterable reality. With that, he stepped out of the room and approached the door of Lin Zixiao's chamber, preparing to convey the news of his imminent departure to her. Before Yang Fan could fully gather his thoughts, the door swung open, revealing Lin Zixiao, who looked at him with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Husband, what brings you here?" Caught off guard by Yang Fan's unexpected appearance, Lin Zixiao hoped he might provide an explanation. This sudden turn of events left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. After a moment, he composed himself and slowly spoke, "Zixiao, I must depart today." His voice was imbued with profound melancholy, and his gaze instinctively fell to the ground. Unable to meet Lin Zixiao's eyes. Instantly, Lin Zixiao was taken aback, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. A deep sense of sorrow enveloped her heart, akin to being mercilessly ground by a meat grinder. "Is it truly time to leave so soon? Weren't you supposed to stay a few more days?" Lin Wanjiao managed to force a smile. "Alas, circumstances have arisen that compel me to leave," Yang Fan sighed. "Regrettably, there is no way to alter these events. Otherwise, I would have done so long ago." Realizing that no amount of pleading could persuade Yang Fan to stay, Lin Zixiao exhaled deeply. Her smile tinged with desolation as she gazed at him. Silently, she prayed for his safety, uncertain of how she would cope otherwise. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a voice shattered the tranquility, a callous tone reaching the ears of Yang Fan and Lin Zixiao. "Yang Fan, you arrogant wretch. Do not think your status as the chosen one renders you invincible. Just wait until I rise again. I shall bring you to your knees." Yang Fan's expression darkened instantly. Shocked by such brazen mockery, the audacity of the taunt, especially in front of others, was intolerable. Yet, the voice struck him as eerily familiar. He turned to Lin Zixiao and inquired, "Why does that voice seem so recognizable?" Without hesitation, she replied, "That voice belongs to Long Outyin, the one I previously expelled." Her expression soured, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in her eyes. If it were possible, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Long Outyin on the spot to prevent any disturbance to Yang Fan's tranquility, especially now that he was preparing to leave. Intrigued by this Long Outyin, Yang Fan mused, "How audacious to behave like a dog, yet remain so arrogant. I commend your audacity." Yang Fan pondered with a sense of emotion. Without further ado, he led Lin Zixiao towards the entrance, eager to confront the previously discarded Long Aotian. A wicked smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Soon, Yang Fan and Lin Zixiao arrived at the door. However, upon beholding Long Aotian before him, Yang Fan was momentarily rendered speechless in shock. He never anticipated that after a single night, Long Aotian would don such regal attire, completely transforming his demeanor. Although his complexion appeared as if it had been drained of vitality, he exclaimed fiercely, "Yang Xingzi, you dare to show your face again? I warn you. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just wait." His eyes gleamed with an inexhaustible rage. Had he not been at a disadvantage against Yang Fan? Long Aotian would have already unleashed his wrath, instead of merely issuing verbal threats. In that moment, Yang Fan was instantly amused by Long Outyin. How splendid it is to be favored by the heavens. He mused internally. However, Yang Fan did not take Long Haoyin's words to heart. Instead, he pondered how the latter had suddenly ascended to such wealth. Just the previous day, Long Haoyin had been begging on the street like a stray dog. And now he appeared clad in such opulence. This transformation left Yang Fan's mind swirling with questions. Thus, he communicated telepathically, "Zixiao, do you have any insight into what has transpired? How has Long Haotian transformed so dramatically?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Zixiao lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her demeanor. She then replied softly, "It is Lu Ryu who has taken Long Haoyin as her son-in-law, which is why he has changed so." Yang Fan was taken aback by this revelation. So Long Haotian has married into the Lu family. Goodness, the heavens have been exceedingly kind to you. Nevertheless, as Yang Fan recalled that Long Haotian was indeed the protagonist of this tale, he quickly found solace in the thought. After contemplating for a moment, a mischievous smile crept across Yang Fan's lips. He then remarked, Long Haotian, you truly lack sense, daring to come here. It seems you are oblivious to the peril that awaits you. Before Long Haotian could respond, Yang Fan turned and strode back into the house. Observing this, Lin Zixia hurriedly followed, casting a cold glance back at Long Haotian. Instantly, confusion washed over Long Haotian as he struggled to comprehend Yang Fan's intentions. My lord, what troubles you? Lin Zixia inquired anxiously, quickening her pace to keep up with Yang Fan, her heart heavy with concern that Long Haotian might have provoked him. It's nothing. Zixia, I have a matter I would like your assistance with, Yang Fan said, a subtle smile gracing his features. In that fleeting moment, he had already devised a plan to deal with Long Haotian, determined to impart to him the sensation of utter desolation. Yang Fan was resolute in showing no mercy to his adversary. In that moment, Lin Zixia was enveloped in confusion, her gaze fixed quizzically upon Yang Fan. My dear husband, why the formality? Just express your needs, and I shall endeavor to assist you, no matter the undertaking. Upon uttering these words, Lin Zixia's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Even if Yang Fan were to ask her to embrace death, she would do so without a moment's hesitation, her brow unknotted by concern. It's not that serious, Zixia. What are you pondering? Yang Fan responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. He gently caressed Lin Zixia's cheek with his reassuring hand. At that moment, Yang Fan was brimming with vitality and joy, his happiness palpable. Then, dear husband, what is it that you wish for me to do? Lin Zixia inquired after a brief pause, her eyes still clouded with uncertainty, eager for Yang Fan to elucidate his intentions. Observing her state, Yang Fan hesitated not, leaning closer to whisper softly in her ear. After sharing a few words, he concluded with, Do you understand now? Upon hearing the news, Lin Zixia was plunged into a profound state of shock, her expression one of sheer incredulity as she gazed at Yang Fan. It took her a good 10 minutes to gradually regain her composure. After exhaling deeply, she resolutely declared, I understand, my husband. Rest assured, I shall act according to your instructions. Although she recognized that such actions might be somewhat unscrupulous, Lin Zixia was willing to overlook such considerations for Yang Fan's sake. Very well, you may attend to your matters. I have faith in you. With that, Yang Fan bestowed a gentle smile upon Lin Zixia before taking his leave. As she watched his retreating figure, Lin Zixia hesitated not a moment longer. She promptly issued orders to implement Yang Fan's plan without delay. Meanwhile, Long Haotian, waiting outside the Lin residence, felt an overwhelming sense of being disregarded. This was a bitter pill for Long Haotian to swallow. Yet, at present, his strength was such that he could not even graze the opponent's skin. In exasperation, Long Haotian trudged towards the Lu family residence. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Lu household. Just as he prepared to step inside, a cacophony erupted as a throng of servants obstructed his path. Instantly, Long Haotian felt a surge of irritation. You wretched servants, why do you impede me? Do you dare to challenge me? For I could easily draw a blade and slay you all, he bellowed fiercely, having just endured humiliation at the hands of Yang Fan. He could scarcely tolerate this further affront from the servants. In response to his outburst, the servants merely scoffed before launching an unrelenting barrage of punches and kicks upon Long Haotian, offering him no mercy whatsoever. This left Long Haotian utterly bewildered, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. What are you doing? Do you not realize that I am the son-in-law of the Lu family? Finally, unable to endure the torment any longer, Long Haotian shouted again, his mind a tumult of questions, desperately yearning to comprehend the situation at hand. Humph, you have already been expelled from the Lu family, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly here. Another voice sneered. Indeed, how audacious to offend even young Master Yang. You deserve to be punished. If I do not eliminate you today, I shall no longer bear your surname. Why waste breath discussing this? Let us act swiftly. A group of servants pointed and jeered at Long Haotian, their eyes brimming with disdain, their teeth clenched tight as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against him. Fists rained down upon Long Haotian, leaving him battered and bruised, his face marred with injuries. Had it not been for his remarkable resilience, he might have already succumbed to the relentless assault of the servants. Ultimately, to dissociate themselves from Long Haotian entirely, the servants cast him aside. ensuring he would not lay a finger on the Lu family. Now, Long Aotian truly found himself isolated and alone. Overwhelmed by psychological pressure, he eventually fainted. Meanwhile, within the Lin residence, the head of the Lu family faced the dashing Yang Fan with a look of panic. Young Master Yang, it is entirely my fault for being blind. Who would have thought that Long Aotian would dare to offend you? Truly unforgivable. Rest assured, he has already been expelled from the Lu family, and we have no further ties with him. As he spoke, the Lu family head's voice trembled with fear. Acutely aware that Yang Fan could crush him with a mere finger, inducing a profound sense of dread. That wretched Long Aotian has brought such trouble upon the Lu family. I truly wish I could eradicate him, he thought bitterly. However, the events had transpired, and no amount of regret could alter the outcome. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, refraining from immediately addressing the Lu family head. In truth, Long Aotian's predicament was entirely orchestrated by Yang Fan through the information disseminated by Lin Zixia. Without such intervention, how could Long Aotian have found himself in such a predicament? Nevertheless, Yang Fan was confident that Long Aotian would not falter. The heavens would surely lend him aid. Yet Yang Fan remained unfazed. Should it come to pass, he could strip Long Aotian of all his resources, leaving him with no avenue for escape. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Fan returned to the moment, speaking calmly, "It matters not. It is all in the past. However, I have heard whispers of a treasured jade pendant within your Lu family. Is it true or mere rumor?" His gaze fixed intently on the head of the Lu family. A faint smile gradually emerged at the corners of Yang Fan's mouth. He was well aware of the significance of this ancestral jade pendant. After all, in the tome Supreme Sovereign, this pendant had aided Long Aotian on numerous occasions. Such a formidable artifact was simply too enticing for Yang Fan to overlook. Observing the situation, the head of the Lu family exhibited no hesitation, promptly retrieving the ancestral pendant from his storage pouch and placing it before Yang Fan, devoid of any reluctance. If this gesture could absolve the entire Lu family of blame in Yang Fan's eyes, he would willingly relinquish all his possessions. Young Master Yang, this is the ancestral jade pendant. The head of the Lu family forced a smile, though his heart ached with reluctance. Yet, he still presented it without fail. Yang Fan, not one to linger, took the pendant in his hand. The silky texture elicited a wave of emotions within him. Such a sensation was unparalleled. Without further ado, Yang Fan stored the ancestral jade pendant away and spoke. "Very well, I extend my gratitude to the head of the Lu family. If there is nothing else, you may return. As you command, young Master Yang." With that, the head of the Lu family, burdened with weariness, departed from the Lin residence, his countenance tinged with profound sorrow. After all, he had exerted tremendous effort to appease Yang Fan, and how could his heart not ache? Not long after the Lu family head's departure, Yang Fan sensed it was time for him to leave as well. He could no longer remain. A slight discomfort welled within him. Gradually, after a moment's pause, Yang Fan exhaled deeply. Resolutely, he made his way toward Hong Qiao Qiao's chamber. Soon, he laid eyes on her and, without hesitation, simply uttered, "Qiao Qiao, let us depart." At his words, although Hong Qiao Qiao felt a wave of confusion, she nonetheless followed Yang Fan without informing Lin Zixia. After soaring beyond the city limits, Yang Fan and Hong Qiao Qiao traversed the steep, earthen path. "Master, why must we leave so hastily? Why not notify Sister Zixia?" Hong Qiao Qiao inquired with an innocent tone, her eyes blinking in bewilderment. "You little rascal. You're still so young. There's no need for you to know too much," he replied, noting her youthful naivety. Yang Fan cast a glance and remarked, "To speak candidly, the words of Hong Qiao Qiao have indeed uplifted my spirits considerably. After all, he would have to wait a whole year to return," which filled him with a profound sense of reluctance. Observing Yang Fan's melancholic demeanor, Hong Qiao Qiao, though puzzled, refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she chose to quietly accompany him, gradually helping to mend his troubled heart. Soon enough, Yang Fan and Hong Qiao Qiao, without overthinking, continued their journey. However, the path chosen by Yang Fan was rather distant. His objective was quite straightforward, to thoroughly scavenge all the resources acquired by Long Aotian, leaving him with nothing to cling to. Otherwise, how could Yang Fan possibly choose to take such a long route? Meanwhile, in a secluded wilderness, Long Aotian, with one eye blinded and his body marred with wounds, lay unconscious, resembling a lifeless corpse that repelled anyone who might approach. At that moment, a frail old man wandered into the vicinity. Upon noticing Long Aotian, he halted, observing him intently. My goodness, a body of extraordinary fortune. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. The old man exclaimed, his mouth watering at the prospect. A strong urge to consume the young man surged within him. Yet, aware of the significance of such a fortuitous body, the old man refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he fetched a basin of cold water and doused Long Aotian with it. Startled by the sudden chill enveloping him, Long Aotian jolted awake and immediately erupted in anger. Which wretched soul dares to throw cold water on me? His eyes, ablaze with fury, turned a vivid red. Young man, you are awake. The old man replied, disregarding Long Aotian's outburst, a gentle smile gracing his face. Instantly, Long Aotian found himself captivated by the old man's presence, sensing an undeniable strength within him. His heart raced with anticipation. Before Long Aotian could fully grasp the situation, the old man continued, Young man, I see remarkable potential in your bones. You would make an excellent disciple in martial arts. Why not become my apprentice, Shizhenxiang? This proposition left Long Aotian utterly bewildered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, Are you truly formidable? At this moment, Long Aotian was consumed by thoughts of vengeance, his gaze brimming with various shades of fury. I am an ancient cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Do you think I am weak? Shizhenxiang laughed heartily, showing utter disregard for the so-called rulers of the world, exuding an air of pride and defiance. Observing this, Long Aotian, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Disciple Long Aotian pays respects to master. His voice brimmed with excitement, and within his heart, he silently vowed, Young Fan, wait for me. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of the world, I shall make you kneel and lick my shoes, and not just any shoes, but those that touch the heavens. With Long Aotian's agreement, Shizhenxiang unhesitatingly took him away from their original location, soaring into the distance, her face aglow with exhilaration, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure of immeasurable worth. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, walking alongside Hong Qiao, couldn't help but yawn and then rubbed his nose, pondering. Which scoundrel is insulting me? Noticing Yang Fan's sullen expression, Hong Qiao, puzzled, immediately inquired, Master, what troubles you? Her tone was filled with concern, as she hoped for an explanation from Yang Fan. Nothing much, let us continue our journey, Yang Fan replied without much thought, then resumed their travels. After more than half a day, perhaps considering Hong Qiao's youth, he chose to rest under the shade of a tree instead of pushing onward. Hong Qiao, being exceptionally understanding, refrained from disturbing Yang Fan, sitting quietly beside him. At that moment, a strangely enigmatic figure captured Yang Fan's attention, causing his brow to furrow in apprehension. Despite his formidable strength, he sensed that if it were an ancient being, he might stand no chance against it. It is known that within the tome of the Supreme Venerable lies a myriad of ancient creatures, all concealed within the mundane world, emerging only during cataclysmic events. Now aware of the oddity, Yang Fan instinctively became cautious. Master, are you feeling unwell? Hong Qiao asked, her face a mask of confusion, eager to understand why Yang Fan had suddenly grown so serious. In response, Yang Fan, dismissing any further contemplation, replied, It's nothing. You rest well, I shall return shortly. Before Hong Qiao could react, Yang Fan set off alone to pursue the enigmatic figure, eager to uncover the nature of this being. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hong Qiao chose to remain in her place, patiently awaiting Yang Fan's return. In a brief moment, Yang Fan arrived at a location behind the figure, preparing to turn and gaze upon it. However, as he did so, his eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. He instinctively retreated several steps, his expression betraying a mix of fear and elation, his hands trembling slightly. Goodness gracious, I cannot believe I have encountered her. My fortune is beyond measure. Have I won the lottery? Gazing at the injured me before him, Yang Fan's eyes bulged with surprise, and an inexplicable joy surged within him, causing his limbs to tremble ever so slightly. Divine beast, my divine beast. Aha! Yang Fan rejoiced internally. His memories of the me were vivid from his past life. Having read the revered tome The Supreme Sovereign, despite its diminutive size, this injured creature possessed formidable strength, especially after manifesting 9 tails. Its power could indeed ravage the heavens and the earth. The sight made Yang Fan salivate, yearning to claim it as his own. Yet, he understood that subduing such an extraordinary divine beast would be no simple feat. It required utmost caution. Thus, he exhaled deeply and approached the 9-tailed creature step by step, his breathing slow and deliberate. As Yang Fan drew near, the nine tails instinctively recoiled a few steps, its eyes reflecting a hint of fear, apprehensive of being harmed. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm," Yang Fan assured with a gentle smile, his movements painstakingly careful to avoid startling the creature. It seemed as though the nine tails understood his words, halting its retreat and gazing intently at the young man before it, as if assessing him with earnest curiosity. Soon, Yang Fan inched closer to the nine tails and slowly extended his hand to stroke its head, his hand trembling with trepidation. Should the nine tails choose to lash out, he would be unprepared. However, for the sake of acquiring the divine beast, he felt compelled to take this risk. No matter the circumstances, Yang Fan was resolute. He would not relinquish this opportunity. To his surprise, the nine tails did not resist his touch. Instead, it accepted the caress willingly, its eyes blinking curiously. Thank goodness. There has been no violent reaction. Yang Fan pondered deeply, feeling a bead of cold sweat trickling down his back. At that moment, the nine tails seemed to have sensed something amiss. Before Yang Fan could react, it vanished from his sight in an instant, leaving him no opportunity to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss, his pupils widening in shock. Where has my nine tails gone? Where is my divine beast? After shouting, Yang Fan began to search frantically for the nine tails, his heart racing and his gaze filled with confusion. However, after searching for what felt like an eternity, he still could not find any trace of the elusive creature. A wave of despondency washed over him, as if he had lost millions. Ultimately, feeling defeated, Yang Fan returned to the side of Hong Xiao. He had believed that he would acquire the nine tails, but who could have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events? This sudden misfortune plunged Yang Fan into a state of despair, leaving him disheartened. "Master, what troubles you?" Hong Xiao inquired, gazing at Yang Fan's forlorn expression with curiosity. She wondered how her master, who had seemed so well moments ago, could have transformed into this state so abruptly. A myriad of questions swirled within her mind, urging her to seek answers. "I'm fine, just need a moment of solitude," Yang Fan replied weakly, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, his emotions felt akin to enduring a torturous trial, a struggle that was almost unbearable. Unfortunately, the nine tails had vanished, and no amount of effort could bring it back. Why? Oh heavens, did you allow me to glimpse the divine beast, yet deny me the chance to possess it? Are you toying with me? Yang Fan's heart cried out in anguish, his expression marred by sorrow. Subsequently, he found no desire to continue onward, longing instead for a quiet place to gather his thoughts. "Let us rest for the night, Xiao. We shall set forth again tomorrow," he said softly to Hong Xiao. Upon hearing his words, she readily acquiesced, obediently taking a seat beside him in silent companionship. Understanding her master's troubled spirit, she refrained from idle chatter, fearful that she might inadvertently provoke his distress. As night fell, Yang Fan sat by the tree, gazing quietly at the enchanting night sky. Gradually, his mood lightened, alleviating the heaviness that had burdened him. After all, it was merely a divine beast. Surely, he would have his chance to possess it in the future. With this thought, Yang Fan's spirits began to lift, dispelling the earlier gloom. Just then, three figures suddenly emerged from a mysterious thicket, bounding forth unexpectedly. This immediately rendered Yang Fan cautious. He quickly began to observe who had come to see him. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. "Goodness, Nine Tails, you actually brought your entire family to find me." With wide eyes, Yang Fan exclaimed in utter astonishment. His heart raced violently, as if the dawn of a new era was about to unfold before him. "Meow, meow, meow." The three Nine Tails gazed at Yang Fan, emitting a series of delightful sounds. Without hesitation, they rushed towards him, rubbing their heads against him in a display of affection, as if seeking his approval. In that moment, Yang Fan felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Saliva involuntarily dribbled from the corner of his mouth. "Oh my goodness, ha! I have invincible divine beasts now, ha!" Regaining his composure, Yang Fan promptly embraced the three Nine Tails, eagerly forging a pact with them without a hint of hesitation. He soon realized that these three Nine Tails were merely in their juvenile stage, which explained their approach to him. Once the pact was established, Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, wearing a captivating smile on his face. "From now on, you shall be named Little White, Little Black, and Little Purple." After bestowing names upon the three Nine Tails, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming urge to dance with joy. The three little creatures showed no sign of reluctance, nodding in agreement before promptly leaping into Yang Fan's storage pouch to rest. Seeing this, Yang Fan thought nothing of it, consumed by his happiness. After all, these three Nine Tails were divine beasts. How could he not feel exhilarated? Subsequently, with a heart full of joy, Yang Fan gradually drifted into slumber, his face radiating bliss as if he had just won a lottery worth millions. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Upon awakening, Yang Fan was confronted with a significant predicament that left him at a loss for words. His heart was laden with a bittersweet sensation. He noticed the three little ones gazing at him with eager eyes, intermittently letting out their meowing sounds and extending their paws as if to beg for food. Without giving it much thought, Yang Fan prepared to retrieve some spirit stones from his storage pouch to feed them. However, when he probed into the pouch, he was met with utter shock. His mouth fell open in disbelief, as if it could accommodate a large egg. For he discovered that every last spirit stone had been devoured by the little ones, leaving not a single crumb behind. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, nearly causing him to faint. Master, these three little ones are absolutely adorable. At that moment, Hong Xiao Xiao awoke from her slumber, joyfully calling out upon discovering Xiaobai and the others. Without hesitation, she reached out and embraced them, her eyes brimming with affection. However, Yang Fan was engulfed in anguish, for all his possessions had been devoured by Xiaobai and the others. Even the Zhanxian sword had mysteriously developed a small bite. Raising divine beasts was no simple task, Yang Fan mused after a while. Now, once again, Xiaobai and the others were demanding food, leaving Yang Fan at a loss for spirit stones to provide them. His spirits plummeted, and he found himself uncertain of how to address this predicament. Had he known that raising divine beasts would be so challenging, Yang Fan believed he would have settled for just one, certainly not three. After a brief moment, Yang Fan regained his composure and turned to express his thoughts to Xiaobai and the others, suggesting they seek spirit stones on their own. However, when he beheld Hong Xiao Xiao feeding them large chunks of high-grade spirit stones, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, it turns out you are quite the affluent heiress. Once he collected himself, Yang Fan cautiously inquired, Xiao Xiao, where did you acquire these spirit stones? His voice was imbued with confusion. If possible, Yang Fan hoped Hong Xiao Xiao would provide some clarification. Without hesitation, Hong Xiao Xiao responded, these were left to me by my father. I have plenty more, master. Before Yang Fan could process her words, she produced hundreds of small storage bags from a large one, each filled with an abundance of spirit stones. If stacked together, they would form a veritable mountain of spirit stones. My goodness, who could explain why Hong Xiao Xiao is so wealthy? Yang Fan was utterly astounded, at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment, feeling as though his heart had been deeply wounded. Yet, as a master, how could Yang Fan possibly request his disciples' spirit stones? After calming himself, Yang Fan spoke, Ahem, Xiao Xiao, it is unsafe for you to keep so many spirit stones. Allow me to safeguard them for you. Before Hong Xiao Xiao could react, all the spirit stones, large and small, had been swiftly gathered into Yang Fan's hands, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and the others silently grumbled, seriously, our master is rather shameless. He? Fortunately, they had nearly finished eating, so they nestled into Yang Fan's arms and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Master, why did you take all my spirit stones? Red Xiao Xiao, feeling dejected, inquired with a forlorn gaze directed at Yang Fan, longing for him to return the spirit stones. However, Yang Fan chose to disregard her pitiful expression, humming a little tune as he walked ahead. Humph, you think I would return the spirit stones to you? No way. Faced with this, Red Xiao Xiao, in a state of resignation, followed closely in Yang Fan's footsteps, her mood exceedingly dismal, akin to the feeling of having her lollipop snatched away by him. I do this for your own good, Xiao Xiao, please do not be upset. Observing her distress, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, his tone imbued with affection, as if his previous actions were entirely for her benefit. Upon hearing this, Red Xiao Xiao was left speechless, yearning to voice her dissent, yet ultimately refraining from doing so. At this moment, she possessed a profound understanding of Yang Fan's character. Once something found its way into his possession, reclaiming it was an impossibility, unless pigs could fly. Just as Yang Fan was about to continue his admonitions, the sound of approaching horse-drawn carriages abruptly interrupted his thoughts. He swiftly closed his mouth and, taking Red Xiao Xiao with him, concealed themselves within a thicket. Do not speak, he commanded, his gaze intent on the direction of the approaching figures, eager to discern their identity. Upon closer inspection, Yang Fan was taken aback. Two horse-drawn carriages traversed the steep mountainside. Particularly striking was the first carriage, which bore a woman of exquisite beauty, causing Yang Fan's eyes to widen in astonishment. It took him a moment to recover from his shock. Gazing incredulously at the scene before him, Gradually, a sly smile crept upon his lips. This sight was all too familiar to him. In his previous life, he had perused numerous fantasy novels and was well aware that this was a typical trope for protagonists to flaunt their prowess. The scene reminded him of the book The Supreme Being, which brought him unrestrained joy, twisting his expression into something rather peculiar. Why does Master look so strange? Red Xiao Xiao, observing Yang Fan's demeanor, pondered in confusion, unable to comprehend the transformation in him. Yang Fan continued his thoughts, with the protagonist out of the way. It's my turn now. Long Ao Tian, I shall not hold back. After adjusting his attire, he rose to his feet, accompanied by Red Xiao Xiao, and approached the caravan step by step. An aura of confidence emanated from him, ready to either remain dormant or unleash a cataclysmic force. This is the essence of Yang Fan. Although Hong Xiao Xiao could not comprehend why Yang Fan chose to act in such a manner, she ultimately complied. After all, prior to becoming Yang Fan's disciple, the esteemed Hong Zhendao Round had repeatedly cautioned Hong Xiao Xiao to heed Yang Fan's words and to never provoke him. Thus, she found herself quite helpless in the situation. After walking for several minutes, Yang Fan brought Hong Xiao Xiao before the convoy, obstructing their path. Upon noticing the alluring and powerful aura emanating from Yang Fan, the beautiful woman in the carriage furrowed her brow slightly, pondering silently, who is this formidable figure? Why do I not recognize him? Nevertheless, the woman remained exceedingly courteous, refraining from instructing her subordinates to take action against him. Instead, she commanded the carriage to halt and gracefully descended, approaching Yang Fan with soft steps. As she drew nearer, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Though this woman did not possess the ethereal beauty of Lin Zixia, she exuded a unique charm of her own, showcasing a style entirely distinct from that of the other. Greetings, I am Lu Qianqian. May I inquire, esteemed sir, what brings you to obstruct my path? Lu Qianqian inquired with a gentle smile, her light purple eyes fixed intently upon Yang Fan, eager to discern the purpose of his interruption. In response, Yang Fan did not hesitate and spoke earnestly. Ahem, I find myself lost and have come to inquire about my whereabouts. His tone was laced with trepidation, resembling that of one burdened by a guilty conscience. Lu Qianqian, without further contemplation, replied, Ah, I see. You are currently in the solitary forest. Upon hearing the name solitary forest, Yang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Qianqian. He was acutely aware of the significance of this location. In the book Supreme Venerable, it was the very place where the protagonist encounters an extraordinary companion. At this moment, a surge of delight coursed through Yang Fan, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. It is worth noting that this attendant played an immensely significant role in assisting the protagonist. Otherwise, Yang Fan would not have felt such exhilaration. For a brief moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After a while, as he gradually regained his composure, he inquired, Lu Qianqian, is there an unconscious person lying in your vehicle? At this juncture, Yang Fan was too preoccupied to consider much else, and his tone became exceedingly tense as he yearned to clarify the situation. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how Yang Fan could possibly know such details. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it for long and replied, Yes. But how did you come to know this? I only brought them into the vehicle this morning. Lu Qianqian gazed at Yang Fan with a look of confusion, hoping he would provide her with an explanation. In this manner, Lu Qianqian would be able to discern the events that had transpired here, alleviating her confusion. I suppose. Yang Fan awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that his previous statement had been rather abrupt, leaving him utterly unprepared. Fortunately, Lu Qianqian did not dwell on it. Otherwise, Yang Fan would have found himself at a loss for how to respond. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Qianqian, without further contemplation, continued to inquire, Then, my lord, what prompts your question? Are you perhaps an enemy of this person, intent on slaying him? As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense, and even the surrounding guards began to draw their weapons, preparing for a confrontation with Yang Fan. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. How could they treat him in such a manner for merely inquiring? He mused, Beware, for I might draw a circle and curse you. Yet, Yang Fan remained unfazed. He understood that with but a mere finger, he could vanquish those before him. Thus, he took a deep breath and spoke. No, Miss Lu, you are overthinking this. Do you truly believe you would stand a chance against me if I were to engage? Besides, if I intended to strike, I would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Each word resonated in Lu Qianqian's heart, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She realized her previous remarks had been rather presumptuous, given the disparity in their statuses. After all, how could a mere mortal contend with an immortal cultivator? Regaining her composure, Lu Qianqian trembled slightly as she said, "I apologize. Young master, my earlier comments were thoughtless." With that, she made a bold decision, bowing deeply to Yang Fan, disregarding her own dignity as a young lady. After all, in Yang Fan's eyes, she was as insignificant as an ant. Observing this, Yang Fan offered a faint smile, not holding her actions against her. After a brief pause, he said, "It's quite all right. I did not take your words to heart. Would you be so kind as to escort me and my apprentice a short distance out of this desolate forest?" A subtle, enchanting smile graced his face, causing Lu Qianqian's complexion to deepen in hue, making her irresistibly alluring. Her heart raced inexplicably as she felt an unfamiliar sensation towards Yang Fan, one that was difficult to articulate. Moments later, Lu Qianqian replied, "Yes, of course." The sound was as minuscule as the buzzing of a mosquito. Upon seeing Lu Qianqian's agreement, Yang Fan wasted no time and directly leaped onto the carriage with Hong Qiao Qiao, patiently awaiting its departure, as if it were a carriage belonging to him. Lu Qianqian was taken aback by Yang Fan's unexpected audacity. However, she quickly dismissed her surprise and gracefully took a seat beside him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, daring not to meet his gaze. In no time, Lu Qianqian commanded the carriage to set off. Thus, Yang Fan effortlessly blended into the procession of carriages. Yet, he found himself pondering how to persuade this attendant to accompany him, a dilemma that weighed heavily on his mind. He was well aware of the attendant's temperament. In the book The Supreme Venerable, the protagonist had endured countless trials to win over this very attendant, illustrating just how obstinate this secondary male character was. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan devised a calm strategy, confident that in just a few exchanges, he would be able to win the attendant over, which brought a radiant smile to his face. Observing Yang Fan's smug expression, Hong Qiao Qiao felt perplexed and directly inquired, "Master, what is it with you? Why are you grinning like a fool?" At her words, Lu Qianqian promptly turned to gaze at the grinning Yang Fan. Feeling utterly bewildered and eager to understand the source of his joy, her pristine brows knitting into a straight line. At this moment, Yang Fan's serious demeanor was swiftly restored, his heart brimming with embarrassment. He had never anticipated such a question from Hong Qiao Qiao at this juncture, which instantly shattered his previously delightful mood. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to give Hong Qiao Qiao a good thrashing. However, he ultimately suppressed his irritation. "It's nothing," he explained. "I merely recalled a joyful memory that made me smile unintentionally." Once he regained his composure, Yang Fan began to speak slowly. Yet, Hong Qiao Qiao was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. She continued to press him. "What was it that made you so happy, master?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for him to divulge his thoughts. Immediately, Yang Fan's expression darkened further, and he exhaled sharply through his nose. Were it not for the need to uphold his image in front of Lu Qianqian, he might have lifted Hong Qiao Qiao and given her a good whack on her behind. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan forced down his rising anger and said, "Ahem, why should a child concern herself with such matters? Go play elsewhere." He shot Hong Qiao Qiao a few stern glances. Upon witnessing the fury in Yang Fan's eyes, Hong Qiao Qiao felt a twinge of fear, realizing he was genuinely upset. She promptly sealed her lips, wary of provoking him further. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian observed this amusing exchange and struggled to suppress a laugh. Such scenes were a rarity, especially for someone of her noble upbringing. The atmosphere lightened, shedding the earlier heaviness. "Young master, you look quite adorable when you're angry," Lu Qianqian blurted out, only to cover her mouth immediately, stunned by her own audacity. Her face flushed crimson, and she bowed her head, too embarrassed to meet Yang Fan's gaze. Yang Fan, taken aback by Lu Qianqian's candid remark, was surprised that such a refined young lady would speak so boldly. However, he found himself somewhat pleased by her words, charmed by her allure. "Oh, I apologize, young master. I misspoke," Lu Qianqian stammered, her heart racing in a flurry of anxiety. "Haha, it's quite all right. I don't mind at all," Yang Fan replied with hearty laughter, entirely devoid of the aloofness typical of a cultivator, resembling more a friendly older brother from next door. In that moment, Lu Qianqian's heart began to race with heightened fervor. She found herself at a loss on how to confront Yang Fan. Her fingers fidgeted incessantly, betraying her palpable tension. After all, Yang Fan was quite handsome. And coupled with his identity as a cultivator, it was impossible for Lu Qianqian to remain unaffected. Being an ordinary person herself, She was overwhelmed with delight at Yang Fan's earnest declarations. Yet, just as Lu Qianqian was engulfed in her anxiety, Yang Fan inquired, "By the way, Lu Qianqian, do you know the name of the person lying unconscious in that carriage behind us?" His tone was laced with curiosity, and his gaze was fixed intently upon her, leaving Lu Qianqian utterly bewildered and unsure of how to respond. If it were possible, she wished to evade Yang Fan entirely at that moment. In such a manner, her heart would not be so tumultuous. However, Lu Qianqian was acutely aware that by taking such an approach, she would inevitably offend Yang Fan. At that point, if any unfortunate events were to transpire, she would be utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed. Consequently, Lu Qianqian took a deep breath, striving to gradually calm the tempest within her. After a brief moment, she mustered the courage to respond. "Young master, the injured and unconscious individual is named Lu Feng. Beyond that, he has not divulged any details to me. All I know is his name." Her voice was scarcely louder than a whisper, trembling with trepidation as she addressed Yang Fan. This was her first encounter with such a situation, and her anxiety was immeasurable. If it were possible, Lu Qianqian would have dearly wished to dig a pit and bury herself within it. In this manner, one need not feel such embarrassment. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, Yang Fan suddenly experienced an epiphany. A subtle smile graced his lips, as though he had conceived a clever idea. Inwardly, he mused, "Lu Feng, I wonder how you will elude my grasp this time. I shall surely ensnare you." Just then, Lu Qianqian, perplexed, inquired, "By the way, why do you ask this?" Her eyes sparkled with confusion. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a casual inquiry," Yang Fan replied, and without further elaboration, he reclined, fixing his gaze upon the heavens, exuding a remarkable composure. In truth, Yang Fan had already begun to strategize on how to recruit Lu Feng as a subordinate. Such an alliance would undoubtedly bolster his strength in facing the myriad dangers ahead, alleviating the solitude that accompanied perilous encounters. "I recall that Lu Feng seems to be a twin. I must seize the opportunity to test this theory," Yang Fan silently contemplated. Soon after, he dismissed further thoughts and succumbed to slumber, akin to a resting horse. Witnessing this, Lu Qianqian was left speechless. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent, leaving her at a loss for words regarding Yang Fan's behavior. After a while, Hong Qiao, feeling bored and curious, directed her gaze towards Lu Qianqian and inquired, "Sister, do you have feelings for my master?" Her voice was imbued with a childlike innocence. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Hong Qiao. "Do you think me some sort of sow, falling for every man I meet?" she retorted, her tone laced with discontent, desperately wanting to pinch Hong Qiao's cheek to silence her. If Yang Fan were to overhear, Lu Qianqian could scarcely fathom how she would confront him. After all, she was a rather conservative woman, unable to digest such blatant remarks. Her heart raced with anxiety. "My grandfather says that when a woman likes a man, her face will blush crimson. Just now, when you spoke with my master, it was precisely that way," Hong Qiao asserted, her fingers gesturing as if presenting an undeniable truth. In an instant, Lu Qianqian felt as though her worldview had shattered. She inwardly cried out, "Who can enlighten me? What is transpiring here? Why does my flushed complexion signify affection?" After a brief moment, Lu Qianqian sought to alleviate her melancholic mood and slowly spoke. "What your grandfather says is nothing but deceit, little one. You must not heed his words." Her gaze was imbued with unwavering determination. Preposterous. I could never harbor feelings for Yang Fan, unless the heavens were to unleash a deluge. Yet, before Hong Qiao could respond, inexplicably, droplets began to fall from the sky, landing upon the earth below. Instantly, Lu Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. Why on earth is it suddenly raining? Gazing at the descending raindrops, Hong Qiao muttered to herself, her tone laden with confusion. At that moment, Lu Qianqian was on the verge of uttering a curse. The notion that her thoughts could manifest into reality left her feeling despondent. Unable to reconcile with the unexpected turn of events, she reluctantly accepted the rain's presence. Ultimately, she resolved to wait for the downpour to cease before continuing her journey. Finding refuge beneath a tree's shade, she settled down to rest, quietly biding her time for the rain to subside. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the carriage come to a halt, Yang Fan, filled with curiosity, inquired of Lu Qianqian, "Why have we stopped?" His eyes were filled with perplexity, utterly baffled by the sudden cessation of their journey. In response, Lu Qianqian replied with a hint of resignation, "It is raining. We shall resume our journey once the rain has passed." At that moment, she felt no desire to engage in further conversation with Yang Fan. fearing that she might unwittingly develop feelings for him. The thought of such affection, coupled with the potential for rejection, left her feeling utterly unprepared for the emotional turmoil. "Oh, I see. That is acceptable." Yang Fan, not dwelling on it further, promptly rose and made his way toward Lu Feng's carriage, eager to ascertain whether Lu Feng had regained consciousness. After all, Yang Fan harbored aspirations of taking him under his wing as a loyal subordinate. With a formidable ally like him, how could Yang Fan not be moved? Observing Yang Fan's handsome and dashing silhouette, Lu Qianqian felt her heart race uncontrollably, akin to the fluttering of love at first sight. However, the disparity in their statuses compelled her to conceal her affection deep within her heart, lest she reveal it and face the uncertainties of what might unfold next. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived beside Lu Feng's carriage and directly lifted the curtain to peer inside. He discovered Lu Feng still enveloped in slumber, prompting Yang Fan to refrain from disturbing him. Instead, he chose to step away from the carriage and settle down nearby to rest, contemplating his next destination. It is worth noting that Yang Fan's decision to delay his return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion was entirely motivated by his desire to seize all the opportunities that Long Aotian was about to acquire. Otherwise, why would Yang Fan be idly wandering around? His thoughts meandered back to the book's supreme master, reflecting on the fortunes that Long Aotian was destined to grasp, gradually clarifying his own strategy. After a period of contemplation, an idea illuminated his mind, and a sly smile crept onto his face. He Long Aotian. It's no wonder I have to act this way. After all, the path you tread is not the same as mine, Yang Fan chuckled to himself, having meticulously mapped out his forthcoming actions. Just then, a commotion emanated from within Lu Feng's carriage. At that moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Feng had awakened. He promptly adjusted his attire and proceeded step by step towards the carriage, having already prepared his words to invite Lu Feng into his retinue. Soon, Yang Fan arrived at the carriage. Before he could draw back the curtain, Lu Feng had already opened it first. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, so palpable that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Who are you?" Lu Feng inquired darkly, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and a hint of menace. He held no belief that Yang Fan was a benevolent figure. In Lu Feng's mind, Yang Fan could only be a rival or a bandit intent on robbing him. Especially with Yang Fan's strikingly handsome visage, Lu Feng felt an inexplicable annoyance wash over him. In response, Yang Fan remained unfazed by Lu Feng's words and slowly spoke. "You are Lu Feng, are you not? Come with me and become my subordinate, and I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence." His eyes radiated determination, and a subtle smile graced his lips, as if he was certain of his success in winning over Lu Feng, with no room for failure. Upon hearing Yang Fan's declaration, Lu Feng nearly burst into laughter. His eyes filled with disdain as he looked down upon Yang Fan. Although Lu Feng could discern from Yang Fan's demeanor that he was a cultivator, he was also renowned in the Lu family for his own genius and would never submit to anyone. Thus, Lu Feng scoffed. "Oh, how amusing. You think you can recruit me as your little brother? What gives you such confidence? Do you believe I could simply slap you to the ground and make you kneel before me?" Instantly, Yang Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his forehead lined with tension. Truthfully, faced with such ridicule, he felt an overwhelming urge to demonstrate his strength to Lu Feng. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from resorting to violence, choosing instead to suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, "You will agree in time. Focus on your recovery." Acknowledging that force would not yield results, Yang Fan decided to adopt a patient approach. Without further ado, he turned and departed, leaving Lu Feng with only his retreating figure. Watching Yang Fan's back, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at his mind, though he could not recall where he had seen Yang Fan before. Of course, Lu Feng dismissed Yang Fan's words entirely, regarding him merely as a foolish jester, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of his finger. This exemplified Lu Feng's arrogance. Upon returning to Lu Qianqian's carriage, Yang Fan simply reclined, utterly disregarding Lu Qianqian, as if she were non-existent within the confines of the carriage. This left Lu Qianqian utterly speechless. Contemplating who she had offended to deserve such shameless treatment, her heart ached with discomfort. After a brief moment, she could no longer endure the situation. Taking a deep breath, she boldly addressed Yang Fan. "Could you possibly be more mindful of your image? Can you not see there is an outsider beside you?" Lu Qianqian had not intended to voice such words, but Yang Fan's actions were intolerable, pushing her to the brink. Otherwise, she would not have felt compelled to express herself in such a manner. "Apologies, it's just a habit, ha." Young Fan, upon reflection, recognized his impropriety and slightly reined in his demeanor, yet he remained largely unchanged, still exuding a carefree attitude. This left Lu Qianqian at a loss for words. If given the chance, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a playful punch to Young Fan. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Lu Qianqian exited the carriage, yearning to step outside and soothe her simmering frustrations with a glimpse of the landscape. After all, she felt incredibly constrained in that moment. Nearby, Hong Qiao had been roused from her slumber by the commotion between Yang Fan and Lu Qianqian. Stifling a yawn, she too stepped out of the carriage, leaving Yang Fan alone inside. Once outside, Hong Qiao inhaled deeply, reveling in the beauty of the world around her, her expression transforming into one of joy. She then made her way over to Lu Qianqian's side. In this caravan, apart from Lu Qianqian, the only other occupants were men, so if Hong Qiao sought companionship, who else could she turn to but Lu Qianqian? After a moment, she reached Lu Qianqian and cheerfully inquired, "Big sister, what are you thinking about?" Her eyes sparkled adorably. "I'm not thinking about anything," Lu Qianqian replied with an expressionless face, her tone laced with displeasure. Despite having been in good spirits initially, Yang Fan's antics had soured her mood. Not resorting to violence was already quite commendable. Observing this, Hong Qiao felt perplexed and hoped Lu Qianqian would share her thoughts. However, sensing Lu Qianqian's discomfort, she chose to refrain from probing further and sat quietly beside her, not dwelling on other matters. At that moment, 3 bandits descending from the mountain caught sight of Lu Qianqian's beauty, instantly captivated. Their mouths watered slightly, and their expressions turned slack-jawed. "Brothers, this woman is extraordinarily beautiful." The second brother swallowed hard, his desires ignited by the sight of Lu Qianqian. If given the chance, the bandits would have rushed forward to seize her and take her home, reveling in their conquest. The eldest brother shared the same sentiment, but was slightly more cautious, wary of the possibility that she might be a formidable cultivator. Encountering a powerful adversary would certainly complicate matters. To ease his anxiety, the eldest brother addressed the third brother. "You, a foundation-building expert, ascertain whether there are any strong cultivators present." His voice was tinged with urgency, his heart ablaze with anticipation. Upon hearing his words, the third brother wasted no time and began his investigation. Truth be told, he too harbored a certain attraction towards Lu Qianqian, which motivated his decisive actions. After several minutes of careful scrutiny, the third brother concluded that there were no cultivators present. Save for 2 individuals he could not discern, the injured Lu Feng and, of course, the most handsome of them all, Yang Fan, who was currently asleep. Perhaps overwhelmed by desire, the third brother quickly reported, "There are no cultivators here, only mortals." "Eldest brother, let us proceed." "Excellent." With that, the eldest brother, disregarding any further hesitation, charged forward with the second and third brothers, their strides quickened by the fear of missing their opportunity should Lu Qianqian depart. After a brief 10 minutes, the trio of bandits arrived beside the carriage, gazing hungrily at Lu Qianqian, their intentions palpable. Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao sensed the scrutiny and turned to look. However, their turn startled Lu Qianqian, causing her to instinctively step back, her eyes wide with fear. Utterly unsure of how to respond, the coachmen atop the carriage were mere mortals, no match for the bandits. At this moment, Lu Qianqian found herself at a loss, uncertain of how to navigate the situation unfolding before her. "Beautiful maiden, I am coming." The leader exhibited a lecherous gleam in his eyes as he approached Lu Qianqian step by step. An unknown part of him rose with a palpable eagerness. The coachmen, gripped by fear, fled in panic, abandoning all else. In their hearts, the preservation of their lives was the sole reality that mattered. All other thoughts were too perilous to entertain. Before long, only Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao remained on the scene, not by choice, but because they were ensnared by the 3 bandits encircling them. There was no avenue for escape. Their hearts gradually transformed from mere panic to sheer terror. "Sister, what shall we do now?" Hong Qiao trembled, clutching Lu Qianqian's delicate hand, seeking refuge behind her, unable to confront the bandits directly. As the saying goes, fear is indeed contagious. At this moment, Lu Qianqian became increasingly fearful, her lips rendered speechless, and despair clouded her mind. She was utterly at a loss on how to confront the 3 bandits. Soon, the trio approached Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao, halting just a few steps away. Their faces were etched with a glimmer of desire as they gazed upon the 2 beauties. "Why are you so frightened, dear ladies? We are benevolent souls and would never harm you." the leader remarked with a lecherous glint in his eyes, his tone dripping with condescension. The mere mention of it stirred an overwhelming urge within Lu Qianqian to weep openly. Her eyes brimmed with tears, as though they were moments away from spilling over. You speak nonsense. It is evident you are not a virtuous person, Hong Qiao boldly exclaimed, her teeth gritting in indignation, betraying her profound anger. She harbored a deep-seated aversion for such malevolence, which fueled her desire to enhance her strength, her purpose being to eradicate the world's great evils. Young lady, do not refuse my goodwill, for I assert I am a good person. What of it? The bandit leader, seemingly losing his patience, growled in a low tone, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Were it not for the need to compel Hong Qiao and Lu Qianqian to submit to him, the brigand leader would have unleashed his wrath without hesitation, whisking them away by force. You, a good person? I wouldn't believe it if I tried. Do you dare to provoke my master? I shall summon him to teach you a lesson. Hong Qiao, disregarding her surroundings, shouted defiantly. She was somewhat aware of Yang Fan's prowess and, emboldened, stood her ground against the brigands. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, who had been resting, and Lu Feng, who was also taking a breather, furrowed their brows at the sound of Hong Qiao's outcry, pondering what could be amiss. Without further ado, they emerged from their respective carriages. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both felt an immediate surge of discontent, particularly Lu Feng, whose eyes blazed with fury. After all, Lu Qianqian had rescued him from the roadside, an act of kindness he felt ill-equipped to repay. Now, an opportunity had finally presented itself. Filling Lu Feng with anticipation, at last, I can repay this kindness. With that thought in mind, Lu Feng prepared to take action against the bandits. However, he was a moment too late. Yang Fan struck first, unleashing a colossal palm that crashed down upon the leader, reducing him to a mere pulp. Faced with such brutality, Hong Qiao and Lu Qianqian instinctively shut their eyes in fear. Lu Qianqian, too, was engulfed in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer might Yang Fan possessed. Who dared to threaten my disciple just now? She pondered in disbelief. After retracting his enormous hand, Yang Fan strolled towards Lu Qianqian and Hong Qiao, yawning casually, his gaze completely disregarding the two bandits, as if they were utterly beneath his notice. Woo, Master, you've arrived. If you had come even a moment later, Qiao wouldn't have known what to do. Upon seeing him, Hong Qiao rushed to Yang Fan's side, her voice thick with tears, sobbing as if she had endured immense suffering. Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Fully aware that Hong Qiao was exaggerating the situation, and his heart brimmed with helplessness, he sighed inwardly and gently reassured her, "It's all right, Qiao, do not fear. Your master is here." Turning to Lu Qianqian, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you unhurt?" A faint smile graced his lips, exuding a sense of safety. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, tears spilling from her eyes uncontrollably, striking at the fragile core of her being. Yang Fan was left speechless, unsure of how to console her. Why do women cry so easily? Are they truly made of water? He lamented inwardly, feeling quite perplexed. Meanwhile, the two bandits, sensing Yang Fan's lack of reaction, contemplated a discreet retreat, terrified by the recent events. They recognized they were no match for him, and understood that lingering could lead to their demise. If not now, then when? However, they had severely underestimated Yang Fan's prowess. In an instant, as they moved, he captured them effortlessly, his mere glance transforming them into mere clouds of blood, their demise tragically gruesome and the scene exceedingly bloody. Lu Feng, witnessing this, was infuriated, stamping his feet in frustration. If he could, he would have relished the chance to vent his anger on Yang Fan. Yet, having observed Yang Fan's formidable abilities, he knew he was no match and chose to endure the indignation instead. Exhausted, he slowly made his way toward the carriage. This action was precisely captured by Yang Fan. However, he refrained from uttering much, a sly smile gracing his lips. Inwardly, he mused, Lu Feng, can you still elude my grasp now? Without further contemplation, Yang Fan continued to console Hong Qiao. All right, Qiao, the villain has been vanquished, so you need not fear anymore. Upon speaking, he affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone imbued with tenderness. I saw it. The wicked one who bullied Qiao has been dealt with by Master. Thank you, Master. With that, Master, I shall take my leave. You comfort the big sister. As soon as the words left her lips, Hong Qiao ceased to interrupt Yang Fan's pursuit of romance and turned to depart. In truth, she still harbored considerable fear. Yet, She understood that Lu Qianqian seemed to be even more terrified than herself. After all, Hong Xiao had always been shielded by others throughout her life and had grown accustomed to such scenes. Conversely, it was Lu Qianqian's first encounter with such a situation, inevitably leaving her with psychological shadows. At this moment, Lu Qianqian is in dire need of solace from others. This elucidates the reason why Hong Xiao refrains from interruption. Otherwise, she would not have departed so swiftly. She would surely have lingered longer. Watching Hong Xiao's retreating figure, Yang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. My disciple is indeed perceptive, refraining from disturbing my pursuits in romance and providing solace to others. He mused inwardly. Subsequently, Yang Fan chose not to dwell on these thoughts and sought to organize his mind. He turned to Hong Xiao and inquired, Lu Qianqian, "Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" His gaze was imbued with deep affection, reminiscent of a robust and formidable man. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yang Fan in disbelief. It seemed as though her heart was profoundly stirred, beating wildly in response. The tears that had been flowing ceased their descent. The echoes of Yang Fan's words resonated within her mind, and her emotions remained tumultuous for an extended period. Why has she fallen silent? Yang Fan felt a wave of frustration, struggling to comprehend the transformation of Lu Qianqian's feelings at that moment. If only he could delve into her heart to unravel the confusion that plagued him. "Thank you for your concern. I am fine." After a brief pause, Lu Qianqian managed to force a smile, though it appeared rather sorrowful. At that moment, she harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards Yang Fan, a feeling too profound to articulate. This feeling enveloped Lu Qianqian in a most extraordinary manner, instantly evoking a cascade of memories from her past. Once, she had lived in a state of despondency, neglected and treated as a mere tool by her family. Now, the presence of a man who genuinely cared for her rendered her thoughts momentarily blank. How delightful it was to experience the warmth of someone as concerned. Lu Qianqian mused inwardly. Wiping away her tears, she revealed a hint of a smile, resembling a crescent moon, and asked, "Could you accompany me for a chat?" Her voice was imbued with yearning, tinged with apprehension that Yang Fan might refuse her request. Upon hearing her, Yang Fan, without a second thought, readily agreed, saying, "Of course. I relish conversing with beautiful women." His expression bore a playful charm. Yet, Lu Qianqian found no offense in his demeanor. Rather, she was amused by his lightheartedness. Regaining her composure, Lu Qianqian led Yang Fan to a shaded area beneath a tree, eager to engage in a profound discussion about life. After all, this was her first experience of such emotional resonance, a moment imbued with a remarkable feeling. Soon, they settled beneath the tree's canopy, yet Lu Qianqian's face bore little smile, only a profound sorrow. "What would you like to talk about?" Yang Fan inquired with a gentle smile, his tone devoid of hesitation, as he had other matters to attend to later. "Thank you for saving me earlier. I truly don't know what I would have done without you." Lu Qianqian exhaled deeply, her smile reflecting an uplifted spirit. She felt a pang of guilt for having underestimated Yang Fan, realizing how unkindly she had treated him despite his readiness to assist her, which deeply moved her. "It's no trouble at all. It was my duty to help. Since you're guiding me to my destination, it's only fair that I contribute in some way." Yang Fan waved dismissively, appearing quite nonchalant about the matter. Truth be told, even if Lu Qianqian hadn't been with him, he would still have intervened in such a dire situation. He could not bear to witness such malevolence. In response, Lu Qianqian pondered further, "If your disciple weren't present, would you still have come to my aid?" Upon speaking, she felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over her, as if traversing a treacherous path fraught with peril. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze. "Of course, you are an exquisite beauty. Why would I not come to your rescue?" Upon the utterance of these words, Lu Qianqian's heart began to race violently, as if she had encountered some exhilarating event, incessantly agitating her heart and rendering her exceedingly tense. This left Lu Qianqian momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Yang Fan. A peculiar sensation once again surged within her heart. "By the way, why do you ask this question? Is there something on your mind?" Following this, Yang Fan, increasingly troubled by his thoughts, spoke up directly, his eyes reflecting a profound confusion. If possible, Yang Fan hoped Lu Qianqian would provide some clarity. At that moment, Lu Qianqian found herself utterly at a loss regarding how to respond to Yang Fan. Her heart raced incessantly, and an overwhelming desire to flee surged within her, compelling her to evade the question entirely. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Qianqian felt unable to take that decisive step forward. She remained seated, feeling utterly helpless. After a brief moment of emotional reprieve, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Stammering, "It's nothing really. I just suddenly felt compelled to ask that question." Without missing a beat, she continued, "I have a few matters to attend to, so I cannot stay with you any longer. I must take my leave." Before Yang Fan could fully process her words, Lu Qianqian swiftly departed, her steps light yet frantic. Nearly stumbling in her haste, her demeanor a picture of distress. In this scene, Yang Fan found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Lu Qianqian would exhibit such behavior. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind. However, Yang Fan had more pressing matters to attend to and chose not to dwell on this situation. Thus, he composed his thoughts and made his way towards Lu Feng's carriage, a radiant smile gracing his face. Moments later, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of Lu Feng's carriage. Clearing his throat twice, he knocked on the door. Hearing the knock, Lu Feng drew back the curtain and, upon seeing Yang Fan, his smile instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling and ominous aura. His stout hands began to tremble in fury, his anger palpable. "Come out and talk," Yang Fan called out, exuding a sense of pride, as though he were flaunting something before Lu Feng. "You little scoundrel! If it weren't for my injuries, I would surely smash your face to bits." Lu Feng spat furiously, his eyes ablaze with rage, his expression twisted with indignation. He longed to unleash his wrath on Yang Fan, who had stolen his glory. Just moments ago, Lu Feng had felt no obligation towards Lu Qianqian, but now, with Yang Fan's actions having disrupted his peace, how could he possibly feel anything but seething anger? Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Feng's tirade. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the source of Lu Feng's ire, which only served to sour his own mood. Initially, he had hoped for a cordial conversation. Yet now, inexplicably berated by Lu Feng, his spirits plummeted. With a displeased countenance, Yang Fan slowly inquired, "Lu Feng, do not be ungrateful. I extended my hand out of goodwill. Moreover, your sluggishness is not my fault. If you choose to scold me, do not blame me for being merciless." His tone was laden with dissatisfaction. Had it not been for certain considerations, Yang Fan would have already dealt Lu Feng a severe blow. How could he tolerate such insults? In truth, Lu Feng's vitriol towards Yang Fan was merely an outlet for his own frustrations. Anyone who had endured the slaughter of their entire family, leaving them utterly alone, would undoubtedly be in a foul mood. At this moment, Lu Feng became acutely aware of his own misjudgment. He exhaled deeply, attempting to soothe his troubled spirit and gradually suppress his anger, striving to avoid any impulsive actions. After a while, as Lu Feng began to regain his composure, he softly spoke, "I apologize for my previous tone. It was somewhat excessive. I hope you can overlook it. As a rare talent of the Lu family, having endured such immense setbacks, it is evident how difficult it is to gradually alleviate such turmoil." Upon hearing Lu Feng's apology, Yang Fan's mood began to improve, albeit still tinged with discomfort. After all, who emerges unscathed after being reprimanded? "Now, do share your purpose for seeking me?" Lu Feng inquired directly. Despite having offered an apology, Lu Feng maintained an air of innocence, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. Had it been anyone else, they would have long ceased to engage with Lu Feng. However, Yang Fan was well aware of the narrative surrounding the Supreme Being. Otherwise, he would not have pursued this matter with such tenacity. Subsequently, Yang Fan refrained from further pleasantries and plainly stated, "As you witnessed this morning, you have seen my capabilities. Now, what will your choice be?" With that, Yang Fan fixed his gaze intently on Lu Feng. Should Lu Feng refuse once more, Yang Fan might have no choice but to stifle the genius before it could flourish, unwilling to allow another adversary to emerge on his path. At this moment, Lu Feng was taken aback, not expecting Yang Fan to still be considering recruiting him as a subordinate. This thought stirred a sense of discomfort within Lu Feng. However, contemplating Yang Fan's formidable strength, he chose not to unleash his frustration, instead enduring it with great difficulty. His gaze, restless and unsettled, remained fixed on Yang Fan, at a loss for words. "I understand that this decision is rather challenging for you. Take your time to reflect, and whenever you come to a conclusion, feel free to seek me out," Yang Fan remarked before preparing to turn away, reluctant to engage in further conversation. After all, he had already conveyed everything necessary. The course of action that Lu Feng would ultimately decide upon was entirely up to him. Yet, just as Yang Fan was about to depart, a sudden exclamation from Lu Feng halted him in his tracks. "Wait." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan turned to face Lu Feng and inquired, "What is it? Do you have something more to say?" I can agree to your proposition, but first, you must assist me with a particular task. Once you help me accomplish this, I will wholeheartedly accept your offer without any reservations, Lu Feng responded after a brief moment of hesitation, as if he had made a momentous decision. Determination gleaming in his eyes. Oh, what is it? Do share, Yang Fan said, his expression one of confusion, yet internally, he was elated. Ultimately, Lu Feng could no longer resist, and had taken the bait. In this moment, Yang Fan found himself enveloped in a long-awaited anticipation. Help me wipe out the entire Wu family, leaving not a single survivor, and I shall agree to be your loyal subordinate. Upon uttering these words, Lu Feng's face was etched with an expression of profound fury. The haunting image of his own Lu family being annihilated by the Wu family echoed relentlessly in his mind. His clenched fist trembled slightly in response. Were it not for his lack of strength, Lu Feng might have already charged into the Wu residence to exact his vengeance, rather than lingering here to recuperate. Moreover, ever since he had witnessed Yang Fan's formidable prowess, the urge to act had taken root within him. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Lu Feng would not have treated Yang Fan so harshly before. At this moment, Yang Fan finally comprehended the reason behind Lu Feng's recent fury. Consequently, he spoke slowly. Very well, I shall take you tomorrow. For now, focus on your recovery. With that, Yang Fan refrained from disturbing Lu Feng any further and withdrew, leaving Lu Feng to rest alone within the carriage. After a brief interval, Lu Feng regained his composure, a surge of excitement welling up within him. The thought of the Wu family facing imminent annihilation invigorated his spirit. His expression twisted with fervor. Father, mother, I am about to avenge you, Lu Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. At this moment, for reasons unknown, Lu Feng had been anticipating this for far too long. It reignited the flames of hope within him. Departing from the carriage, Yang Fan sighed deeply, involuntarily gazing at the sky. Alas, it seems I must impart some wisdom to my younger brother, lest he be blinded by hatred. After this reflection, Yang Fan ceased his brooding. He reached into his storage bag and retrieved a talisman-like object, which he tore apart without a second thought. Regarding the Wu family, Yang Fan was aware from his previous life, having witnessed the Supreme Master, that the family's ancestor was no match for him. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, seeking assistance was the only option. I may not be able to defeat you, but I have powerful allies. I fear you not. Upon tearing the talisman, Yang Fan strode away towards the carriage, preparing to engage in a profound conversation about life with Lu Chanqian. He chose not to dwell on other matters, as they seemed trivial and unworthy of concern in his heart. Meanwhile, within the Blaze Sunsword sect, the Grand Elder felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Immediately snapping to attention, without hesitation, he began to investigate. However, upon doing so, he was taken aback, almost losing his balance and falling. Once he steadied his mind, he exhaled deeply. Upon further confirmation, he realized the protective talisman had indeed shattered. Without wasting a moment, the Grand Elder dashed out of the main hall, heading towards the Master's pavilion. In no time, he arrived at the pavilion, disregarding all formalities and bursting inside. Inside the Master's pavilion, upon seeing the Grand Elder's flustered demeanor, the sect leader furrowed his brow, displaying evident displeasure. Thus, he inquired, Grand Elder, you have served the Blaze Sunsword sect for years. Why do you appear so flustered? His tone carried a hint of anger, clearly displeased with the Grand Elder's recklessness. Master, a crisis has arisen. Our holy son is in trouble, the Grand Elder said in a state of panic, utterly at a loss. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was momentarily taken aback, his forehead beaded with sweat. He then asked, what has transpired? Tell me everything. It is imperative to understand that the Holy Sun is the heir to the next generation of the Radiant Sun Sword Pavilion, and any harm to him is utterly unacceptable. The sect master, upon learning this, became visibly enraged, the atmosphere around him thick with an unsettling tension. Observing this, the Grand Elder dared not linger and promptly recounted the recent events he had encountered, omitting no detail. After all, this matter holds immense significance. Any minor misstep could spell disaster for the Radiant Sun Sword Pavilion, leading to its inevitable downfall. Thus, the importance of the Holy Sun to the pavilion cannot be overstated. After elaborating for about 10 minutes, the Grand Elder found himself unable to meet the sect master's gaze, fearing that he might unjustly direct his wrath towards him. In this moment, the master was consumed by an overwhelming fury, his very breath transforming into a tumultuous storm akin to a volcanic eruption. Damn it. I had advised that Xiao Fan should bring more subordinates, and now look at the predicament we find ourselves in. truly infuriating. The Grand Elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, was commanded to dispatch the shadow guards immediately to Xiao Fan's side with the utmost urgency. We must ensure that no harm befalls him. If even a single hair on his head were to be harmed, I would hold you accountable. Recognizing that the situation was beyond alteration, the master issued his orders without hesitation, anxious that any delay might lead to unforeseen calamities befalling Yang Fan. Understood. With that declaration, the Grand Elder promptly bid farewell to the master, exiting the hall without a moment's delay, swiftly issuing commands. After his departure, the master rose, gazing deeply into the heavens. Murmuring to himself, Xiao Fan, you must not encounter any misfortune. Should anything happen to you, I would be at a loss in how to explain it to your grandfather. In a matter of moments, the master unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, causing the entire Liang sword sect to tremble, leaving no one within its walls at ease. Soon after, the Grand Elder had made the necessary arrangements, and the entire contingent of shadow guards soared out of the Liang sword sect, racing toward Yang Fan's location without a hint of hesitation. At that very moment, Yang Fan was blissfully engaged in a game of guessing words with Hong Qiao Qiao, thoroughly enjoying the playful competition. Wah! Master, you're cheating. I've lost 100 times in a row. Wah! Hong Qiao Qiao exclaimed, her spirit brimming with defiance. Haha! My dear disciple, what's 100 losses? Just think of it as washing my clothes for 100 days. Fear not, I have faith in you. You will surely win. Yang Fan laughed heartily, his face adorned with a radiant smile, as if he had feasted on the sweetest honey. At this moment, Hong Qiao Qiao became increasingly discontented. The mere thought of having to wash clothes for 100 days was utterly unacceptable to her. With that, she rose to her feet, snorted, and declared, "Umph. I shall ignore you, master. I am off to play with my elder sister." Before Yang Fan could react, Hong Qiao Qiao's figure vanished without a trace. Watching her depart, Yang Fan could only shake his head in resignation. However, just as he was about to tidy up, he sensed a familiar aura and immediately began to investigate. Upon this observation, Yang Fan could not help but chuckle helplessly. In his mind, he mused, "Ah, dear father, how extravagant of you to send the shadow guards directly. But I find it rather delightful." Following this, Yang Fan collected his thoughts and leisurely exited the carriage, making his way to a secluded spot where he came to a halt. The shadow guards, emerging from various concealed locations, promptly appeared before him, collectively kneeling and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Holy Sun. Please rise." Yang Fan responded with a slight smile. The shadow guards, relieved that no untoward incident had befallen Yang Fan, silently exhaled, feeling a wave of ease wash over them. Had anything unfortunate occurred to him, they would have been at a loss for what to do. After a moment, the leader of the shadow guards inquired, "Might I ask what matters the Holy Sun has summoned us for?" His voice was tinged with curiosity. Such a grand assembly was indeed a rare event within the Sunlit Sword Pavilion. "Indeed, you are witnessing something remarkable. It is but a simple task. I wish for you to eradicate the Wu family entirely, leaving not a single soul alive." Upon uttering these words, Yang Fan felt an unexpected pang of discomfort, a sense of remorse gnawing at him. After all, the Wu family had no enmity with him. Was he not descending to a level below that of beasts by acting thus? Instantly, a surge of indignation stirred within the shadow guards. They were the pinnacle of the Sunlit Sword Pavilion, a force even the sect leader dared not underestimate. How could they possibly accept being mobilized solely to extinguish the Wu family? "Holy Sun, do you truly mean this?" After a brief pause, the shadow guards spoke. Their tone laced with displeasure, their eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan. "Yes, I understand your discontent. However, I had not anticipated the sect leader would orchestrate such a grand display. This cannot be solely my fault," Yang Fan replied, his voice tinged with bitterness, his heart heavy with a sense of injustice. Yet, the situation had unfolded, and even if he wished to deny it, he must gradually come to terms with it. Observing the innocent expression on Yang Fan's face, the shadow guard's mood began to lift somewhat. At least they were no longer as despondent as before. Once their spirits had improved, one of the shadow guards addressed Yang Fan. "Understood, Holy Sun. We shall silence the Wu family. However, we implore you to refrain from jesting about such matters in the future." Just as the shadow guards prepared to depart, Yang Fan called out, "Wait. I have one more matter to discuss." Initially reluctant to voice his concerns, he ultimately succumbed to his conscience and chose to speak up. "What further instructions do you have?" "Holy Sun?" The leader of the shadow guards turned around in confusion, a myriad of perplexities swirling in his mind, tinged with a hint of impatience in his tone. Spare the elderly and defenseless women of the Wu family. Grant them a chance at survival, provided they harbor no thoughts of vengeance. After voicing his heartfelt plea, Yang Fan felt a deep sense of helplessness. However, he could not bear to witness the unfolding tragedy and had no choice but to act accordingly. Instantly, the shadow guards were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Yang Fan, silently pondering, "Is this truly the ruthless saint I once knew?" Nevertheless, the leader of the shadow guards dismissed such thoughts and promptly acquiesced to Yang Fan's request, departing without a moment's hesitation to execute the task. Observing the retreating figures of the shadow guards, Yang Fan let out a heavy sigh before returning to the carriage, settling into silence. Fully aware that this night would be one of sleeplessness. Gradually, the darkness enveloped the continent, casting a shroud over all. The shadow guards arrived at the gates of the Wu family, expressionless as they regarded the estate before them. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Wu family at this hour?" demanded a servant, fury evident in his voice. Yet, the shadow guards paid him no mind. The leader issued a direct command. "You have heard the saint's orders. Proceed with the slaughter." No sooner had the words left his lips than the shadow guards unleashed a merciless onslaught against the Wu family, horrific cries echoing from within the estate. Upon witnessing the chaos, the head of the Wu family shouted, "Quick, summon the ancestor." However, he had barely uttered the words when his head was severed by the leader of the shadow guards, who nonchalantly stowed it away. The entire Wu residence became saturated with the scent of blood, deterring nearby residents from approaching, leaving them to observe from a distance. In a matter of moments, only the frail and elderly remained, alongside an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at the leader of the shadow guards. Her fists clenched tightly. "What shall we do with this Wu Ji, leader?" The shadow guard presented the young woman before the leader, his expression unyielding, despite her pallid visage. The leader felt a flicker of emotion at the sight of her exquisite beauty, recalling Yang Fan's words. Thus, he slowly replied, "Leave her to the saint. Let him decide her fate." Just as the leader finished speaking, a figure abruptly appeared above the Wu family estate, seething with rage as they beheld the grim scene below. Their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Who dares to slaughter my Wu family?" Miao Se-jun exclaimed in a fit of rage. If glances could kill. The intensity of Miao Se-jun's gaze would have undoubtedly slain the shadow guard countless times. Upon hearing this, the leader of the shadow guard ceased to pay any heed to Wu Ji and soared upwards, confronting Miao Se-jun directly. His expression remained unchanged, exhibiting an air of remarkable calmness. As Miao Se-jun stared at the leader of the shadow guard, a flicker of recognition crossed her mind. As if she had encountered him before. Without delay, she began to probe deeper into the matter. However, the more she investigated, the more terrified she became, her legs trembling uncontrollably as she instinctively retreated several steps. "It is you. Why have you slaughtered the Wu family?" Miao Se-jun stammered, her finger trembling as it pointed at the leader of the shadow guard. "Because you have offended those whom you should not have," he replied, without a hint of hesitation, as he transformed his spiritual energy into a colossal sword and lunged towards Miao Se-jun. The astonishingly rapid speed was beyond the capabilities of Miao Se-jun to evade. In an instant, he was pierced through the body by a great sword, his eyes glazing over in shock, gradually succumbing to the loss of breath. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Miao Se-jun uttered, "What offense have I committed against you, Yin-yang?" Yet, before he could finish his words, he was struck down by the leader's sword, falling lifelessly to the ground. As he gazed upon the vanishing figure of Miao Se-jun, the leader exhibited no emotion. He merely cast a disdainful glance and proceeded to eliminate the remaining members of the Wu family, leaving behind only the severely injured and the exquisite maiden, Wu Ji. Shortly thereafter, the Wu family was declared annihilated. The leader of the Shadow Guardians took Wu Ji and several severed heads in the direction where Yang Fan resided. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at Yang Fan's carriage, unceremoniously dropping Wu Ji and the heads before departing with a parting remark. "I have taken care of the Wu family for you, Holy Son. I shall take my leave now. Remember, only call upon the Shadow Guardians in the face of mortal danger." Watching the leader's retreating figure, Yang Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him, followed by a resigned shake of his head. He was fully aware of the leader's formidable identity and strength. Yet this only deepened his confusion. Why would such a powerful individual choose to serve as a mere leader within the Lian Sword Pavilion? This perplexity lingered in Yang Fan's mind. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had read a book titled Supreme Sovereign, but the wretched author had ceased updates, leaving Yang Fan in the dark about subsequent developments in the narrative. Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time, trusting that the leader's mysteries would eventually be unveiled. With that thought, Yang Fan covered the beautiful Wu Ji with a blanket and exited the carriage, making his way towards Lu Feng's carriage, intending to hand over the severed heads of the Wu family for disposal. Moments later, Yang Fan arrived at Lu Feng's carriage and knocked on the door without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Lu Feng, still tinged with sleepiness, drew back the curtain to investigate. Upon realizing it was Yang Fan seeking him out, he was filled with bewilderment, eager to understand the reason for Yang Fan's visit at such a late hour. Consequently, Lu Feng gathered his thoughts and inquired directly, "Yang Fan, are you unwell? What brings you to disturb me at this hour?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan did not respond to Lu Feng, but instead directly cast the severed heads of the entire Wu family before him. His expression immediately turned grave. Staring at the gruesome sight, Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze rendered vacant in disbelief. He repeatedly rubbed his eyes, attempting to convince himself that he was not ensnared in a dream, but rather confronting a stark reality. Trembling, he stuttered, These are the heads of the Wu family." Lu Feng vividly recalled the visages of the Wu clan, thus recognizing them instantly, his heart brimming with astonishment. "Indeed, these are the heads of the Wu family. Take a good look." After uttering this, Yang Fan chose to disregard Lu Feng, allowing him to process the grim evidence before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan felt a twinge of compassion for the heads that bore no enmity towards him, and he displayed a profound reluctance to linger. Thus, he opted to avert his gaze from the grisly scene and depart, believing that such an action would gradually alleviate his distress, at least preventing him from feeling overwhelmed. Once Yang Fan had left, Lu Feng erupted into a fit of manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, Wu family scions, did you ever imagine this day would come for you?" As he spoke, Lu Feng forcefully trampled upon the heads of the Wu family, venting the pent-up rage within him. Had it not been for the Wu family, his own Lu family would not have faced annihilation, nor would he have been cast into the desolate wilderness, now that he had finally avenged himself. How could Lu Feng not revel in this release? Subsequently, he began to viciously crush the heads, the scene becoming too grotesque to describe in detail. Suffice it to say, it was utterly repugnant. Returning to the carriage, Yang Fan gazed at the enchanting Wu Ji before him and inwardly sighed. He found himself at a loss on how to confront such a vividly captivating beauty, fully aware that upon awakening, Wu Ji would undoubtedly be engulfed in suffering. This left Yang Fan utterly flustered, pondering how to manage the unfolding circumstances. After a while, he found himself devoid of any coherent thoughts and decided to abandon the effort. Yielding to slumber, he resolved to address these matters upon Wu Ji's awakening. Gradually, the air turned crisp, and the glaring sunlight roused Wu Ji from her rest. As she groggily opened her eyes, she began to survey her surroundings, only to be met with a throbbing headache. "Where am I?" Wu Ji cried in agony. Hearing her distress, Yang Fan stirred from his dreams. Upon noticing his presence, Wu Ji instinctively recoiled several steps, her eyes brimming with fear. In response, Yang Fan offered a faint smile, though internally he was in turmoil, apprehensive that Wu Ji might uncover something unsettling. "Who are you? Where is this? What is my name?" The weight of these questions caused Wu Ji's head to ache painfully, rendering her unable to recall the events that had transpired, leaving her in torment. Yang Fan realized that she had likely suffered a significant shock, resulting in amnesia. However, this revelation brought him a quiet sense of relief. At least Wu Ji would not have to endure her suffering. Regaining his composure, Yang Fan gently smiled and said, "You are Wu Ji, and I just brought you back from the roadside. As for what happened, I am equally in the dark." His tone carried an air of resignation. Upon hearing his words, Wu Ji seemed to believe him, nodding in a vague understanding. Just then, a figure joyfully flung open Yang Fan's car door, only to be met with the sight of Wu Ji, disheveled, in his company. Instantly, the smile faded from her face, replaced by a frown, as if she had lost something precious. "Lu Qianqian, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Yang Fan inquired, perplexed by Lu Qianqian's dazed expression. Eager for her explanation, "It's nothing, really. Lu Feng just said he wanted to see you." Lu Qianqian managed to force a smile, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, barely restrained. "Oh, I understand. I'll go at once. Please keep an eye on Wu Ji. I just brought her back from the roadside." Having spoken, Yang Fan did not notice the sorrowful gaze of Lu Qianqian and directly exited the carriage, hastening towards the vehicle where Lu Feng resided. The knowledge that Lu Feng sought him out to fulfill a promise filled Yang Fan with immense joy. In an instant, Yang Fan's words made Lu Qianqian's tears vanish. Unbeknownst to her, a quiet sigh of relief escaped her heart, as she realized her emotional turmoil had been unfounded. Soon, regaining her composure, Lu Qianqian ceased her contemplation and engaged in cheerful conversation with Wu Ji. Her face radiated a captivating smile, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. As they were both women, it was entirely natural for Wu Ji to converse amiably with Lu Qianqian, who no longer dwelled on past events. Whenever Wu Ji recalled those moments, an inexplicable pain would assail her mind. After a while, Yang Fan approached the vicinity of Lu Feng's carriage and, spotting him seated in the shade of a tree, approached without hesitation. Once beside Lu Feng, Yang Fan inquired with a smile, "How is your injury healing, little brother?" Upon hearing the term little brother, Lu Feng instantly perked up, his expression shifting to one of displeasure as he glared at Yang Fan. However, since this was a commitment Lu Feng had made to Yang Fan, he found himself obliged to comply despite his reluctance. After a brief moment of bitterness, Lu Feng slowly replied, "It has healed quite well, thank you for your concern." Alas, Lu Feng had already accepted his role as Yang Fan's little brother in his heart. At this moment, Yang Fan was filled with joy. Initially, he believed that Lu Feng might struggle to accept the situation, but it appeared he had come to terms with it after all, which thrilled Yang Fan immensely. Clearing his throat, he assured his younger brother, "Do not worry. From now on, I shall treat you to the finest delicacies and ensure you are well taken care of." With that, Yang Fan patted Lu Feng's shoulder, displaying a grand demeanor. Today marked one of the happiest days for Yang Fan. With Lu Feng's inclusion, he was certain that his strength would only continue to grow. In response, Lu Feng could only manage a wry smile, remaining silent to Yang Fan's exuberance. This may very well be the most disheartening day for Lu Feng. After easing his spirits momentarily, he inquired, "By the way, Yang Fan, what is your true identity? How did you manage to annihilate the entire Wu family so swiftly?" This question had long plagued Lu Feng's mind. Previously, he had not found the opportunity to voice it, but now that the moment had arrived, he was eager to unravel this mystery. Lu Feng had now fully aligned himself with Yang Fan, and thus felt compelled to gain a deeper understanding of his enigmatic companion. To become a competent subordinate, one must adhere to certain principles. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan merely offered a faint smile, opting not to respond immediately to Lu Feng, instead choosing a moment of silence. After a brief interval, he finally remarked, "You will understand in due time." Before Lu Feng could process his words, Yang Fan turned and departed, leaving behind a lingering silhouette. Once Lu Feng regained his composure, he was left speechless, a frown etched across his face, cursing Yang Fan in his mind repeatedly. Ultimately, he resigned himself to returning to the carriage for a moment of rest, dismissing further thoughts. Upon entering the carriage, Yang Fan noticed Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian engaged in animated conversation, which instantly eased his mind. He had feared that Wu Ji would continue to be troubled, but it appeared he had overthought the situation. Collecting his thoughts, he approached with a gentle smile and inquired, "What delightful topic has you both so cheerful?" At his words, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji fell silent, turning their gaze towards Yang Fan, their enchanting eyes blinking alluringly. "Could you make a bit of noise when you walk? You nearly startled me just now," Lu Qianqian remarked with a furrowed brow, her mood suddenly soured. Wu Ji nodded in agreement, feeling an inexplicable fear from the earlier moment, as if haunted by a shadow of dread. This unnerved her, causing her to tremble as if confronting an enemy. "My apologies, I shall be more mindful next time," Yang Fan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. He paid little heed to Lu Qianqian's words and chose instead to step aside and rest quietly, refraining from further conversation. The earlier jovial atmosphere was disrupted by Yang Fan's demeanor, leaving Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Eventually, Lu Qianqian took a breath and suggested to Wu Ji, "Sister, let us step outside for a stroll and escape this rogue's company." "Yes, I will follow you, sister." With that, Wu Ji followed Lu Qianqian out of the carriage, leaving Yang Fan alone within. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. "When did I become the villain? Must you tarnish my name, Lu Qianqian? Just you wait, one day I shall exact my revenge," he silently vowed. Though their conversation had been hushed, Yang Fan had overheard enough to stir his emotions deeply. As Wu Ji stepped out of the carriage, she inhaled the fresh air, feeling the fog in her heart begin to lift. Her complexion visibly brightened. "Sister Ji, what caused you to faint by the roadside?" At that moment, Lu Qianqian gazed at Wu Ji with a perplexed expression, her mind brimming with an array of questions, hoping that Wu Ji could provide her with an explanation. In response, Wu Ji was at a loss for words, a wave of pain coursing through her head, her exquisite visage contorted in agony. Observing this, Lu Chanqian immediately rushed to support Wu Ji, her heart filled with urgency. What is happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed perfectly fine, Wu Ji thought anxiously, reflecting on how a simple question could precipitate such a dire situation. Lu Chanqian was utterly unprepared for this distress. Are you all right, Sister Ji? She asked urgently, her voice laced with trepidation. I don't know why, but whenever I think of the past, my head aches unbearably, as if countless needles are piercing through it. And I cannot recall anything from before. Wu Ji explained slowly, her face etched with pain, her eyes brimming with tears, poised to spill over at any moment. In that moment, Lu Chanqian was consumed by anxiety, utterly at a loss regarding how to address the situation. Ultimately, out of sheer desperation, she called out loudly, Young Fan, come out for a moment. Gigi is suffering from a severe headache. With no other recourse, Lu Chanqian could think of nothing but to seek out Yang Fan. Upon hearing her plea from within the carriage, Yang Fan immediately rose, a hint of concern etched upon his face, and rushed out to join Lu Chanqian and Wu Ji. Upon witnessing Wu Ji in agony, Yang Fan wasted no time. He directly channeled his energy into her, allowing a gentle warmth to flow into her body, gradually alleviating her distress. After approximately 10 minutes, the pain in Wu Ji's mind dissipated entirely, and she slowly succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Fortunately, Yang Fan was quick-witted and caught her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. He then carried Wu Ji back into the carriage and laid her down gently on the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, Yang Fan felt a pang of guilt towards Wu Ji, perhaps stemming from the roots of his actions that had led to the downfall of her entire family. Alas, he silently wished she would remain oblivious to such truths. Coming back to himself, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, shook his head, and stepped out of the carriage, leaving Wu Ji to rest within. How is she, Yang Fan? Is Gigi all right? Lu Chanqian inquired anxiously upon his emergence, her eyes filled with a sorrowful concern. Fearing the worst for Wu Ji. She is fine. She has fallen asleep, Yang Fan replied calmly. He continued, and you, why do you keep questioning Wu Ji? This is merely inviting unhappiness. Let me assure you, there will be no next time for such occurrences. Before Lu Chanqian could respond, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation and walked towards the shade of the trees. Seeing his retreating figure, Lu Chanqian pouted in irritation. I was merely curious. So I asked, how was I to know such a thing would happen? Lu Chanqian pouted, murmuring to herself. She had not anticipated such an occurrence. Fortunately, Wu Ji was unharmed. Otherwise, Lu Chanqian would have been at a loss for what to do. Gradually, time slipped away, and the sky darkened. At that moment, two figures clad in black suddenly emerged from the underbrush, exuding an aura reminiscent of the depths of hell. Their gaze fixated intently on the carriage, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before long, the two black-clad figures reached a tree near the carriage and halted, their eyes remaining fixed forward, revealing a glimmer of insatiable greed, akin to an unfathomable abyss. These two individuals were none other than the notorious Heibai Shashin among the cultivators, figures of formidable power. Are you certain he is within that carriage? Bai Sha asked darkly, directing his question at Hei Xian. I am certain. I witnessed him being rescued from the roadside. Hei Xian affirmed with a nod, his conviction evident as his hands trembled with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly. That brat was grievously injured by me before. Surely he has not recovered. If we do not strike now, when will we? Bai Sha urged, already lost in a reverie of possibilities. However, just as Bai Sha prepared to act, Hei Xian abruptly blocked his path, preventing him from advancing. Instantly, Bai Sha's dissatisfaction flared, a hint of anger coloring his features. Hei Xian, what are you doing? Why have you suddenly halted me? Bai Sha questioned, his tone laced with irritation. Had it been anyone else treating him this way, he would have resorted to violence without a second thought, sparing no time for idle chatter. Why the urgency? It is not yet deep into the night. If we are discovered, our reputation will surely be tarnished, Hei Xian explained, exhaling deeply in exasperation. He silently lamented Bai Sha's impulsiveness. Upon hearing this, Bai Sha gradually calmed down, recognizing his own haste. Yet, a lingering dissatisfaction remained within him. Thus, he inquired slowly, when shall we strike? I have coveted this treasure for quite some time, and I do not wish for complications to arise now. Hei Xian smiled slightly, understanding Bai Sha's concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, do not worry, we shall secure the prize tonight. There is no need for haste. Let us first observe, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Once he had spoken, the dark-hearted individual ceased to regard Bai Cha's feelings and began to scrutinize the carriage, disregarding Bai Cha entirely. In his mind, that object held supremacy over all else. Despite his considerable displeasure, Bai Cha endured for the sake of that object, his gaze fixated intently on the carriage, wary of any lapse in vigilance. However, what neither He nor Bai Cha anticipated was that, at the very moment they appeared, Yang Fan had already set his sights upon them. Yet, Yang Fan chose not to act immediately. Instead, he opted to observe quietly. Curious about the intentions of He Bai Cha. "What are you staring at?" fixated on the carriage door. At that moment, Lu Chanxian noticed Yang Fan's peculiarity and inquired, her eyes brimming with confusion, earnestly hoping for an explanation from him. In this manner, one shall no longer be enveloped in such profound confusion. The sudden sound abruptly interrupted Yang Fan's train of thought. He felt a twinge of annoyance towards Lu Chanxian, who, of all times, chose this moment to speak. After exhaling a deep breath, Yang Fan retorted, "Is it unacceptable for me to be lost in thought? You should hurry and sleep instead of bothering me." His tone was laced with displeasure, reminiscent of a woman experiencing her monthly discomfort. Instantly, Lu Chanxian felt a surge of discontent, having asked out of goodwill. She was now unexpectedly provoked by Yang Fan's response, which left her quite unhappy. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Lu Chanxian turned her back on him, choosing to ignore him entirely. A sense of frustration began to blossom within her. Meanwhile, Yang Fan said nothing further, his expression serious as he gazed at the enigmatic figure in black and white. A hint of a sly smile crept onto his lips as he thought, "Ah, young man, how audacious of you to skulk around in my territory. You must be quite naive." Nevertheless, Yang Fan refrained from taking any immediate action, opting instead to observe quietly. Once he discerned the purpose of this shadowy figure, his courtesy would surely dissipate. Gradually, the night deepened, and apart from a few flickering lights, the surroundings were engulfed in a profound darkness, rendering even the road nearly invisible. At that moment, He Bai Cha Xian realized that it was the perfect time to take action. Thus, He Xian immediately spoke, "Bai Cha, let us go and seize what rightfully belongs to us." Upon hearing this, Bai Cha eagerly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Bai Cha was unaware of how long he had waited, but he was finally ready to act. Without any hesitation, he sprang into action, not waiting for He Xian. Observing Bai Cha's silhouette, He Xian shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Bai Cha's impatience. Consequently, he ceased his contemplations and followed in Bai Cha's footsteps, advancing step by step toward Lu Feng's carriage. Moments later, Bai and He Cha arrived at Lu Feng's carriage. Without any delay, they lifted the canvas, abruptly awakening Lu Feng inside. Startled, Lu Feng gazed at the two familiar figures before him, his brows furrowing in mild astonishment. He had never anticipated that they would pursue him to this very location. Long time no see, little prodigy of the Lu family. Before Lu Feng could fully process the situation, Bai Cha, wearing a wicked grin, proclaimed with an air of triumph, as if Lu Feng were merely a rabbit at his mercy, ready to be dispatched at will. Instantly, Lu Feng's expression darkened further, his fist clenching tightly, filled with a fierce desire to eliminate the audacious Bai Cha before him. After all, Lu Feng's current predicament was entirely a consequence of Bai Cha and He Xian's machinations. Had it not been for them, he might have already embarked on the path of vengeance. Bai Cha, do you truly believe you can obtain that which belongs to me?" Lu Feng sneered after a brief pause. At this juncture, Lu Feng's wounds had nearly healed, and his heart brimmed with confidence. Furthermore, having recently allied himself with Yang Fan, he felt a sense of renewed strength, albeit somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he was certain that he would not fall victim to the likes of Bai Cha and He Xian. Lu Feng's mood settled, the fear that had once gripped him dissipating. He Xian, observing Lu Feng's confident demeanor, felt a surge of confusion. He pondered silently, why does this reckless boy exude such confidence? The atmosphere became palpably tense, silence enveloping the scene as if even a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, Bai and He Cha fixed their unwavering gazes upon Lu Feng, their hands subtly gathering strength as if they were poised to strike at any moment. "Oh dear, can't you wait? Are you itching to make a move against me?" Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng coldly remarked, his tone laced with contempt, utterly dismissive of the figure before him, He Bai Cha Xian. After several days of recuperation, Lu Feng had fully healed from his injuries and harbored no fear of his adversary. Instantly, He Xian's demeanor darkened. He had never anticipated that Lu Feng, facing imminent demise, would still exhibit such audacity. A snort escaped He Xian, reminiscent of an enraged bull. "Brash youth, do not overestimate yourself. It is you who should be trembling, not I." He Xian growled, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, his fist clenched tightly. Had he not feared provoking a disturbance, he would have already struck Lu Feng. How could he allow such insolence to persist? Ah, how amusing. If you possess the capability, why not attack me directly instead of prattling on? Lu Feng scoffed, his disdain palpable. Without hesitation, he leaped from the carriage, confronting He Baicha. A faint smile began to form on his lips. For after enduring countless trials over the past few days, he had been yearning for an outlet for his frustrations. With the opportunity now at hand, Lu Feng could not let it slip away. Consequently, He Baicha was incensed. You are audacious. You have forced our hand. With that declaration, Baicha immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, charging towards Lu Feng. His energy transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp swords aimed directly at Lu Feng, intent on delivering a severe lesson. Such offensive words were a first for Baicha, highlighting the extent of his fury. As Baicha approached with fierce determination, Lu Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He understood the strength of He Baicha and dared not underestimate him. Thus, he swiftly assumed a defensive posture. Aware that his own strength had not yet fully returned, and with He yet to engage, he found himself relegated to a position of passive defense. However, Lu Feng had gravely underestimated Baicha's prowess. Under the onslaught of the sharp swords, any form of defense proved futile. In an instant, several swords grazed Lu Feng's body, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet he gritted his teeth, determination flickering in his eyes, unwilling to succumb to despair. He had not anticipated Baicha's assault to be so ferocious. What is this? How has Baicha become so formidable? I had not witnessed such power before. Lu Feng silently lamented, his eyes brimming with anxiety. He pondered what course of action to take next. If this situation persisted, it would invariably be Lu Feng who suffered, leaving him unable to mount any semblance of defense. This situation left Lu Feng in a state of profound anxiety. Moreover, Baicha's relentless onslaught continued unabated. It would not be long before Lu Feng might truly reach his breaking point, facing imminent demise. Initially, Lu Feng harbored a sense of confidence, believing he could triumph over He Baicha. However, his spirit was deeply shaken in an instant. Could it be that I am truly destined to fall here? Lu Feng muttered softly to himself, his face etched with sorrow. He yearned to alter the current predicament, yet how could such a dire circumstance allow for any change? Hey, why the silence? Weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? Baicha sneered after a brief pause, his tone dripping with mockery. Lu Feng's earlier words had incensed Baicha beyond measure. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such violent measures. He would have initiated negotiations with Lu Feng long ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's gaze darkened instantly. Even in the face of death, Lu Feng would never submit to He Baicha. After all, within Lu Feng's heart resided an immense pride. If you possess the capability, then kill me. Let us see how you manage to obtain that item. Lu Feng retorted with a cold smile, having long since prepared himself for the possibility of death, though a sense of unwillingness lingered within him. Who could possibly come to his aid in this moment? At this moment, He Baicha was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Feng. Indeed, the words spoken by Lu Feng had profoundly resonated within his heart, rendering him incapable of unleashing his wrath upon Lu Feng. Instead, he could only ponder how to acquire that coveted object. Brother, what shall we do now? We cannot afford to eliminate Lu Feng. Baicha communicated telepathically. His mind clouded with frustration. He harbored a strong desire to eliminate Lu Feng before him, yet he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. After all, the allure of that object was simply too great. Upon hearing Baicha's thoughts, He Baicha fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on how to proceed. It was imperative that they did not continue down this path, as it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. They needed to devise a plan swiftly. In this manner, the pressing issues before them could be resolved. After a moment of contemplation, He exhaled deeply and transmitted his thoughts. Let us not dwell on this for now. We must first escort Lu Feng away. Once we reach our destination, we shall devise a plan to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. He understood that remaining in their current predicament could lead to unforeseen consequences that were beyond his imagination. Thus, he focused on swiftly binding Lu Feng. As for whatever else might transpire, He chose to disregard it. Upon hearing this, Baicha nodded earnestly. Even without Heishin's urging, Baicha was inclined to act similarly. After all, the allure of Lu Feng's earlier words and the possessions he bore were simply too tempting to ignore. Thus, Heishin and Baicha, driven by their intentions, made their way toward Lu Feng. However, as they approached within mere steps of Lu Feng, intent on forcibly taking him away, an unexpected figure emerged. blocking their path and causing them to halt abruptly, retreating a couple of steps in surprise. The presence before them was all too familiar, sending a wave of panic through He and Baisha, their eyes betraying their trepidation. "Why you? How did you come to be here?" they stammered, their gazes filled with an overwhelming fear. Indeed, the individual standing before them was none other than the notorious Yang Fan, whose reputation preceded him. The reason for He and Baisha's palpable fear was rooted in Yang Fan's formidable renown and his undeniable strength. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Yang Fan retorted, his tone laced with mockery, his gaze sharpening with intensity. It was crucial to note that Lu Feng was a hard-won subordinate of Yang Fan, and the thought of anyone attempting to harm his newly acquired ally was utterly intolerable. How could Yang Fan possibly endure this? Nevertheless, he still wished to ascertain the true intentions of the black and white chasing heart. He did not rush to take action. At this moment, the hearts of the black and white sect were engulfed in profound terror. After all, Yang Fan was notorious for his malevolence, and with his formidable background, he was far beyond the capabilities of individuals like themselves. The fear that gripped them was palpable, and the urge to flee the scene was overwhelming. They were acutely aware that should Yang Fan confront them, escape would become an impossibility. The present state of the black and white sect was one of sheer dread, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their demise in this very place. After a brief interval, the leader of the black sect, with a tremor in his voice, spoke. Young saint, I trust you are well. May I inquire as to the reason you obstruct our path?" His gaze was fixed intently upon Yang Fan. Having not personally offended him, the leader felt a modicum of composure. Otherwise, he might have already fled the scene. How could one possibly linger here? The reputation of Yang Fan resonated profoundly within the black and white sect, and they were determined to avoid any offense. In this manner, one could avoid unforeseen circumstances. "Block your path? You too must be jesting. I am merely safeguarding my little brother." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smirked, his tone laced with disdain. Initially, Yang Fan had no intention of intervening, allowing Lu Feng to tackle these issues alone. However, it soon became evident that Lu Feng was incapable of resolving the matter. Instantly, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to take the initiative and address the situation. As for everything else, Yang Fan dared not dwell on it further. At this moment, Heibai Chashin was utterly stunned, gazing at Yang Fan with disbelief. His heart was profoundly shaken, to the point of being overwhelmed. If it were possible, Heibai Chashin would have been inclined to eliminate Yang Fan, severing the path to his own power. However, the strength and influence of Yang Fan were far beyond what Heibai Chashin could contend with. This left the black and white Chashin utterly helpless, forced to merely observe from a distance. Besides this, there was naught else they could do. After a brief moment, Blackheart exhaled deeply and inquired, "Yang Xingzi, please do not jest. How could this insignificant brat possibly become your subordinate, especially with such meager strength?" A faint smile twisted upon his lips. Only by stabilizing Yang Fan could he address other matters. Otherwise, any unforeseen mishap was too dreadful for black and white Shashin to contemplate. "Why would I jest with you? Do you even merit such amusement? It is simply absurd. Please spare me your antics," Yang Fan declared, brimming with arrogance, dismissing the presence of black and white Shashin entirely. He believed he could effortlessly eliminate his opponent. In that instant, black and white Shashin found himself at a loss for words, his heart laden with sorrow. "Brother, what shall we do now? If this continues, we may find it exceedingly difficult to obtain the treasures from Lu Feng." White Shashin communicated telepathically, his mind racing with anxiety. After all, they had toiled tirelessly for so many days, only to find themselves unable to secure the coveted items. Who among us could endure such a situation? Heishin was exceedingly anxious, eager to resolve the matters at hand. Yet, no matter what schemes he devised, he found himself unable to drive Yang Fan away. This left the heart of Heishin filled with a profound bitterness. What could be done when Yang Fan's background and prowess were so terrifying? The current Heibai Chashin could only endure slowly. Beyond this, any other approach was simply unfeasible. "You too, swiftly depart from my presence. Do not provoke my ire. Should you incite my wrath, you shall not savor anything pleasant." Before Heishin could regain his composure, Yang Fan took the initiative to speak. His tone was laden with dissatisfaction, and his gaze betrayed a flicker of murderous intent. At this moment, Heibai Chashin realized that even if he wished to remain, departure was inevitable. His heart was undoubtedly filled with a bitter taste. What was once within his grasp had suddenly vanished in an instant. This sentiment has reached the pinnacle of disappointment. Ultimately, Haixin understood that Yang Fan would undoubtedly not alter his resolve. With a deep exhale, he spoke. Then, young Saint Yang, if fate allows, we shall meet again. I shall take my leave with my brother. Bai Cha, initially inclined to refuse, disheartened at the prospect of returning empty-handed after such arduous efforts, found himself without the opportunity to object, as Haixin immediately whisked him away, fearing that any delay might result in unfavorable consequences. Observing the departing figures of Haixin and Bai Cha, Lu Feng released a profound sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Yang Fan had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lu Feng was at a loss as to how he would have managed. Upon witnessing the exit of Haixin and Bai Cha, Yang Fan sneered in disdain. In that fleeting moment, to be candid, he had genuinely contemplated taking action. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Subsequently, he cast aside his thoughts and made his way directly to Lu Feng's side, inquiring, Lu Feng, are you all right? Upon noticing the wounds adorning Lu Feng's body, Yang Fan shook his head in exasperation, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret, portraying an unmistakable sense of helplessness. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Lu Feng replied, momentarily taken aback before responding, his heart racing with anxiety. Yang Fan's sudden display of concern left Lu Feng flustered, completely unprepared for such attention. Nevertheless, Yang Fan disregarded Lu Feng's reassurances and proceeded to tend to his injuries. After all, if any complications were to arise, Yang Fan would surely regret it. It was known that he had invested considerable effort to make Lu Feng his subordinate, and he would not allow him to perish without cause. Lu Feng, too, felt a stirring within him. Had Yang Fan not intervened, he shuddered to think of what might have transpired. However, just as Lu Feng was enveloped in the warmth of Yang Fan's care, a voice interrupted his thoughts. By the way, Lu Feng, why did Haixin come looking for you? Yang Fan inquired while attending to Lu Feng's wounds, his tone imbued with a sense of nonchalance, as if he were already aware of the circumstances surrounding Lu Feng. This revelation startled Lu Feng, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uncertain of how to respond to Yang Fan, his mind began to wander into a labyrinth of thoughts. His heart raced with an intensity that felt as though he were harboring a guilty secret. After a brief pause, Lu Feng came to a realization. Such matters are inescapable, and one must ultimately confront them. Moreover, just moments ago, Yang Fan had saved Lu Feng's life. Thus, Lu Feng took a moment to compose himself and then spoke directly. It is because of the map that resides with me. They seek to obtain it, which is why they have come after me. His eyes were filled with a sense of helplessness, mingled with a tinge of resentment. He desperately wished to resolve the situation at hand. However, given Lu Feng's current capabilities, he found himself utterly incapable of addressing the issue. He could only endure, for his strength had yet to reach its zenith, and he bore injuries that might render him unable to defeat even an ordinary mortal. A map? Yang Fan inquired, his gaze fixed upon Lu Feng, his eyes narrowing into slits. He was engulfed in profound confusion, hoping Lu Feng could provide some clarification. In this manner, the turmoil within one's heart may be alleviated, enabling the resolution of all matters at hand. Indeed, it is akin to a treasure map, replete with countless riches. This is precisely why the enigmatic figure of He Bai Shashan sought to wrest the map from me. This very circumstance led to the Lu family's tragic demise at the hands of the Wu clan. As soon as these words fell from his lips, the eyes of Lu Feng betrayed an overwhelming fury and a thirst for vengeance, revealing a profound psychological chasm. Who could possibly navigate such tribulations unscathed? The weight of suffering renders all else futile. Yet, Yang Fan displayed an air of nonchalance, for he was well versed in the intricacies of the tome known as the Supreme Lord. His understanding of its contents was profound. His earlier inquiries directed toward Lu Feng were nothing but a test of the latter's honesty and willingness to divulge the truth. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself thoroughly pleased with Lu Feng's revelations. Gradually regaining his composure, Yang Fan spoke with a feigned indifference. Is that so? Then, might I see the treasure map? With a resigned sigh, Lu Feng found himself in a predicament. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retrieve the treasure map from his storage bag and present it directly to Yang Fan. Although he felt a deep reluctance, he was reminded that Yang Fan had saved his life. At that moment, Lu Feng had come to terms with his situation and silently resolved to follow Yang Fan. He dared not dwell on any other matters, for the trials he had endured had left him disheartened. It was not every day one found a leader capable of pulling him from despair. Such a tremendous favor could only be repaid step by step. As Yang Fan gazed at the treasure map before him, he wasted no time in examining it. However, upon closer inspection, he was jolted with shock. his pupils widening and heart racing. This was the internal structure of the ruins. Yang Fan marveled inwardly, nearly leaping with excitement. While others may not grasp the significance of this architectural blueprint, Yang Fan knew all too well what treasures lay within, filling him with joy. After all, he had read the tome of the Supreme Being. Lu Feng, how could you part with this so easily? Don't you feel even a twinge of regret? After a moment, Yang Fan carefully tucked the map into his satchel and inquired, a gentle smile gracing his face, revealing the delight within his heart. Why should I feel regret? If I were truly pained by it, would I have so readily handed it over to you? Lu Feng retorted. However, at this point, neither of us owes the other anything. Let us not make it seem as though I am indebted to you. With that, Lu Feng chose not to engage further with Yang Fan and began his slow, painful trek toward the carriage, battered and weary. The recent events had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Had he not been so resilient, he might very well have succumbed to his wounds on the spot. How could he possibly continue on otherwise? Gazing at Lu Feng's solitary figure, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh. He understood that Lu Feng had yet to fully embrace him. Otherwise, he would not be behaving in such a manner. However, Yang Fan was not overly concerned about this. Time was abundant, and he firmly believed that eventually he would persuade Lu Feng to alter his perspective, thus choosing to accompany him on their journey ahead. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan ceased his hesitation and promptly returned to the carriage, where he diligently began to examine the map of the ruins. He recalled vividly from the original narrative that it was Lu Feng who had presented this very map to Long Ao Tian, subsequently acquiring countless treasures. Of course, the treasures were of secondary importance. What truly captivated Yang Fan's thoughts was the guardian beast residing within the ruins. This sight filled Yang Fan with longing, causing a subtle droplet of saliva to escape the corner of his mouth. He yearned to possess it, and his mind began to conjure images of himself riding the divine beast, an exhilarating vision indeed. However, at that very moment, Wu Ji abruptly awoke from her slumber. Upon noticing Yang Fan lost in thought, and even drooling, she couldn't help but inquire with confusion, Yang Fan, what is the matter with you? Has something delightful occurred? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, as she earnestly hoped that Yang Fan would share his thoughts with her. In this manner, one could unravel the enigma, preventing the ongoing confusion that has persisted until now. However, the moment this was articulated, it startled Yang Fan profoundly. The beautiful dream was abruptly shattered by Wu Ji's words, plunging Yang Fan into a state of discontent. His expression darkened as he cast a scornful glance at Wu Ji. Why are you out here startling me when you should be asleep? Yang Fan had been filled with joy and excitement, but Wu Ji's unexpected intrusion left him momentarily speechless, igniting an impulse to confront her. Upon hearing Yang Fan's remark, Wu Ji's bewilderment intensified, struggling to comprehend why he would suddenly erupt in anger. It was utterly incomprehensible. Consequently, Wu Ji responded with a hint of exasperation, I awoke suddenly to find you like this. Is it not permissible to inquire? Why the hostility? I have done nothing to provoke you. Her tone was laden with a sense of injustice, and her gaze reflected reproach. It is worth noting that Wu Ji had just been roused from a nightmare, and now being misunderstood by Yang Fan. How could her spirits possibly lift? The fact that she refrained from retaliating against Yang Fan was already a significant restraint. Realizing that his previous remarks had been rather excessive, Yang Fan cast an awkward glance at Wu Ji. He then spoke, I understand now. You should rest early, as it is quite late. Perhaps it was guilt towards Wu Ji that prompted his gentle tone. Had it been someone else, Yang Fan would undoubtedly have resorted to direct confrontation to demonstrate his strength. You've kept me from sleeping early. Please tell me what was on your mind just now that made you so jubilant. After a brief pause, Wu Ji directly responded. Though her mood was far from cheerful, she recognized that the other party was her savior, which softened her demeanor somewhat. At least she was no longer as disagreeable as before, revealing her capacity for understanding. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond. He was reluctant to share the events that had transpired and did not wish to burden Wu Ji with excessive worry. Thus, he replied, This is not your concern. You should hurry and get some sleep. Before Wu Ji could react, Yang Fan leapt from the carriage, choosing to depart rather than linger in her presence. He believed that if she continued to press him with questions, he might inadvertently reveal too much. Such matters were best kept to a minimum, after all. Safeguarding one's own life was paramount. As Yang Fan's figure faded from view, Wu Ji pouted, her face etched with discontent. Yet, now that he had left, pursuing him would yield no results. With a sense of regret, she resigned herself to slumber, her mind racing with thoughts on how to extract information from Yang Fan. Only then could she quell the confusion that plagued her heart. Time trickled by, and soon the golden rays of the morning sun illuminated the earth. Lu Qianqian awoke to the intensity of the sunlight, only to find Wu Ji's eyes shadowed by dark circles. Instantly perplexed, she could not fathom why Wu Ji appeared in such a state. Taking a moment to compose herself, Lu Qianqian inquired, "Sister Ji, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Her eyes blinked in bewilderment, hoping for an explanation from Wu Ji. In such circumstances, one would no longer remain in a state of perpetual confusion as experienced at present. The answers to the questions would become readily apparent. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, the drowsy Wu Ji was suddenly invigorated, as if she had encountered a momentous event. "It's not Yang Fan's doing. Otherwise, I would have already succumbed to slumber." Wu Ji replied with a tone filled with exasperation. If it were within her power, she would dearly wish to unravel the perplexities that plagued her mind. Otherwise, if the state of affairs were to persist, Wu Ji felt that she might truly find herself unable to sleep. Her thoughts were in disarray, yearning for resolution to these troubling questions. At this moment, Lu Qianqian felt a subtle shock. Confusion began to rise within her heart, and she was fervently eager to clarify these matters. In this manner, the confusion that plagued her began to dissipate. Thus, Lu Qianqian boldly inquired, "What exactly transpired? Sister Ji, please elucidate the matter for me." Upon hearing this, Wu Ji, without hesitation, recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail. It was not until half an hour later that Lu Qianqian finally grasped the situation at hand, her understanding dawning upon her like the first light of dawn. However, this newfound clarity only led her to share the same profound bewilderment as Wu Ji, particularly regarding Yang Fan's inexplicable joy. "Alas, such is the way of things. It leaves me utterly perplexed. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. I will take my rest now, and please do not disturb my slumber." Before Lu Qianqian could fully process her thoughts, Wu Ji had already succumbed to a deep and peaceful sleep, exhausted from a night of contemplation. Observing Wu Ji's serene slumber, Lu Qianqian felt a pang of helplessness. Yet, she could not bring herself to awaken her friend. In her resignation, Lu Qianqian descended from the carriage and tread upon the steep terrain, her mind occupied with Wu Ji's earlier revelations, which had plunged her into a deeper state of confusion. She yearned to unravel the intricacies of the situation. Upon exiting the carriage, she spotted Yang Fan seated beneath the shade of a tree. At that moment, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within Lu Qianqian as she grappled with the decision of whether to voice her inner uncertainties. After a period of contemplation, she resolved to take the plunge. With her thoughts organized, she approached Yang Fan step by step, her heart racing wildly, akin to a fawn frantically bounding within her chest, leaving her in a state of unease. Before long, Lu Qianqian found herself just a few paces from Yang Fan, halting her advance to exhale deeply. "What troubles you? Is something the matter, Lu Qianqian?" Just as she prepared to speak, Yang Fan took the initiative to question her, his tone imbued with curiosity. Perplexed as to why Lu Qianqian would seek him out, Yang Fan's inquiry startled her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, her composure shattered, and nervousness enveloped her. If it were possible, Lu Qianqian would have wished to flee at that moment, to escape to another place. The tension she felt was palpable, a desire to evade the situation overwhelming her. Yet, there was no avenue for escape. She could only contemplate how to confront the unfolding circumstances before her. Resolutely, Lu Qianqian inhaled deeply once more and proclaimed, "Indeed, there is something I wish to discuss with you." The tone is imbued with a palpable lack of confidence, betraying a sense of profound anxiety, as if one has committed a transgression. At this moment, Yang Fan was even more puzzled and eager for Lu Qianqian to reveal her thoughts. He promptly inquired, "What is it?" His gaze fixated intently on her, silently awaiting her response. After a brief moment, Lu Qianqian composed herself and directly stated, "It's about what happened last night. Wu Ji mentioned it to me. Could you please share the details?" Upon finishing her sentence, she immediately lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes, fearing that she might inadvertently upset him. The thought of any potential repercussions filled her with dread. Instantly, Yang Fan grasped the reason behind Lu Qianqian's sudden shyness and anxiety. Consequently, he replied, "There is nothing to discuss. Do not inquire further, for I shall not disclose anything to you." After all, their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends, and he had no intention of divulging too much information. If he were to share everything with her, what would happen if unforeseen circumstances arose? Who would take responsibility then? Thus, Yang Fan maintained a degree of caution towards Lu Qianqian. He resolved that once this apprehension dissipated, he would confide in her. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianqian felt an inexplicable wave of despondency wash over her, as though something precious had vanished, leaving her in a state of discomfort. A few minutes later, a thought struck Yang Fan, and he declared, "I must leave for a few days. You should stay here for now, and we shall continue our journey upon my return." His tone exuded unwavering determination, leaving no room for her to refuse. "What are you going to do?" Lu Qianqian asked, her eyes filled with a pitiable glimmer, desperately hoping he would share his intentions. "Do not ask. It is a matter of great importance. I must take my leave now. Farewell." With that, Yang Fan disregarded any further conversation and made a swift exit, for he had long coveted this relic and now had the opportunity to obtain it. There was no time to waste. Gazing at Yang Fan's receding figure, Lu Qianqian let out a resigned sigh. For reasons unknown, her eyes brimmed with tears, as if they were poised to cascade down her cheeks at any moment, rendering her utterly pitiable. However, the reality had already unfolded. Regardless of Lu Qianqian's reluctance to accept it, acceptance was the only course left to her, for there was no alternative. With a heavy heart, she gradually made her way back to the carriage, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of what Yang Fan might be plotting. As time slipped away, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the ruins. What he encountered there took him by surprise, for he found a multitude of formidable figures from various sects gathered at the threshold, some even accompanied by their esteemed elders. This truly astonished Yang Fan. However, he merely smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, not taking it to heart. In terms of strength and background, none of those present could compare to him. Thus, with an air of indifference, Yang Fan strode confidently towards the entrance of the ruins, a commanding smile gracing his face. Upon hearing the heavy footsteps, the disciples of various sects immediately turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves taken aback, retreating several paces in disbelief as they beheld Yang Fan. What on earth is he doing here? They thought. Isn't that the renowned Yang Xingzi, infamous for his domineering nature and malevolence? What should we do now? I cannot afford to offend him. Had I known Yang Xingzi would be present, I would have never come here. Now, not only do I lack the treasure, but I might also be the first to meet my demise at his hands. The disciples lamented internally, longing to distance themselves from Yang Fan as swiftly as possible, believing that such a move would spare them from any peril. Remaining in his presence left them uncertain of what calamity might unfold next. "Greetings, Yang Xingzi. I am Guzi, an elder of the northern sect. Welcome to your esteemed presence," Guzi exclaimed, hastening to Yang Fan's side with a beaming smile. The onlookers regarded his behavior with disdain, considering it utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, those gathered around Yang Fan soon multiplied, each seeking to curry favor and avert his wrath, for none dared to provoke such a formidable figure. "I merely came to observe." "Please, continue with your affairs." Yang Fan responded nonchalantly to the flattery, a charming smile adorning his face. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. Alas, it seems the previous owner of this body committed far too many malevolent acts, he mused, a sense of resignation filling his gaze. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that he could gradually reshape the world's perception of him, striving to avoid the previous reputation of infamy. At this, the surrounding individuals felt a quiet sense of relief, their earlier tension dissipating. "By the way, Guzi, what brings you all together here? Why are you not entering?" Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and inquired of Guzi, his tone laced with curiosity, hoping for an explanation. In this manner, the confusion within oneself would be alleviated. Upon witnessing this, Guzi felt an immediate surge of joy within his heart, realizing that this was an opportunity to strengthen his sect, which he must seize with utmost diligence. He could not afford to squander this chance. Thus, without hesitation, Guzi spoke up, "Young Master Yang, the situation is such that we currently lack the key and cannot enter the ruins. We can only stand at the entrance and wait, hoping to find an opportunity to gain entry." After hearing Guzi's explanation, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by his words. He then directly inquired, "Key? What key? Is it true that only those possessing the key may enter the ruins?" "Indeed, young Master Yang," Guzi promptly clarified. "This key refers to a map. Only with this map can one unlock the entrance to the ruins." He explained without any delay, fearful that even a moment's hesitation might displease Yang Fan, leaving Guzi in a state of uncertainty regarding how to proceed. In that moment, Yang Fan suddenly comprehended the situation. A sly smile unconsciously graced his lips, for he realized that this key was solely in his possession. This filled Yang Fan with uncontainable joy. However, when he regained his composure, he discovered the presence of numerous disciples from other sections. Instantly, his expression darkened. This implied that once he opened the ruins, there would be even more individuals vying for the treasures alongside him. Yang Fan pondered how to disperse these disciples from other sections. In such a scenario, would not the treasures within the ruins rightfully belong to oneself? Upon this realization, Yang Fan's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. However, upon witnessing the malicious grin upon Yang Fan's countenance, Erguzi felt a shiver run through him, as if foreboding an impending misfortune. He dared not allow his thoughts to wander further. At that moment, Yang Fan leaned in and whispered to Erguzi, "My dear Erguzi, I entrust you with a sacred mission. Should you assist me in its completion, this humble disciple shall forever remember your kindness." Instantly, Erguzi understood that something ominous was afoot. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he cast a fearful glance at Yang Fan. Regret filled Erguzi's heart as he pondered why he had willingly approached this situation. Had he foreseen the turn of events, he would have chosen to depart much earlier. In this manner, such events would not transpire. However, as it stands, even if Erguzi wished to retract his actions, it would be too late. After all, the occurrences have already unfolded. Ultimately, Erguzi exhaled deeply and then spoke, "Yang Xingzi, rest assured, whatever it is that I, Erguzi, am capable of accomplishing, I shall fulfill it without a hint of hesitation." At that moment, Erguzi was fully committed, willing to endure any indignity to preserve his life. He silently hoped that the task proposed by Yang Fan would not be excessively demanding. Yang Fan, without any hesitation, replied with a subtle smile, "Fear not. This task will be exceedingly simple for you." He then leaned in close to Erguzi's ear and directly conveyed the details of the task to him. Upon hearing the words, Erguzi was taken aback, retreating several steps, too intimidated to approach Yang Fan. He regarded Yang Fan as if he were staring into the abyss of death. Were it anyone else making such declarations, Erguzi would have unleashed his fury without a moment's hesitation. However, in this instance, it was Yang Fan speaking to him. Even if Erguzi wished to refuse, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. There was simply no alternative. After calming his tumultuous emotions, Erguzi bitterly articulated, "Saint Yang, must we truly proceed in this manner? If I were to comply, I would be besieged to death." His eyes were laden with sorrow, revealing his reluctance to consent. Should he agree, he knew well that dire consequences awaited him. "Rest assured, Erguzi, I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. I am here to assist you, and I guarantee your protection. They would not dare lay a finger on you." After a brief pause, Yang Fan smiled faintly, radiating confidence that rendered the situation trivial in his eyes. His words imbued Erguzi with newfound resolve, illuminating his gaze as if he had found salvation. Even the air he exhaled became noticeably hurried. "Understood, Saint Yang. I pledge to fulfill the task. Just watch." With that, Erguzi strode eagerly into the throng, his mind painting vivid images of his sect growing in power. The thought ignited an impulse within him to leap for joy. Soon, he found himself amidst the crowd. Clearing his throat twice, he declared, "Fellow Taoists, I am here to convey a command from Saint Yang. I implore you to heed his words and avoid straying from the righteous path." His voice resonated powerfully. The surrounding disciples exchanged bewildered glances at Erguzi, then turned their attention towards Yang Fan, perplexed by his intentions. Before they could process the situation, Erguzi continued, "Saint Yang instructs that this time, you should forget about the ruins. Those who disregard his words shall find themselves at odds with the Liang sword sect. Should misfortune befall you, do not blame me for failing to warn you." At this pronouncement, the atmosphere among the cultivators shifted, their spirits soured as they glared at Yang Fan, seething with indignation and a desire to confront him. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Yang Fan's displeased demeanor, their gazes swiftly turned back to Erguzi. If they dared not offend Yang Fan, surely they could take their frustrations out on Erguzi instead. "Erguzi, what do you mean? Do you wish to forsake your very life? Do you truly believe I would not strike you down with a single blow? Indeed, it is quite revolting to witness your transformation into a mere lackey. Were I in your position, I would be inclined to end my own existence. Yes, never have I encountered such a detestable individual as yourself." The cultivators voiced their disdain for Erguzi, yet refrained from taking action. After all, they understood that Erguzi's audacity stemmed from his obedience to Yang Fan's directives. Otherwise, such boldness would be inconceivable. This implied that Erguzi had secured Yang Fan's protection. To strike Erguzi would be tantamount to striking Yang Fan himself, a notion the cultivators were acutely aware of. Nevertheless, Erguzi paid no heed to the cultivator's words, exhibiting an air of indifference in his gaze. Thus, he continued, "You may say whatever you wish. This is the will of young Master Yang. Whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you, and you are well aware of young Master Yang's temperament." Before the cultivators could react, Erguzi strode unperturbed, step by step, towards Yang Fan. At this moment, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Erguzi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and comfort. Once a mere shadow of himself, he had now transformed into a figure of newfound confidence, and this sudden shift delighted him immensely. He found himself utterly enchanted by this sensation. Soon enough, Erguzi returned to Yang Fan's side, but his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, turning on a dime. With a demeanor akin to that of an eager puppy, he exclaimed, "Young Master Yang, I have conveyed your message, and they will surely take their leave shortly." His tone was saturated with a servile eagerness. After all, this moment filled Erguzi with indescribable joy. "Excellent work, Erguzi. You have performed admirably. When the time comes, accompany me into the ruins and assist me in carrying some items. I shall reward you with a precious treasure." Upon finishing his words, Yang Fan ceased any further conversation and settled down beside him, patiently awaiting the departure of the cultivators. Meanwhile, Erguzi stood frozen in place, replaying Yang Fan's words in his mind, which ignited a fervent excitement within him. Initially, he had contemplated leaving with the other cultivators. But who could have anticipated such fortuitous circumstances unfolding in his favor? This revelation filled him with an exuberance that he could scarcely contain, to the point where he felt an irresistible urge to dance in celebration. Yet, with Yang Fan right beside him, he stifled his exuberance, for otherwise, he would have erupted with joy. The surrounding cultivators, having overheard the exchange between Erguzi and Yang Fan, were instantly consumed by jealousy. A pang of bitterness welled up within them as they lamented their missed opportunity. Had they foreseen such a turn of events, they would have endeavored to curry favor with Yang Fan. In this manner, one might perhaps partake in a share of the spoils. However, it is now too late to voice any opinions, regardless of their nature. Even if one cannot accept this period, acceptance is inevitable. Ultimately, some cultivators, mindful of Yang Fan's power and influence, departed the scene in a state of profound despondency, their eyes filled with a sense of longing. This only served to deepen their resentment toward Yang Fan, who lingered in their thoughts as they silently vowed, "Yang Fan, await your fate. Once my strength ascends, I shall ensure you endure a fate worse than death." Gradually, time trickled away, and all the cultivators, without exception, vacated the area, each harboring intense animosity toward Yang Fan. Regrettably, they were unable to defeat him and thus had no choice but to withdraw. Soon, only Yang Fan and Erguzi remained at the entrance of the ruins. Yang Fan gradually regained his composure, stifled a yawn, and stood up, addressing Erguzi. "Erguzi, let us proceed." Before Erguzi could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Fan made his way directly to the entrance of the ruins, retrieving the treasure map and inserting it into the entrance. In an instant, the grand door of the ruins swung open. Without further ado, Yang Fan stepped inside. Once Erguzi regained his senses, he dared not linger and promptly followed in Yang Fan's footsteps, entering the ruins without a moment's hesitation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After a short while, upon entering the ruins, both Yang Fan and Erguzi were awestruck by the breathtaking sights within. Their pupils widened in disbelief as they beheld an array of weapons, treasures, and armor. It was a sight unlike anything Yang Fan had ever encountered, causing his heart to race with exhilaration. Equally astonished was Erguzi, who had never imagined he would witness such a vast collection of treasures in his lifetime. If it were possible, he would have liked to unleash a cry of joy to express his overwhelming emotions. "Erguzi, hurry and take out your storage bag. I tell you, even a single brick from these ruins must be taken." Yang Fan urged with urgency, his gaze fixed intently on the treasures before him, utterly astonished. His words snapped Erguzi back to reality, prompting him to respond promptly, "At your command, Yang Xingzi." Upon concluding his words, Erguzi wasted no time, disregarding his image as he meticulously stowed each treasure into his storage bag. His massive hands began to tremble ever so slightly, revealing a palpable sense of anxiety and trepidation. After all, these treasures were of immeasurable worth. A single misstep could cost him dearly, far beyond the value of his own life. This underlying fear was the very reason for Erguzi's frantic demeanor. Meanwhile, Yang Fan observed the scene with indifference. He was acutely aware of the priceless treasures contained within. Having witnessed the Supreme Being in his past life searching for a particular book, His understanding of the contents was thus remarkably profound. Consequently, Yang Fan chose not to dwell on the matter any further, placing his unwavering trust in Guzi as he continued to gather the treasures from the ground, not sparing even a glance in his direction. With complete confidence, Yang Fan pressed onward into the depths of the ruins, for within lay something he ardently desired to acquire. This was also the purpose of Yang Fan's visit. He silently vowed to exert his utmost efforts to acquire this treasure. Otherwise, Yang Fan would not relent under any circumstances. Thus, Guzi continued to gather the treasures scattered on the ground, while Yang Fan pressed onward toward the innermost depths of the ruins. Along the way, Yang Fan observed the fallen treasures, but felt no interest. After all, he simply did not have the time to comprehend the purpose of these treasures. Therefore, he could only allow Guzi to collect them and return them to the sword pavilion. In this manner, one can truly comprehend the intrinsic value. Moreover, Yang Fan was acutely aware that these treasures did not originally belong to him, but rather to Long-Out-Yen, for reasons unbeknownst to him. A sudden surge of pride welled up within Yang Fan, filling him with unparalleled joy and arrogance. Long-Out-Yen, a Long-Out-Yen. Are you aware of the emotions coursing through you now, as I have taken all your treasures? Would you not be furious? After conversing with himself, Yang Fan ceased to ponder further and pressed onward, determined to seize the most valuable items within this place. Meanwhile, in a secluded mansion, Long-Out-Yen was perplexed. Having suddenly yawned, what could this mean? Could it be that a beautiful woman is thinking of me? He paused his training, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a stick unexpectedly struck him squarely on the forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Do you still desire vengeance? Get back to your training. The elder bellowed, his tone imbued with sternness. Reluctantly, Long-Out-Yen could only wear a mournful expression and resume his cultivation. Thus, time passed gradually. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan found himself at the deepest recesses of the ruins. Before him lay no path to continue his advance. At this very moment, Yang Fan recognized that what awaited him ahead was the very object of his desires. It must be noted that within the tome of the Supreme Sovereign, Long-Out-Yen became immensely invincible due to possessing this very artifact. In that moment, Yang Fan's fighting spirit was ignited. He yearned intensely to possess the object before him. Yet, he was acutely aware that acquiring it would be an arduous endeavor. It necessitated an immense amount of effort to attain. Nevertheless, Yang Fan was brimming with confidence, firmly believing that he could indeed obtain this coveted item. Only in this way would he stand a chance against Long-Out-Yen when the time for vengeance arrived, ensuring he would not falter. Having resolved his thoughts, Yang Fan wasted no time. He unleashed a powerful strike, smashing his fist against the wall. The stone wall, 100 meters thick, crumbled into a heap of debris under his might. At that moment, Guzi, who was busy collecting treasures, perked up at the sound, instantly filled with concern, fearing that something terrible had befallen Yang Fan. It's nothing. Continue gathering the treasures. Yang Fan communicated telepathically, easing Guzi's anxiety. With this reassurance, Guzi resumed his task, a charming smile gracing his face. After breaking through the wall, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and stepped inside, his expression devoid of any levity, replaced solely by profound seriousness. He understood that he was about to confront the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival, and he dared not treat the situation lightly. Before long, Yang Fan found himself behind the wall, but before he could steady himself, a colossal creature loomed before him, its gaze reflecting an unfathomable abyss. Huh! You wretched human dare to intrude upon the domain of the Fire Dragon King? You must have never faced death. The Fire Dragon King sneered, exhaling terrifying flames as if they could incinerate anything in their path. Even as Yang Fan summoned his spirit energy for protection, it offered only limited defense. Ha ha ha, Fire Dragon King, do you not fear divine retribution for treating humans in such a manner? Yang Fan retorted after a moment, laughter escaping his lips while his heart raced with anxiety. After all, who could guarantee the temperament of this Fire Dragon King was anything but capricious? This caused Yang Fan's hands and feet to tremble slightly. However, in order to stabilize the situation, he could only gradually regain his composure. He dared not dwell on other thoughts. Upon hearing this, the Fire Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, as unwelcome thoughts suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing an inexplicable sense of unease. Subsequently, the Fire Dragon King directly inquired, "Human, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you look down upon me?" The Fire Dragon King? His enormous crimson eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan, devoid of any emotion, as if he were lost in a trance. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, they might have collapsed in terror before the formidable Fire Dragon King, unable to utter a word in response. After alleviating the pressure weighing upon him, Yang Fan gradually calmed himself, a faint smile gracing his face as he spoke. Fire Dragon King, have you forgotten the vow you made after your previous master's demise? This remark instantly prompted the Fire Dragon King to reminisce about the words spoken long ago. Fire Dragon King, you have accompanied me for so long, yet you cannot ascend to that realm, and thus I must forsake you. However, fear not, for someone will come to seek you. At that time, you shall entrust your offspring to him, and you will achieve unparalleled glory. My master, go with peace of mind. I shall guard until that person arrives, even unto my death. These words echoed relentlessly in the Fire Dragon King's mind, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia and sorrow, filled with reluctance over his former master's departure. As for how Yang Fan came to know such things, it stemmed from his past life where he had absorbed an abundance of wisdom from the Supreme Being, cultivating an immense inner strength. Moreover, this was also the opportunity for the Dragon Overlord, and Yang Fan was determined to seize it at all costs. How do you know of this matter? The Fire Dragon King asked in a deep voice, his tone considerably softened, losing its former domineering edge. Heaven revealed it to me. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smiled gently, feeling a gradual sense of relief. At least now, the Fire Dragon King could treat him with civility. In this light, the prospect of taking matters into his own hands seemed to have arrived. With this thought, Yang Fan's heart swelled with joy, bursting forth with uncontainable excitement. In that moment, the Fire Dragon King gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. The former master of the Fire Dragon King was none other than the Heavenly Father. This revelation stirred a tempest of emotion within the Fire Dragon King. Were it not for the vast difference in their physical forms, he would have been unable to restrain himself from seizing Yang Fan's shoulders with fervor, compelling him to divulge the whereabouts of the Heavenly Father. What is it that has you so agitated, Fire Dragon King? Yang Fan inquired, observing the dragon's labored breaths with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. He was eager for an explanation from the Fire Dragon King. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the Fire Dragon King gradually regained his composure. After exhaling deeply, he posed a direct question. Where did you encounter the Heavenly Father? Could you share that with me? In that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly speechless. It seemed that you had taken my previous words of deceit to heart. Thus, Yang Fan merely curled his lips and remarked, the heavens forbid me from revealing this to you. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's countenance darkened instantly, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Yet, he ultimately suppressed the fury that surged within him. He then spoke directly. Very well, since this is the will of the heavens, I shall refrain from meddling further. However, heed my warning, young man. Should you dare deceive me, I will ensure your utter destruction. His tone resonated with an air of dominance, akin to a command directed at Yang Fan. Nevertheless, Yang Fan did not take his words to heart. Instead, he responded confidently, rest assured, I would never deceive you. Internally, he chuckled coldly while his exterior displayed a facade of utmost sincerity, resembling a genuinely earnest husky. Observing this, the Dragon King exhaled deeply, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Yet, despite this, the Dragon King felt quite uneasy. After all, what he was about to entrust to Yang Fan was of paramount importance to him. Alas, there was no recourse. He had promised the heavens long ago. Having calmed his emotions, the Dragon King slowly inquired, what brings you here on this occasion? His tone laced with a hint of resignation, exuding a palpable weariness. It is worth noting, dear Dragon King, that you once pledged to the heavens to bestow your cherished daughter upon a worthy suitor. With that, Yang Fan displayed a faint smile, his hands involuntarily trembling with excitement, as if he were on the verge of acquiring a treasured prize. Now, even if the Dragon King of Fire harbors reluctance, he must comply. A bitter expression immediately manifested on his face, revealing his deep-seated reluctance to part with his precious daughter. Yang Fan remained unhurried, standing quietly in place, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile. He understood that the Dragon King would not take action, merely lamenting the situation. Ultimately, he would willingly entrust his daughter to Yang Fan's care. As time trickled by, the Dragon King gradually regained his composure. He then softly uttered, follow me. Before Yang Fan could fully process the situation, the Dragon King, with a downcast demeanor, began to stride deeper into the ruins. Once he regained his wits, Yang Fan wasted no time, quickening his pace to follow closely behind. His heart raced with anticipation. The thought of soon acquiring a treasured possession filled him with uncontainable excitement. Before long, under the Dragon King's guidance, Yang Fan arrived at the innermost sanctum. However, upon witnessing a certain figure, he was instantly taken aback in disbelief. Before him stood a small purple fire dragon, its enchanting presence radiating an irresistible allure unlike any other. This charm is released directly into the heart, utterly enchanting Yang Fan. Zia. The Fire Dragon King halted his steps, calling out to Zir with a voice filled with profound reluctance. After all, he was about to lose Zir, destined to part ways with her forever. Upon hearing the Fire Dragon King's words, Zir immediately looked up and joyfully ran towards him, her eyes sparkling with delight. In just a few moments, she reached the feet of the Fire Dragon King and exclaimed in a most alluring tone, "Father, why did you arrive only now? I thought you no longer wanted me." Her voice carried a childlike innocence, radiating pure and untainted joy. It would have been better if no words were spoken. Yet once they were, the Fire Dragon King was overcome with a sense of compassion. He deeply wished that Yang Fan would not take Ziyu away. However, the events had already transpired, and even if the Fire Dragon King desired to alter the course of fate, it was beyond his power. In the midst of his reminiscence, Ziyu spotted Yang Fan and, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Father, who is he? Why has a human entered our relics?" Her eyes widened in astonishment, blinking curiously at Yang Fan. Upon hearing her words, the Fire Dragon King let out a heavy sigh, fully aware that the situation was irrevocable. Thus, he addressed Zir directly, saying, "Zir, he is the future master." Despite the profound reluctance in his heart, the Fire Dragon King ultimately chose to voice this truth. Though filled with helplessness, he recognized that there was no way to change the unfolding events. At this moment, Zir was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yang Fan. Gradually, she came to realize that aside from his handsome appearance and formidable strength, he possessed no particularly remarkable traits. A thought crept into her mind. If this man were to become my master, I would be compelled to distance myself from my father. No, I cannot allow such a thing to occur. With this realization, Zir immediately directed a hostile glare towards Yang Fan. Her small fists were clenched tightly, as if she bore a deep-seated grudge against him. "Father, I refuse to become the master of this feeble Yang Fan. I will not. I would rather perish than accept such a fate." After a brief moment, Zir shouted aloud, her voice echoing throughout the ruins. Only Guzi, who was joyfully collecting treasures, paid her no mind. In an instant, Yang Fan's expression darkened, his heart brimming with frustration. He could hardly fathom that Zir would dare to call him feeble. This incensed him greatly. However, upon noticing the nearby Fire Dragon King, he quickly relinquished such thoughts. Silently, he mused, "So, Zir, you think you can defy me? Just wait until we leave this place. I shall teach you a lesson and certainly give you a good spanking. Do not act recklessly. He is the successor of the heavens. You must understand, following him brings only benefits, never drawbacks. If it becomes unbearable, you can always return to your father." The Fire Dragon King communicated telepathically with Zir, his tone imbued with sternness, his gaze fixed intently upon her, as if to compel her to submit. He knew well that should she break her promise, he would face divine retribution. To prevent such a calamity, the Fire Dragon King felt compelled to act in this manner, hoping that Zir would comprehend his benevolent intentions. At this moment, Zir was on the verge of tears. Throughout her life, the Fire Dragon King had never raised his voice at her, yet now he was shouting at her for the sake of a stranger. How could Zir possibly accept such a fate? Yet, confronted with overwhelming pressure, she ultimately acquiesced, even if reluctantly. After taking a deep breath, Zir slowly spoke, "Father, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Her eyes were filled with a profound sense of reluctance. To be frank, Zir was deeply unwilling to acknowledge Yang Fan as her master, for doing so would signify the loss of her freedom. How could Zir possibly accept this? Indeed, it must be done, the Fire Dragon King declared resolutely. His heart ached profoundly, yet there was no alternative to fulfill his promise. He had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Beyond this, there was simply no other option. The Fire Dragon King's words instantly shattered the last straw for Zir, leaving her unable to rise again. Her expression fell into despair in an instant. However, at that moment, Yang Fan calmly spoke, "Do not worry, I will not deprive you of your freedom. Just follow me with ease." His tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, accompanied by a faint smile, as if he were entirely unconcerned. In truth, Yang Fan's intention was remarkably simple. He merely wished for Zir to lend him a hand during his most perilous moments. He no longer aspired for anything beyond that. Upon hearing this, Zier immediately lifted her head, gazing at Yang Fan in astonishment. She then asked directly, "Is what you say truly genuine?" Her eyes blinked with curiosity. If it were indeed as Yang Fan suggested, she might contemplate it further. "Of course, why would I deceive you?" Yang Fan replied with a faint smile, a confident demeanor radiating from him, utterly charming Zier. At once, she found herself torn, uncertain whether to heed Yang Fan's words. Fearing that a single misstep might lead to her being deceived, who would she turn to for justification then? Yet, in the face of overwhelming temptation, coupled with the Fire Dragon King's insistence, Zier's resolve began to waver. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, "Very well, I shall follow you." Upon uttering these words, the Fire Dragon King felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as though he were losing something of utmost importance. Tears brimmed in his eyes, threatening to cascade down. Fortunately, he managed to hold them back in time. Seeing Zier's agreement, Yang Fan immediately entered into a pact with her. His heart racing with anxiety, he feared that if he hesitated even for a moment, something dreadful might occur. Yang Fan was extremely tense, his breathing quickening. Soon after the pact was established, he exhaled deeply, a radiant smile blooming upon his face, brimming with satisfaction. "May I bid farewell to my father before we depart together?" Just as Yang Fan was basking in his triumph, Zia shyly spoke up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had unwittingly sold herself in such a muddled manner, catching her off guard and making her heart race with anxiety. "All right, I will wait for you at the door." With that, Yang Fan wasted no time and turned to leave, still reveling in his secret delight. Meanwhile, far away in the mountains, Long Outyin felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost something of great importance that day. This sudden realization soured his mood. However, faced with his stern master, Long Outyin dared not slack off and continued his cultivation. Upon exiting the depths of the ruins, Yang Fan encountered Guzi, who had already organized the treasures. He approached him directly. Hearing the commotion, Guzi realized Yang Fan had emerged and eagerly handed over the storage bag, exclaiming with delight, "Young Master Yang, I have packed the treasures. Please take a look." A satisfied smile graced his face. To be honest, today was the happiest day of Guzi's life. Having acquired such an abundance of treasures, it was almost beyond imagination. Although these treasures were not his own, they would bring him joy for a lifetime, as many cultivators would never have the chance to witness such wealth. After placing the storage bag aside, Yang Fan casually pulled out several treasures and tossed them to Guzi. He then spoke directly, "Guzi, you have done well. These treasures are your reward. Keep them safe." Yang Fan regarded the treasures with a sense of detachment. Guzi was momentarily stunned upon receiving the treasures. Initially, he had not anticipated receiving anything. Yet here he was, unexpectedly gifted with two. How could he not be thrilled? This truly elevates one sect to a whole new echelon. The words of Yang Fan echoed in his mind, bringing immense joy to Guzi. Gradually, as he regained his composure, Guzi proclaimed, "Thank you, Holy Sun Yang. I swear here that even if you were to ask me to die, I would do so without hesitation." The heavens rumbled twice, as if responding to Guzi's vow. Yet, he felt no regret. Rather, excitement coursed through him, and his mind began to wander into fantasies. "You may leave for now. I shall surely call upon you when I require your assistance," Yang Fan said calmly. The addition of a devoted follower brought Yang Fan further delight. However, he understood that transforming the world's perception of him would require a gradual approach. Such matters could not be rushed. Upon hearing this, Guzi refrained from lingering and respectfully bowed to Yang Fan before departing. It was not until he had traveled over 50 kilometers that Guzi could no longer contain his exhilaration, exclaiming in joy as if he were slaughtering pigs. Meanwhile, Yang Fan remained behind, patiently awaiting Zier's emergence, aware that she was likely upset. Thus, he refrained from urging her. After approximately an hour, Zier emerged with a profoundly sorrowful expression, as if mourning the death of the Fire Dragon King. Observing her distress, Yang Fan approached her gently and inquired, "Zier, what troubles you so deeply?" His voice was imbued with a tender warmth that could melt the heart of a naive little girl. Yet, upon hearing his words, Zier found no solace. Instead, her sadness deepened and her heart shattered further. After a moment, she gradually regained her composure and replied, "I'm fine. I'll just lie down for a while. Call me if anything arises." Before Yang Fan could respond, she darted into his storage pouch to rest quietly, her mind overwhelmed with turmoil. Seeing this, Yang Fan sighed helplessly, choosing not to dwell on it further as he glanced back at the ruins. a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Dragon Aot on. I wonder how you would feel knowing I have seized your fortune, he mused inwardly. Subsequently, he dismissed any further thoughts and departed directly. After all, the ruins had been thoroughly stripped of their treasures. There was no reason to linger any longer. At this moment, Yang Fan's heart brimmed with joy, for he had never experienced such affluence before. The acquisition of such a wealth of treasures naturally lifted his spirits immensely. Consequently, Yang Fan hurried towards Lu Chanshan's caravan, his face adorned with a captivating smile. After a little over an hour, he returned to the vicinity of the carriage. Upon noticing Wu Ji and Lu Chanshan engaged in conversation, he approached them. In a matter of moments, Yang Fan appeared before Wu Ji and Lu Chanshan without them even realizing it. He then spoke directly, inquiring, "What are the two of you pondering?" This was unexpected. And upon mentioning it, Wu Ji and Lu Chanshan were startled to the core, nearly tumbling from their shady perch. Once Lu Chanshan managed to regain her composure, she noticed Yang Fan's return, her face instantly illuminating with joy. However, just as she was about to speak, Wu Ji erupted with a scathing remark. "Yang Fan, what do you mean by this? How dare you leap out and frighten us? Are you out of your mind? If you are unwell, seek treatment at once." Her tone dripped with venom, as if Yang Fan were her sworn enemy. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, leaving even Yang Fan taken aback by Wu Ji's unexpected ferocity, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yet, Yang Fan was no pushover. He reciprocated the hostility just as fiercely. With a darkened expression, he retorted, "What did you just say?" His gaze bore an intensity that sent Wu Ji instinctively retreating 2 steps, her heart racing. What kind of gaze was this? How could it be so terrifying? Wu Ji pondered inwardly, her limbs trembling as if she stood before the Grim Reaper himself, utterly petrified. "Enough of this discord. Can we not speak civilly?" Lu Chanshan interjected, her voice laced with urgency as she sensed the tension thickening. She had never anticipated matters would devolve to such a state, leaving her at a loss for words. Indeed, Yang Fan's earlier expression had been quite fearsome, startling not only Wu Ji but Lu Chanshan as well, who remained shaken even now. "I refuse to engage in civil discourse," Wu Ji declared, forcing herself to regain her composure before turning away, unwilling to linger any longer. The moment had evoked a sensation akin to the presence of death itself, leaving her breathless. Watching Wu Ji's retreating figure, Lu Chanshan let out a deep sigh, contemplating how events had spiraled into such chaos, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Were it within her power, she would gladly erase the occurrence of these incidents entirely. In this manner, a normal exchange could transpire. At last, Lu Chanshan forced a faint smile and inquired of Yang Fan, "By the way, where have you been? Why have you only just returned?" Her tone was tinged with complexity, a reflection of the tumultuous events that had transpired, leaving her still grappling with lingering unease. She could only suppress the gnawing fear within her. In response, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. The earlier incidents had already dampened his spirits, and now, confronted with Lu Chanshan's probing question, he found himself utterly flustered. Reluctant to divulge anything, he then replied curtly, "Why should I tell you? You are not someone significant to me." Before Lu Chanshan could process his words, Yang Fan turned and walked away. What had initially been a splendid mood was abruptly shattered by Lu Chanshan and Wu Ji, rendering it utterly dismal. As Lu Chanshan slowly grasped the situation, she realized that Yang Fan had vanished. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her heart. The sensation is akin to a heart shattered into fragments, as if the most cherished possession has been wrenched from one's grasp. Tears begin to cascade from beautiful eyes, falling upon the earth, while even the heavens grow overcast. It is as though one can feel the heartbreak of Lu Chanshan. Meanwhile, Yang Fan approaches Lu Feng's carriage and, upon seeing him resting beneath the shade of a tree, exhales deeply and strides forward. After a brief moment, Yang Fan finds himself beside Lu Feng, disregarding all else as he takes a seat. "What troubles you? Are you feeling down?" Lu Feng inquires, having noticed the somber expression on Yang Fan's face. His tone is laced with an air of indifference. Yang Fan, however, refrains from responding, instead releasing a deep sigh and gazing skyward. The once vibrant and exhilarating emotions have been abruptly shattered, leaving Yang Fan in a state of profound discomfort. Had he known, he would have surely chosen to return at a later hour. Noticing Yang Fan's silence, Lu Feng surmises the situation, a trace of disdain flickering in his heart, though he chooses not to reveal it. Additionally, it is not in Lu Feng's nature to stoke the flames of discontent. Thus, he speaks softly, "Take it easy. Do not dwell in sorrow. One must always strive to see the brighter side of things." His eyes reflect a sense of wistfulness. Huh. What reason do I have to feel sorrow? I should be reveling in joy. Yang Fan retorts with a cold laugh, feigning indifference while turmoil brews within. Oh, are you suggesting that you have discovered the treasure? Lu Feng responds with a knowing smile, having deduced Yang Fan's recent exploits. Yet, Lu Feng remains in the realm of speculation, hesitant to draw any firm conclusions. Yang Fan, without further contemplation, simply nods in affirmation, indicating that Lu Feng's conjecture is indeed correct. He nods in silence, exuding an air of aloofness. At this moment, Lu Feng was utterly astonished, gazing at Yang Fan with an expression of disbelief. It was noteworthy that Yang Fan had returned less than a day after his departure, already acquiring treasures. This underscored Yang Fan's remarkable efficiency. Surely, you jest? Lu Feng managed to force a smile, his face a canvas of incredulity, clearly doubting Yang Fan's words. After all, he had some knowledge of the ruins, and it seemed implausible to obtain anything from them so swiftly. Who could accept such a rapid outcome? Why would I deceive you? Is there any necessity for me to do so? Yang Fan retorted, a hint of disdain lacing his tone, exhibiting a remarkable indifference as if Lu Feng's belief or disbelief was of no consequence to him. Instantly, Lu Feng found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to express his thoughts. After a moment, Lu Feng gradually regained his composure and then spoke. True. But aren't you planning to share some treasures with me? After all, I did provide you with the key to the ruins. His voice carried a hint of probing, eager to discern Yang Fan's decision. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He reached into his pocket and tossed several treasures onto the ground before Lu Feng, without a moment's pause. Instantly, Lu Feng was taken aback by Yang Fan's forthrightness. Moreover, he realized that these treasures were indeed of exceptional quality. Yet, Yang Fan seemed to cast them aside without even a glance. This left Yang Fan profoundly shaken. Goodness, Yang Fan, is this truly how you wish to proceed, leaving me utterly unprepared? Lu Feng silently exclaimed within. The relics, presented so nonchalantly by Yang Fan, stirred a tempest of emotions within Lu Feng. After a moment, he took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous feelings. He then spoke. Are you truly willing to part with these exquisite treasures, unafraid that I might abscond with them? His gaze carried a hint of complexity, yet predominantly softened. It was evident that Lu Feng was gradually beginning to accept Yang Fan as an elder brother, no longer exhibiting the fierce resistance he once did. I have great trust in you, and I am certain you would never resort to such actions. I shall take my leave to rest. If these treasures do not suit you, simply seek me out for an exchange. As his words faded, Yang Fan rose and made his way towards the carriage. Watching Yang Fan's departing figure, Lu Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. He never anticipated encountering such a sincerely trusting elder brother. A sense of nostalgia began to creep into Lu Feng's heart, and his gaze grew increasingly intricate. After about 10 minutes, Lu Feng gradually regained his composure and ceased his musings, beginning to explore the treasures bestowed upon him by Yang Fan. It is often said that one does not know until one tries, and the experience can be quite startling. Remarkably, these exquisite treasures are rather convenient, allowing Lu Feng to effortlessly seize them. However, Lu Feng has not forgotten that his acquisition of these treasures is entirely due to Yang Fan. Without Yang Fan, he would never have attained such handy artifacts. In an instant, a profound appreciation blossomed in Lu Feng's mind. Upon returning to the carriage, Yang Fan noticed Wu Ji lying inside, enveloped in a cloud of gloom. He let out a resigned sigh. Without further ado, Yang Fan stepped into the carriage and reclined beside her. Wu Ji, hearing the commotion, turned to see that it was Yang Fan, which instantly soured her mood. She promptly turned away, unwilling to spare him another glance, her demeanor radiating anger. Still upset? Yang Fan inquired, gazing skyward, his tone calm and devoid of emotion, exuding a sense of tranquility. In response, Wu Ji chose not to answer immediately. Instead, a hint of tears began to well in her eyes, as if Yang Fan's words had resonated deeply within her soul. All right, I understand that I shouldn't have frightened you earlier. Please don't be angry anymore. You could always frighten me in return. Yang Fan continued, a hint of remorse flickering in his gaze. He recognized that his earlier actions had led to this predicament, prompting him to gradually come to terms with the situation. This revelation, though seemingly innocuous, caused Wu Ji to be unable to restrain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. The sound of her sobs reached Yang Fan, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. He pondered silently. What on earth could have triggered such an outburst of tears? He had never anticipated Wu Ji's sudden weeping. It caught him completely off guard. Thus, Yang Fan continued to inquire, "What is the matter? Why are you crying so unexpectedly?" As he spoke, he rose from his seat, scratching his head in a display of confusion and agitation, eager to unravel the mystery behind her distress. However, Wu Ji remained unresponsive, choosing instead to weep in silence, her sorrow palpable. After what felt like an eternity, over half an hour passed before she gradually ceased her crying. For reasons unknown, her emotional state shifted, evoking a peculiar sentiment within her. Upon noticing that Wu Ji had stopped, Yang Fan felt a quiet sigh of relief. He feared that if others beheld him in such a situation, they might assume he had been the source of her torment. "I know I startled you. That was wrong of me. I apologize. Is that not sufficient?" He continued, his voice tinged with remorse, and his gaze dimmed. Yet, Wu Ji offered no reply, turning her back to him. At this moment, Yang Fan could no longer endure the situation. Internally, he lamented, "What is this madness? I have apologized and expressed everything that needed to be said, yet I am still met with silence. This is infuriating." Subsequently, unable to contain his frustration, he abruptly stood up. Casting a cold glance at Wu Ji, he departed from the carriage. His mind erupted with fury, akin to a volcano in full eruption. Upon hearing the sound of departing footsteps, Wu Ji realized that Yang Fan had left, and a profound sense of desolation enveloped her heart. As if she had lost something of utmost importance, her heart felt as though it had ceased to beat. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wu Ji found herself unable to take a step forward, as if a tremendous resistance was holding her back. Once outside the carriage, a gentle breeze brushed against Yang Fan's face, as if it were whisking away his troubled thoughts. At that moment, Lu Qianqian, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, suddenly emerged beside him. With a hint of sorrow in her voice, she inquired, "What is the matter, Yang Fan?" She forced a smile that appeared utterly disingenuous. Yang Fan, hearing her voice, chose to ignore Lu Qianqian and gazed silently at the sky. For reasons he could not fathom, a heavy melancholy weighed upon his heart, as though something ominous loomed on the horizon, stirring peculiar thoughts within him. After a while, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and finally spoke, "I am fine. You should return and keep Wu Ji company." Before Lu Qianqian could react, Yang Fan strode with a light-hearted gait to the highest branch of a tree and sat down, retrieving a flask of celestial wine from his pocket and began to drink heavily. Although Lu Qianqian yearned to understand why Yang Fan was in such a troubled state, she refrained from pressing him for answers. Instead, she complied with his request and returned to the carriage to comfort Wu Ji. As time trickled by, nightfall descended. Yang Fan remained atop the tree, feeling the cool breeze against him. However, at that moment, several shadowy figures suddenly appeared near the carriage. Despite their stealthy movements, Yang Fan sensed their presence. Yet, he chose not to act immediately, preferring to observe their intentions. "Hey, this household seems quite affluent," remarked one of the subordinates with a greedy tone, involuntarily drooling, his demeanor utterly repulsive. "Wipe your drool, don't disgust me." The elder sister spoke with disdain, her eyes filled with contempt. The younger brother, feeling awkward, scratched his head and quickly wiped away the drool from his mouth. However, upon catching sight of the elder sister's formidable presence, his heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a fawn bounding about in sheer excitement, as if he had consumed a potent elixir. "Surround those two carriages first. Await my command before proceeding." As the younger brother lost himself in fanciful thoughts, the formidable elder sister issued her command in a low voice, disregarding the younger brother beside her. "At your command, sister." As soon as the words left his lips, the younger brothers swiftly sprang into action, forming a collective perimeter around the two carriages, though they had yet to commence their endeavor. Upon discerning the situation from his elevated vantage point, Yang Fan's lips curled into a subtle yet sinister smile. Wasn't this one of Long Out Yin's most formidable confidants? The mere fact that she graced this location was rather astonishing. He chuckled inwardly, contemplating, "Long Out Yin, do not blame me for whisking her away." Meanwhile, in a secluded mountainous region, Long Out Yin, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly let out a yawn. He then pinched his nose and mused, "Which enchanting beauty is thinking of me?" Before he could finish his thought, a massive wooden stick unexpectedly struck the back of his head, creating a sizable bump of 50 centimeters. "Are you daydreaming? Do you still wish to seek vengeance? Hurry up and concentrate on your cultivation." The elder bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the entire mountain range, startling the surrounding beasts into retreat. In this moment, Long Out Yin, filled with frustration, immersed himself in his training. "Damn that old man. Just you wait. I shall repay every grievance you have inflicted upon me, he vowed silently. Nearby the carriage, the elder sister, sensing the time was ripe, immediately began to issue orders. Go forth. Seize all valuables within. Upon her command, the band of robbers sprang into action. The thunderous noise abruptly roused Wu Ji and the others from their slumber. As they leaped from the carriage, they found themselves encircled by the robbers, terror flashing in their eyes. They never anticipated encountering such brigands, and their hearts swelled with dread. However, when the robbers caught sight of Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, they were momentarily taken aback, their gazes igniting with fervor and possessiveness. Their breaths quickened. And if given the chance, they would have relished the opportunity to abduct the two women and engage in unspeakable acts. Yet, as they turned to behold the elder sister's gaze, their bravado waned. An inexplicable sense of fear gripped their hearts, compelling them to halt their advance. After a brief interlude, the elder sister approached Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian directly. Upon recognizing their features, her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. How can there be women in this world who resemble me so closely? She mused inwardly, her jealousy surging uncontrollably, causing her fists to clench tightly in anger, as if something dreadful had befallen her. What do you intend to do? Lu Qianqian, gazing at the imposing figure of the elder sister, exhaled deeply, her voice trembling with fear. It was her first encounter with such peril, and the dread was palpable. The robbers, with their fearsome countenances, instilled a profound terror within her. Silently, she prayed, "Young Fan, where are you? Please, come forth." Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Do not be afraid. We merely seek to acquire some wealth. As long as you cooperate, nothing untoward will occur. Otherwise, do not blame my men for their ruthlessness. The elder sister remarked in a subdued tone. Although she harbored a profound jealousy towards the beauty of Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, she nonetheless adhered to her own principles. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never compromise her convictions. At this moment, Wu Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the other party had such intentions. Had they harbored different motives, she would have been at a loss for how to respond. Just then, an incongruous voice suddenly erupted, drawing the astonished gazes of all present toward the speaker. Particularly, Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian displayed even greater surprise. How dare you brazenly snatch things away? Do you believe I want to cleave you in two with a single stroke of my blade? How dare you act so recklessly in my presence? Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone turned to gaze at Lu Feng, their eyes brimming with astonishment, never having anticipated such an occurrence at this moment. It was utterly bewildering. After a brief moment, one of the lackeys spoke up, "Sister Ranran, this brat is too arrogant. Allow me to take care of him." His tone was laced with fury, as if ready to engage in combat at any moment. The lackey was clearly infuriated. However, Sister Ranran did not respond to him, but instead fixed her gaze intently on Lu Feng, feeling a flicker of surprise within. After all, this was a brash youth, and it was her first encounter with such a situation. She then declared, "You all stay here. I will go speak with him." Before the lackey could react, Sister Ranran strode directly toward Lu Feng, her eyes reflecting a profound intensity that left others uncertain of her thoughts. In no time, Sister Ranran stood before Lu Feng, mere inches separating them. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Feng asked in a hushed tone, his hands trembling slightly, betraying a hint of fear. He was acutely aware that his injuries had yet to heal. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Moreover, Yang Fan was conspicuously absent at this moment. This left Lu Feng in a state of deep frustration, unable to comprehend Yang Fan's whereabouts. How could he still not have appeared at such a critical moment? Just moments ago, he had exuded such arrogance, yet now he trembled in fear. Sister Ranran inquired with a hint of playful mockery, unperturbed by Lu Feng's presence. Instantly, she discerned that he had undoubtedly endured a severe trauma. Otherwise, he would not be standing there inert, for a confrontation would have ensued long ago. Lu Feng, feeling exceedingly awkward, found himself at a loss for words, his gaze becoming increasingly bewildered. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and spoke. "Is it so wrong to be nervous? And as for you, we have no grievances against each other, so why must you resort to robbery?" Though fear gripped him internally, Lu Feng felt compelled to voice his discontent. He could not abide such conduct. It was essential to intervene, for he was a man of integrity. Upon hearing his words, Sister Ranran erupted in laughter, utterly taken aback by Lu Feng's navet. After her mirth subsided, she cleared her throat and remarked, "Are you telling a joke? With so many whys in this world, if I wish to rob, then I shall. Surely, you cannot be serious." Before Lu Feng could respond, she continued, I recognize your honorable nature as a cultivator. However, in this world, righteousness alone does not suffice to resolve matters. In an instant, Sister Ranran unleashed her full strength, delivering a powerful blow to Lu Feng's abdomen. A formidable gust propelled him away, leaving him dazed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Sister Ranran was a practitioner of the mystical arts. Meanwhile, Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian were equally astounded by Sister Ranran's formidable prowess, their expressions filled with shock as their limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. They instinctively recoiled several steps, fearing that she might unleash her power upon them as well. After a moment, Sister Ranran commanded, Bring everyone here back with me. Upon hearing the news, the bandits' faces instantly blossomed with joy, displaying their elation. It is worth noting that they had long harbored desires for Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. Now that the opportunity had finally presented itself, the bandits could hardly let it slip away. Consequently, they swiftly set about their preparations. Yang Fan, witnessing the scene before him, furrowed his brow slightly. He sighed inwardly and lamented, perhaps this is my sentimental nature at play. With that thought, Yang Fan resolved not to hesitate any longer and leapt down from the tree, blending seamlessly into the throng of bandits, eager to discern their intentions. Initially, Yang Fan contemplated launching an immediate attack. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, opting instead to assess the situation further. After all, Sister Ranran was one of Long Out-Yin's cherished confidants, and her prowess was undoubtedly formidable. The mere thought of the revelations contained within the esteemed tome sent a shiver through him. Before long, under Sister Ranran's guidance, Yang Fan and his companions found themselves swiftly escorted back to the encampment. Gazing upon the stronghold, Yang Fan was taken aback by its opulence. He had not anticipated such lavishness. It was evident that they had amassed a considerable fortune, prompting a slight furrow of concern upon his brow. Subsequently, Wu Ji, Lu Qianqian, and the unconscious Lu Feng were imprisoned within a cell. However, as they departed, Sister Ranran issued a specific command that they must not harm a single hair on their heads, astonishing the bandits present. Yet, as this was the leader's directive, despite their inner discontent, the bandits had no choice but to comply, as they were left with no alternative. The sensation of longing for something unattainable is excruciating. Within the encampment, sumptuous feasts of fish and meat are being prepared to commemorate today's victory. The bounty gathered this time is truly abundant, filling everyone's hearts with immense joy and excitement. Such opportunities for harvest are exceedingly rare. Alas, the sheer audacity of these bandits is astonishing. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan feels a profound shock, his heart laden with helplessness. Were these brigands to mend their ways, their lives might indeed flourish beyond their current state, perhaps even leading them on the path of cultivation. Yet, at this moment, Yang Fan can only lament their fate, shaking his head in resignation, fully aware that such entrenched behavior is unlikely to change. Suddenly, a voice interrupts Yang Fan's reverie, jolting him back to reality. Hey, you over there. Come here and pour us some wine. One of the younger bandits shouts, his tone brimming with bravado. Yet, there is a hint of cunning in his gaze that Yang Fan cannot ignore. Instantly, he senses the underlying intent in the young man's eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. What is this peculiar aura? Yang Fan muses inwardly, his nose twitching as he attempts to decipher the familiar scent that eludes him. Nevertheless, having altered his appearance, he chooses not to dwell on it further. Following the young bandit's command, he takes the jug of wine and pours it into their cups, then steps aside, quietly observing the unfolding events without uttering a word. At that moment, Sister Ranran, having concluded her duties, approaches the center of the table and takes a seat. As she passes by Yang Fan, she glances at him with a hint of recognition. I feel as though I've seen this person before, she ponders silently. Yet she dismisses the thought and, upon sitting down, addresses the younger bandits with a commanding presence. Everyone has worked hard today. Let us not hold back. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Her tone is imbued with authority, reminiscent of a queen. With her words, the bandits erupt in cheers, casting aside their reservations and merrily indulging in their revelry. Observing this, Sister Ranran nods in satisfaction before settling down at the same table as the younger bandits. Sister Ranran, you've toiled today. This cup is poured for you by the younger brothers to celebrate our success. Having spoken, the younger brother presented a glass of wine before Sister Ran, his face adorned with a delighted smile. However, this smile was tinged with a hint of anxiety, a detail that did not escape Yang Fan's keen observation. Yet, Rather than intervening, Yang Fan chose to observe in silence, his mind racing with speculation about the contents of the glass. An endless stream of confusion flooded his thoughts. Sister Ran, without a second thought, seized the cup from the younger brother's hands and exclaimed, "Excellent." She then boldly consumed the wine in one swift motion, displaying remarkable bravado and exhibiting no trace of hesitation. After she drank, a faint, wicked smile crept onto the younger brother's lips, barely noticeable unless one was paying close attention. Unfazed by the drink, Sister Ran continued to engage in conversation with the younger brother, who responded with casual indifference, biding his time for the effects of the potion to manifest. Slowly, time trickled away, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. For reasons unknown, Sister Ran began to feel an overwhelming heat enveloping her body, akin to the sweltering midday sun. "What is happening? Why do I feel so hot?" she gasped, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, and even her exhalations became unbearably warm. In that moment, the younger brother, known as A, felt a surge of joy. He promptly spoke up, "Sister Ran, perhaps the room is too warm. How about I take you to the room to rest?" A glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes, and his hands began to tremble. After all, this was the first time A had ventured into such territory. Without much thought, Sister Ran nodded in agreement. Dazed and slightly disoriented, she followed it down the steep path. Observing her swaying figure, Yang Fan immediately discerned the unfolding situation and quietly trailed behind them, his expression unusually grave, revealing the seriousness of his demeanor. After about 10 minutes, under A's guidance, Sister Ran arrived at the door of the room. At this moment, she had become increasingly entranced, her mind growing foggy, rendering her incapable of considering anything else. The sight of Sister Ran in such a delightful state ignited a fervor within A, for the current circumstance was indeed rare and precious. "Sister Ran, let me help you inside." After a brief pause, A could no longer contain himself and spoke, his limbs beginning to fidget restlessly. "No, it's all right. You should go back," Sister Ran murmured, her voice laced with confusion as she attempted to suppress the overwhelming desire within her. However, the more she resisted, the more that desire threatened to erupt, leaving her feeling as though ants were crawling all over her body, creating a profound discomfort. At this moment, the younger brother, Brother A, could no longer hold back. His true intentions were laid bare. "Sister Ran, you cannot blame me. After all, your beauty is simply irresistible." No sooner had he spoken than he recklessly seized the opportunity, disregarding all else, and began to make advances towards Sister Ran. Initially, she intended to resist, but the emotions that welled up within her grew increasingly intense. The desperate thirst for much-needed rain transformed into a restless yearning. In an instant, Brother A recognized that this was his moment to act. He thought to himself that if he did not seize the opportunity now, it might never come again. Thus, he charged towards Sister Ran without a second thought. However, just as he reached out to touch her, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. He immediately fell into a daze, foaming at the mouth. "Bah, you despicable coward." Yang Fan scoffed disdainfully at Brother A, who lay on the ground, his tone dripping with contempt. Yet, just as he prepared to turn away, an unexpected event occurred. With dazed eyes fixed upon the handsome and suave Yang Fan, Sister Ran could no longer contain the desires that surged within her. She pressed her soft, rosy lips against his, leaving Yang Fan momentarily stunned. Initially, he instinctively attempted to resist, but the more he struggled, the more fervently she kissed him, refusing to let him escape her embrace. Slowly, time trickled by, and what should not have happened had indeed transpired. Gazing at the woman in his arms, Yang Fan let out a deep sigh, at a loss for words. How could my first time be taken by someone else? What a frustrating predicament. He lamented inwardly, his eyes filled with regret. In truth, it was not just Yang Fan's first experience, it was also Sister Ran's. Therefore, he had no reason to feel regret or remorse. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a wave of discomfort washed over Yang Fan. After all, he already had a fiancée, and here he was, lying bare with another woman. This realization flooded him with immense guilt. Why did this happen? He pondered, his gaze becoming somewhat hazy. Yang Fan had initially aimed to win Sister Ran's heart, but certainly not in this manner. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss, his heart filled with the fervent hope that Sister Ran would understand his actions upon awakening. Just as he was immersed in contemplation, a sudden rustle beside him jolted him back to attention. He swiftly turned his head and discovered Sister Ran beginning to groggily open her eyes, emerging from the haze of slumber. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly at a loss, his heart racing with anxiety, even his breath becoming uneven. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Sister Ran abruptly regained consciousness. However, at that instant, she was beset by a severe headache. Feeling a chilling sensation enveloping her body as awareness dawned upon her. Yet, this newfound awareness brought forth a startling clarity that heightened her senses. She instinctively recoiled several steps. A look of terror and disbelief etched upon her face as she gazed at Yang Fan. You're awake," she exclaimed. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Yang Fan realized he could no longer evade the situation and forced a faint smile, though inwardly he was already cursing his fate. He was well aware of the book's supreme ruler and understood Sister Ran's character all too well. In an instant, he was engulfed by panic, unsure of how to proceed. "What have you done to me?" Sister Ran glared at Yang Fan with an intensity akin to a death threat, her voice laced with palpable anger. Although she did not erupt immediately. Instead, she fixed him with a cold, penetrating stare. For reasons unknown, an impulse to eliminate Yang Fan surged within her. This overwhelming sense of impulse incessantly reverberates within Ran's heart. Even though she yearns to eradicate this resentment, she finds herself utterly incapable of doing so at present. At that moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Sister Ran. After about 10 minutes, he managed to calm his emotions and recounted the events in their entirety, without a hint of concealment. He understood that Sister Ran appreciated candor, and perhaps this honest narration would alleviate the frigid atmosphere surrounding them. Indeed, upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Sister Ran suddenly recalled the myriad of moments they had just shared. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as the memories flooded back, leaving her utterly bewildered about how to proceed. She had not anticipated Yang Fan's sincerity, which struck her heart with a fervent rhythm, causing her pulse to race uncontrollably and rendering the atmosphere even more awkward. Ultimately, unable to bear the discomfort any longer, Sister Ran blurted out, Why are you still here? How long do you intend to stay in my room?" Her voice betrayed a flustered urgency, reflecting her inner turmoil. With his heart racing, Yang Fan immediately sprang to his feet without a moment's hesitation, realizing that remaining any longer could lead to unfavorable consequences. Uncertain of how to navigate such a predicament, he hastily donned his clothing and exited the room. However, just before departing, Yang Fan glanced back at Sister Ran, for she was the first woman he encountered in this world. No matter where he went or what achievements he attained, he would never forget her, forever etching her memory in his heart. Sister Ran, too, noticed the intensity in his gaze, feeling an inexplicable stirring within her, a sensation that she could not easily dismiss. Yet, her mind was in a tumultuous state, akin to a fawn darting wildly within her. As Yang Fan stepped out of the room, he found himself in the den of thieves. Since he had emerged from Sister Ran's room, no one dared to obstruct his path. They merely stood silently by, watching. Beyond that, they were unable to do anything else. Gazing at the midnight sky, Yang Fan let out a helpless sigh, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Although he was well aware of the contents of the book, The Supreme Venerable, he found that the reality of the situation was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Sister Ran was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, never anticipating that such events would unfold. Strangely enough, she did not harbor any aversion towards Yang Fan. On the contrary, she seemed to lean towards him with a certain inclination. This sensation left Sister Ran feeling utterly enchanted, instantly captivated by its allure. Yet, deep within her heart, she grappled with an underlying resistance. With no other recourse, she exhaled a heavy sigh, uncertain of how to proceed. Gradually, the sun cast its warm embrace upon the earth. Both Yang Fan and Sister Ran had endured a sleepless night, unable to find solace in slumber, as though burdened by an immense weight of unspoken thoughts. Soon, Sister Ran emerged from her room, only to find Yang Fan keeping vigil in the corridor throughout the night. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over her, filling her eyes with a mysterious glimmer. After taking a deep breath, Sister Ran summoned her courage and approached Yang Fan, inquiring gently, "Why have you stood here all night?" Her tone was laced with concern, yet her expression remained stoic, perhaps indicating that she had yet to fully embrace Yang Fan in her heart. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, momentarily unable to respond. He remained silent while Sister Ran, displaying remarkable patience, awaited his reply. After a brief pause, Yang Fan managed to muster a faint smile and said, "I don't know. After stepping out, I just wanted to wait here." Though he recognized the foolishness of his actions, Yang Fan seemed to relish in this foolishness. Instantly, Sister Ran's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing uncontrollably. A whirlwind of thoughts clouded her mind, leaving her uncertain of what to articulate. Even her breath quickened. What she had intended to voice suddenly retreated, trapped within her. After a moment of emotional reprieve, Sister Ran deeply inhaled and responded, "Oh, I see," her tone rich with complexity, her gaze tinged with worry. In that moment, the atmosphere grew profoundly still. The silence was so palpable that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. After a while, Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "By the way, could you release my companions?" Although he had initially hesitated to voice this request, he found himself compelled to speak. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran sensed a shift and asked, "Your companions?" "Yes, the 2 women and 1 man you have captured. I kindly ask that you set them free." Yang Fan did not shy away from expressing his thoughts and spoke candidly. However, once he did, it startled Sister Ran considerably. Her pupils involuntarily widened, and her breathing grew noticeably rapid. The jealousy within her heart was stirred. After taking a deep breath, Sister Ran inquired, "What is your relationship with them?" Her gaze revealed a hint of hostility, akin to the instinctive protectiveness one feels over something of utmost importance. As if it were being snatched away by another man, causing her profound discomfort. "We are merely ordinary friends. Do not overthink it," Yang Fan swiftly replied, sensing the ominous tension and not daring to exhibit any hesitation. While others might be oblivious to Sister Ran's temperament, Yang Fan was acutely aware. Thus, he felt compelled to articulate his response promptly, believing that only in this manner could he prevent her from erupting in anger. In this manner, one could smoothly depart from this place. Otherwise, when something unforeseen occurs, Yang Fan would be utterly at a loss. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran's mood instantly lightened. At least it was no longer as dire as before. Her heart felt like a tranquil lake. "All right then, I shall release them for you," she declared, stepping joyfully towards the dungeon, reminiscent of a young girl in the throes of her first love. Watching Sister Ran's retreating figure, Yang Fan let out a helpless sigh. His heart filled with an indescribable turmoil. How could such a situation have arisen? Who could possibly guide him on the proper course of action? Yang Fan pondered silently, his expression awash with a myriad of sorrows. In an instant, he found himself at a loss on how to navigate these matters. Ultimately, with no other choice, he followed Sister Ran's lead towards the dungeon. After approximately 10 minutes, under Sister Ran's guidance, Yang Fan arrived at the dungeon. There, in a corner, huddled the terrified Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, fearing the worst. Observing this, Yang Fan refrained from uttering any words and walked directly in front of Sister Ran. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick that instantly swung the cell door open, creating a tremendous commotion that drew the attention of everyone present, their faces reflecting disbelief at Yang Fan's audacity. "What are you doing? Can't you open the door properly?" Sister Ran asked in frustration, her tone laden with reproach and dissatisfaction. Yet, she harbored no anger. In her heart, she had gradually come to accept Yang Fan. As long as he did not act excessively, she would not be inclined to vexation. In her current state, Sister Ran resembled a naive sweetheart in love, with an intellect seemingly diminished. "Ah, I understand. I will be more careful next time," Yang Fan replied awkwardly, scratching his head, his voice tinged with remorse. Strangely enough, upon hearing Yang Fan's apology, Sister Ran's mood blossomed anew. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, witnessing this exchange, could not help but widen their beautiful eyes in astonishment. They were well aware of Sister Ran's temperament. The transformation of Lu Feng was a testament to this newly revealed side. This was something that Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian had never anticipated. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Subsequently, Yang Fan refrained from further conversation and directly entered the cell. Addressing Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, he remarked, "How much longer do you intend to remain here? Come out." Following that, Yang Fan approached Lu Feng and delivered several forceful kicks to him. It was a mere kick that jolted Lu Feng back to reality. Immediately, he erupted with a fierce outburst, shouting, "Who dares to strike me? Do you believe I can make you crawl?" His eyes were ablaze with fury. He was already in a foul mood, and now, to be subjected to such an affront, was utterly intolerable. Who could possibly endure such circumstances? In an instant, Lu Feng's mood soured. However, when he lifted his gaze towards the other party, he immediately sealed his lips. For reasons unknown, his coarse hands began to tremble slightly, revealing an unmistakable fear. "Ah, big brother, so it is you who has arrived." Once he regained his composure, Lu Feng forced a smile, though his heart raced as if he had encountered the king of hell himself. weren't you just scolding me? Why have you ceased? Young Fan, instead of displaying anger, offered a faint smile. Yet, this very smile instilled a profound terror within Lu Feng, for it was laced with a hint of murderous intent, evoking a visceral dread. Lu Feng was well aware of Yang Fan's prowess. Thus, it was prudent to avoid provoking him. Otherwise, should any adverse events transpire, he would be at a complete loss for how to respond. After a brief pause, Lu Feng slowly spoke. Big brother, you must have misheard me. I was not scolding you, but rather praising you. He had no choice, for he could not best Yang Fan in a confrontation, and thus resorted to such declarations. In truth, Yang Fan was not angered. After all, anyone would be incensed in such a situation. Consequently, he refrained from elaborating further and simply stated, stand up. We are leaving this place. Before Lu Feng could comprehend the situation, Yang Fan had already turned his back and departed the dungeon, leaving no room for delay. The atmosphere instantly chilled. Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian wasted no time either, promptly rising to their feet, brushing off the straw from their clothes, and following suit out of the dungeon. However, upon exiting and confronting Sister Ran, the atmosphere turned icy, reminiscent of falling snowflakes. Their eyes locked in a fierce gaze, aflame with boundless fury, as if they were sworn enemies. When Lu Feng emerged from the dungeon, trembling, and beheld this scene, he instinctively recoiled a few steps, as though witnessing a battle among divine beings. Panic surged within him. What are you doing? Lu Feng stammered, overwhelmed by an uncontainable fear. He longed to seek refuge in Yang Fan's embrace, yearning for his protection. We haven't done anything. Let us go. Before Sister Ran could take the initiative to speak, Lu Qianqian coldly interjected. She then brushed past Sister Ran, accompanied by Wu Ji, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused Sister Ran to clench her fists tightly. Her eyes blazed with boundless fury, as if incited by both Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. However, upon catching sight of Yang Fan in the distance, Sister Ran took a deep breath, suppressing the anger that surged within her, choosing not to unleash it. Why are you still here? Upon regaining her composure, Sister Ran noticed Lu Feng lingering nearby and inquired with a tone as sharp as a chilling blade, causing Lu Feng to instinctively retreat several steps. Internally, he thought, goodness, why are women so terrifying? No, I can never pursue a woman. That would only bring me torment. Quickly snapping back to reality, Lu Feng dared not dwell on his thoughts and promptly jogged away from the spot, heading into the distance. He refrained from contemplating anything further, for he was merely Yang Fan's subordinate. Subsequently, Sister Ran, her expression darkened, made her way out of the dungeon, step by step, slowly approaching Yang Fan. Without granting him a moment to respond, she directly conveyed through thought, come with me. Without waiting for a reply, Sister Ran took heavy steps and walked away. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts as he pondered the situation. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to follow and discern the intentions of Sister Ran. Thus, he turned to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, saying, I will step out for a moment. Please wait for me here. Before they could react, he strode away without a hint of hesitation, heading towards Sister Ran. Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over them, as if something profoundly significant was on the verge of slipping away, leaving them with a lingering discomfort and a sharp pang in their hearts. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan caught up to Sister Ran, positioning himself beside her and directly inquiring, what is the matter? His tone was imbued with curiosity, and he silently hoped that Sister Ran would provide him with some clarity. In this manner, Yang Fan's perplexed emotions could be unraveled. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran did not hesitate but promptly inquired, what is the matter with those two women? Why do their gazes towards you brim with ambiguity? Please provide me with a thorough explanation. Her footsteps came to an abrupt halt, her eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of anguish surged within her, causing Sister Ran considerable distress. However, the events had already transpired, and even if she was reluctant to accept it, she gradually began to come to terms with the situation. With a deep sigh, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation. He silently mused to himself, why are women so troublesome? Although he understood Sister Ran's character, the reality of the situation proved to be quite different from what he had anticipated. What one reads in books is entirely distinct from the complexities of real life. However, in order to avoid raising any undue suspicions from Sister Ran, Yang Fan chose to explain the entire sequence of events to her candidly, leaving nothing unspoken. After all, in his heart, He regarded Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian merely as friends, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Sister Ranran's mood instantly brightened, alleviating her earlier discomfort as if she had found redemption. A faint smile graced her lips, rendering her remarkably enchanting. With a hint of a smile, Sister Ranran inquired, "Is everything you said true?" Her voice was imbued with a gentle allure that nearly overwhelmed Yang Fan. He was well aware of Sister Ranran's beauty, and in that moment, he found it difficult to resist her charm. Yet, being broad daylight, Yang Fan was resolute in maintaining decorum. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "All right, enough of the speculation. Let us be on our way." His tone was laced with resignation. Without further ado, he walked towards Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, his expression reflecting a myriad of frustrations. At that moment, Yang Fan realized an undeniable truth. Having too many women around can indeed be a source of trouble. Soon, he returned to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian's side and asked, "Are you both all right?" His gaze revealed an abundance of concern, particularly towards Wu Ji, for whom he felt a deep sense of guilt. He wished nothing more than to see her spirits lifted, and he dared not dwell on anything beyond that, fearing the potential for unforeseen complications. "Shall we go?" Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt an overwhelming urge to leave the hideout. Furthermore, witnessing the flirtation between Yang Fan and Sister Ranran had soured her mood, and her delicate fists clenched tightly in frustration. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a slight surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Qianqian would depart so hastily. This was entirely unexpected for him. He then turned his gaze towards Sister Ranran, only to find her looking at him with an enchanting smile. A deep sigh escaped Yang Fan's lips as he found himself at a loss, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. What was amiss? Did he not wish to part from the beauty before him? Just as he pondered this, Lu Qianqian, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, her eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow. Instantly, Yang Fan was taken aback, never having imagined that Lu Qianqian would display such a mournful expression towards him. This left him profoundly perplexed, utterly unable to grasp what thoughts occupied Lu Qianqian's mind. Thus, he curiously asked, "Lu Qianqian, what do you mean by that?" His tone was laden with confusion, yearning for her to elucidate her words. However, Lu Qianqian chose not to respond. Instead, she took Wu Ji's small hand and brushed past Yang Fan, departing the scene without uttering another word. Her countenance was imbued with various shades of melancholy, reminiscent of a wife abandoned by her husband. Wu Ji cast a reluctant glance at Yang Fan, but ultimately left with a sense of resignation. "What is going on here? I went out of my way to rescue you, yet you treat me this way." Yang Fan lamented inwardly, feeling an immense dissatisfaction. Yet, even in his discontent, what could he do? At this moment, Yang Fan could only gradually come to terms with the situation, as he had no other recourse. In his helplessness, he turned to Lu Feng, who was not far away, and said, "Brother, please keep a close eye on Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian. Ensure they come to no harm." His eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. With Sister Ranran still unresolved, Yang Fan decided to stay for the time being, intending to settle matters with her before considering his departure. Beyond that, he found himself devoid of any other options. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Feng did not linger in response, but immediately assured him, "Rest assured, brother, I will take good care of sister-in-law and the others." Without hesitation, Lu Feng swiftly pursued the footsteps of Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji, vowing silently to himself that he would not let Yang Fan down. Deep within, Lu Feng understood that he had been under Yang Fan's care for quite some time, yet he had never shown his gratitude. Now presented with an opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. Only in this manner could he gradually address the matters at hand and showcase his abilities. Upon seeing Lu Feng catch up, Yang Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Without further contemplation, he made his way towards Sister Ranran, intending to express his thoughts thoroughly. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would find himself at a loss for how to respond. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived near Sister Ranran. Taking a deep breath, he approached her side, gazing quietly at the scenery before them. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Sister Ranran inquired, turning to Yang Fan with a look of confusion. She sensed that his return, after having attended to Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian, must signify some troubling news. This left Ranran somewhat perplexed regarding Yang Fan's true intentions. Moreover, she was still preoccupied with the events of the previous night, uncertain of how to navigate through the ensuing turmoil. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed profound feelings for Yang Fan, as if her heart had been ensnared by him. Upon hearing his words, Yang Fan felt an immense ache within, yet ultimately chose to voice his sentiments. I am preparing to leave. I have come here to bid you farewell. Although he knew that expressing himself in such a manner would inflict immense pain upon Ran, he found himself devoid of alternatives. This was the only path he could take. There was simply no other option. As Yang Fan spoke, Ran turned to him in disbelief, her heart feeling as though it had been cleaved open, overwhelmed by an unbearable sorrow. This sensation is akin to having lost something of profound significance, leaving Ran in a state of emotional turmoil. What did you say? After a brief pause, she exhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting an overwhelming sorrow. The reality of this situation was simply too much for her to bear. It feels as though one has been bestowed with a profound love, only to witness its imminent vanishing. Who could possibly accept such a situation? I declare, I must leave this place, Yang Fan reiterated once more. Although his actions would undoubtedly inflict immense pain upon Sister Ran, he found himself bereft of alternatives and compelled to proceed in this manner. There existed no other viable options apart from this. After all, Yang Fan had pressing matters that demanded his attention. If he did not depart now, what would happen if he were to be delayed later? Furthermore, the presence of Long Out Yin left Yang Fan no choice but to press forward. Instantly, Sister Ran felt a deeper ache within her heart. She never anticipated that Yang Fan would leave so abruptly. In her heart, Sister Ran yearned for Yang Fan to stay. If only it were possible. In this manner, one can remain in the company of oneself, ensuring that departure is not an option. However, Sister Ran is acutely aware that such a scenario is utterly unattainable. She realizes that she cannot prevent Yang Fan from leaving, as she has just conducted an inquiry into his identity. Upon investigation, the revelation startled Sister Ran, as she never anticipated the terrifying nature of Yang Fan's identity. Struggling to suppress the anguish within her, she boldly inquired, "Is it not possible for you to stay and accompany me?" Her tone was imbued with a trace of pleading. This marked the first occasion Sister Ran revealed her emotions to another. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to grasp this fleeting affection, unwilling to let it slip away. "No, this matter has been resolved. I cannot alter my decision," Yang Fan responded bitterly. Despite feeling remorseful towards Sister Ran, he chose to voice his truth. Better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. In an instant, Sister Ran could only shake her head in sorrow, realizing that her first love had taken such an unfortunate turn. Furthermore, she acknowledged that she could not prevail over Yang Fan. There was no way to retain him, given the disparity in strength and background. After a moment, a sudden idea flickered in Sister Ran's mind, illuminating her gaze and filling her heart with boundless joy. Yang Fan perceived the shift and looked at her with curiosity, puzzled by her intense gaze. Thus, he directly asked, "What is the matter? Why do you look at me in such a way?" His tone was laced with confusion, his eyes reflecting a myriad of questions directed at Sister Ran, as he hoped for an explanation. In this manner, one's heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. Upon hearing this, Sister Ran did not dwell on it for long and directly spoke. I wish to leave with you. May I?" This bold decision was an unprecedented experience for Sister Ran, filling her with trepidation. She feared that Yang Fan might outright reject her request, and in such a case, she would be at a loss as to how to proceed. This was a moment when Sister Ran, summoning her courage, expressed herself candidly. Instantly, Yang Fan gazed at her in astonishment, completely unprepared for such a revelation from her. It was a profound shock that left him at a loss for words, his mind engulfed in deep bewilderment. After a brief pause, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and then spoke. You must be joking, right?" His eyes conveyed a sense of disbelief. The words spoken by Sister Ran had truly left him profoundly shaken. "Why would I joke with you? Do I appear to be jesting?" Sister Ran pouted in response, exuding an adorable charm. She seemed entirely different from the formidable figure she had portrayed the previous night, leaving Yang Fan utterly incredulous at the scene before him. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Sister Ran was not jesting with him. With a resigned sigh, he declared, "Do as you wish." Before Sister Ran could respond, Yang Fan stood up and departed. Ultimately, he felt indebted to her, leading him to make such a decision. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly continued to persuade her to remain by his side. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Sister Ran felt a surge of delight. The thought of being with Yang Fan instantly brightened her countenance. Without further delay, she proceeded to her room to pack her belongings, preparing to leave with him. As for the bandits, she could hardly concern herself with their fate. They could do as they pleased. After approximately half an hour, Yang Fan returned to the vicinity of the carriage, only to find Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji with expressions of profound sorrow. His mind raced with confusion. struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in their demeanor. Thus, he approached them and inquired, "Wu Ji, Lu Qianqian, what troubles you both?" His tone was imbued with genuine bewilderment. The moment they spoke, it only served to deepen the discontent in Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian's hearts. Subsequently, they chose to ignore Yang Fan and made their way towards their carriage, leaving behind a solitary figure that puzzled him. In an instant, Yang Fan found himself engulfed in confusion, yearning to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. What could have transpired? Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. And now it had all taken a sudden turn. Yang Fan lamented inwardly. Yet, regardless of his inquiries, both Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian remained reticent, unwilling to divulge their sentiments. This was the source of great distress for Yang Fan. In his helplessness, he could only retreat to the carriage to seek respite. He chose not to concern himself with other matters. Meanwhile, Lu Feng stood outside, gazing blankly at the scene before him, refraining from uttering a sound. Lu Feng understood that making noise now would only provoke trouble, so he opted for silence. Gradually, time passed, and before long, it was the following day. The bright sun cast its warm rays into Yang Fan's eyes, and as he slowly opened them, a hint of morning irritability lingered. Upon stepping out of the carriage, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. To his disbelief, he saw Sister Ran nearby, preparing breakfast with remarkable grace and charm. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he collected himself and approached her, not hesitating to inquire, "What are you doing?" His mind was a whirlpool of questions, eager for Sister Ran to elucidate the enigma that perplexed him. Upon hearing Yang Fan's inquiry, Sister Ran, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "I am making breakfast for my future husband." "What of it?" Her eyes sparkled with an irresistible allure. Were it any other man, he might have already fallen to his knees before her. The transformation in Sister Ran was entirely the result of a night spent in contemplation. She recognized this as her own happiness, one that, if not cherished, could easily vanish. Therefore, since Yang Fan was not taking the initiative, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. In this moment, the words spoken by Sister Ran reverberated within Yang Fan's mind, leaving him at a loss for what to convey. Apart from the overwhelming shock, no other thoughts occupied his mind. After exhaling deeply, Yang Fan bitterly confessed, I have no such intentions at present." Originally, he had not intended to voice his feelings in this manner. However, there was no choice. After all, he was already engaged. The occurrence of such an event was tantamount to betraying his fiancée. Thus, he decided that the pain of honesty was preferable to the anguish of deception. And he chose to speak out, determined not to entangle himself further. Although his words were somewhat hurtful, Sister Ran seemed unfazed, gently encouraging him, "It's all right. Come quickly to have breakfast." Her tone carried a hint of melancholy, as if silently thinking, "You have taken advantage of me, yet you wish to cast me aside. Not a chance." Seeing this, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh, and without dwelling on the matter further, he began to eat the breakfast prepared by Sister Ran. Meanwhile, Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian remained in the carriage, their expressions reflecting considerable displeasure. In truth, Wu Ji and Lu Qianqian had awakened very early, even before Yang Fan, and had encountered Sister Ran prior to him. Therefore, the reason for their reluctance to emerge from the carriage was evident. After finishing breakfast, Yang Fan took the reins of the carriage and continued their journey without lingering. Along the way, Sister Ran sat beside him, seemingly transformed, gazing at him with tender affection, reminiscent of an utterly devoted wife. "Please, do not look at me in such a manner." Eventually, Yang Fan could bear it no longer and spoke up. Feeling a deep sense of frustration, he pondered the bizarre circumstances that had unfolded, questioning why fate had dealt him such a hand. Although in the supreme venerable novel, Sister Ran was depicted as the beloved companion of the protagonist, and now she had become his. Who could have anticipated her clinginess? This was something Yang Fan had never envisioned, leading him to regret his earlier decisions. "Why can I not treat you in this way? Do you intend to deny our connection?" Sister Ran pouted slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. In response, Yang Fan lapsed into silence, uncertain of how to address her feelings. However, at this point, the events had already transpired, and even if he wished to alter the course of things, it was beyond his capacity to do so. With this thought, Yang Fan let out a resigned sigh and continued to drive forward, refraining from dwelling on other matters. After more than half an hour of travel, Sister Ran, gazing at the road ahead, inquired with a tone of perplexity, "My dear husband, where are we headed now?" Her voice brimmed with confusion, for the path they were on did not lead into the city, but rather took a detour. This immediately left her bewildered. If possible, Sister Ranran earnestly hoped Yang Fan would elucidate the situation for her. In this manner, the perplexities within one's heart can be unraveled, sparing oneself from the continuous state of confusion that currently prevails. Upon hearing Sister Ranran's words, Yang Fan did not dwell on it further and promptly replied, "You will know soon." At this moment, Yang Fan's mind was not inclined to wander too far, and his mood was rather dismal. After all, Sister Ranran had entwined herself around him, leaving Yang Fan utterly at a loss about how to proceed. Although he had mentally prepared himself, inexplicably, he felt a surge of anxiety, as if foreboding something unfavorable in the future. Noticing the displeasure etched on Yang Fan's face, Sister Ranran chose not to say much and instead quietly remained by his side, her gaze filled with delight as she admired the surrounding scenery, exuding an air of utter contentment. However, less than 20 minutes into their journey, a little girl suddenly appeared in front of Yang Fan's carriage. Upon seeing this girl, Yang Fan instantly felt invigorated, staring at her in disbelief, his heart racing incessantly, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Oh my, is this not the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline? I recall her master is an extraordinary figure," Yang Fan thought in astonishment. He remembered the little girl vividly, and his palms began to tremble slightly. It is worth noting that although this girl was initially weak among the supreme beings, she would eventually become an immensely powerful presence. Moreover, ever since Long Outyin had acquired this little girl, his strength had soared to unprecedented heights. How could Yang Fan possibly refrain from feeling elated? Consequently, he suppressed the impulses within his heart, took a deep breath, and after halting the carriage, disregarded everything else and leapt down. With measured steps, he approached the little girl, his breath quickening in anticipation. Observing this scene, Sister Ranran was enveloped in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend why Yang Fan would exhibit such interest in an ordinary child. A profound curiosity blossomed within her. If circumstances permitted, she yearned to unravel the mysteries surrounding this situation. After a moment of contemplation, her cheeks flushed pink, and she speculated to herself, could it be that her husband has a fondness for children? Her mind began to wander into fanciful realms, and she could not help but let a trickle of saliva escape her alluring lips. If Yang Fan were to witness Sister Ranran in such a state, one could only wonder what thoughts might occupy his mind. After a brief interval, Yang Fan reached the little girl, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed upon her, feeling a secret satisfaction within. The little girl, sensing his presence, perhaps frightened by the encounter with an outsider, instinctively retreated several steps, hesitant to approach Yang Fan. "Who are you?" she stammered, her delicate hands trembling slightly, her mind awash with fear. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that the little girl was exceedingly averse to strangers. Therefore, he refrained from exhibiting any undue impatience. After taking a deep breath, he allowed a smile to grace his lips and directly addressed her, "Little sister. My name is Yang Fan, a wandering hero." His tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, emanating an aura akin to that of a nurturing figure. The delicately soothing sound reached the little girl's ears, bringing her a sense of comfort, and her initial resistance towards Yang Fan began to wane. Nonetheless, a lingering sense of caution remained within her. "Oh." With a semblance of understanding, the little girl nodded, saying little else, as she continued to linger in the shade of the tree, seemingly awaiting something. In an instant, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, pondering silently, "Is my charm lacking?" According to the narrative he had anticipated, the little girl would surely have embraced him by now, expressing no fear towards him. Yet, the unfolding of events was diverging from his expectations. This predicament momentarily caused a headache for Yang Fan, who pondered the situation at hand. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to feel disheartened. Instead, he contemplated how to navigate his interaction with the young girl and ultimately win her over. Only by doing so could he advance significantly in his endeavors. Otherwise, should Long Outyin lay claim to the girl, he would be left in utter ignorance of his demise. Thus, Yang Fan began to deliberate, occasionally glancing at the little girl to discern her activities in this place. After approximately 10 minutes, a series of soft rumblings emanated from beside him, and he instantly recognized that the girl was hungry. Without hesitation, he retrieved some food from his storage bag and cautiously approached her, feeling a twinge of nervousness within. After a brief moment, he found himself before the young girl, presenting the food with a gentle smile gracing his face. "You must be hungry. Here, have some," he said softly. His charming demeanor instantly captivated the girl's heart, causing her pulse to quicken and her thoughts to wander. Unable to resist the temptation of the food in Yang Fan's hand, the girl reached out, grasping it eagerly and began to munch on it voraciously. However, throughout her feast, she would occasionally glance up at Yang Fan, her gaze becoming increasingly fond. This unintentional admiration ensnared her heart, yet she still maintained a physical distance, wary of his presence. After all, despite his handsome appearance, he exuded an aura of malevolence that suggested he was not a person of good character. "Little sister, what is your name?" Yang Fan inquired, maintaining a warm smile as he spoke, his eyes radiating gentleness rather than menace. "My name is Lu Xiaoqi," the girl replied between bites, her innocence shining through. In that moment, Yang Fan was instantly filled with joy. After all, with communication established, how far could the remaining matters be? Thus, Yang Fan continued to inquire, "Xiaoqi, how did you come to be here? Where are your guardians?" Upon uttering those words, Lu Xiaoqi instantly lost her appetite. A profound sorrow enveloped her face, as though some heart-wrenching matter had long plagued her inner being. At that moment, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that an opportunity to intervene was at hand. It was well known to him that a discord existed between Lu Xiaoqi and her revered master. Thus, should Lu Xiaoqi dare to bare her soul, he could devise a means to alleviate her troubles, thereby fostering a gradual affection for himself. "Humph, they're all gone," Lu Xiaoqi exclaimed furiously. For reasons unknown, the mere recollection of past events ignited within her an urge to lash out. Yet, she was acutely aware that she could never prevail against her master and could only endure in silence. Aside from that, she felt utterly powerless. Hence, her profound frustration stemmed from this very predicament. Otherwise, she would have been blissfully content. How could she possibly be so vexed? Xiaoqi, what do you mean by that?" Yang Fan feigned complete ignorance, gazing at Lu Xiaoqi as though he were a naive child. Observing his demeanor, Lu Xiaoqi was not inclined to dwell on it and proceeded to clarify. "My master insists that I focus on my training, yet he has never considered my feelings. In a fit of exasperation, I simply stormed out." As she spoke, tears inexplicably cascaded down her cheeks. Her delicate hands instinctively clenched tightly, as if she were confronting a profoundly distressing situation, so very willful. In truth, even without her words, Yang Fan was already aware of her plight, having perused the treatise on the Supreme Being. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan replied, "Xiaoqi, your master acts in such a manner solely for your own benefit. You must endeavor to understand his heartfelt intentions." With that, he knelt down and gently caressed Lu Xiaoqi's head. This sensation of tenderness was something Lu Xiaoqi experienced for the very first time. In that instant, an overwhelming fondness washed over her. If it were possible, Lu Xiaoqi wished for Yang Fan to continue this gentle caress indefinitely. In such a manner, one could truly indulge in the moment. However, after a brief caress, Yang Fan withdrew his hand. This action caused Lu Xiaoqi to pout her lips in displeasure, her expression clearly indicating her dissatisfaction. "Why did you stop?" Lu Xiaoqi inquired, a hint of urgency in her voice. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaoqi felt an unprecedented warmth emanating from Yang Fan's substantial palm. "Continue what?" Yang Fan feigned confusion, his face painted with a look of bewilderment, as if he could not comprehend Lu Xiaoqi's words, urging her to articulate her thoughts more clearly. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. Once mentioned, it immediately provoked a visible irritation in Lu Xiaoqi. Her displeasure was unmistakable. However, after a moment of reflection, Lu Xiaoqi felt a lingering sense of frustration. Thus, she directly inquired, "What must you do to comfort me?" Upon uttering these words, she instantly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes, exuding an air of shyness. After all, Yang Fan was the first male friend she had encountered in her life, leaving her flustered and uncertain about how to engage in conversation. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan realized that Lu Xiaoqi was already entrapped by her emotions. His heart raced with excitement as he contemplated how to navigate the situation at hand. After a brief moment of consideration, he calmly replied, "There is no need to comfort you. In truth, you are merely upset, and that feeling will pass in due time." Although he had not intended to articulate it in such a manner, the words escaped him. He understood that Lu Xiaoqi was quite young and likely did not ponder these matters as deeply as he assumed. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqi slightly widened her eyes. It was the first time she had ever heard such words. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race unexpectedly, and she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. However, recalling the words her esteemed teacher had previously imparted, her mood swiftly soured. Deep within her heart, Lu Xiaoqi fervently wished for someone to step forward and deliver a sound thrashing or a scathing reprimand to her mentor. In this way, The grievances that one has borne for many years can finally be dispelled. At the very least, one would not have to endure such indignities as they do now. Suddenly, Lu Shaoqi's countenance fell. After all, her esteemed master was the most formidable cultivator she had ever encountered. Ordinary cultivators were no match for her master at all. What happened? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Observing Lu Shaoqi's despondent demeanor, Yang Fan inquired with a hint of confusion, his tone imbued with warmth and a carefree attitude. However, his words seemed to illuminate a flicker of hope in Lu Shaoqi's heart. Without further ado, she promptly responded, "Could you do me a favor, dear brother?" Her eyes glimmered with a pitiful charm, resembling a small puppy gazing up at its owner. After all, Yang Fan was the first friend Lu Shaoqi had ever known. Otherwise, she would not have expressed herself in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was instantly perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend what kind of assistance Lu Shaoqi sought from him. Therefore, he directly asked, "Shaoqi, what do you mean by that?" His voice was filled with bewilderment. If possible, Yang Fan hoped that Lu Shaoqi could provide a thorough explanation. In such a circumstance, the confusions within one's heart may find resolution. Lu Shaoqi, not one to linger unnecessarily, spoke directly. "Could you assist me in delivering a beating to my esteemed teacher?" Her eyes brimmed with a pitiable allure, yearning for Yang Fan to acquiesce, for only in this way could the indignation within Lu Shaoqi be alleviated. However, upon hearing her words, Yang Fan's expression darkened instantaneously. "You must be out of your mind, asking me to confront a transcendent master. Are you not sending me to my doom?" He inwardly chastised, his frustration mounting as he could hardly fathom that Lu Shaoqi would utter such a request. If it were feasible, Yang Fan would have relished the opportunity to chastise Lu Shaoqi himself, silencing her to ease his own vexation. Yet, he was acutely aware that such actions would merely awaken the phoenix bloodline within her, leading to a scenario where he might find himself pursued by Lu Shaoqi. This thought instilled an inexplicable fear within him. After a brief moment, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and declared, "I fear that is beyond my capabilities." His tone was imbued with a resolute refusal, outright denying Lu Shaoqi's plea. Instantly, the temper of the young lady was unleashed. She had not anticipated Yang Fan's refusal to be so unwavering. "Why won't you assist me?" Lu Shaoqi pouted, her gaze filled with a reproachful intensity, as if she were a queen demanding obedience. Had it been anyone else, they might have already retaliated against her audacity. Such arrogance was unprecedented. "Because I am incapable of defeating them. Why should I agree to such a request?" Yang Fan replied with an unhurried demeanor, appearing perfectly justified in his stance. Although he longed for Lu Shaoqi's support, it did not imply he was willing to undertake any perilous endeavors on her behalf. Thus, his refusal was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. In an instant, Lu Shaoqi found herself at a loss for words, her heart heavy with grievance. Tears began to cascade from her eyes, a poignant display of her plight. The sight of her tears struck a chord of guilt within Yang Fan. Suddenly, he was at a loss for how to respond, his heart racing with urgency. "Why are you crying? Please stop," he implored, letting out a deep sigh. Gradually, he began to understand the hardships faced by the protagonist in the tale, Dragon Aotian. Yet, Yang Fan did not dwell on this revelation. It merely left him contemplative. "You refuse to assist me, and I shall weep incessantly," Lu Shaoqi replied, her cries growing louder and more uncontrollable. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of Sister Raran, who sat in the carriage, eager to uncover the cause of such distress. Ultimately, Yang Fan succumbed to Lu Shaoqi's emotional outburst, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then spoke up, all right, cease your tears. However, I cannot promise to help you exact vengeance upon your esteemed teacher. I can, instead, berate her and compel her to apologize, ensuring that she treats you well from this point forth." This was indeed Yang Fan's intention, for he was well aware of many matters. Thus, he felt confident in chastising Lu Shaoqi's manner. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Shaoqi's spirit was instantly lifted, her face alight with excitement. "Really? Is that true?" she exclaimed, her heart racing as if she had encountered her destined soulmate. "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? However, I have fulfilled my promise, but how will you repay me, Shaoqi?" Yang Fan inquired directly, a mysterious smile creeping upon his lips, as if reveling in the moment. Yet, Lu Shaoqi's subsequent response startled Yang Fan, causing him to take a step back. "If you can accomplish that, I shall marry you," she declared, immediately lowering her gaze in shyness, unable to meet Yang Fan's eyes. Her heart raced wildly, akin to a frantic fawn, leaving her utterly unprepared for such a declaration. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure, his smile broadening. Hiki, you finally dared to voice such sentiments. I have awaited these words. He thought to himself. Without further ado, he declared, All right, you stated this. I did not coerce you. As night has fallen, let us seek your teacher tomorrow. What say you, Xiaoqi? After speaking, Yang Fan turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoqi. If she wished to leave at that moment, he would not object. He merely awaited her decision. Lu Xiaoqi, however, did not respond verbally, but simply nodded silently. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fan's heart soared with joy, and he instinctively took her delicate hand in his, leading her step by step towards the carriage. Yet, Lu Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a young maiden newly enveloped in the bliss of love. Upon returning to the carriage, Sister Ranran caught sight of Lu Xiaoqi and was momentarily taken aback. After all, Lu Xiaoqi was still quite young, yet she possessed such stunning beauty that it ignited a fierce jealousy within Sister Ranran's heart. Nevertheless, despite her envy, Sister Ranran wore a smile as she cheerfully greeted, Hello, little sister, forcing a semblance of joy onto her face. However, Lu Xiaoqi merely glanced at Sister Ranran, her disinterest apparent as she adopted an air of superiority, swiftly retreating into the carriage to rest, uttering not a single word throughout the encounter. In that moment, Sister Ran was utterly infuriated. She had encountered arrogance before, but never had she witnessed such brazen audacity. Her small fists clenched tightly, as she felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing to the exceedingly rude and inconsiderate Lu Xiaoqi. After Lu Xiaoqi entered the carriage, Yang Fan leaped aboard, noticing the troubled expression on Sister Ran's face, which left him perplexed. Thus, he inquired, What is the matter? His tone was laced with confusion. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How had it suddenly transformed into this? Yang Fan pondered inwardly. Upon hearing his question, Sister Ran appeared dejected, casting a disapproving glance towards the interior of the carriage. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, she shook her head and replied, It's nothing. Let us continue our journey. Observing this, Yang Fan chose not to dwell on the matter and continued to drive the carriage forward. Though he was filled with curiosity, he respected Sister Ran's desire for silence and refrained from pressing her further. Inside the carriage, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji gazed at Lu Xiaoqi, who lay before them, their eyes blinking in bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed by this sudden appearance. After a moment, Lu Qianqian softly asked, Little sister, I am Lu Qianqian. What is your name? Her gaze was imbued with warmth. However, Lu Xiaoqi, upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, offered no response, leaning back with an air of haughtiness, as if she were a celestial sovereign. In that moment, Wu Ji furrowed her brow slightly, having encountered arrogance before, yet never such audacity. It instantly infuriated her. Her delicate fist clenched tightly, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. Observing this, Lu Qianqian promptly restrained Wu Ji, fearing an explosive outburst. Fortunately, Wu Ji managed to maintain a semblance of calm, refraining from immediate eruption. However, expecting Wu Ji to treat the current Lu Xiaoqi with kindness was utterly implausible. One must understand that Wu Ji was a beautiful woman who loved fiercely and hated just as passionately. The way others treated her dictated her response in kind. Time flowed steadily, and the sky gradually darkened. Yang Fan, glancing at the road ahead, realized it would still take some time to reach the residence of Lu Xiaoqi's esteemed mentor. Thus, he called out to those inside the carriage, Let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the others felt no objection, and they promptly halted. Beginning to rest in place, Lu Xiaoqi, filled with delight, scurried over to Yang Fan, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him in silence. However, this very scene ignited a fierce anger within Sister Ranran, her eyes radiating an overwhelming aura of menace, as though some grave offense had been committed to provoke her wrath. At last, unable to contain her fury, Sister Ranran stormed toward Lu Xiaoqi and Yang Fan. Moments later, she arrived beside Yang Fan, casting a decidedly unfriendly glance at Lu Xiaoqi. Without hesitation, she commanded, Step aside. Her tone was laced with a palpable hostility, as if Lu Xiaoqi had committed a most heinous act. Instantly, Lu Xiaoqi lifted her head slightly, her gaze sharp and defiant as she retorted, Who do you think you are? Why should I move? Her words dripped with sarcasm, showing utter disdain for Sister Ranran. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the potential for conflict palpable. Yang Fan, witnessing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, unsure of how to navigate the escalating situation. His mind was a tempest of exasperation, as he had initially sought a moment of tranquility. Yet, tranquility now seemed an elusive dream. With a deep, resigned sigh, He slowly spoke. Could you both please quiet down? Her heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. However, Sister Ranran and Lush-Ouchi dismissed Yang Fan's words entirely, continuing their quarrel. As for the content of their dispute, I leave it to the imagination of the esteemed audience. Moments later, Yang Fan could no longer endure the situation and rose in anger, making his way towards the carriage, seeking a respite from these unreasonable women. Look, you've driven Yang Fan away, and yet you still argue. Such uncouth behavior. Lush-Ouchi exclaimed disdainfully. In an instant, Sister Ranran's cheerful mood was utterly shattered. Without further ado, the mere mention of it instantly ignited within Sister Ranran a fervent desire to confront Lush-Ouchi. However, she ultimately managed to suppress this impulse. After all, Sister Ranran understood that should a significant conflict arise, Yang Fan would undoubtedly be aware of it. The potential consequences were too daunting for her to contemplate. Thus, apart from enduring the situation, she found herself incapable of taking any other action. I shall not stoop to quarrel with a child who has yet to fully mature. With that, Sister Ranran exhaled deeply, refraining from further dialogue with Lush-Ouchi, and turned away from the campfire, making her way towards the carriage. Her gaze imbued with an unwavering sharpness. Were it not for Yang Fan, she might have already engaged in a fierce altercation without a moment's hesitation. As she watched Sister Ranran's retreating figure, Lush-Ouchi felt a surge of indignation. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own limitations and recognized that she could not best Sister Ranran in a confrontation. After approximately 10 minutes, Lush-Ouchi gradually composed herself and headed directly towards the carriage, choosing to cast aside her troubling thoughts. Soon, she returned to the carriage, only to discover Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji engrossed in lively conversation, which immediately sparked her desire to join in. With a forced smile, Lush-Ouchi interjected. What are you discussing? Before Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji could respond, she seated herself beside them, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. At her words, Lu Qianqian and Wu Ji ceased their chatter, regarding Lush-Ouchi with a peculiar gaze. Though this disconcerted Lush-Ouchi, she ultimately endured it, driven by her curiosity about their discourse. Why should we share anything with you? After a considerable pause, Wu Ji finally spoke, her tone laced with discontent, as if Lush-Ouchi's presence was exceedingly irksome, inciting a desire within her to reprimand the girl thoroughly. I simply wish to know, so please enlighten me. Lush-Ouchi replied without further contemplation. Perhaps due to her youth, she was oblivious to the underlying implications of Wu Ji's words. Had she grasped the subtext, her tempestuous nature might have led her to a more aggressive response. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Lu Qianqian gently intervened, saying, Enough, Ji-mei. Lush-Ouchi is still young. You need not hold her to such scrutiny. The tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, as if to avoid letting trivial matters disrupt the harmony of their relationship. Upon hearing these words, Wu Ji realized that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds and took a deep breath, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, Lush-Ouchi's previous demeanor had left Wu Ji feeling exceedingly indignant. Had it not been so, she would have long since calmed her tumultuous emotions. At that moment, however, Lush-Ouchi sensed an undercurrent of tension. Consequently, she boldly declared, Hey, is there something wrong with your head? This statement instantly caused Wu Ji's eyes to widen in disbelief. Her gaze ablaze with fury as she fixed her stare upon Lush-Ouchi. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, What did you say? If you have the guts, repeat that. Her clenched fist longed to strike Lush-Ouchi's face. I mean, are you perhaps forgetting something? Lush-Ouchi dismissed Wu Ji's words with a nonchalant air, for she had just observed Wu Ji and noticed an obstruction in her mind. Moreover, Lush-Ouchi suspected that this obstruction had been deliberately placed there by another. At this moment, Wu Ji was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Lush-Ouchi. She never anticipated that Lush-Ouchi would discern the truth so swiftly. After a brief pause, Wu Ji exclaimed in astonishment, How did you come to know? Her eyes reflected a sense of disbelief. For reasons unknown, Wu Ji felt an earnest desire for Lush-Ouchi to heal her affliction. In this manner, one could evoke memories of past events. I have seen it. Thus I am aware, replied Lush-Ouchi. Do you possess a means to restore my memories? As soon as the words left her lips, Wu Ji swiftly altered her demeanor, casting a pitiful gaze upon Lush-Ouchi, her tone rife with longing. Of course, it is not difficult at all. With that brief assurance, Lush-Ouchi refrained from further elaboration and commenced the healing process for Wu Ji. She began to gradually gather a fiery essence of spiritual energy in her hands, gently directing it towards Wu Ji's mind. Initially, Wu Ji experienced an intense pain, akin to a flame raging within her consciousness. Were it not for Lu Qianqian supporting her, Wu Ji might have collapsed to the ground. The overwhelming heat of the spiritual energy was nearly too much for Lu Qianqian to bear. As time passed slowly, Lu Xiaoqi's fervent energy gradually incinerated the aberrations within Wu Ji's mind. Eventually, she retracted her energy and settled into a deep meditation, fully aware that she could not afford to be lax. Otherwise, Wu Ji could face dire consequences. After approximately 10 minutes, Wu Ji began to awaken, her gaze transforming into one of piercing intensity, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The gaze she received struck fear into Lu Qianqian, causing her to retreat several steps. Filled with trepidation, she looked at Wu Ji. Is this truly the Sister Ji I once knew? Lu Qianqian's heart trembled as she called out. At that moment, Yang Fan, weary from his travels, returned to the carriage. However, upon his arrival, he was immediately met with a frown. His deep-set eyes regarded Wu Ji, who radiated an aura of coldness. Wu Ji, sensing Yang Fan's presence, wasted no time and unleashed a surge of icy energy, charging towards him. In that moment, the surrounding Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Qianqian were rendered utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Their hearts raced with an intensity they had never experienced before. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan, who could have withstood Wu Ji's assault, ultimately succumbed to her attack. With a resounding crash, Wu Ji's icy power pierced through Yang Fan's being. Although his exterior showed no signs of damage, his soul suffered a devastating blow. After standing for mere seconds, he collapsed to the ground. Yang Fan, how dare you annihilate my 9 clans? You shall pay dearly. Do not think that your demise absolves you. I will obliterate your radiant sun sword sect. With those chilling words, Wu Ji cast a frigid glance at Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Qianqian before vanishing into the depths of the night. Once Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Qianqian regained their senses, they rushed to check on Yang Fan. However, as Lu Xiaoqi examined his breath, she instinctively recoiled several steps, her eyes beginning to tremble with fear. He is not breathing. Lu Xiaoqi cried out, her voice echoing throughout the forest. She was utterly at a loss, for this was the first time she had encountered a breathless Yang Fan. Lu Qianqian, equally stunned, became lost in thought, the weight of Lu Xiaoqi's words reverberating in her mind. Lu Feng leaped from the carriage, urgently inquiring, what on earth has happened? As he glanced towards Yang Fan, his brows furrowed deeply, and he hurried to assess the situation. Unfortunately, after his examination, Lu Feng's expression mirrored that of Lu Qianqian. Disbelief etched across his face at the sight before him. Meanwhile, within the Radiant Sun Sword sect, the Grand Elder noticed the light of Yang Fan's life lamp dimming ominously. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the entire sect to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder bellowed, Shadow Guard, go save young Master Yang. No matter the cost, even if it means the complete destruction of the Shadow Guard, bring him back. His voice was filled with righteous fury, and the immense pressure of his spiritual energy decimated the beasts surrounding the Radiant Sun Sword sect, leaving none to survive. The leader of the Shadow Guard, recognizing the gravity of the situation, unleashed ancient spiritual energy, his gaze sharpening with determination, and swiftly made his way towards Yang Fan's location, refusing to delay. Inwardly, he fervently prayed, please, do not let anything happen to you. If you suffer any misfortune, how can I ever face honor? At this moment, in a place shrouded in ethereal mist, a woman, capable of commanding the protection of all men, felt her heart pounding violently, as if something of utmost importance had vanished. A trace of concern flickered across her pristine visage. Fanner, have you encountered trouble? As this thought crossed her mind, she waved her hand to ascertain the situation. Yet, she found herself ensnared by the constraints of fate, rendering her unable to perceive anything. Time passed swiftly. The leader of the Shadow Guards had arrived at the location where Yang Fan lay, lifeless on the ground. He stood frozen, as if bereft of spirit, staring at the breathless figure before him. Who are you? In that moment of bewilderment, Lu Feng sensed something amiss and immediately inquired, his tone laced with hostility. Fists clenched tightly. However, the leader disregarded Lu Feng entirely, striding heavily towards the motionless Yang Fan. Ignoring Lu Feng's words, Lu Feng positioned himself directly in front of the leader, attempting to obstruct his path. Yet, consumed by grief, the leader had no capacity for such considerations. With a mere flick of his hand, he forcefully cast Lu Feng aside, rendering him unconscious. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqi rushed to stand protectively before Yang Fan, determined to prevent any harm from befalling him at the hands of the Shadow Guard's leader. Step aside. If you jeopardize the safety of young Master Yang, you shall accompany him to the grave, the leader ominously declared, resembling a reaper risen from the depths of hell, causing Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi to tremble with fear. After much deliberation, they ultimately yielded and allowed the leader to approach Yang Fan. Nevertheless, they fixed their gaze on him resolutely, prepared to intervene should he attempt any malevolent actions. As the leader knelt beside Yang Fan, he gently touched his body, an icy sensation enveloping him, igniting a surge of anguish within his heart. Who dares to commit such inhumane acts against my adopted son? He roared internally, his teeth clenched, causing the very air around him to tremble. Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi were compelled to retreat several steps, overwhelmed by his fierce presence. This is even more formidable than my master, Lu Shaoqi lamented inwardly, paralyzed by the leader's formidable aura. Gradually, the leader exhaled deeply and began to administer healing to Yang Fan. However, the extent of Yang Fan's injuries was dire, sustained solely by the support of his spiritual energy. This left the leader utterly helpless in his attempts to save Yang Fan, and a sense of urgency began to seep into his heart. Is there any way to rescue him? Lu Shaoqi inquired softly after a while, her voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. She felt utterly at a loss for what to do. In response, the leader did not answer Lu Shaoqi. Instead, he gazed silently at the lifeless Yang Fan, his thoughts gradually descending into disarray. This time, the leader was determined to rescue Yang Fan, even if it meant venturing into the realm of the dead. Was it truly necessary to implore him? After a moment of contemplation, the leader sighed deeply. Ultimately, he set aside his thoughts and gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms. Channeling a formidable surge of spiritual energy, he instantaneously vanished from the spot, racing towards a celestial paradise. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi were utterly unable to intervene, for the leader's speed was simply too swift. Once they regained their composure, Lu Qianqian anxiously inquired, "What shall we do now? Yang Fan has already been taken away." Her tone was laced with urgency. This was the first time Lu Qianqian felt utterly powerless. "I don't know." Lu Shaoqi shook her head, her heart in turmoil, completely at a loss regarding how to resolve these matters. Thus, Lu Qianqian and Lu Shaoqi sat in place, their thoughts in disarray. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain, Long Outyin suddenly experienced an exhilarating surge of joy, as if something delightful had transpired. This elation accelerated his cultivation remarkably. What is happening today? Long Outyin pondered, his mind racing. At that moment, an elderly man appeared, accompanied by a stunning beauty, ascending the mountain. He called out to Long Outyin, "Disciple, come and meet your junior sister." His voice brimmed with delight, as though he had won a 5 million lottery. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin, without a second thought, ceased his cultivation and made his way toward the elder. In no time, he stood beside the old man. However, upon catching sight of the beauty, Long Outyin was momentarily taken aback, his excitement overwhelming, nearly causing him to lose control of himself. "Disciple, this is your junior sister, Wu Ji. From now on, take good care of each other," the elder remarked before leisurely departing, leaving Long Outyin and Wu Ji alone together. Wu Ji regarded Long Outyin with an icy demeanor, reminiscent of a beauty emerging from an iceberg, utterly captivating him. Hello, I am Long Outyin. It is a pleasure to meet you, junior sister Wu Ji." After a brief moment, Long Outyin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with exhilaration. Yet, Wu Ji merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offered no reply, and turned away to a nearby clearing to begin her cultivation. Within Wu Ji's heart resided a profound hatred. Observing this, Long Outyin felt not repulsion, but rather an inexplicable fondness. For such a frigid goddess, he harbored an unwavering affection. "Junior sister Wu Ji, I shall ensure you find solace in my embrace," Long Outyin thought to himself with a grin. Subsequently, he stealthily approached Wu Ji's side and commenced his own cultivation. The enchanting fragrance of her presence wafted into Long Outyin's senses, instantly uplifting his spirits. Perhaps this is the happiest day for Long Outyin in recent memory. Upon a celestial mountain, the leader of the Shadow Guards gazes at the ethereal summit shrouded in mist. He lets out a resigned sigh, then begins his arduous ascent, step by heavy step, towards the peak. Although the leader could have soared directly to the top, he chose to walk in deference to his counterpart, fully aware of the latter's temperament. After a lengthy 2 hours, he finally reached the summit. Before he could utter a word, the other party exhaled deeply and remarked, "Who would have thought that one of the illustrious 10 leaders, the Black Shark Sovereign, would seek out an old man like me? Truly unexpected." As the words fell, an exceedingly aged man appeared before the leader of the Shadow Guards, though his countenance was marked by a trace of anger. The Black Shark Sovereign could only shake his head in resignation, fully cognizant that the elder still harbored resentment over past grievances. Thus, he took a deep breath and said, "Ghost Doctor Sovereign, let bygones be bygones." His tone was laden with helplessness, revealing the weight of his remorse. After all, the actions he had taken in the past had indeed wronged the Ghost Doctor Sovereign. Otherwise, given his pride, how could he have ever brought himself to apologize? Can the wounds of the past truly heal? Do not jest with me, Black Shark Sovereign. You, a legendary king, dare to utter such words to me? Do you not find it laughable? The Ghost Doctor Sovereign scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain for the Black Shark Sovereign. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign might have already unleashed his wrath upon him without hesitation. After a moment of silence, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign spoke again. "So, tell me, why have you sought me out?" His gaze reflected a profound loathing, as he was unwilling to entertain the presence of the Black Shark Sovereign. Yet, with the latter standing before him, the sole desire of the Ghost Doctor Sovereign was to expel him, hoping that would alleviate his current vexation. "I wish for your assistance," the Black Shark Sovereign replied, deeply exhaling. Despite his reluctance to speak, he felt compelled to do so, for nothing held more significance in his heart than Yang Fan. Not even his own dignity. Before he could finish his thought, the Ghost Doctor Sovereign burst into laughter. "Black Shark Sovereign, have you no pride? You come to beseech my aid? Are you jesting?" The ghostly physician Sovereign spoke with disdain, his countenance reflecting his contempt for the Black Shark Sovereign. Yet, this also instilled within the ghostly physician a profound sense of astonishment. It is worth noting that the ghostly physician was quite familiar with the Black Shark Sovereign. The mere fact that the Black Shark Sovereign would set aside his dignity to seek him out was undoubtedly of monumental significance. Otherwise, such a scenario would not have transpired. "What do you desire in exchange for assisting me?" After a brief moment, the Black Shark Sovereign exhaled deeply and inquired. He was aware that the ghostly physician still harbored grievances regarding past events. "I seek your life. Are you willing to offer it?" Upon hearing the words of the Black Shark Sovereign, the ghostly physician replied in a low, measured tone, his gaze instantly sharpening as if he loathed the Black Shark Sovereign before him. It was as if he longed to consume his flesh and drink his blood. "I am willing," the Black Shark Sovereign responded without hesitation, his tone imbued with resolute determination, devoid of any trace of doubt. In that moment, the ghostly physician Sovereign was utterly taken aback. He could not fathom what had transpired to compel the Black Shark Sovereign to exhibit such immense determination. To the extent of disregarding his own life, the ghostly physician Sovereign found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Black Shark Sovereign maintained an unwavering gaze, seeking to convey his profound resolve. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the ghostly physician Sovereign slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a sense of despondency. "Speak. What assistance do you require from me?" He had not intended to express himself in this manner, yet ultimately succumbed to the Black Shark Sovereign's fervor. Despite harboring deep resentment towards him, the ghostly physician Sovereign felt a moral obligation to assist, recognizing that they had once been steadfast allies. Observing the situation, the Black Shark Sovereign wasted no time and lifted the lifeless body of Yang Fan before the ghostly physician Sovereign. He then declared, "Revive him, regardless of the cost. I am willing to bear any burden." For reasons unknown, seeing Yang Fan in such a state stirred a profound sorrow within the Black Shark Sovereign, causing his heart to ache and his fists to clench tightly. The ghostly physician Sovereign was momentarily taken aback upon gazing at Yang Fan's lifeless form, his eyes reflecting disbelief. "You wish for me to bring him back to life?" he stammered, his hands trembling slightly. Even his gaze towards the Black Shark Sovereign shifted, betraying his inner turmoil. "Yes. I want you to save him. I know you possess the ability," the Black Shark Sovereign affirmed, exhaling deeply. He was well aware of the ghostly physician Sovereign's capabilities. "I can revive him, but it will come at a grievous cost," the ghostly physician Sovereign replied solemnly, his heart tumultuous as he began to grasp Yang Fan's true identity. It was almost beyond belief. "I have already stated, no matter the price, I will ensure his revival," the Black Shark Sovereign insisted, yearning to rush forward and embrace the ghostly physician Sovereign, urging him to hasten the revival of Yang Fan. "Very well, remember your words. Your life now belongs to me." Having spoken, the esteemed ghost doctor wasted no time and gently lifted Yang Fan, proceeding towards his abode with unwavering determination. He was acutely aware that any further delay could jeopardize Yang Fan's chances of survival. It was imperative to revive him swiftly, otherwise, even the descent of the Celestial Emperor would not suffice to awaken Yang Fan from his slumber. Meanwhile, the Black Shark Sovereign awaited outside, gradually feeling a sense of relief. He was well aware of the ghost doctor's prowess. Once he intervened, no soul was beyond salvation, even if only a fragment of life remained. This demonstrated the ghost doctor's extraordinary capabilities. Inside the chamber, the ghost doctor commenced his meticulous treatment of Yang Fan. Ethereal medicinal energy flowed into Yang Fan's very essence, painstakingly mending his soul with every drop of healing power. There was no room for negligence. In truth, even without the Black Shark sovereigns and treaties, the ghost doctor would have endeavored to save Yang Fan, for the individual in question was not someone the ghost doctor could afford to offend. As time passed, a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Amidst the Black Shark sovereign's anxious vigil, the weary ghost doctor emerged from the room, exclaiming, "It is done. He has been healed. You may take him back, but do not forget the promise you made." In an instant, the Black Shark sovereign was filled with joy, his face alight with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he rushed into the room to check on Yang Fan, discovering that he had regained consciousness and was breathing steadily. A wave of relief washed over him. This may well be the finest news the Black Shark sovereign has ever heard, or not. Immediately, he gently lifted Yang Fan into his arms and exited the room, approaching the ghost doctor sovereign. He then knelt partially, expressing his gratitude with sincerity. "Ghost doctor sovereign, I thank you. I shall honor our agreement. Grant me a little time." His tone was imbued with heartfelt earnestness, completely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from a sovereign. "Let us go," replied the ghost doctor sovereign, wishing to say no more. His voice tinged with an unusual sentiment. For reasons unknown, he finally comprehended the motivations behind the Black Shark sovereign's actions. A heavy heart weighed upon him. In response, the Black Shark sovereign wasted no time. He swiftly cradled Yang Fan and soared back to their original position without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, at times, conversation requires no excessive words. It suffices when intentions are understood. After approximately 10 minutes, the Black Shark sovereign returned with Yang Fan near the carriage. Lu Qianshan and Lu Shaoqi, who had anxiously awaited for a week, immediately displayed their joy and promptly inquired, "Master, how is Yang Fan?" Their hearts raced with trepidation, fearing any misfortune that may have befallen him, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Their eyes were filled with urgency, as if flames licked at their brows. "He is well. He has recovered and will be fine after some rest," the Black Shark sovereign gently assured them as he set Yang Fan down. He continued, "In the future, I may not be able to protect him. Please tell him to return to the Li Yang Sword sect at once." Before Lu Qianshan and Lu Shaoqi could fully grasp the situation, the Black Shark sovereign cast a deep gaze at Yang Fan and departed without a trace of hesitation, fearing that lingering too long might make it difficult to leave. However, as he departed, he placed his sovereign necklace around Yang Fan's neck. None knew what remnants it contained, save for the Black Shark sovereign himself. Once the Black Shark sovereign had left, Lu Qianshan and Lu Shaoqi did not dwell on it further and began to care for Yang Fan. They soon discovered that his heartbeat and breathing had resumed, and a profound sense of relief washed over them. Throughout that week, Lu Qianshan and Lu Shaoqi had been deeply worried for Yang Fan, while Lu Feng had remained in a deep slumber, a consequence of the Black Shark sovereign's previous heavy hand. Thank goodness, he was safe. Lu Qianshan forced a faint smile, and the worries in her heart dissipated in an instant. At least she was no longer as anxious about Yang Fan as she had been before. Nightfall arrived before long. Under the attentive care of Lu Qianshan and Lu Shaoqi, Yang Fan gradually opened his eyes. Trembling slightly, he inquired, "Where am I?" His gaze became hazy, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head. Slowly, fragments of the events that had transpired began to resurface in his mind. "You finally awakened. I thought you would sleep for several days and nights." Upon hearing Yang Fan's feeble voice, Lu Qianshan stifled her drowsiness and spoke with a smile, her tone imbued with tenderness. The anxiety that had gripped her heart gradually subsided. She was no longer as frantic or fearful as before. In response, Yang Fan gently shook his head, quickly piecing together the situation. With a resigned sigh, he lamented inwardly, "I never expected that the very thing I dreaded most would ultimately come to pass." He had not anticipated such an abrupt turn of events, leaving him utterly unprepared. Yet, now that the situation had unfolded, it was too late for regrets. He could only hope that Wu Ji would gradually emerge from her suffering, for other desires felt too extravagant to entertain. Before long, Yang Fan regained his composure and inquired, "Who rescued me?" He was aware of some aspects of the events that had unfolded and understood that Wu Ji had acted with lethal intent. Otherwise, he would not have remained unconscious for such an extended period. This left him perplexed, eager to uncover the truth behind what had transpired. Upon hearing his question, Lu Qianqian wasted no time and recounted the entire story in detail. It took her over half an hour to finish her tale. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelations that unfolded. A profound respect for the Black Shark sovereign surged within him, prompting an earnest desire to express his gratitude. I understand now. Thank you, Lu Qianqian, for your unwavering care over the past few days. You should rest now. I wish to be alone for a moment, he remarked softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Qianqian, sensing his need for solitude, offered a few words of encouragement before retreating to rest, having dedicated herself tirelessly to Yang Fan's well-being. Now that she finally had the opportunity to recuperate, she would not let it slip away, especially with no pressing concerns weighing on her mind. Watching Lu Qianqian's departing figure, Yang Fan shook his head helplessly, with trembling limbs. He stepped out of the carriage and gazed quietly at the sky, his eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. What was he pondering? Just then, Lu Feng approached, bearing a look of concern despite his own pain. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he moderated his tone, refraining from raising his voice at Yang Fan, who was clearly troubled. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Yang Fan sighed and shook his head in resignation. He remained silent, lost in contemplation, his eyes betraying an endless stream of emotions. It was difficult for him to articulate the turmoil within. After all, such events were unfathomable for anyone, let alone for someone in Yang Fan's position. His feelings were a chaotic blend of confusion and complexity. After a moment to gather himself, Yang Fan finally spoke. I'm not thinking about anything. In response, Lu Feng chuckled softly, clearly unconvinced by Yang Fan's assertion. He knew that such circumstances would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. With a deep breath, Lu Feng replied, How is it possible that you haven't thought about it? Sometimes, expressing your feelings can provide some relief. Keeping them bottled up will only suffocate you. His tone was laced with empathy. In truth, Lu Feng also harbored many unspoken burdens, but chose to keep them hidden. Yang Fan shook his head once more, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, his face a mask of helplessness. Do you know the true identity of Wu Ji? After a while, Yang Fan spoke softly, his gaze fixed upon the sky, revealing a profound complexity within. It was utterly impossible to emerge from this abyss immediately. At that moment, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Wu Ji. This was precisely why, when Wu Ji made her move, Yang Fan had not put up any defense. Isn't Wu Ji just someone you encountered by the roadside? What else could she possibly be? Lu Feng inquired, his mind swirling with a myriad of questions. If it were possible, Lu Feng wished that Yang Fan could provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, one shall no longer be enveloped in confusion, and clarity shall be attained regarding the matters at hand. With a deep sigh, Yang Fan's face was etched with a profound sense of helplessness. Eventually, he spoke slowly, revealing, She is not merely someone I encountered by the roadside. She is the eldest daughter of the Wu family, albeit suffering from amnesia. His tone was laden with despondency, as if he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Wu Ji. Although he had wished to remain silent, circumstances left him with no choice. To prevent such occurrences in the future, he deemed it necessary to inform Lu Feng in advance, allowing him to gradually come to terms with the situation. Instantly, Lu Feng stared at Yang Fan in disbelief, his mind racing with the implications of what had just been revealed. He could hardly fathom the complexity of the matter, which left him utterly astonished and at a loss for words. After a brief silence of about 10 minutes, Lu Feng slowly regained his composure and directly asked, Why did you wait until now to tell me? Had you informed me sooner, this situation could have been avoided. His eyes were filled with displeasure, and his fists were clenched tightly, radiating intense anger. The recollection of the tragic fate of his family at the hands of the Wu family surged forth, making it impossible for Lu Feng to maintain his composure, leaving only a profound sense of fury. Seeing this, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, letting out another heavy sigh. He had never wished for such a predicament to unfold. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he replied, I did not desire this outcome either. Rather, I found it difficult to be heartless. Expressing his innermost feelings provided Yang Fan with a slight sense of relief, alleviating some of the overwhelming despondency that had engulfed him. He felt a renewed vigor, even his gaze reflecting a hint of something different. Observing this change in Yang Fan, Lu Feng was rendered speechless. After a deep sigh, he chose not to dwell further on the matter and gazed quietly at the sky, his thoughts swirling in complexity. Soon, he continued, Let it be. What has transpired is in the past, and there is no need to overthink it. However, Yang Fan, I must advise you, your disposition may eventually lead to your downfall. You must strive to change. In all endeavors, do not be indecisive. After sharing his thoughts, Lu Feng ceased to speak further, leaving space for Yang Fan to ponder alone. In such moments, solitude allows one's thoughts to gradually coalesce into completeness. Once Lu Feng departed, Yang Fan remained quietly, slowly easing his mindset. However, Yang Fan was inherently optimistic, and his spirits soon lifted, no longer sinking into despair as before. Wu Ji, I have faced death once. I hope you can release your hatred and refrain from dwelling on it endlessly. Otherwise, the next time I act, I shall show no mercy. With that, Yang Fan rose, a faint smile gracing his lips, and made his way toward the carriage, choosing not to dwell on unnecessary thoughts. His focus was solely on resting well. After all, the past was immutable, and there was no remedy for regrets. The only option was to forge ahead. Before long, Yang Fan returned to the carriage, only to find Lu Qianqian and Lu Xiaoqi fast asleep from exhaustion. He chose not to disturb them and instead settled at the front of the carriage, where the warmth of his earlier optimism had dimmed. Who could remain cheerful in the face of such circumstances? How is your injury healing? At that moment, Sister Ranran approached from a distance and seated herself beside Yang Fan, her voice imbued with concern. The reason for her absence earlier was to attend to other matters. Upon her return and learning of recent events, she felt an overwhelming impulse to confront Wu Ji, astonished by the cruelty with which Wu Ji had treated her husband. It's getting better. Thank you for your concern, Yang Fan replied, his gaze fixed ahead, avoiding eye contact with Sister Ranran. His mood was undeniably somber. At this moment, Sister Ranran felt an immense pang of sympathy for Yang Fan. She yearned to see him regain his spirit and cease dwelling on his troubles. However, she understood that reviving Yang Fan's morale would require a gradual approach, necessitating the passage of time to dissolve his current state of despair. In the short term, it would be quite challenging for him to find his footing again. Thus, Sister Ranran took a deep breath, mustering a faint smile as she said, "All right, let us not overthink things. We must look forward." With renewed courage, she gently embraced Yang Fan, hoping to envelop him in her warmth and inspire him to rise once more. To her surprise, this method proved remarkably comforting. As Yang Fan lay in Sister Ranran's arms, he felt deeply touched, a sense of solace washing over him. Uncertain of the reason, he found an infinite warmth in her embrace, as if he had discovered a sanctuary for his soul. Instantly, he grew fond of this feeling. Observing Yang Fan's contented expression, Sister Ranran smiled as well. As Yang Fan's partner, she believed it was her duty not to burden him further, but rather to provide him with emotional refuge, ensuring that during his moments of turmoil, she could stand by his side, alleviating his worries. This is precisely what Sister Ranran wishes to undertake. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan fell asleep in Sister Ranran's embrace. She chose not to awaken him, instead relishing the warmth of this tender moment. Gradually, time slipped away, and before long, it was the following day. The fervent sunlight bathed the earth, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. Upon awakening, he beheld Sister Ranran peacefully sleeping beside him and refrained from making any noise to disturb her. Instead, he quietly retrieved a blanket from beside him and gently draped it over her. He then exited the carriage and ventured into the wilderness. However, as Yang Fan stepped out, he discovered Lu Xiaoqi waiting silently at the entrance. This unexpected sight filled him with confusion. Steeling himself, Yang Fan approached her directly and inquired, "What brings you here to wait for me, Lu Xiaoqi?" His voice was imbued with a sense of bewilderment, and he hoped she might provide him with an explanation. In this manner, the perplexities within one's heart could be unraveled, at least preventing the ongoing confusion that currently prevails. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xiaoqi ceased her hesitation and directly expressed, "When shall you accompany me to meet my esteemed master? It has been so many days already. Have you forgotten?" Her face was adorned with an unmistakable displeasure, clearly revealing the temperament of a young lady. Were it anyone else, they might have lost their patience and delivered several sharp slaps to Lu Xiaoqi by now. "Shall we go now? What do you think?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding. Moreover, he was eager to return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion, having been away for nearly 2 months. It was imperative that he hasten back. Time could not be wasted any longer. Instantly, Lu Xiaoqi's spirits soared. She was taken aback by how swiftly Yang Fan agreed after her earnest plea. Once she calmed her excited heart, she declared, "All right then, let us set off at once." Without further ado, she grasped Yang Fan's hand and hurried towards the residence of her master, her face radiating sheer exhilaration, as if she had encountered the most joyous event. Observing Lu Xiaoqi's elation, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile gently, dismissing any lingering thoughts. He had previously encountered her master among the supreme beings, Thus, he was well acquainted with their temperament. Confronting her revered master filled Yang Fan with a sense of assurance rather than trepidation. After a little over half an hour, guided by Lu Xiaoqi, they arrived before a dilapidated temple. Gazing at the tattered structure, Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, fully aware that Lu Xiaoqi had grown up in such an environment. Alas, how could a young girl be made to reside here? That old man is truly disgraceful. He mused, his heart plagued by a myriad of complex emotions. This time, regardless of the circumstances, Yang Fan was determined to teach the other party a lesson, ensuring they recognized his formidable presence. Otherwise, he would never relent. Although Lu Xiaoqi's mentor was exceptionally powerful, Yang Fan was acutely aware that no matter what he might say, Lu Xiaoqi's mentor would not take any action against him. After all, the mentor's formidable background was evident, and one would need to tread carefully before making any aggressive moves. Here we are, Yang Fan. My mentor resides within these walls. You must scold him fiercely to ensure he treats me better in the future, understand? As they halted, Lu Xiaoqi immediately spoke, her mind conjuring vivid images of her mentor humbled before Yang Fan. Yet, this notion also sparked a flicker of unease within her. A nagging feeling loomed that something undesirable might transpire. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoqi swiftly dismissed this thought. After all, her youth limited her capacity for foreboding. Once her thoughts were organized, Yang Fan led Lu Xiaoqi into the dilapidated temple. The moment he stepped inside, a figure emerged before him, gazing intently with an expression that was oddly unsettling. The old man soon shifted his focus to Lu Xiaoqi, and with a booming voice, he called out, "Lu Xiaoqi, where have you been? You've been gone for days. Are you feeling mischievous? Should I fetch a whip to discipline you?" His tone was laced with sternness, and his gaze was fiercely intimidating, akin to a strict father reprimanding his daughter. This immediately frightened Lu Xiaoqi, causing her to retreat behind Yang Fan, her limbs trembling in fear. She longed to escape this place of tumult, dreading that remaining might invite misfortune. Is this how you treat a young girl? In the midst of Lu Xiaoqi's trepidation, Yang Fan bellowed at the old man, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness as a surge of energy swirled around him, reminiscent of a regal sovereign. At that moment, the old man's expression darkened, his brows slightly furrowing. He never anticipated that a mere youth would dare to shout at him. Instantly, his mood soured, and he exhaled sharply, displaying his profound anger. He felt an overwhelming urge to rend the young man before him into 1,000 pieces, believing such an act would alleviate the fury swelling within his heart. After a brief pause, the old man inquired with a commanding tone, "Who are you? And why are you near Lu Xiaoqi?" The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense, silence enveloping the scene, with even the sound of surrounding breaths becoming audible. After a moment, Yang Fan took a deep breath and confidently declared, "I am Yang Fan, the holy son of the Liang Sword Pavilion." Upon revealing his identity, a wicked smile crept across his lips, for he possessed an unrivaled background among the supreme beings, one that virtually no one in the mortal realm could rival. The old man stared at Yang Fan in shock, unable to fathom the depth of his background, which left him utterly astounded. However, it was Yang Fan's next words that sent tremors deep within the old man's heart. "Wang Lang, how dare you treat a young girl of Phoenix blood this way? If her parents were to learn of this, do you believe you would continue to live?" Yang Fan spoke with a tone laced with mockery. As for how he knew the old man's name, it was merely knowledge acquired from the supreme beings. Wang Lang's face reflected sheer astonishment, leaving him at a loss for words. His palms trembled involuntarily, despite his efforts to mask his fear. Yang Fan perceived it all too clearly, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. After a while, Wang Lang took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure as he asked, "How do you know my name?" Very few were aware of his name, apart from a handful of old friends, and the fact that Yang Fan knew it startled him profoundly. He felt an urgent desire to unravel the mysteries surrounding this encounter, believing that only by doing so could he rid himself of the confusion that plagued him. Upon hearing Wang Lang's words, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond immediately. He understood that this approach would instill a deeper sense of fear within Wang Lang. In this manner, one could indeed secure the affection of Lu Xiaoqi, laying a firm foundation for future personal growth. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yang Fan finally spoke. "How would I know? It seems this is none of your concern." He continued, "The way you are treating Lu Xiaoqi now, do you not feel a pang of guilt? Are you not afraid of her parents confronting you? Moreover, does your conduct truly honor Lu Xiaoqi, who has invested her heart and soul? Your actions only evoke my profound disgust. Do you understand?" Each piercing word struck the heart of the wolf of the dead, rendering him unable to lift his gaze. He could only lower his head in silence, too intimidated to meet Yang Fan's eyes, for the truths spoken were undeniably harsh. The Wolf of the Dead was at a loss for words, wishing he could simply find a hole to hide in. Reflecting upon the inevitability of such a situation, he lamented his decision to step out at all, causing him great inner turmoil. His eyes grew distant and clouded. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqi, witnessing her esteemed mentor in such a state, felt a surge of clandestine joy, fervently wishing for Yang Fan's reprimands to become even more severe. In this manner, the pent-up frustrations harbored within for many years could finally be released. Ultimately, the Wolf of the Dead could no longer withstand the pressure and immediately spoke up, saying, "I acknowledge my faults. Please do not speak further. I shall treat Lu Xiaoqi with greater kindness from now on." His tone was imbued with a deep bitterness. Were it not for Yang Fan's coercive persuasion, the Wolf of the Dead would never have arrived at such a resolution. Yet, the events had unfolded. And whether he wished to accept it or not, he had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. There was no other recourse. Upon hearing the Wolf of the Dead's words, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly. He then spoke slowly, "I hope you can fulfill your promise. Do not let your words become mere empty vows. Should you fail to uphold them, do not blame me for any unfortunate consequences that may arise. I understand, rest assured." The Wolf of the Dead, not daring to waste any more time, promptly agreed. Even his gaze toward Lu Xiaoqi had transformed, now infused with a hint of tenderness. Moments later, Yang Fan ceased to meddle in this trivial matter. He crouched down, gazing at Lu Xiaoqi before gently stating, "I have resolved your issues. You may now return to your cultivation and need not accompany me any longer." His eyes radiated warmth, as if he were a gentle soul speaking to Lu Xiaoqi. However, upon hearing that Yang Fan intended to leave, Lu Xiaoqi's heart was instantly filled with reluctance, desiring to keep him by her side. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if they were poised to spill over at any moment. With a voice tinged with vulnerability, she implored, "Yang Fan, could you not leave? Is it too much to ask for you to stay with me?" Her heartbeat quickened, akin to confessing her feelings to a beloved. Yet, Yang Fan's subsequent response left Lu Xiaoqi at a loss for words. "I too have pressing matters to attend to. You must focus on your cultivation. Once you reach my level, we can be together every day without parting ways." Yang Fan affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoqi's hair, his face adorned with a radiant smile, exuding confidence in all matters at hand. This undoubtedly warmed Lu Xiaoqi's heart, causing it to race with excitement. Her cheeks flushed instantly, as if she had encountered something shy and endearing. After about 10 minutes, once she had composed herself, Lu Xiaoqi spoke directly, "Is everything you said true?" Her gaze towards Yang Fan transformed, filled with a newfound depth. "Of course it is true. When have I ever deceived you?" Yang Fan replied without a hint of hesitation. After all, it was only by reassuring Lu Xiaoqi that he could facilitate her continued growth. Otherwise, the thought of any unfortunate events occurring was too daunting for Yang Fan to contemplate. At that moment, the knot in Lu Xiaoqi's heart was untied, rendering her remarkably resilient. She opened her heart and shouted to the heavens, "I understand now, Yang Fan. I, Lu Xiaoqi, vow to the heavens that in this life and the next, I shall marry no one but Yang Fan. Alive, I am his, and in death, I shall be his spirit." As soon as her words fell, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky, echoing like thunder. This signified the successful establishment of her vow. After making her oath, Lu Xiaoqi turned to find both the Wolf of Death and Yang Fan utterly stunned, gazing at her in disbelief. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Their hearts filled with shock. "Lu Xiaoqi, do you realize what you are doing?" The Wolf of Death asked slowly, still in disbelief, his voice trembling with incredulity. He felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his heart racing uncontrollably. If given the choice, he would have preferred not to have heard Lu Xiaoqi's vow. However, the moment had transpired, and even if he wished to intervene, it was already too late. "I am fully aware of what I am doing. So what? Is there something wrong with making a vow?" Lu Xiaoqi retorted with a dismissive flick of her lips. Displaying a nonchalant attitude, Yang Fan shook his head in resignation, at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts on her earlier declaration. His heart was heavy with helplessness, wishing he could simply leave this place and collect his thoughts. After a moment to compose himself, Yang Fan spoke up, "Lu Xiaoqi, do you not understand that vows should not be taken lightly? Once spoken, they must be honored." His tone carried a bitter undertone, leaving him uncertain of how to convey his concerns. Initially, he had hoped to leave with a light heart, but now, all he could manage was a hollow laugh. His emotions tangled in confusion. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoqi paid little heed to Yang Fan's words. After all, she was merely fulfilling the promise she had made to him earlier. With a carefree demeanor, she replied, "I understand, young fan. You should return now. I need to focus on my training and keep pace with you." Before young fan could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Shaoqi had already departed, leaving him with nothing but her retreating silhouette, rendering him helpless. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh and turned in the opposite direction, choosing to refrain from further contemplation. After all, events had already transpired. And even if young fan wished to regret them, it was far too late. Only the solitary figure of the Wolf of Death remained, disoriented in the wind. He had not anticipated such an unexpected occurrence, and his mind was overwhelmed with unexpressed anguish. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate his feelings. With a heavy heart, he trudged towards the temple, acutely aware that the burdens he would face in the future would be immensely daunting. Just this incident alone was enough to give the Wolf of Death a headache. After a couple of hours, young fan returned to the carriage. His previously joyful demeanor had abruptly shifted to one of exasperation. "What is wrong, young fan? Why do you look so troubled?" Lu Chanqian inquired gently, her voice imbued with concern. Since the last incident, Lu Chanqian's perception of young fan had undergone a significant transformation, leading her to prefer offering him companionship rather than causing him further distress. In this manner, it is already sufficient. As for other matters, Lu Chanqian dared not dwell on them too deeply. She was acutely aware of her own limited capabilities, nearly akin to that of an ordinary mortal. Hence, she refrained from harboring excessive desires. Merely being able to accompany young fan was more than enough for her. Any further contemplation was beyond her courage. Upon hearing Lu Chanqian's words, young fan did not elaborate further. He merely gestured dismissively and said, "It's nothing. Let us leave this place." His tone carried a hint of remorse. It was inevitable. Such occurrences would dampen anyone's spirits. Therefore, young fan's sole desire was to depart swiftly, hoping that doing so might gradually alleviate his sorrow, at least preventing him from remaining in a state of persistent sadness. In response, Lu Chanqian did not ponder further and simply boarded the carriage, patiently awaiting young fan to drive them away. However, within her heart, she was incessantly speculating about the reasons behind young fan's melancholic demeanor, which left her feeling quite unsettled. She yearned to clarify the circumstances before moving on. Meanwhile, Sister Ranran emerged from the carriage and approached young fan at the reins. Noticing his glum expression, she promptly inquired, "By the way, young fan, where is Lu Shaoqi? I have not seen him." Initially, Sister Ranran intended to express concern for young fan, but ultimately refrained from doing so, instead questioning the whereabouts of Lu Shaoqi. She was eager to discern where he had gone and why she had not laid eyes on him. In response to Sister Ranran's inquiry, young fan did not hesitate, simply stating he has returned to his master. It would have been better left unspoken. Yet, the moment it was articulated, it instantly dampened young fan's spirits. He sighed inwardly, pondering how he could possibly encounter such a predicament. Why make a vow? Would it not be preferable to forego it altogether? Young fan silently lamented. The mere recollection of this matter left him at a loss on how to face his fiancée, Lin Zixia, causing his mood to sour further. If circumstances allowed, he felt an urge to unleash his frustrations upon someone, believing that such an act might alleviate the turmoil within him, preventing his mind from remaining in disarray. "Have you returned to your esteemed teacher's place?" Sister Ranran exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she gazed at young fan, as if she had just heard the most extraordinary tale. The revelation left her utterly taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, her thoughts lingering on young fan's words, struggling to articulate the shock that enveloped her. For Sister Ranran had always presumed that Lu Shaoqi was merely young fan's cousin. The newfound truth rendered her speechless, leaving her in a state of unease, as though she had just experienced something profoundly unsettling. Her emotions were tumultuous, refusing to settle. As Sister Ranran contemplated this, under young fan's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a gorge. Upon beholding the magnificent sight before him, young fan halted the carriage, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. Memories of the sacred text flooding his mind. A slight smile crept upon his lips. After a moment of reverie, he gradually regained his focus, reflecting. That secret manual seems to be called the Breaking Sky Secret Method. Since I am here, I might as well seize the opportunity. With that thought, young fan adjusted his attire and addressed Sister Ranran. "I have a matter to attend to. Please rest here for a while. I shall return shortly." Before Sister Ranran could process his words, she found herself watching young fan's retreating figure, confusion swirling in her mind. She could not fathom why he had chosen to depart suddenly. Where could young fan possibly be headed? Sister Ran silently called out in her heart. Yet, With Yang Fan expressing himself in such a manner, she found herself rooted in place, patiently awaiting his return. Apart from this, she felt utterly powerless, hoping that when Yang Fan returned, he would offer her a comprehensive explanation. Traversing the steep mountain path, Yang Fan's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he focused on the horizon. Although he was aware of the potential perils lurking within the canyon, he dared not let his guard down, fearing that a moment of carelessness might lead him into grave trouble. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the canyon. The expansive vista before him stirred a wave of excitement within him, causing his palms to tremble slightly. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed in his ears. Destined One, I have finally awaited your arrival. Please, step inside. A peculiar voice resonated from within the canyon. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but smile faintly. Without further contemplation, he stepped inside, eager to meet this enigmatic figure and obtain what he sought. Soon, Yang Fan found himself advancing smoothly into the depths of the canyon, reaching its very heart. At that moment, an elderly man appeared before him, gazing at Yang Fan in silence. Are you the one who called out? Yang Fan inquired, narrowing his eyes at the old man just as he was about to speak. In his mind, Yang Fan had already gleaned a general understanding of the old man's identity, which bolstered his confidence significantly. This cannot be right. You are not the destined one I awaited. The old man mused inwardly, his demeanor shifting as if some inner turmoil plagued him. After a brief moment, the old man composed himself and addressed Yang Fan directly. You are not the individual I seek. It would be wise for you to leave at once. He then prepared to turn away. Ah, how impressive. You declare I am not the one you seek. Yet you are merely a discarded relic of an ancient sect. What right do you have to bark at me? Yang Fan retorted, irritation bubbling within him. His tone dripped with scorn as he regarded the old man with disdain. Had the old man approached Yang Fan with a more amicable demeanor, perhaps the latter would have reciprocated in kind. Alas, the circumstances were far from ideal. At this moment, the old man furrowed his brows slightly and turned to cast a gloomy gaze upon Yang Fan. His eyes reflected a flicker of surprise, while his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had never anticipated the words that had just escaped Yang Fan's lips, especially concerning his most clandestine affairs. The fact that Yang Fan was aware of this secret left the old man utterly incredulous, as though he had encountered a specter. After a brief pause, Yang Fan continued, Sky-Devouring, do you not seek someone to avenge you? I can promise you that if you entrust me with the necessary items, I shall aid you in exacting your revenge and obliterating the ancient sect that expelled you. Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback, his hands and feet trembling slightly as he gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. Why, you know my name? Sky-Devouring inquired, his eyes widening in terror. It is worth noting that only his master was privy to his name. No one else was aware of Sky-Devouring's identity. The mere fact that Yang Fan had spoken it aloud was overwhelming for him. His heart raced violently, akin to an encounter with a ghost, and even his breathing became labored. If it were possible, Sky-Devouring wished to find a wall and crash into it. In this manner, one can gradually awaken to clarity, at least free from the cacophony of nonsensical words. Presently, Sky-Devouring's gaze toward Yang Fan had transformed, revealing an unsettling awareness of myriad secrets. Why should I not know your name? Have you elevated yourself to such heights that revealing it is a daunting challenge? Yang Fan remarked with a slight smirk, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth. He pondered that if he could conquer Sky-Devouring before him, the legendary secret art would surely belong to him. This thought ignited a surge of exhilaration within Yang Fan, though he carefully masked his emotions. To reveal them would mean exposing himself to Sky-Devouring's discerning insight. Hence, he chose to endure patiently. For only through such restraint could he unravel the complexities of the situation without revealing any weaknesses. At that moment, Sky-Devouring's heart was tumultuous, lost in a sea of confusion. It felt as though he had awakened from a deep slumber, only to encounter an apparition. After what seemed an eternity, he began to regain his composure, exhaling deeply before questioning, What precisely do you intend to do? His eyes were laden with sorrow. Initially, he had awaited a fated connection. Yet fate had instead delivered a figure who instilled profound dread within him. Who could withstand such torment? It was enough to drive Sky-Devouring to the brink of despair. What you desire, I desire too. Do not feign ignorance of my meaning. In response to Sky-Devouring's words, Yang Fan, unperturbed, replied with a teasing tone, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of all matters at hand. It was as though Sky-Devouring could not deceive him, no matter his intentions. In an instant, Sky-Devouring found himself at a loss for words, his gaze towards Yang Fan shifting dramatically. What manner of person have I encountered today, to possess such knowledge of my affairs? He silently lamented, feeling an overwhelming desire to flee from the scene. In this manner, one could find peace and security. At least not living in constant trepidation as one does now. What? Are you intent on maintaining your silence? As Chu-Daorong was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Yang Fan continued to speak with a tone laced with mockery. It felt as though a colossal stone was pressing down upon Chu-Daorong, rendering him unable to find his footing, his legs trembling involuntarily. However, this also sparked a rebellious thought within Chu-Daorong. With his teeth clenched in fear, he tightly gripped his fists, as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. Yet, just as Chu-Daorong prepared to strike, he suddenly caught sight of the necklace adorning Yang Fan's neck. Instantly, he recoiled several steps in terror, his eyes betraying a sense of panic. His heart raced in astonishment. This is the necklace of the Black Shark Monarch. At this moment, Chu-Daorong no longer dared to lay a hand on Yang Fan. He needed to carefully assess the weight of his own leverage. Perhaps others were unaware of the true nature of the Black Shark sovereign, but for Chu-Daorong, who was born into an ancient sect, the existence of such a figure was well known. Should he provoke something ominous, would he still be able to survive in this world? This thought instantly filled Chu-Daorong with an intensified sense of dread. Seeing Chu-Daorong's silence and the fear etched upon his face, Yang Fan felt an overwhelming curiosity, eager to understand why Chu-Daorong was so terrified. After all, had he not merely disclosed his own matters? Was such a reaction truly warranted? Yang Fan pondered silently, perplexed by Chu-Daorong's evident fear. If the opportunity arose, he hoped Chu-Daorong would elucidate his feelings to him. In this manner, the confusion within him would dissipate, allowing for swifter resolutions to various matters. Just as Yang Fan was engulfed in uncertainty, Chu-Daorong exhaled deeply and spoke directly. I can grant you that secret method, but you must promise me one thing. His eyes revealed an air of helplessness. Initially, he had intended to seek someone rather foolish, yet now, the situation had become a source of lament. He could hardly have anticipated encountering such a character. Was it not merely a matter of assisting in the eradication of an ancient sect? It was no trouble at all. Upon hearing Chu-Daorong's words, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, appearing entirely unconcerned. In truth, he had contemplated this course of action long before entering. He merely articulated it now, as the significance of that secret method to him was immense. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such superfluous dialogue with Chu-Daorong and would have departed long ago. Upon hearing this, Chu-Daorong let out a deep sigh, his face etched with a bittersweet expression. However, given the circumstances, even if he wished to resist change, he had no choice but to adapt step by step. There was simply no other recourse. Thus, Chu-Daorong reached into his storage bag and retrieved the secret method, approaching Yang Fan and presenting it before him. Observing this, Yang Fan wasted no time. He accepted the secret method from Chu-Daorong's hands without a hint of hesitation. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. I will avenge your great grievance, so await my good news in silence. After a brief moment, Yang Fan declared with a smile, turning to depart without a second thought. With the objective accomplished and the coveted item in hand, there was no need to linger any longer. If not now, then when? As he gazed at Yang Fan's retreating figure, Chu-Daorong let out a silent sigh, his heart brimming with a sense of helplessness. However, with the events having unfolded, he found himself bereft of alternatives and resigned to the truth of the situation. Other matters were no longer within his purview. Meanwhile, atop a lofty mountain, Long Outyin, who was engrossed in training with Wu-Ji, suddenly experienced a backlash. His eyes widened in alarm, as if he sensed the loss of something profoundly significant. In a sudden gasp, he expelled a torrent of blood. Wu-Ji, noticing the anomaly, swiftly turned to look. Realizing that Long Outyin had overexerted himself, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy to help stabilize his condition. A frown creased her brow, as she struggled to comprehend why Long Outyin had suddenly fallen into such a state. What could have transpired to cause him to spew blood so abruptly? Wu-Ji pondered silently. Soon, under Wu-Ji's care, Long Outyin gradually regained his composure, though his face was now devoid of vitality, resembling that of a defeated soul. Are you all right, senior brother? After a brief moment, Wu-Ji inquired, her tone imbued with a chill reminiscent of an icy goddess. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Junior sister. Once he had calmed down, Long Outyin replied, albeit with a sense of frustration lingering within. I was merely practicing diligently. How could I be met with such a backlash? It is truly perplexing. Long Outyin mused inwardly, eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding this incident. Thus, the doubts harbored within one's heart can be resolved, ensuring that one does not remain ensnared in confusion as before. Upon hearing Long Outyin's words, Wu-Ji refrained from further discourse. With utmost care, she assisted Long Out-yin before resuming her cultivation. At present, Wuji harbored no thoughts beyond a profound desire for vengeance. Regardless of the cost, she was resolute in her determination to eradicate the members of Yang Fan's family. Only then could the fury within her heart find solace. Meanwhile, having acquired the secret technique, Yang Fan returned to the carriage with unbridled joy, his face adorned with an exhilarating smile. It is worth noting that Yang Fan recognized the secret technique as possessing an almost divine prowess. This inevitably stirred excitement within Yang Fan. Ha ha ha, Long Out-yin. I wonder how you will feel once I seize your cultivation techniques ahead of time. Yang Fan chuckled to himself, reveling in his triumph. His emotions became increasingly buoyant. Even his stride lightened. After what seemed like a little over 10 minutes, Yang Fan returned to the carriage. However, upon witnessing the joyful and animated smile on Yang Fan's face, Sister Ranran was filled with confusion, her mind swirling with a myriad of questions. Ultimately, unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired aloud, Yang Fan, have you encountered something delightful? Why are you so jubilant? Her gaze was fixed intently on Yang Fan, her breaths becoming slightly hurried, her cheeks taking on a faint blush. This was the first time Sister Ranran looked at Yang Fan in such a manner, leaving her feelings in a state of tumult. Although they had already shared intimate moments, it had occurred in a haze of confusion, making it difficult for her to fully adjust to the current scenario. I won't tell you, hee hee. Upon hearing Sister Ranran's question, Yang Fan responded with a grin, his joy and excitement beyond measure. In that moment, Sister Ranran was rendered speechless, grappling with how to articulate her thoughts on Yang Fan's situation. However, Yang Fan was reluctant to share, and Sister Ranran could not press him further. She could only dwell on her perplexities, her mind becoming a whirlwind of confusion. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan collected his thoughts, choosing to no longer dwell on these matters. He proceeded to steer the carriage, intending to depart from the forest. Yet, midway through his journey, an unexpected voice resonated in his mind, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. Young Master Yang, it is time to return from your revelries. The transmission from the Grand Elder of the Liryang Sword Pavilion echoed persistently in his mind, compelling him to halt the carriage. Initially, Yang Fan had wished to linger a while longer, but he felt a frown crease his brow at the sudden intrusion. What troubles you, Yang Fan? Sister Ranran inquired. Having noticed his unusual demeanor, her voice was laced with confusion, and her beautiful eyes gazed intently at him, her heart perplexed as to why he had abruptly halted. I may need to return early. Yang Fan exhaled slowly, his expression darkening as if a weight bore down upon his heart. Return? Sister Ranran's confusion deepened, her eyes blinking in surprise, yearning for an explanation. In response, Yang Fan refrained from hesitation and recounted the entire situation. I must return to the Liryang Sword Pavilion. I may no longer accompany you. Upon expressing his true feelings, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped him, akin to encountering the most disheartening news. He felt a profound sadness welling up within him, reluctant to leave this place. Yet, it was an order from the Grand Elder, and despite his personal reluctance, compliance was inevitable. Beyond that, he had no other recourse, leaving Yang Fan in a state of helplessness. At this moment, Sister Ran was also lost in thought, the echoes of every word spoken by Yang Fan resonating in her mind. She found herself utterly at a loss, overwhelmed by an unsettling feeling that surged within her heart. At that instant, Sister Ran deeply wished for Yang Fan to remain by her side, yet she knew all too well that such a desire was futile. Even if Yang Fan wished to stay, she could not hinder his departure. After approximately 10 minutes of contemplation, Sister Ran finally exhaled deeply and mustered the courage to speak. Can you not leave? Her tone was imbued with a sense of pleading, her eyes brimming with reluctance. She was profoundly unwilling to let Yang Fan go. Observing Sister Ran's pitiable demeanor, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable ache in his heart, as though it had been pierced by a blade, causing it to bleed with sorrow. His gaze reflected an endless sense of helplessness. However, the elder had already sent him a message, and regardless of his own wishes, he was compelled to depart. Yang Fan had no choice but to obey the elder's command. After a brief silence, Yang Fan took a deep breath and, with a bitter tone, said, I have no choice but to leave. Please, forgive me. He could not bear to meet Sister Ran's gaze, overwhelmed by an immense sense of guilt that prevented him from facing her. Upon hearing his words, Sister Ran fell into a state of shock, uncertain of how to express her feelings. A profound sense of loss engulfed her, a painful ache that made even breathing feel bewildering. Yet, the situation had already unfolded, and despite her inability to accept it, She had no alternative but to gradually come to terms with it. Just then, a sudden idea struck Yang Fan's mind, yet he hesitated, fearing that Sister Ran might not agree. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his courage and said, "What if you come with me?" Though the journey might be fraught with endless perils, for Sister Ran's sake, he was willing to risk it all and share his thoughts. Sister Ran was momentarily taken aback, her emotions igniting with excitement as she gazed at Yang Fan in disbelief. His words reverberated in her mind, instantly lifting her spirits. "Is that possible?" Upon regaining her composure, Sister Ran inquired with disbelief, her pale lavender eyes shimmering with various emotions of excitement, as if she had attained a profound sense of relief. "Of course it is possible. Why would it not be?" Yang Fan replied with a subtle smile. A confident grin illuminated Yang Fan's face, exuding an air of assuredness and poise. In that moment, Sister Ran, disregarding everything else, enveloped Yang Fan in a tight embrace. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, gradually falling onto Yang Fan. Yet, these tears were imbued solely with the essence of joy, devoid of any sorrow. After approximately 10 minutes, Sister Ran began to regain her composure, exhaling deeply before inquiring, "What about Lu Chanxian and Lu Feng?" After the elation, a shadow of concern lingered. After all, their party consisted of more than just herself and Yang Fan, which inevitably stirred a hint of worry within Sister Ran. The mere mention of the topic caused a slight frown to crease Yang Fan's brow. After all, these matters had not crossed his mind. A flicker of anxiety washed over him. Sister Ran, however, chose to refrain from interrupting Yang Fan's contemplation, quietly observing him as she awaited a brilliant idea to emerge. After much deliberation, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and finally spoke, saying, "I will talk to them and see what plans they have." His tone was laced with a sense of resignation. To be frank, Yang Fan was quite reluctant to depart in this manner. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to communicate with Lu Chanxian and Lu Feng to gauge their attitudes. "All right, you go ahead. I shall take the reins of the carriage," Sister Ran said with understanding, a gentle smile gracing her lips, wishing to alleviate any pressure on Yang Fan. Thus, he wasted no time, quickly gathering his thoughts before stepping into the carriage. Upon seeing Yang Fan enter, Lu Chanxian and Lu Feng were immediately engulfed in confusion. Lu Chanxian promptly inquired, "Yang Fan, why have you come in?" Her voice was filled with bewilderment, and she hoped for an explanation. In this manner, one would no longer be ensnared by inner confusion. Yet, Yang Fan did not respond to Lu Chanxian. Instead, he took a seat before her and Lu Feng, his countenance imbued with a hint of solemnity. As if the words he was about to utter bore no semblance of jest, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Yang Fan's forthcoming words would undoubtedly hold great significance. Otherwise, he would not have adopted such a demeanor. Through the passage of time, Lu Feng had come to understand Yang Fan's character. "Has something transpired?" he inquired after a brief pause, his anxiety palpable. "It is nothing grave. I merely intend to return to the Liyang Sword Pavilion, and today we may have to part ways," Yang Fan replied, his gaze dimming instantaneously. He had not intended to articulate such sentiments, but circumstances left him no choice. It was a case of short pain over prolonged suffering, and he had to express it swiftly. However, upon uttering these words, he inadvertently left Lu Chanxian and Lu Feng in a state of shock, their faces etched with disbelief as they regarded Yang Fan. Particularly for Lu Chanxian, a profound sense of loss surged within her, as she had never anticipated Yang Fan's departure would come so swiftly. It felt as though she had been deprived of any opportunity to prepare herself emotionally. If circumstances permitted, she would have been inclined to weep openly, seeking solace through the release of her emotions. Yet, she recognized that such an outburst would only burden Yang Fan further, offering no assistance in return. Thus, she was left to endure her sorrow in silence, with no other recourse available to her. "Oh, I see. No matter. I too need to venture out for some training. Once I have honed my skills, I shall seek you out at the Liyang Sword Pavilion. How does that sound?" Lu Feng remarked nonchalantly, believing it to be a trivial matter. He exhibited an air of indifference, for he understood that no gathering lasts forever. He had long suspected this outcome. However, Lu Chanxian still felt an acute ache in her heart, finding it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. "And what of you, Lu Chanxian? Where will you go from here?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's hearty agreement, Yang Fan turned to Lu Chanxian and inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, the moment Yang Fan noticed the melancholic expression on Lu Chanxian's face, he instantly comprehended the tumult of emotions within her heart. Yet, the situation had already unfolded. And even if Lu Chanxian wished to alter the course of events, it was beyond her grasp. As Lu Qianqian, lost in thought, absorbed Yang Fan's words, she quickly snapped back to reality, reluctant to dwell further on her feelings. After exhaling deeply, she responded with a bittersweet tone, This is indeed good news. I have been away from home for so long. It is time for me to return and see it again." Her voice was laced with a palpable sorrow, filling her mind with an ache. If circumstances allowed, Lu Qianqian yearned to accompany Yang Fan on his departure. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she ultimately relinquished that desire, understanding that as an ordinary mortal, her presence by Yang Fan's side would only serve to complicate his journey, offering no assistance whatsoever. In light of this realization, she deemed it wiser to maintain a distance from him. In this way, Yang Fan can smoothly progress without hindrance. "Very well. I shall take my leave with Sister Ranran first. Lu Feng, you can escort Lu Qianqian back and then continue your training." Observing this, Yang Fan refrained from saying much and promptly gave his instructions. Lu Feng also said little, merely nodding to indicate that Yang Fan should depart quickly and not linger. Lu Feng had sensed the sorrow in Lu Qianqian's eyes. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan wasted no time, casting a final glance at Lu Qianqian. With a deep sigh from the depths of his heart, he departed without a hint of hesitation. As she watched Yang Fan's retreating figure, Lu Qianqian could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her fair cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng shook his head in resignation, at a loss for words. His face etched with sorrow. "Do not cry. He has already left, and tears will not bring him back," Lu Feng consoled after a moment, hoping to soothe Lu Qianqian's troubled spirit. "What can I do now? I know this parting may mean we will never meet again." At this thought, Lu Qianqian's cries grew louder, akin to a forsaken girl abandoned by Yang Fan, her heart wrenchingly broken. "Embarking on the path of cultivation will allow you to pursue Yang Fan's footsteps," Lu Feng stated decisively. "While ordinary mortals may not reach Yang Fan, a cultivator might have that chance." These words immediately caused Lu Qianqian to lift her head, her spirits ignited as if she had received wondrous news. After a moment's pause to collect herself, she timidly asked, Is that truly possible?" A hint of trepidation colored her voice, fearing her own capability to undertake such a journey. "Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? If you are willing, I can teach you. Take some time to consider it." With that, Lu Feng gazed into the distance, pondering whether his recent decision was right or wrong. Lu Qianqian observed Lu Feng's silhouette, feeling an inexplicable resonance deep within her heart. Her heart raced like a fawn leaping wildly within her chest. She understood that once she embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. Yet, for Yang Fan, she was prepared to do anything. Thus, after composing herself, Lu Qianqian declared resolutely, "I want to cultivate." Her gaze was filled with unwavering determination, as if she had made a momentous decision, stirring an unshakable resolve deep within Lu Qianqian. Upon hearing her words, Lu Feng turned to face her directly. However, the moment he beheld her beautiful eyes, he was struck with astonishment. For it was the most resolute gaze he had ever encountered. This reflected the immense conviction Lu Qianqian possessed. Once he regained his composure, Lu Feng exhaled deeply, nodded, and led Lu Qianqian down a different path. Perhaps, in the distant future, Lu Qianqian would emerge as an indomitable woman. "Is it truly safe for us to proceed like this?" Sister Ranran asked, her face etched with concern, feeling an ominous premonition. This unease rendered her unable to find tranquility. "It will be fine, do not worry," Yang Fan replied without a second thought. To claim he felt no anxiety would be disingenuous, however. What purpose would worrying serve at this moment? There was no alternative but to press onward. Seeing Yang Fan's resolve, Sister Ranran found herself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent, refraining from adding to his burdens. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the ambiguous night enveloped the land, shrouding the daylight. "Let us rest here for a while," Yang Fan suggested as dusk descended, reluctant to continue traveling under the cover of night. After all, the wilderness at night was far from the tranquil nature of the day. Otherwise, he would have already pressed on. Sister Ranran, not overthinking the matter, nodded in agreement and promptly kindled a campfire. Yang Fan and Sister Ranran sat quietly beside the flames, enveloped in silence, the atmosphere growing awkward as they had little to converse about. In this moment of tranquility, a sudden rustling emanated from the nearby thicket, startling both Yang Fan and Sister Ran. Instantly, Yang Fan adopted a posture of heightened vigilance, fixating his gaze upon the underbrush, his eyes betraying no sign of relaxation. Sister Ran mirrored his apprehension, for they were in the wilderness, where even the slightest hint of danger could render them utterly helpless, devoid of any savior. After a brief interlude, a small rabbit unexpectedly bounded forth from the foliage. However, this little creature's eyes were filled with an unmistakable sense of panic, as if it were fleeing from an unseen terror. Upon spotting Yang Fan, it rushed towards him without hesitation, its demeanor alert as it surveyed the surroundings, trembling with fear. The rabbit's sudden approach rendered Yang Fan momentarily speechless, leaving him at a loss for words. Who could possibly elucidate the unfolding events? Yang Fan lamented inwardly. Utterly bewildered by the mysterious circumstances surrounding him, yearning to comprehend the enigma before him. In this manner, the confusion within oneself would dissipate. After approximately 10 minutes, the rabbit gradually calmed down, gazing up at Yang Fan with an adorably innocent expression. Then, in a surprising turn of events, the rabbit nestled into Yang Fan's embrace and fell into a deep slumber, treating him as one of its own. This left Yang Fan momentarily speechless, marveling at the rabbit's remarkable intuition. Just as Yang Fan was feeling a bit disheartened, Sister Ranran gazed intently at the rabbit before her, inexplicably enamored by its presence, as if it were a soul resting in her heart. If you desire it, then it shall be yours. With that, Yang Fan gently placed the rabbit into Sister Ranran's arms, resignedly observing the scene unfold. Joy radiated from Sister Ranran as she cradled the rabbit, a smile gracing her face while she swayed gently. Meanwhile, Yang Fan decided to rest, no longer concerning himself with the rabbit, as he merely regarded it as an ordinary beast, provided it posed no threat to him. Perhaps due to fatigue, Sister Ranran also succumbed to sleep while holding the rabbit. As dawn broke the following day, Sister Ranran was awakened by the piercing sunlight. However, the first thing she sought upon waking was the rabbit. Realizing it was no longer by her side, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she searched for the remarkably intuitive creature. After a brief search, she discovered that the rabbit had chosen to snuggle into Yang Fan's embrace, immediately pouting in displeasure. Without hesitation, Sister Ranran took the rabbit into her own arms, ensuring it did not escape her grasp, clearly illustrating her affection for the little creature. Soon after, Yang Fan awoke as well. Let us strive to return to the Li Yang Sword Pavilion today, he declared. Yang Fan, having sensed urgency from the elder's previous communication, refrained from elaborating further and chose to continue their journey. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ranran nodded in agreement and promptly matched his pace towards the Li Yang Sword Pavilion. However, as they drew closer, Sister Ranran's anxiety intensified, for she was about to meet his family and felt the pressing need to make a favorable impression. Otherwise, what if they were to object? In order to prevent such occurrences, Sister Ranran could only exhale deeply, allowing her emotions to gradually stabilize. It was only through this that she could avert any unfortunate events in the future and continue to forge ahead. Otherwise, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the little rabbit lay obediently in Sister Ranran's embrace, yet its gaze remained fixed solely upon Yang Fan. As time swiftly passed, evening fell, and Yang Fan and Sister Ranran found themselves standing before the magnificent entrance of the Li Yang Sword Pavilion. The grandeur of the structure evoked a wave of awe within Yang Fan. Living in such a place, even a pig could cultivate into an immortal. He marveled internally, finally comprehending why his strength had surged so rapidly in his previous life. Sister Ranran, too, was taken aback by the spectacle before her, her eyes widening in astonishment as her pupils dilated multiple times. She had never anticipated such a magnificent sight in her mind. She had envisioned Yang Fan's sect as merely mediocre. However, the scene she now beheld completely transformed her perception, filling her heart with disbelief. If it were possible, she would have slapped herself twice to awaken from this daze, wishing to avoid lingering in confusion any longer. After a moment, Sister Ranran took a deep breath and inquired, Yang Fan, is this truly your sect? Her voice trembled slightly with apprehension. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan, without a second thought, replied, of course. Why? His tone bore a hint of confusion, leaving him unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind Sister Ranran's inquiry. If possible, he hoped she would elucidate her thoughts. In this way, one will no longer be plagued by such confusion within. At this moment, Sister Ranran found herself at a loss for words. She managed to force a faint smile and said, it's nothing. Observing her demeanor, Yang Fan refrained from further inquiries and led Sister Ranran into the Lu Yang Sword Pavilion. The disciples stationed at the entrance, upon seeing Yang Fan's return, immediately displayed expressions of fear. In unison, they shouted, welcome back, Holy Son Yang. Yang Fan merely waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued guiding Sister Ranran deeper into the sect, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Why, yes, the Holy Son smiled at me," exclaimed Disciple a mixture of trepidation and astonishment in his voice. "Indeed, this is not what the rumors suggested. Could it be that the Holy Son has undergone a transformation? Don't speak nonsense. We wouldn't want anyone overhearing us. Stay vigilant." Several of the sentinels whispered among themselves, quite taken aback by Yang Fan's unexpected demeanor. It was well known that he had not treated his subordinates in such a manner before, leaving the disciples utterly astonished at this newfound countenance. As for Yang Fan, he simply smiled faintly, offering no response to the disciples' chatter, and chose to continue his forward progression. Just then, the sect leader, having learned of Yang Fan's return, promptly dispatched a disciple to summon him for what appeared to be a matter of great significance. The disciple, not daring to delay, bowed to the sect leader and swiftly exited the grand hall, scouring the plaza for Yang Fan. In a short span, the disciple quickly spotted Yang Fan and rushed towards him with urgency, as if time were of the essence. Soon, the disciple stood before Yang Fan and exclaimed breathlessly, "Holy Son, the sect leader is looking for you. He requests your immediate presence." His tone was laced with panic as he struggled to catch his breath. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, never expecting the sect leader would seek him out at such a moment. However, he understood that the sect leader must have something of utmost importance to discuss, or else he would not have come at this time. Thus, Yang Fan turned to Sister Ranran and said, "Please wait for me in my courtyard for a moment. I will find you once I have attended to this matter, all right?" A hint of seriousness flickered in his gaze. Yang Fan understood that the appearance of the sect leader seeking him out was not a positive omen. Otherwise, the leader would not have come to find him immediately upon his return. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Sister Ranran did not deliberate further and simply nodded, signaling him to proceed without concern for her. Consequently, Yang Fan did not dwell on it and made his way directly to the main hall of the sect, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. He dared not let his guard down, fearful that the leader might hold him accountable for some unforeseen issue. At that moment, the consequences of such a misstep would be dire. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Gazing at the imposing doors before him, he took a deep breath and, without further contemplation, stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, he beheld the sect leader seated regally at the center. Drawing in a breath, Yang Fan knelt halfway and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to you, esteemed sect leader." It was better left unsaid, but once mentioned, it directly provoked the leader's ire. "Have you banged your head? How can you not even call me father? It infuriates me." The leader silently cursed. Unable to contain his temper any longer, he exclaimed, "Have you grown wings, you little rascal, to the point of no longer acknowledging your father?" His tone was laced with indignation, and he felt an overwhelming urge to discipline Yang Fan, to make him aware of his place. However, Yang Fan remained his son, prompting the leader to restrain himself and refrain from erupting. Father, we are in the hall. It would be better to address you as such." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan grinned widely, scratching his head in an awkward display. The leader sighed helplessly. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar sense of change in Yang Fan. Though he could not pinpoint the specifics, there was an undeniable strangeness about him. Soon, the leader's expression softened. He then inquired, having been away for so long, "You must be weary. Take some time to rest. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the sect for now. We shall discuss matters once you have recuperated." The leader had not intended to speak this way. However, after the words spoken by the Black Shark Sovereign, he found himself reluctant to press Yang Fan too hard. Otherwise, he would have long since entrusted him with responsibilities, allowing no room for rest. Upon hearing the leader's words, Yang Fan nodded in agreement without further contemplation. "Understood, father. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Yet, just as he was about to exit, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to pivot back to face the leader. "By the way, father, I possess some treasures that serve little purpose for me. Perhaps I should surrender them to the sect." A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an air of mystery, as if he held something of great significance. The leader felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Yang Fan's words. He quickly responded, "Your treasures are likely less than what we have in storage. It would be best for you to keep them. I appreciate your sentiment." For reasons unknown, the leader was particularly elated today, especially regarding Yang Fan's change in demeanor, which filled him with joy. However, Yang Fan remained unconvinced and slowly replied, "No, father, I truly have a lot. Shall I reveal some to you now?" His eyes shone with determination, for in Yang Fan's heart, this was indeed his sanctuary. "If we do not fortify ourselves, what shall we do if the formidable Long Out Yin breaches our stronghold?" It is imperative that we prepare ourselves adequately to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Observing Yang Fan's unwavering determination, the sect leader was at a loss for words. Eventually, he spoke. Very well, allow me to be enlightened. Let us see what treasures you have acquired during your time away. At this moment, Yang Fan could not help but smile knowingly, and without further ado, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a high-quality storage pouch. Without uttering another word, he began to unveil the treasures contained within. However, upon their revelation, the sheer volume of riches compelled the sect leader to leap from his throne in astonishment. The treasures surged forth like a deluge, inundating the entire great hall. In no time, the chamber was awash with wealth. Eventually, both Yang Fan and the sect leader found themselves with no choice but to vacate the hall, which now radiated with a dazzling golden light. The blinding radiance instantly captivated the attention of the esteemed elders of the Blaze Sunsword Pavilion. The sect leader, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was rendered utterly speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight that lay before him. It felt as though one were lost in a dream. Where am I? Who am I? The sect leader exclaimed inwardly. In an instant, a wave of heat flushed across his face. Meanwhile, the elders had arrived at the entrance of the main hall and were instantly struck with astonishment by the scene before them. Their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Most importantly, the quality of these treasures was exceedingly high. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the sect leader gradually regained his composure. Then, with a quavering voice, he addressed Yang Fan. My son, have you perhaps plundered from a superlative sect? How could you possess such an abundance of treasures? His gaze, filled with disbelief, locked onto Yang Fan, and his breath quickened as if something utterly extraordinary had transpired, leaving the sect leader utterly astounded. This sensation is akin to a dream. No way. You are well aware of my capabilities. These treasures were acquired by me through various mysterious realms. I have no need for such an abundance. So I retained only a few, while the rest were surrendered to the sect. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference as if gazing upon a heap of worthless scrap. At that moment, every individual present was engulfed in awe, their tongues rendered speechless. It was the first time anyone had laid eyes on such an array of treasures. All right, father, I shall leave these treasures in your care. I will take my leave now. With that, Yang Fan paid little heed, striding away from the grand hall with an air of ease, making his way towards his courtyard. The scene was left with only the sect leader and a group of elders. Approximately half an hour later, everyone gradually regained their composure. Their gazes fixated on the sect leader with an insatiable yearning, akin to a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. What are you all staring at me for? The sect leader instinctively took a few steps back upon encountering such fervent eyes. For reasons unknown, his heart began to race. Sect leader, you see the contributions I have made to the sect. Surely, you ought to reward me with a few treasures. Another elder chimed in. Indeed, even if I have no merits, I surely have labored diligently. Sect leader, allow me to express, if you do not bestow upon me a few items, I shall remain here and refuse to leave, exclaimed a group of elders, their hearts pounding with intensity as if they had long coveted these treasures. In that moment, the sovereign's expression darkened significantly, leaving him at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply and proclaimed, These matters are for my son to address. They belong to him, not to me. Before the esteemed elders could fully comprehend his words, the sovereign casually gestured, collecting all the treasures with a swift motion. With a cheerful stride, he made his way toward the treasury, leaving an imposing silhouette behind for the elders to behold. In that moment, the elders were instantly filled with anxiety. They never expected the sect leader to be so devoid of morals. However, they were unable to defeat him, and in their helplessness, they could only watch as he departed. Beyond that, they had no recourse. You think I would relinquish these treasures to you? Not a chance. The sect leader mused inwardly, a delighted smile spreading across his face, reminiscent of someone who had just won a $5 million lottery, exuding immense joy. Meanwhile, Yang Fan returned to the courtyard, his spirits high. But upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression darkened immediately. His fists clenched tightly, radiating fury. How dare they bully my woman? They're utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Yang Fan silently cursed. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward with urgency, rushing directly to the front of Sister Ranran. He swiftly intercepted the assailant poised to strike her, effortlessly sending the aggressor flying with a powerful toss. Upon realizing Yang Fan had arrived, Sister Ranran hurriedly took refuge behind him, trembling with fear, her limbs quaking uncontrollably. In her beautiful eyes, an overwhelming sense of panic shone through. Although she had initially contemplated resisting, she knew she could not prevail against her opponent. Moreover, such actions would only bring trouble to Yang Fan, forcing her to endure in silence. Yang Fan stood before Sister Ran Ran, casting a cold gaze upon the young, handsome scholar before him. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he exhaled sharply. "Ah, if it isn't young Master Yang. How is it that you haven't met your demise out there?" The scholar sneered disdainfully at Yang Fan. This scholar was Luo Feng, a figure of equal strength and status as Yang Fan. The words struck Yang Fan like a blow, darkening his expression further. His fists tightened with the urge to land a fierce blow to Luo Feng's forehead, yet he ultimately restrained his impulse. After taking a deep breath, Yang Fan spoke. "Luo Feng, why have you come to my courtyard? Why must you resort to violence against my friend? Do you truly hold me in such low regard?" In an instant, Yang Fan's aura erupted, sweeping over Luo Feng and propelling him several meters away. At this moment, Luo Feng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Yang Fan, who had been absent for so long, possessed such formidable strength. It was nothing short of astonishing. However, Luo Feng did not fear Yang Fan. His concerns lay elsewhere. Once he regained his composure, he exhaled deeply and boldly declared, "Am I not allowed to be idle? If you have the capability, come and strike me." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fan, unable to contain his temper, swiftly extended his hand and struck Luo Feng without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, Luo Feng was sent flying, collapsing unconscious to the ground, his face etched with fury. How audacious could one be to provoke me at such a juncture? Observing the fallen Luo Feng, Yang Fan scoffed disdainfully, his tone steeped in indifference. Not far away, Sister Ran watched this scene unfold with a heavy heart. After all, it was she who had instigated this situation, inadvertently causing trouble for Yang Fan, who would feel at ease under such circumstances. Thus, with a sense of profound disappointment, Sister Ran approached Yang Fan, her demeanor tinged with sorrow as she spoke softly. "I'm sorry, Yang Fan. I've caused you trouble. It's all my fault." Her head bowed. She dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze, fearful that he might blame her for the incident. At that moment, she could not fathom how to remedy the situation. Upon hearing Sister Ran's words, Yang Fan recognized the guilt that weighed upon her. He promptly reassured her, "It's all right. Truth be told, I've longed to teach Luo Feng a lesson. I merely seized the opportunity now." A faint smile graced his lips, hoping to help Sister Ran ease her troubled heart. Remarkably, his words widened her eyes in disbelief. "Is that true?" she inquired, her voice laced with excitement after a moment's pause. "Of course it is. When have I ever deceived you?" Yang Fan responded before swiftly retreating into the house to rest. The journey of the past few months had left him utterly fatigued, and with the chance to recuperate at hand, he could not let it slip away. As Yang Fan gazed at the receding figure of Sister Ran Ran, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over her. Despite understanding that Yang Fan's earlier words were mere attempts at consolation, they nonetheless resonated deeply with her. Gradually, Sister Ran Ran composed herself and turned towards the side room, contentedly allowing herself to rest, without dwelling on her thoughts. Time slipped by moment. Before long, the dawn of the next day broke, casting its golden rays upon the earth and rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. Upon opening his bleary eyes, he went through a simple morning routine before stepping out of his room. However, the moment he crossed the threshold, he found the sect leader waiting for him, instantly plunging his spirits into disarray. After taking a moment to collect himself, Yang Fan approached the sect leader and, with a look of bewilderment in his eyes, inquired, "Father, why are you here so early? Is something amiss?" He hoped fervently for a thorough explanation. In this manner, one would no longer be plagued by such confusion within. After hearing Yang Fan's words, the master did not hesitate. He spoke directly, "I have a task for you. Please assist me in completing it shortly." His tone was imbued with a sense of resignation. Initially, the master had no intention of sending Yang Fan. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Given that the request was explicitly directed at Yang Fan, the master found himself compelled to acquiesce to this necessity. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself increasingly perplexed. Thus, he directly inquired, "What on earth is happening, Father?" "It's nothing significant," the sect leader replied. "I merely wish for you to visit the Xingnu sect and engage in discussions regarding demon slaying with them." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated something far more pressing. It was merely this matter. Gradually, he pushed aside his thoughts and responded, "Very well, Father, I shall take care of this matter. I will set off immediately." Before the sect leader could react, Yang Fan was already preparing to head to the Xingnu sect. However, suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned back to the sect leader and said, "By the way, Father, your future daughter-in-law is in the house. Please take good care of her and ensure she is not bullied." The sect leader, on the verge of leaving, was taken aback by Yang Fan's words, nearly stumbling. Just as he intended to seek clarification from Yang Fan, he realized the young man had vanished without a trace, leaving him with a countenance of displeasure. Yet, the situation had unfolded as it had, and regardless of the sect leader's reluctance to accept this reality, he had no choice but to gradually come to terms with it. There was simply no alternative. With a deep sigh, he made his way toward the side room, eager to discern what sort of daughter-in-law his son had acquired. His heart raced with anxiety. After all, such matters would undoubtedly cause anyone to feel a great deal of apprehension. As Yang Fan exited the Li Yang Sword Pavilion, he did not linger on his thoughts but hurried toward the direction of the Shinu sect, determined to fulfill the task entrusted to him by the sect leader before attending to his own matters. He was acutely aware that during his moments of respite, Long Outyin would undoubtedly be devising ways to enhance his own strength. If he did not seize this opportunity to elevate his own prowess, he would surely find himself trampled beneath Long Outyin's feet. Contemplating this, Yang Fan's expression darkened. This wretched father of mine. Why must he assign me tasks at such a critical juncture? After a moment of reflection, Yang Fan ceased his musings and resumed his journey. Approximately 2 hours later, he arrived near the Shing sect. Perhaps fatigued, he slowed his pace while traversing the steep mountain path. The profound silence surrounding him was somewhat disconcerting, causing his brow to furrow slightly. At that moment, he detected a subtle movement and swiftly turned to investigate. To his astonishment, he beheld a graceful figure, a celestial maiden with flowing hair, clad in resplendent white garments. Instantly, Yang Fan was captivated. The ethereal beauty before him radiated an impression of innocence and purity, a sight he had never encountered before. However, he found himself unable to recall her identity. His mind clouded with confusion. Taking a deep breath, he approached her without hesitation. Once before the maiden, he gently inquired, "Greetings, Celestial One. I am Yang Fan. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance?" His face adorned with a charming smile, he appeared quite enchanting. Upon hearing his words, the maiden's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, as she regarded Yang Fan, a flicker of disdain arose within her, an instinctive feeling that he was not a man of virtue. Consequently, she replied coolly, "No." And without further deliberation, she turned to depart, resembling a formidable ice mountain. At this moment, Yang Fan's expression suddenly darkened. The sensation of rejection was truly unbearable, igniting a fierce desire within Yang Fan to erupt in anger. After I approached with goodwill, how could they treat me this way? Just wait until I discover your identity. Yang Fan silently cursed to himself. He then chose not to linger on the matter, turning resolutely towards the Shing sect, his mood darkening considerably. Anyone would feel disheartened in the face of such an incident. Before long, Yang Fan arrived at the gates of the Shing sect. As he gazed upon the majestic establishment, a wave of reflection washed over him. It was no wonder that the Shing sect was renowned alongside the Li Yang Sword Pavilion. Even its aura seemed transformed, truly a sanctuary. After this brief reverie, Yang Fan dismissed any further contemplation and strode forward without hesitation. However, just as he prepared to enter, a female disciple obstructed his path. Her tone icy as she inquired, "Who are you, and why have you come to our Shing sect?" Her gaze fixed intently on Yang Fan, indicating that any sign of wrongdoing on his part would provoke her to act decisively. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan did not hesitate. He declared, "I am Yang Xingzi from the Li Yang Sword Pavilion. I have come to the Shing sect on the orders of the sect master to discuss matters regarding the demon eradication. Please inform them." Without further ado, he produced the token from his possession, presenting it before the disciple's eyes. Upon seeing the token, the disciple's confidence in Yang Fan's words was instantly restored, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in her heart. She then responded, "I will go report this. Please wait here." "Go ahead," Yang Fan replied nonchalantly, waving her off. Observing this, the disciple wasted no time and made her way into the Shing sect, heading directly towards the main hall without delay. The urgency of the demon eradication matter was paramount, leaving no room for error. Approximately 10 minutes later, the disciple arrived at the main hall, where two extraordinarily beautiful women awaited. One was Lu Xian, the holy maiden of the Shing sect, and the other, the more mature figure, was the sect master, Diao Ruyu. "What is the matter? Why the flurry? Can't you see the holy maiden has returned?" Diao Ruyu remarked darkly, her expression souring instantly. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion with Lu Xian's return, now marred by the intrusion of a mere disciple. Such a situation, who among us could endure it? Upon witnessing the wrath of Diaruyo, the female disciple instantly crumpled to the ground. Trembling, she began to explain. Not daring to exhibit a trace of hesitation, fearful that if she failed to articulate her thoughts, Diaruyo would swiftly bring about her demise. After listening to the disciple's explanation, Diaruyo furrowed her brows, utterly astonished to learn that Yang Fan had arrived at the shamed sect. This revelation filled her with a profound sense of shock, and her expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment, Diaruyo exhaled deeply and said, "Let him in." Her tone was laced with resignation. Meanwhile, Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this Yang Fan, as if she had encountered him before. Without daring to utter a word of refusal, the female disciple bowed respectfully to Diaruyo before hastily departing the grand hall. She hurried to the entrance of the Sheng sect and swiftly approached Yang Fan. Breathless and flustered, she exclaimed, Yang Xingzi, our sect leader has summoned you." Her voice was punctuated by heavy breaths, and her eyes were filled with a sense of urgency. She was acutely aware that any delay could jeopardize something of great importance. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I understand. I shall enter now. You stand guard well." Without further ado, he strode directly into the Sheng sect. It must be noted that the Sheng sect lived up to its name. Here, apart from female disciples, there were no male disciples to be found. Thus, as Yang Fan entered, all eyes immediately converged upon him, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place, perhaps due to the long absence of male presence. Upon catching sight of Yang Fan, the female disciples instantly lit up, their eyes gleaming with excitement, and a hint of drool escaped the corners of their mouths. Yang Fan, witnessing this scene, found himself momentarily overwhelmed. An inexplicable chill crept down his spine. What on earth is happening? He lamented inwardly. Following this, a thought crossed his mind. It was unwise to linger in this place. Thus, he hastily made his way to the entrance of the grand hall. After catching his breath, he adjusted his attire and stepped inside, his mood gradually calming. No longer as tense as before. However, upon entering the hall and spotting Lu Xian, he was taken aback. Internally, he scoffed. What is he doing here? Could he be the sanus of the sacred female sect? A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Simultaneously, Lu Xian, upon noticing Yang Fan, was equally astonished, never having anticipated that the unsavory individual she encountered earlier by the roadside was none other than the infamous Saint Sun of the Fierce Sunsword Pavilion. Instantly, her impression of Yang Fan deteriorated further, her disdain deepening. "Saint Sun Yang, it has been a while," Diaruyu remarked with a gentle smile. Her demeanor softened by the gravity of his status. Were it not for his distinguished background, she would have long ignored him, never initiating conversation. Yet, the strength of his connections compelled Diaruyu to adopt a more deferential tone. "Master Diao, I see that despite the passage of time, you remain as youthful as ever." Yang Fan replied with a subtle smile, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was essential to remain vigilant around such cunning individuals. Only then could he avoid being at a disadvantage. "Haha, how is Yang Jingxiang? Is his health still robust?" Diaruyu laughed lightly, her smile enchanting. Had it not been for Yang Fan's formidable composure, he might have been captivated by her charm, easily swayed to her whims. "Thank you for your concern, Master Diao. My father is in good health, capable of engaging in 300 rounds with you without issue." Upon the utterance of those words, Diaruyu's complexion instantly flushed a vivid crimson, her delicate and gentle hands unconsciously tightening into fists. She exhaled through her nose with a hint of agitation, her brows furrowing in discontent. Never did she anticipate that Yang Fan would dare to jest at her expense in such a public setting. This unexpected affront ignited a fiery rage within her. If circumstances permitted, Diaruyu would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against Yang Fan, imparting a lesson of her prowess. However, as her thoughts wandered to various matters, she gradually regained her composure, albeit with a glimmer of murderous intent evident in her gaze directed at Yang Fan. After a brief pause, Diaruyu let out a deep sigh and inquired, "Might I ask what significant matter brings you here, young Master Yang?" Her tone was laced with dissatisfaction, a strong desire to physically reprimand him simmering beneath the surface, yet she restrained herself, opting instead to mentally envision such a confrontation. Perhaps this mental exercise would alleviate her turbulent emotions. Yang Fan, upon hearing Diaruyu's words, appeared utterly indifferent. Without further contemplation, he replied, "To be honest, I had no intention of coming here. However, my father insisted that I meet with you to discuss matters regarding demon extermination, so I had no choice but to comply." This place is so desolate that even birds wouldn't dare to defecate here. Were it not for my father's command, I would have never set foot in such a remote location. After speaking, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, his expression betraying a sense of exasperation that only served to tighten Jiao Ruyu's grip, her teeth grinding audibly in frustration. It became evident to Lu Xian, observing the exchange, that the rumors surrounding Yang Fan's arrogance and disdain for others were indeed substantiated. The beauty of her visage transformed into one of palpable discomfort, as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. The rationale behind Yang Fan's behavior stemmed entirely from his disdain for Jiao Ruyu. Otherwise, he would have approached her with more decorum. However, Lu Xian eventually followed Jiao Ruyu's lead, gradually calming herself and refraining from further contention with Yang Fan. Recognizing the formidable background he possessed, one that the Sheng sect could hardly challenge, Jiao Ruyu, after a moment of respite, finally spoke. I see. In that case, young Master Yang, as the daylight begins to wane, shall I summon the esteemed elders of the Sheng sect tomorrow to provide you with a thorough explanation? What do you think? Particularly the phrase good, which was emphasized by Jiao Ruyu. There was no alternative, since I could not take action. Was I not permitted to verbally berate Yang Fan myself? At this moment, Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He had originally intended to resolve the matter before him swiftly and return to the Sunfire Sword Pavilion. After all, remaining in the Sacred Maiden sect was fraught with uncertainty. Who could predict what unfortunate events might unfold? Finally, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and stated, "Very well, I shall stay here for the night." He then prepared to turn and leave, eager to depart from the situation. However, just as he was about to exit, a voice interrupted his progress, causing him to turn and regard the speaker with a frown. "Young Saint Yang, I have heard of your prowess. You have already reached the threshold of the half-immortal realm. Coincidentally, I too have attained that level. Shall we engage in a contest to see who is truly superior?" Upon finishing her words, Lu Xian directed a distinctly unfriendly gaze at Yang Fan, her tone dripping with derision. Instantly, Yang Fan's brows knitted further in surprise. He never anticipated that Lu Xian would choose this moment to provoke him. This instantly ignited a fierce anger within Yang Fan. His gaze towards Lu Xian brimming with a lethal intensity, sharp as a sword. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, his teeth clenched, and declared, "Since Fairy Lu Xian is so eager, I shall accompany you to the very end." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. Jiao Ruyu, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of tension wash over her. Internally, she scolded, "Oh, holy maiden, why provoke him? Is this not courting disaster?" Her expression betrayed a sense of helplessness, as words failed to encapsulate her thoughts. If it were possible, Jiao Ruyu would have wished to avert the unfolding situation. Yet, Yang Fan had already acquiesced, and it was too late for her to intervene. "Very well, let us proceed." Before Jiao Ruyu could fully lament the predicament, Lu Xian cheerfully announced, and without further ado, she strode out of the grand hall towards the martial arena, exuding a remarkably distinctive aura. This temperament captivated Yang Fan. However, he was quite willing to teach the other a lesson. A sly smile crept upon his lips. Without further ado, Yang Fan followed closely in Lu Xian's footsteps. At this moment, Jiao Ruyu also felt compelled to follow, fearing that Lu Xian might encounter some unfortunate incident. It is well known that Jiao Ruyu was aware of Yang Fan's ferocity, regardless of whether the opponent was male or female. Anyone who provoked Yang Fan would face his merciless wrath. His strikes were exceedingly cruel. Therefore, to prevent any adverse occurrences, Jiao Ruyu had no choice but to keep pace with him. After approximately 10 minutes, under Lu Xian's guidance, Yang Fan arrived at the martial arts arena. However, the news of Yang Fan's impending duel with Lu Xian spread like wildfire within the Sheng sect. Numerous female disciples gathered around the arena, eager to witness this monumental clash. Their faces radiated excitement and fervor. Who do you think will emerge victorious, the illustrious Yang Xingzi or our revered Sheng? It goes without saying, it will undoubtedly be the dashing Yang Xingzi. No way. Our Sheng is far more formidable. Where do you hail from? All right, everyone. Please quiet down and observe this duel attentively. A group of female disciples chattered below, reminiscent of market vendors. Meanwhile, on the stage of the martial arts arena, Yang Fan and Lu Xian stood face to face, gazing into each other's eyes, neither in a hurry to strike. The atmosphere became palpably tense. "Yang Xingzi, will you make the first move, or shall I?" After a brief moment, Lu Xian inquired with a faint smile, though there was an eerie quality to it. as if she were confident of victory. In response, Yang Fan did not dwell on it for long and waved his hand, saying, "You go first. I wouldn't want it to seem like I'm bullying you." "Very well, then I shall not hold back." Upon finishing her words, Lu Xian unleashed her full spiritual energy. A chilling aura swirled around her, gradually coalescing into sharp blades of ice, poised to strike at Yang Fan at any moment. Goodness! This is the power of the ice vein. The female disciples gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating several steps, deterred by the chilling aura emanating from Lu Xian, which instilled a flicker of fear amidst their deep admiration. They had never anticipated that after such a long separation, Lu Xian had grown to such formidable strength. Observing this scene, Yang Fan merely smiled faintly, undeterred by Lu Xian's assault, for he harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to emerge victorious. Without hesitation, Lu Xian transformed her spiritual energy into icy blades, swiftly launching them towards Yang Fan with no intention of granting him any respite. In that moment, Yang Fan remained unperturbed. Promptly channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly employed the devouring pulse technique, directly transforming the icy blade conjured by Lu Xian into energy. With a wide-open maw, he consumed Lu Xian's ice blade, swallowing it whole. Afterward, Yang Fan let out a satisfied belch and inquired, "Is there more? I have yet to satiate my hunger." These words left everyone present utterly astounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Yang Fan, their palms beginning to tremble involuntarily. They had not anticipated such formidable prowess from him. Lu Xian, too, was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment, unable to fathom the spectacle before her. Her emotions turned tumultuous in an instant. Though Lu Xian had mentally prepared herself, who could have foreseen Yang Fan's strength reaching such extraordinary heights? This revelation left her astounded. As a voice echoed relentlessly in her mind, could it be? Am I truly destined to be defeated? Thus, within Lu Xian's heart, a twisted sentiment began to take root, and her expression instantaneously morphed into one of unnaturalness. Her gaze reflected a fierce intensity, and her aura gradually surged. It was as if she were enveloped in a tempest of fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xian summoned all her remaining spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal blade of ice, resolute in her intention to confront Yang Fan with a final, desperate effort. Observing this scene, Yang Fan furrowed his brow, acutely aware of Lu Xian's impending actions. He understood that he could not afford to be complacent. Should anything untoward transpire, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, Yang Fan began to accumulate his energy, preparing to withstand Lu Xian's ultimate assault. In no time, the massive ice blade surged toward Yang Fan, accompanied by a violent whirlwind. Unperturbed, Yang Fan swiftly unleashed a searing palm to counter it. The moment the palm made contact with the ice blade, a tremendous splash erupted, sending ripples throughout the vicinity and causing several onlooking cultivators to stagger backwards several paces, unable to withstand the force. As the ice blade and fiery palm dissipated, a thick fog enveloped the arena, rendering the female disciples outside unable to discern the unfolding events. Approximately a minute later, the mist began to gradually clear. However, when the female disciples finally beheld the scene within, they were met with a tableau that left them dumbfounded. Some were elated, others mournful, and many felt a deep sense of helplessness as a myriad of emotions surged within them. Yet, the events had already transpired. Any desire to alter them was futile. They could only slowly come to terms with the reality now laid before them. There lay Lu Xian, utterly weakened, upon the ground, her face etched with bitterness. In a fit of rage, she struck the earth, tears cascading from her beautiful eyes, embodying profound sorrow. In stark contrast, Yang Fan stood unharmed in the training ground. However, at that moment, there was no trace of triumph upon his visage, his brow furrowed tightly, as if he were thoroughly dissatisfied with his victory. Gazing at Lu Xian, who lay weeping on the ground, Yang Fan could only shake his head in resignation, unable to fathom how the situation had transformed so drastically. A flicker of pity ignited within him. Thus, Yang Fan exhaled deeply and approached Lu Xian step by step, before crouching down beside her. He gently spoke, "Rise, please." Immediately, Yang Fan extended his small hand, intending to help Lu Xian up. However, Lu Xian harbored a different interpretation in her heart. She believed that Yang Fan was merely pitying her, preparing to mock her. Consequently, her expression darkened in an instant. Without hesitation, she flung Yang Fan's large hand away and exclaimed, "Get lost. Put away your contemptible face. I do not require your pity. Just leave me alone." Years of effort had been reduced to this. Who could possibly endure such a situation? At that moment, Yang Fan's expression darkened significantly. I extend my genuine concern for you. Yet you respond in such a manner. My apologies, but I shall take my leave. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan wasted no time. He rose swiftly and walked away with a brisk pace, not once glancing back. After all, it was Lu Xian's actions that had incensed him to such a degree. Otherwise, Yang Fan would never have behaved in this manner. This is entirely due to the agitation caused by Lu Xian, for reasons unbeknownst to her. As she witnessed Yang Fan's departure, there was no sense of relief in her heart. Instead, a twinge of reluctance arose within her, akin to that of a forsaken wife. While Lu Xian was engulfed in her sorrow, Jia Ruyu hastily approached from a distance, her expression fraught with anxiety. Soon, Jia Ruyu reached Lu Xian's side and cautiously assisted her to her feet. With genuine concern, she inquired, Lu Xian, are you all right? Her eyes brimmed with worry. Fearing that something untoward had transpired during Lu Xian's confrontation with Yang Fan. I'm fine, master. I shall return now, Lu Xian replied. Extricating herself from Jia Ruyu's embrace and trudging towards her chamber with heavy steps, her face etched with despondency. As she gazed at Lu Xian's retreating silhouette, inexplicably, Jia Ruyu's countenance revealed a profound sense of reluctance. However, the events that had transpired were irrevocable. One could only hope that Lu Xian would gradually regain her strength and not succumb to despair. Otherwise, Jia Ruyu found herself at a loss for how to proceed. In resignation, Jia Ruyu let out a deep sigh and murmured to herself, Lu Xian, you must gather your strength and not allow yourself to fall into despondency. The future of the Sheng sect relies entirely upon you. Meanwhile, the entirety of the preceding events had unfolded before Yang Fan's eyes. However, rather than comforting Lu Xian after she had distanced herself, he chose to observe her quietly, wishing to guide her away from any misguided paths. Yang Fan had come to recognize Lu Xian's true identity, and his heart raced with apprehension. Despite Lu Xian's current inability to best him, once she grew stronger, she could easily overpower him with effortless might. This gradually instilled a hint of fear in Yang Fan. Otherwise, he would not have stealthily followed Lu Xian. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xian arrived at a rooftop and settled down, gazing quietly at the sky. However, her eyes betrayed an infinite sorrow. Her mind incessantly replayed the scene of her recent battle with Yang Fan. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Xian's heart began to ache. Why can't I defeat Yang Fan? Lu Xian lamented. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, gently falling onto the rooftop, embodying her profound sadness. Upon witnessing this, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, choosing not to linger. He promptly flew to Lu Xian's side and sat down, silently sharing her gaze at the heavens. Hearing the movement, Lu Xian turned to look and was taken aback to find Yang Fan seeking her out, which instantly soured her mood. Her eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian, with a blank expression, inquired coldly, What is it? Have you come to mock me? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, and her gaze dimmed. She emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a frosty goddess. Nevertheless, Yang Fan appeared unfazed, as if he had long grown accustomed to her demeanor. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, If I had come to mock you, I would not be here like this. I came to check on you. His voice was soft, as if fearing that a louder utterance might strike a chord within Lu Xian's heart. At this moment, Lu Xian was utterly perplexed by Yang Fan's true intentions in seeking her out. Her mind was clouded with a sense of responsibility. And even her gaze towards Yang Fan had shifted, tinged with an unfamiliar disdain. Heh, Lu Xian scoffed softly, choosing to remain silent and gazing quietly at the sky, uttering not a single word. After all, the feelings of such a failure were exceedingly irksome, particularly for someone like Lu Xian, who was accustomed to being revered. Her mood was undeniably tumultuous, and if given the choice, she might have harbored an overwhelming desire to escape it all entirely. In such circumstances, one might find solace. For at the very least, it would alleviate the perpetual state of confusion that currently prevails. Indeed, I have often found myself bested by many, consistently falling victim to their prowess. In those moments, my thoughts were consumed with the determination to vanquish them, to rise once more. Yet, upon the day I finally triumphed, standing tall again, I was met with an unexpected sense of solitude that enveloped the world around me. It seemed that these endeavors were not born from my own desires, but rather fueled by a momentary surge of competitive spirit. Now, I have come to realize that failure is not to be feared. The true terror lies in the inability to rise again. Without such resilience, one is deprived of even the chance to overcome adversaries. After voicing these sentiments, Yang Fan bestowed a gentle smile, harboring a wish that Liu Xin might heed his words. In such a scenario, Liu Xin would certainly not continue to languish as she does now. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Liu Xin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with an expression of disbelief. His words reverberated in her mind, an utterance she had never encountered before, leaving her utterly astonished. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heartbeat began to quicken, and the spiritual energy poised to break through the bottleneck surged rapidly into her body. In an instant, Liu Xin felt an overwhelming influx of boundless spiritual energy enveloping her. However, just as she believed she was on the verge of a breakthrough, with a resounding thud, that energy dissipated, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Her brows furrowed tightly, her expression shifting from joy to sorrow. As she pondered, was this supposed to be a breakthrough? How could it have turned out like this? At this moment, Liu Xin's mood was exceedingly displeased, akin to a knife piercing her heart. What is the matter? Yang Fan inquired, noticing Liu Xin's unusual demeanor, his voice laced with perplexity. He earnestly hoped she might elucidate her predicament. Thus, her heart would no longer be shrouded in confusion. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Liu Xin gradually regained her composure. With a resigned sigh, she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her feelings. A wave of sorrow surged within her, almost overwhelming her with the urge to weep. After approximately 10 minutes, Liu Xin slowly began to calm herself. Taking a deep breath, she responded directly, "It's nothing." Her eyes were filled with a dullness, as though she had lost something of great significance, leaving her utterly devoid of joy. Her demeanor had become profoundly despondent. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Liu Xin was undoubtedly troubled by some matter. However, he could not fathom what had transpired to cause her such distress. Confusion enveloped his mind, and he yearned for Liu Xin to confide in him. Consequently, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Very well then, to get some rest. I shall see you tomorrow." Rather than remaining in a state of perplexity, he deemed it wiser to encourage her to rest. Believing that perhaps only in slumber could she find respite from her tumultuous thoughts, Liu Xin, without further contemplation, nodded in agreement and waved goodbye to Yang Fan. Despite her current melancholic disposition, she felt immense gratitude towards him. Without his support, she knew she would have been unable to navigate through the fog of despair that threatened to engulf her, potentially giving rise to overwhelming inner demons. Thus, even in her sorrow, Liu Xin was thankful for Yang Fan's presence. Observing this, Yang Fan hesitated not, departing with a gentle smile. His back turned as he walked away. As she watched his retreating figure, Liu Xin felt a surge of emotions within her. Uncertain of the unique sentiments that had begun to blossom for Yang Fan in her heart, this feeling was exceedingly difficult for Liu Xin to articulate. What is happening to me? I clearly detest him, so why has everything suddenly changed? Liu Xin silently lamented within her heart, her face involuntarily creasing into a slight frown. Ultimately, she chose not to dwell on her thoughts any longer and resolutely tucked them away. Taking a deep breath, she retreated to her room, allowing herself to gradually unwind. As for Yang Fan, he did not head towards his own quarters. Instead, he followed the directive of a voice that led him to the back mountain of the Sheng sect. He stood quietly, gazing at the exquisite scenery before him. "The brat from the Liang Sword Pavilion. This place hardly seems suitable for your presence." The voice resonated deeply in Yang Fan's ears. However, he paid it no mind, simply offering a faint smile. Then, he confidently replied, "Why should I not come here, ancestor of the Sheng sect?" His tone brimmed with self-assurance, as if every situation lay firmly within his control. At this moment, the figure that had emitted a sound was taken aback, utterly astonished that the other party had so quickly discerned their identity. The revelation left them in a state of profound shock, rendering them momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the figure slowly spoke, "Come in." Initially, they had no intention of allowing Yang Fan to enter. However, given that the other party could unveil their identity, it seemed prudent to grant them entry. After all, this would facilitate a deeper understanding of their motives and background. Otherwise, the matriarch of the Xingnu sect would invariably have barred Yang Fan's entrance. Upon hearing the words of the matriarch, Yang Fan smiled faintly, showing no hesitation as he stepped into the secluded mountainside. As for the reason behind Yang Fan's sudden visit to seek the matriarch, it was simply to seek out more formidable allies. Soon, he found himself within the mountains, but what appeared before him was an elderly woman who left him utterly astonished, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. He gazed at the scene before him in disbelief. Her long white hair cascaded over a figure that was anything but conventional. and her visage bore the youthful allure of a woman in her 20s, making it hard to reconcile her appearance with that of an old crone. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. What? Meeting me has left you speechless? The venerable elder of the Xing sect inquired with a hint of sternness, as if she were the queen of the realm. Were it not for Yang Fan's considerable composure, he might have succumbed to bloodshed on the spot. After a moment's respite, he exhaled deeply, mustering a faint smile. How could that be? I was merely caught off guard, which is why I couldn't articulate my thoughts. Despite his words, his hands and feet trembled slightly, fearing that the elder might discern something amiss. Should that occur, the consequences could be dire. Oh, so that's the case. I see. You mean to say that I am indeed beautiful? The elder nodded, her expression revealing an inscrutable depth as she gazed at Yang Fan. Her aura began to swell, forcing Yang Fan into a corner, compelling him to retreat several steps. Goodness, elder, must you be so imposing? I merely complimented your beauty. After stepping back, Yang Fan silently grumbled to himself, his face marred by exasperation. His dissatisfaction with the elder's sudden display of power was palpable. Yet, what could he do? Unable to best her in a confrontation, he had no choice but to relent. With a reluctant sigh, Yang Fan forced a smile and said, Sheng Fenglin, please do not provoke me intentionally. I have pressing matters to discuss with you and wish to avoid unnecessary banter. His tone was tinged with displeasure. Had he been capable of defeating her, he would have engaged in a direct confrontation rather than allowing Sheng Fenglin to intimidate him. Upon hearing her name called, Sheng Fenglin took a few steps back, her face betraying her discontent. Her pale lavender eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Silence enveloping the scene, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. At that moment, Sheng Fenglin's emotions were in turmoil, as if a thorn had been driven deep into her heart. After approximately 10 minutes, she finally exhaled, gathering her composure, and asked, How do you know my name? Her gaze remained locked on Yang Fan, eager to discern his reaction. Her hands and feet began to tremble slightly, astonished that he was aware of her name. However, Yang Fan merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond. A man must maintain an air of mystery, for it is this allure that captivates others. Why are you silent? After a prolonged silence, Yang Fan's lack of response instigated a sense of urgency within Sheng Fenglin, prompting her to exclaim in frustration. Her demeanor gradually ascended, exuding an air of a queen surveying her dominion. Had it been anyone else, they might have been utterly intimidated by Sheng Fenglin's commanding presence. However, Yang Fan remained unfazed. It is worth noting that he had encountered the Supreme Venerable and possessed a profound understanding of Sheng Fenglin's temperament. After approximately 10 minutes, Yang Fan finally spoke, his tone imbued with a calm nonchalance, as if he perceived the entire situation with a certain detachment. If I were to venture a guess, would you believe me? This was not a subject to be taken lightly. Upon its mention, Sheng Fenglin was immediately consumed by rage, her fists clenched tightly. However, despite her immense fury, she refrained from unleashing her wrath upon Yang Fan, instead glaring at him with palpable animosity. Well, how could I possibly know your name if it weren't for my ancestor informing me? Yang Fan hastily interjected, sensing her rising ire. Internally, he felt a profound sense of frustration, pondering the enigma of women. His face betrayed his discontent, yet, in that moment, Sheng Fenglin's demeanor softened considerably. At least she was no longer as confrontational as before. Her expression gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. If you had mentioned this sooner, I wouldn't have wasted my time waiting here. She finally exclaimed after a brief silence, a hint of joy creeping into her tone. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she directly inquired, What is it that you sought me for? Her gaze bore into Yang Fan's, almost overlooking the most crucial matter at hand. Upon hearing her question, Yang Fan found himself perplexed, unsure of how to articulate his intentions to Sheng Fenglin. His mind was engulfed in confusion, for his purpose in seeking her out was to nurture their relationship. In that case, when the time comes for the demon-slaying battlefield, Sheng Fenglin would not be whisked away by Long Out Yin. However, at present, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Sheng Fenglin, unfazed, gazed intently at Yang Fan, eager to elicit a response from him. After what felt like an eternity, a flash of inspiration illuminated Yang Fan's mind. Without further hesitation, he declared, I sought you out because I harbor feelings for Liu Xin. I would like you to act as a matchmaker. What do you think? Initially, Yang Fan had not intended to express himself in such a manner. Yet, bereft of alternative options, he felt compelled to resort to this approach. Otherwise, There was no way to navigate this predicament. Upon hearing this, Sheng Fenglin's pupils dilated slightly, her expression one of incredulity, as though she were hearing an utterly astonishing tale. The unexpected revelation left her quite taken aback. Gradually, as she steadied her emotions, she spoke directly, "Young Fan, do not jest with me. I am well aware of your reputation, even during my seclusion. While your prowess is commendable, it is essential to acknowledge that your current strength is entirely derived from the use of drugs, not a true reflection of your abilities. Am I not correct?" Young Saint Yang? Her tone dripped with disdain, entirely dismissing Yang Fan before her. Instantly, Yang Fan's brows furrowed, and his gaze toward Sheng Fenglin shifted, igniting within him a desire to retaliate. Nonetheless, he ultimately restrained himself, refusing to act impulsively. Exhaling deeply, he forced a smile and replied, "Even if my strength is a product of drug use, at least I possess power now. Unlike those prodigies whose exceptional talents were tragically stifled in their infancy, how pitiful they are." As he spoke, Yang Fan did not dwell on his words, but instead wore an enigmatic expression, as though he held the reins of the situation in his grasp. In an instant, Sheng Fenglin's demeanor altered, her brow furrowed, and an inexplicable tremor coursed through her body, radiating an extraordinary aura that compelled Yang Fan to retreat several steps. Fearing that should Sheng Fenglin unleash her fury, he might be ruthlessly eliminated. In such a case, who would one turn to for reason? However, the subsequent scene instantly allowed Yang Fan to exhale deeply, for at least the tension was no longer as palpable as before. Indeed, you are undeniably correct. Yet your prowess is merely a product of artificial enhancement. Otherwise, how could you possibly possess such strength? Thus, it is individuals like you that I hold in the utmost disdain. With that, Sheng Fenglin cast a scornful glance at Yang Fan, her eyes revealing an unwavering contempt. At this moment, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Sheng Fenglin. After all, no matter how Yang Fan articulated his plight, he could not alter the fate that had been shaped by his past with drugs. In truth, Yang Fan possessed a rather peculiar talent, one that had been concealed by the Liang Sword sect. Had it been revealed, public perception of him might have shifted dramatically, coupled with his less than favorable reputation. It was no wonder he found himself in such circumstances. After a brief pause, Yang Fan revealed a faint smile and spoke, "What you say may hold some truth. However, I possess elixirs to consume, while they have nothing at all." His expression remained composed and untroubled, showing no signs of discouragement from the situation. The atmosphere around them grew palpably strange, leaving Sheng Fenglin unable to accept this reality. She never anticipated that Yang Fan would regard this matter as something to be taken for granted. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Fenglin replied, "Do you truly believe that after you voice your thoughts, I would allow the current saintess, Lu Xian, to marry you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He understood that Sheng Fenglin was currently in a volatile mood and did not wish to exacerbate the situation. Thus, he gradually articulated, "I know you certainly will not permit Lu Xian to marry me now. However, the future may hold a different perspective. Should you dare to obstruct me then, do not blame me for being impolite. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them." With that, Yang Fan turned and departed, leaving Sheng Fenglin with a striking silhouette that incited her fury. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically, yet ultimately, she restrained herself. Aware of Yang Fan's formidable strength and the powerful forces backing him. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Sheng Fenglin found Yang Fan's arrogance intolerable and yearned to unleash her pent-up anger. Unable to contain herself any longer, she soared towards the back mountain, her gaze sharp with determination. Meanwhile, Yang Fan blissfully made his way back to his residence, untroubled by the events. Truth be told, had he not feared for Sheng Fenglin falling into Long Outyan's clutches, he would not have taken such measures. Alas, he felt compelled to act thus to prevent her from so easily succumbing to Long Outyan's embrace. For, after all, women often lacked foresight. After approximately 10 minutes, Sheng Fenglin appeared in the skies above the Liang Sword Pavilion, exuding an air of regal confidence as she gazed down below. Without a moment's hesitation, she made her way directly to the pavilion's loft. Moments later, Sheng Fenglin arrived at the loft, where a solitary figure awaited her presence. As though he had foreseen this encounter with remarkable clarity. "How did you know I was coming?" Sheng Fenglin inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion, eager for an explanation from the figure before her. This figure was none other than Yang Fan's father, Yang Jingxiong. "Why would I not know of your arrival?" Yang Jingxiong replied nonchalantly, his expression exhibiting a dispassionate calmness, as if he were addressing a matter of little consequence. However, this remark incensed Sheng Fenglin, igniting her fury. Her nostrils flared as she exhaled vehemently, displaying her indignation. Yang Jingxiang, I must say, you are utterly shameless. Even if you wish to annex the Xing female sect, must you sacrifice your own son in the process? Xing Fenglin exclaimed, panting heavily, her demeanor reflecting her rising agitation. What do you mean by sacrificing my son? I have no intention of involving him at all. Yang Jingxiang retorted, a hint of disdain lacing his tone, seemingly dismissing Sheng Fenglin's concerns as trivial. He bore himself with the arrogance of a sovereign, unperturbed by any potential repercussions. As Xing Fenglin met his intimidating gaze, an inexplicable fear gripped her. This was the first time she had encountered such a menacing stare, inducing a sense of dread that began to swirl in her mind, conjuring nightmarish visions. After a moment, regaining her composure, Sheng Fenglin hesitantly spoke. Do you truly intend to swallow up the Sheng female sect? Her voice trembled with trepidation, as if the very calamity she feared was on the verge of manifesting, leaving her in a state of profound anxiety. However, Yang Jingxiang offered no reply, merely allowing a cold chuckle to escape his lips, embodying an enigmatic demeanor that left Xing Fenglin to her own conjectures. His silence stripped her of confidence, rendering her uncertain about how to articulate her thoughts, while a deep-seated dread began to unfurl within her. Just as her fear reached a crescendo, Yang Jingxiang spoke again. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in the Xing female sect. If I did, do you think it would still exist? As soon as these words were spoken, Sheng Fenglin let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling a surge of ease wash over her. At least the tension had subsided. After all, the Sheng female sect was everything to her, and no matter what, she would never allow it to descend into ruin. Thus, Sheng Fenglin forced a smile and remarked, You said it, so do not go back on your word. Of course, I, Yang Jingxiang, am a man of my word. You know my character well. Yang Jingxiang replied with a slight smirk. The atmosphere in the room lightened instantaneously, dispelling the prior weight of pressure. Xing Fenglin's breathing became more relaxed, no longer as strained as before. After a moment of relief, a sudden thought struck Xing Fenglin, prompting her to inquire directly, By the way, Yang Jingxiang, your son wishes to marry my sect's saintess. What do you have to say about this? It must be said that Xing Fenglin was exceedingly reluctant to let her saintess depart from the Shang female sect. She envisioned her successor continuing her grand legacy, for only in this way could the sect endure. Thus, she was eager to gauge Yang Jingxiang's stance on the matter. Should he endorse Yang Fan's intentions, Xing Fenglin would be at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing her words, Yang Jingxiang's brow furrowed slightly. He had never anticipated such a development, and his heart was filled with shock, his gaze shifting accordingly. What did you just say? My son wishes to marry your saintess? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Jingxiang fixed a penetrating stare at Xing Fenglin, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Internally, he pondered. What on earth is my wretched son thinking? Not every woman is fit for him. An expression of urgency slowly crept onto his face. Regardless, Yang Jingxiang would not permit such an event to transpire, for it was vital to uphold the legitimacy of the Liyang Sword Pavilion. Indeed, there was no need for deceit in this matter. I merely spoke the truth. The choice now lies with you, Xing Fenglin said with a resigned wave of her hand. She initially believed this situation was orchestrated by Yang Jingxiang, but it appeared she had misjudged the circumstances. Upon hearing her, Yang Jingxiang's brow knitted further in contemplation. He could hardly fathom that Yang Fan had ventured to the Shang female sect with the intention of claiming its saintess as his own. This revelation plunged him into a state of profound astonishment. Son, how is it that you possess such charm with the ladies? How am I to respond to this? Nevertheless, I must admit, I am intrigued. Yang Jingxiang lamented inwardly. After a brief pause, Yang Jingxiang regained his composure and spoke. This matter is his own affair. I cannot intervene. Even if he wishes to marry you, there is little I can do about it. Upon hearing these words, Xing Fenglin was utterly taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xing Fenglin finally spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. So, are you implying that you will not intervene? Of course not. Why should I concern myself with it? Moreover, should you dare to lay a hand on my son, I shall lead the 10 great sovereigns to raise your Shang female sect to the ground. Yang Jingxiang retorted, his demeanor exuding indifference. At this moment, Xing Fenglin found herself at a loss for words. With a deep sigh, she resigned herself to the situation. Very well, Yang Jingxiang. I can see that I am afraid of you. However, you must remember not to push a person too far. Otherwise, one may resort to any means. As soon as the words left her lips, Shang Fenglin turned on her heel and departed without a trace of hesitation. Initially, she had intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Yang Zhengxiang, yet upon reflection, she deemed it unnecessary. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, any conversation would be futile. Observing Shang Fenglin's retreating figure, Yang Zhengxiang let out a few derisive chuckles, dismissing the icy woman entirely. He then strolled back to his chamber with a leisurely demeanor, ready to unwind. As for other matters, Yang Zhengxiang preferred to remain indifferent. Time passed gradually, and before long, the morning sun of the following day bathed the earth in its golden light, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. After a languorous stretch, he completed his morning routine and stepped out of his room, making his way towards the grand hall of the Shinnu sect. He was eager to resolve the pressing issue at hand and swiftly returned to the Liang Sword Pavilion for a heartfelt conversation with his beloved. A short while later, Yang Fan arrived at the grand hall, only to find that the presence of the sect leader and Lu Xian was all that remained, as the other elders were absent. At this moment, Yang Fan was enveloped in confusion. Thus, he slowly began to inquire, was it not mentioned that we would discuss some important matters today? Why are only the two of you present? His tone was imbued with a sense of perplexity. If possible, Yang Fan hoped that the leader of the Shing sect and Lu Xian would provide him with an explanation. In this manner, one could discern the events that transpired here. Upon hearing Yang Fan's perplexity, the leader of the Shinnu sect managed to force a faint smile before gradually articulating, "It is thus, young Saint Yang. I believe this matter should be entrusted entirely to you and Lu Xian, without any external interference. What do you think?" Her gaze harbored a hint of evasion. Alas, had it not been for Shang Fenglin's directive, the leader of the Shinnu sect would never have arrived at such a decision. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan grew even more bewildered. What on earth is this? He pondered silently, utterly confounded by the leader's intentions. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. For this matter was a joint endeavor undertaken by the Liang Sword Pavilion and the Shinnu sect. Moreover, in terms of genuine strength, the Shinnu sect could hardly rival the Liang Sword Pavilion. This left Yang Fan feeling rather indifferent. Consequently, he regained his composure and remarked, "Oh, I see. Then let us proceed as you suggest. I shall follow along when the time comes." After uttering these words, Yang Fan prepared to take his leave from this place, desiring not to linger any longer. After all, remaining here held little significance. It would be far better to seize this opportunity to rest for a while. In such circumstances, one could still nurture their spirit. However, just as Yang Fan was preparing to depart, the leader of the Shinnu sect spoke directly, imploring, "Saint Yang, please do not leave just yet. Could you assist Lu Xian with a task?" Her tone carried a hint of desperation. There was little choice. Yang Fan, being of a similar age to Lu Xian, coupled with his formidable strength and influential background, compelled the leader to seek his aid. "What kind of assistance?" Yang Fan inquired, turning around with a puzzled expression, his eyes blinking in confusion, unable to fathom the intentions hidden behind the leader's request. "Saint Yang, Lu Xian has just achieved the threshold of a half-immortal realm. I wish to ask if you could accompany him to Hualin Mountain to procure a sediment fruit, which would help stabilize his cultivation. I fear that if this continues, Lu Xian may succumb to inner demons." After her explanation, the leader's heart raced with trepidation, apprehensive that Yang Fan might decline her request outright. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for what to do next. Lu Xian, upon hearing the leader's words, was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief, his face flushing slightly, his heart racing like a frightened deer, displaying immense nervousness. Yang Fan, for his part, wore an expression of astonishment as he regarded the leader, his breathing becoming notably rapid. This unforeseen situation was beyond his expectations, leaving him momentarily dazed. After about 10 minutes, he regained his composure and slowly spoke. "Leader of the Shinnu sect, is it not possible for you to accompany Lu Xian? Why must I be the one to take him to Hualin Mountain for the sediment fruit?" His tone was laced with confusion. Although Yang Fan felt no significant concern regarding the task, he still sought clarity on the leader's reasoning for such a request. After all, he was a man who would pursue answers relentlessly, and he perceived no tangible benefit for himself in this matter. Without hesitating, the leader explained, "Hualin Mountain permits only those under the age of 18 who have attained the half-immortal cultivation level to enter. Others simply cannot gain access. Thus, I wish for you to ensure Lu Xian's safety during this endeavor." As her words lingered in the air, the leader's expression turned bitter. She had not intended to burden Yang Fan, yet found herself with no other recourse but to rely on him, fervently hoping he would succeed in this undertaking. In this manner, one can attend to other matters without expending excessive mental energy on this particular issue. In this moment, Yang Fan found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, uncertain whether to acquiesce to the request of the matriarch of the Sacred Maiden sect. Beside him, Lu Xian gazed at Yang Fan with palpable anxiety, her mind gradually igniting with anticipation, akin to a girl newly in love. Her demeanor was irresistibly charming, evoking an impulse to cherish her. After approximately 10 minutes of reflection, Yang Fan lifted his head and spoke. "Very well. In the interest of fostering a harmonious collaboration, I shall consent to accompany your esteemed Sacred Maiden, Lu Xian." At this moment, the sect leader and Lu Xian felt a silent sigh of relief within themselves. They were no longer as tense as before, and a profound sense of relaxation washed over them. In that fleeting instant, Lu Xian was genuinely afraid that Yang Fan might decline. Now, hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response filled her heart with immense joy. A peculiar sensation surged from within, making her inexplicably elated. The sect leader of the Xingnu sect, upon hearing Yang Fan's agreement, wore a satisfied smile, as if this was the outcome she had desired all along. As time passed slowly, after approximately 10 minutes, the Xingnu sect leader spoke up. "Since young Master Yang has agreed, I have nothing more to say. Lu Xian, prepare yourself to depart with young Master Yang." Her tone was imbued with warmth, akin to that of a caring mother, meticulously looking after Lu Xian as if she were her own daughter. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Lu Xian nodded and replied, "As you command, leader." Without further ado, she made her way out of the grand hall. However, as she passed by Yang Fan, she exhibited an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such a sudden change in her behavior. Before long, Lu Xian exited the grand hall, leaving only Yang Fan behind. Eventually, he spoke up. "Leader, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Go ahead." The Xingnu sect leader waved her hand, a sigh of resignation escaping her lips. Without hesitation, Yang Fan departed the grand hall, following Lu Xian's footsteps. For reasons unknown, this encounter sparked a desire within Yang Fan to win Lu Xian's affection. Otherwise, he would not have felt such urgency. As the afternoon gradually unfolded, Yang Fan awaited Lu Xian at the entrance of the sect, patiently anticipating her preparations before they set off. Just as impatience began to creep in, Lu Xian appeared before him in all her beauty, instantly captivating him and making his heart race. His pupils widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Lu Xian is so stunning, surpassing even my fiancée." Yang Fan marveled inwardly. However, he quickly regained his composure, striving to suppress the flames of desire within him, understanding that some things cannot be rushed and must be approached step by step. Only in this manner can matters be addressed with utmost perfection. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." After a brief interval, Lu Xian approached Yang Fan, her demeanor radiating a sense of contentment. Her gaze transformed instantly, becoming gentle and yielding. She seemed like a different person compared to the Lu Xian from yesterday's martial arts arena. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan quickly regained his composure, devoid of any trace of hesitation, and responded, "It's nothing. I haven't waited long either." A brilliant smile graced his face, and his entire demeanor appeared strikingly different from before. The moment she smiled, Lu Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if a delicate fawn were frantically darting about within her chest, revealing her anxiousness. Without hesitation, Yang Fan spoke up. "Let us depart." "Certainly," Lu Xian replied without a moment's pause, promptly following Yang Fan as they exited the sect and ventured into the distance. Observing this, Yang Fan strolled leisurely, his demeanor remarkably relaxed, as if engaged in a trivial task. Thus, Yang Fan and Lu Xian departed from the Xing sect, heading towards Mount Hualin. While others may remain unaware of the perils that Mount Hualin conceals, Yang Fan, having witnessed the Supreme Being, was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. This realization compelled him to ponder thoughtfully about the forthcoming challenges, considering how best to navigate them. For only with careful planning could the imminent threats diminish, and he might secure an opportunity to evade perilous harm. "What troubles you, Yang Fan? You appear rather disheartened," Lu Xian inquired during their journey. Noticing the frown etched upon his face, her voice laced with confusion, she hoped, if possible, that Yang Fan would elucidate his thoughts to her. In this manner, the confusion within oneself may find resolution, preventing a prolonged state of perplexity. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan immediately regained his composure. Without hesitation, he responded. The Hualin Mountain is guarded by two formidable demon beasts of the Demon Lord level. We must devise a strategy to circumvent them in order to obtain the sediment fruit. Otherwise, should we encounter any peril, I shall be at a loss as to how to proceed. After explaining, Yang Fan's expression turned melancholic. He was acutely aware of the rules governing Hualin Mountain, which left him feeling utterly helpless. Even the protagonist, Long Out Yin, had only entered after elevating his strength to that of a terrestrial immortal. Here he stood, merely a half-step into immortality, and the perilous nature of the situation was all too evident. At this moment, Lu Xian slightly furrowed her brow, aware of the concerns weighing on Yang Fan's mind. However, for reasons unknown, the anxiety that once lingered within her dissipated in an instant. In the presence of Yang Fan, she felt an unwavering sense of security, banishing any fear that dared to approach. This sensation left Lu Xian feeling quite peculiar. Could this be what is referred to as a sense of security? Lu Xian mused within herself, her beautiful eyes cautiously gazing at Yang Fan. A delicate flush adorned her cheeks, as if she were contemplating some indescribable thoughts. However, at the very moment Lu Xian's face turned crimson, Yang Fan, having noticed, inquired with genuine curiosity, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" His tone held a note of perplexity as he eagerly awaited Lu Xian's explanation. In this manner, the turmoil within her heart would not be so profound. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately regained her composure, hesitant to delve further into her thoughts. Fearful that the more she pondered, the more likely an unfortunate event would transpire. Lu Xian found herself at a loss regarding what to do next. Once she had collected herself, she took a moment to soothe her emotions and promptly responded, "No, it's nothing." I suddenly recalled something joyful. Her eyes were filled with a hint of panic. Although Yang Fan was aware that Lu Xian's words were laced with deceit, he chose not to expose her falsehood. He understood that some truths are best left undiscovered, as the reality can be painfully burdensome. Thus, Yang Fan refrained from lingering on the matter and continued to guide Lu Xian towards Hualin Mountain. However, the journey to the sacred female sect within the mountain was exceedingly distant, requiring 2 to 3 days of travel. Yang Fan was not in a rush, recognizing that this time could be utilized to devise a clever solution to the predicament at hand, ensuring he would not be caught off guard later. Gradually, time slipped away, and before long, nightfall enveloped them. Observing the darkness, Lu Xian spoke up, "Yang Fan, it has grown quite dark. Perhaps we should rest here for a while before proceeding. What do you think?" Her beautiful eyes blinked charmingly, adding to her allure. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, they might have succumbed to her charm, utterly captivated. Yet, Yang Fan, a steadfast individual, remained unmoved. Without further contemplation, he replied, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." He then settled atop a large stone, leisurely beginning to rest. The relief was palpable. Watching Yang Fan at ease, Lu Xian shook her head in resignation, silently reflecting, "Yang Fan, do you possess even a modicum of gentlemanly grace? Though we have both abstained from food, rendering sustenance unnecessary, must you be so indifferent? At least engage in conversation with me." At this very moment, Lu Xian found herself enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy. She pondered whether her allure had diminished, leading Yang Fan to behave in such a manner. Ultimately, with a heavy sigh, Lu Xian decided not to dwell on her thoughts for too long and approached Yang Fan. Igniting a campfire within mere footsteps of him, she sat quietly beside him, her mind beginning to wander into a labyrinth of thoughts. In truth, Yang Fan had long been aware of the musings within Lu Xian's heart. Yet, he chose to remain silent, observing her quietly, a faint smile playing upon his lips, as if he held the reins of every situation in his grasp, exuding an air of mystery. "By the way, Yang Fan, why did you agree so readily?" Lu Xian suddenly inquired, her tone imbued with confusion. It was evident that she had witnessed Yang Fan's unhesitating consent earlier, leaving her perplexed and eager to unravel the enigma behind his actions. Only by understanding this could she alleviate the bewilderment that had settled in her heart. Upon hearing Lu Xian's question, Yang Fan, without overthinking, responded directly, "Isn't it simply because I wanted to spend more time with such a stunning beauty?" His eyes sparkled with a teasing glint. Initially, Yang Fan had not intended to express himself in such a manner. However, he understood that a straightforward answer might render the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Thus, he began to lighten the mood. In this manner, the surrounding atmosphere becomes softened, alleviating the previous intense tension. However, the mere mention of it causes Lu Xian's complexion to flush a deep crimson. Her delicate fingers fidget restlessly, betraying her unease. Witnessing Lu Xian's reaction, Yang Fan is instantly filled with joy, for this is precisely the outcome he desired. After a brief interval, as Lu Xian's anxiety subsides and her mood lightens, she responds with a slight tremor in her voice. Please, don't say such nonsense. I am hardly a great beauty. Yang Fan replies with a gentle smile, and yet, isn't it true that beautiful women rarely acknowledge their own allure? It is evident that Lu Xian has unwittingly fallen perfectly into Yang Fan's trap, much to his delight. He is acutely aware of the immense support Lu Xian has provided to Long Outyin in the realm of the Supreme Sovereign. Now, no matter the cost, Yang Fan is determined to claim her for himself. In this manner, what significance does Long Outyin hold before me? It is no wonder that Lu Xian possesses an enviable constitution, known as the Destiny Acquisition System. However, it remains dormant for the time being. Once awakened, its formidable power will undoubtedly be revealed. This is precisely why Long Outyin becomes exceptionally powerful in the later stages. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian found herself at a loss for a response, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Gradually, she lowered her head, unable to meet Yang Fan's gaze, fearful that he might instantly discern her innermost thoughts. Nevertheless, Lu Xian felt an undeniable joy within her heart, as she had developed a distinct emotion towards Yang Fan the previous night. In that moment, Lu Xian found herself at a loss for words to articulate her peculiar emotions. It was undeniably strange. However, as she was lost in her thoughts, a thunderous sound abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night, akin to the explosion of a colossal firecracker. This jolt startled both Yang Fan and Lu Xian awake. What on earth was that noise? Lu Xian instinctively turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, her eyes sharpening with an intensity that starkly contrasted her previously gentle demeanor. One might mistakenly believe she was suffering from some form of psychological distress. Shall we investigate? Yang Fan suggested, shaking his head in response to her unspoken query. He too was perplexed by the resounding blast, for it was the first time he had encountered such a sound. His mind was engulfed in a haze of contemplation. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian did not dwell on it further and nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued by the thought of what kind of fearsome beast could produce such a terrifying roar. After all, this world was teeming with a myriad of creatures, and no matter how the cultivators attempted to hunt them, these beasts seemed to possess an uncanny ability to replicate themselves, an unfathomable phenomenon. Without further ado, Yang Fan led Lu Xian towards the source of the roar, moving with an almost ethereal grace, as if to avoid disturbing whatever lay ahead. Yang Fan, what kind of beast do you think made that roar? Lu Xian inquired, her tone laced with confusion as they advanced. She was eager to unravel the mystery of the creature that had emitted such a fearsome sound. Yang Fan, deep in thought, attempted to recall what the noise resembled, but after considerable reflection, he still could not identify the creature responsible. With a sigh of resignation, he admitted, I do not know. It's the first time I have encountered such a sound. His voice carried a hint of embarrassment, for he too was unfamiliar with the nature of the beast. Had he known, he would have readily shared his insights. Upon hearing Yang Fan's response, Lu Xian bore him no ill will. Instead, she continued onward with determination. Understanding that the world was filled with countless bizarre creatures, and Yang Fan's ignorance was entirely reasonable. It's all right, Yang Fan, she reassured him. We'll find out once we get closer. With an enchanting smile gracing her lips, Lu Xian aimed to comfort Yang Fan, hoping to ease his troubled mind. Remarkably, her smile captivated Yang Fan in an instant, igniting within him a sudden burst of joy. He could not fathom the source of the inexplicable excitement swelling in his heart. Soon after, Yang Fan quickened his pace, eager to discover the nature of the creature that could evoke such profound feelings within him. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Xian and Yang Fan arrived near the source of the distant roars. For the sake of safety, they concealed themselves within a patch of grass, cautiously peering out. However, the moment they revealed themselves, the sight before them filled both with a sense of dread, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, as if confronted by a terrifying presence that rendered them incapable of remaining calm. Is that a demon slayer beast? Yang Fan's thoughts raced, his pupils dilating in shock. The creature, adorned in black scales, boasted massive claws, a gaze reminiscent of death itself, and enormous fangs that instilled sheer terror in anyone who dared to approach. What manner of beast is this? Lu Xian whispered in fear, utterly horrified by the sight before her. It was her first encounter with such a fearsome entity, and the chill of terror gripped her heart. if given the choice. She would have fled the scene immediately, unwilling to linger any longer, terrified of what might transpire if she remained. Noticing Lu Xian's frightened tone, Yang Fan spoke softly. This is the nemesis of the demon race, the demon slayer beast, a being comparable to a sovereign. As he explained, his expression sharpened, and he dared not relax his guard. The slightest lapse in vigilance could alert the demon slayer beast to their presence, and at that point, escape would be impossible. Thus, they had no choice but to remain silent, avoiding detection by the creature. Only in doing so could they hope to evade the imminent danger. Otherwise, Yang Fan was at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xian promptly sealed her lips. Her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her, her emotions swirling in turmoil. Oh heavens, why must I encounter such a terrifying beast? I have not yet lived enough. Lu Xian shouted internally, lamenting that the situation had already unfolded. Even if she wished to alter the present circumstances, there was no means to do so. The only course of action was to forge ahead. Gradually regaining her composure, she directly inquired, "What shall we do now, Yang Fan?" Her tone was laced with a hint of urgency. Confronted with imminent danger, Lu Xian felt utterly powerless. The demon-slaying beast vigilantly surveyed its surroundings, likely to soon detect the presence of Yang Fan and Lu Xian. Crucially, even if they wished to escape, there was no feasible route of egress. Thus, both Yang Fan and Lu Xian found themselves inexorably cornered by the formidable beast, with no retreat in sight. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, Yang Fan's anxiety mirrored hers. His mind engulfed in a tumult of confusion. He desperately sought to unravel the peril before them, chastising himself silently, "Had I known such a predicament would arise, I should never have brought Lu Xian along. What was I curious about?" Yet, the events had already transpired, and regretting his choices was futile. The only viable option was to dispel the looming threat to extricate themselves from their predicament. Consequently, Yang Fan began to ponder, searching for a solution to their quandary. As moments slipped away, he remained deep in thought. However, time was not on their side. The demon-slaying beast soon turned its gaze toward Lu Xian and Yang Fan. Within mere minutes, it had discerned their presence, causing Lu Xian to become increasingly agitated, her body trembling with fear. This was not due to cowardice, but rather the overwhelming might of the beast, which could easily extinguish her life with a mere flick of its finger. Who among us would not feel fear in such a situation? Have you devised any clever strategies? As Yang Fan pondered this conundrum, Lu Xian, unable to contain her rising panic, directly inquired. Her eyes brimmed with a myriad of fears, brimming with an overwhelming desire to flee this perilous location. Just as the demon beast was on the verge of discovering Yang Fan and Lu Xian, a sudden idea flashed through Yang Fan's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Without hesitation, he spoke up. "Lu Xian, we cannot escape now. Our only option is to join forces to defeat the demon beast before us. Only then can we safely depart from this place. Otherwise, we will have no means of escape." His tone was laced with urgency. After all, this was the best plan Yang Fan could conceive. Though it bore the semblance of a reckless gamble, he firmly believed that with unwavering determination, they could vanquish the demon beast before them, and perhaps even claim it as their own. At this moment, Lu Xian was taken aback, gazing at Yang Fan with incredulity. She had never conceived of such a method before, and her emotions began to grow increasingly complex. However, after a brief moment, Lu Xian found solace in her thoughts. Rather than fleeing, she would prefer to meet her in valiantly on the battlefield. In this manner, the situation seemed more straightforward. At this thought, Lu Xian's gaze instantly transformed into one of determination. She then spoke decisively. "All right, Yang Fan, let us proceed as you suggested." Without any hesitation, Yang Fan equipped himself fully, releasing every drop of his spiritual energy. They were both prepared to engage the demon beast in a fierce struggle, determined to showcase their prowess. Lu Xian mirrored his resolve. Upon sensing the unusual spiritual energy, the demon beast's eyes hardened, fixating intently on the grass. Its massive claws were charged with power, ready to strike. Yang Fan and Lu Xian wasted no time. One conjured a colossal fire sword from his spiritual energy, while the other fashioned a massive ice sword. Both aimed directly at the demon beast. The surrounding air seemed to thicken in anticipation. The two swords, engulfed in flames and frost, descended upon the demon beast. However, the creature dismissed them with a mere flick of its hand, instantly reducing both colossal weapons to mere shadows. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan and Lu Xian were momentarily stunned. Although they were aware of the demon beast's formidable strength, they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. It left them utterly astonished, their hearts racing and their breaths quickening. No, it can't be. How can this demon beast be so powerful? Lu Xan cried out in terror, her heart filled with panic. Utterly at a loss for how to confront the beast before them, fear eclipsed all other emotions in her eyes. Young Fan, on the other hand, furrowed his brow. Resolute that he could not meet his end here, he had to find a way to deal with the demon beast. Yet, as the saying goes, one must not rush in the face of danger. Young Fan endeavored to calm his mind, understanding that only through composure could he navigate this crisis without becoming flustered. In an instant, he spoke swiftly, Lu Xian, do not be afraid. Fear will not resolve our predicament. We must attack the demon beast together. This way, our chances of survival will increase. Otherwise, we shall surely perish here. Having spoken, Young Fan disregarded everything else and launched himself into a fierce battle against the demon beast, devoid of any hesitation. After all, indecision would only lead to defeat. Meanwhile, Lu Xian gradually overcame her fear, realizing that she had to act swiftly. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm her racing heart. Without further delay, Lu Xian unleashed a frost attack on the demon beast, determined to eliminate the threat before her. However, the disparity in strength between Young Fan, Lu Xian, and the demon beast was insurmountable. Their assaults felt akin to mere tickles against the formidable creature. Anxious and frantic, Young Fan found himself cursing the beast's overwhelming power. He thought to himself, how could this demon beast be so formidable? A sense of urgency began to envelop him. Aware that failure to vanquish the creature would lead to dire consequences he dared not imagine, Lu Xian too felt despondent, her body trembling slightly. Perhaps the demon beast had grown weary of its sport, for its gaze sharpened as it turned its attention to Young Fan and Lu Xian. Without hesitation, it extended its massive claws, striking fiercely at the two. Lu Xian was fortunate enough to evade the blow, exhaling in relief. Alas, Young Fan was not so lucky. He braced himself against the titanic claw and was swiftly knocked to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. In disbelief, he stared at the demon beast, realizing that this was the first time he had sustained such grave injuries since arriving in this world. A wave of fury surged within him. His fists clenched tightly as he yearned to slay the beast. Yet, he was utterly depleted of spiritual energy, unable to summon any remaining strength. Could it be that he was destined to perish here? A bitter lament echoed in his heart. His spirit dimmed as he wrestled with a profound sense of unwillingness. He desperately desired to alter the course of events before him, for only then could he hope to survive. Regrettably, he found himself devoid of any means to escape this predicament. Otherwise, he would have long since transformed his fate. How could he possibly remain seated here, alive yet trapped? The demon slayer continued its relentless assault on Young Fan and Lu Xian, showing no mercy whatsoever, as if it had exhausted its amusement. Observing this, Lu Xian hurriedly rushed to Young Fan's side, channeling her remaining energy into a formidable ice wall in a desperate attempt to thwart the beast's onslaught. However, to the demon slayer, the ice wall was as fragile as parchment, vanishing in an instant. Lu Xian was violently thrown aside, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Young Fan, filled with profound fury, felt an insatiable blaze of anger burning within his gaze. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, his fist clenched in frustration. Just as the demon slayer prepared to strike again, a colossal figure suddenly appeared before Young Fan, intercepting the beast's enormous claw with ease. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Young Fan stood frozen in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire ear of corn. My goodness, Xiaozi, you are astonishingly fierce. Young Fan marveled internally, utterly awestruck by the imposing presence of the purple dragon before him. Indeed, this little purple dragon was the very one he had taken in earlier, initially charmed by its adorable demeanor, even before the arrival of Long Outyin. Now, he was astonished to find it proving invaluable, filling him with uncontainable joy. A radiant smile graced his face, reflecting the exhilaration swelling within him. The enlarged purple dragon fixed its intense gaze upon the demon slayer, exuding an aura of unrelenting ferocity, as though the beast had struck a nerve with the little dragon, igniting its wrath. Subsequently, Xiaozi let out a thunderous roar in beast language directed at the demon slayer. You dark fiend, why do you harm my master? Snorting in fury, it exhaled powerful breaths, its delicate, gigantic claws scraping the ground, while plumes of violet flames erupted from its mouth in a fierce display of anger. This scene immediately instilled fear in the demon slayer beast, which gazed incredulously at the purple dragon before it, instinctively retreating several steps. The creature felt an overwhelming sense of terror emanating from the small purple figure, a pressure so intense that it rendered the demon slayer beast breathless. Engulfed in an inexplicable dread, it was a fear that was utterly paralyzing. After a moment, the demon slayer beast managed to regain its composure and stammered. "What do you intend to do?" Its voice trembled with apprehension, completely unnerved by the presence of the small purple entity. However, Yang Fan and Lu Xian, witnessing this exchange, could not comprehend the dialogue, their eyes wide with bewilderment, rendered incapable of any other action. Upon hearing the words of the demon slayer beast, the small purple figure merely scoffed, her expression one of disdain, utterly dismissive of the creature before her. Thus, she calmly replied, "You have bullied my master. Am I not entitled to defend him and teach you a lesson?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the demon slayer beast was left in utter shock, its body trembling slightly as visions of being soundly beaten by the small purple figure danced in its mind, leaving it utterly at a loss. What was most terrifying was the realization that escape was not an option. Should it flee, the small purple figure would undoubtedly pursue and slay it. At that point, any regret would come too late. Just then, a sudden idea flashed through the mind of the demon slayer beast. Yet, contemplating this notion filled it with agitation, uncertain whether to act upon it. As the demon slayer beast raised its gaze to the fearsome small purple figure, it found its resolve, gritting its teeth. It fell to its knees before her, bowing its head in submission, exclaiming, "O Great One, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I was unaware that he was your master. Had I known, I swear I would never have laid a hand on him. Please forgive me. I assure you it will not happen again." The plea was laced with desperation, for the demon slayer beast had no choice but to resort to such measures to preserve its life. In this manner, perhaps Little Purple could preserve a fragment of her life, at the very least, avoiding a demise so tragic. Otherwise, the demon slayer would be left in a quandary, unsure of the next course of action. Gazing at the pleading demon slayer, Yang Fan and Lu Xian were momentarily taken aback, silently contemplating, "Good heavens! Can anyone elucidate what has transpired here?" Little Purple, observing the kneeling demon slayer, chose to disregard him and instead turned her gaze toward Yang Fan. She then directly inquired, "Master, shall we subdue him or slay him?" Her demeanor was exceedingly gentle, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Had any noble seen this, they might have trembled in fear, utterly astounded by the audacity of the situation. Upon hearing Little Purple's words, Yang Fan was instantly filled with joy, a radiant smile spreading across his face, as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. He nearly leaped with delight but ultimately restrained himself, aware that such exuberance in front of the gathered crowd would tarnish his image. After a brief moment, Yang Fan gradually regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he responded slowly, "Subdue him." His tone was imbued with resoluteness and decisiveness. In truth, even without Little Purple's suggestion, Yang Fan had already resolved to take this path. For the demon slayer's formidable strength had ignited within him a desire to conquer. Upon hearing Yang Fan's decree, Little Purple wasted no time. She swiftly turned, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon the demon slayer. However, this single glance startled the creature, causing it to tremble as if faced with an overwhelmingly formidable entity. "Demon Slayer, I grant you a chance at life. Will you accept?" Little Purple's voice rang out, imbued with authority, aimed at compelling the demon slayer to heed her words. Before she could finish her statement, the demon slayer hastily replied, I accept. Whatever the terms, I shall comply." In his speech, there was no trace of hesitation. Who would choose death when presented with the opportunity for survival? After all, the demon slayer was still quite young, far from reaching maturity, and naturally wished to avoid demise. With a satisfied nod, Xiaozi acknowledged the situation. Even without articulating her thoughts, she was aware that the demon slayer beast would inevitably acquiesce. Despite its imposing stature and formidable presence, the creature harbored a deep-seated fear within. Gradually regaining her composure, Xiaozi wasted no time and stated decisively, "Very well. Since you wish to preserve your life, I shall not hold back. You will now enter into a pact with my master, Yang Fan, becoming a cherished companion for eternity." Upon hearing these words, the demon slayer beast was momentarily taken aback, staring at Xiaozi with disbelief. Her proclamation echoed in its mind, and an expression of incredulity shone in its eyes. The atmosphere grew tense, as palpable as the silence that followed, where even the fall of a pin would have been audible. After what felt like an eternity, the demon slayer beast revealed a crestfallen demeanor. Faced with the choice between life and death, it ultimately opted for survival. After all, who would choose demise when life was still an option? With a heavy heart, The creature slowly spoke. I understand. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your request and become the companion of your master. Its tone carried a sense of resignation, for it realized that its fate rested in another's hands. If it did not comply, it risked losing even the chance to live. Upon hearing the beast's words, Xiaozi nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, she turned and gradually reverted to her original form, swiftly vanishing into Yang Fan's storage pouch as if she had never existed. The scene was left with only Yang Fan, Lu Xian, and the Demon Slayer beast, the latter feeling utterly resigned. Transformed to match Yang Fan's size and approached him step by step, articulating, "Master, please initiate the pact with me." The moment his head lowered, he dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze. The act of binding a demon beast to a cultivator was indeed a matter of great disgrace. Yet, the demon beast, driven by the instinct for survival, had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, it would never have accepted such a fate. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's spirits soared with joy, his face illuminated by a radiant smile, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful fortune. After a brief interval, he regained his composure and, without hesitation, commenced the binding ritual with the demon beast, showing no signs of reluctance. Nearby, Lu Xian could not help but feel a surge of envy as she witnessed Yang Fan effortlessly forge a pact with a demon beast of comparable prowess to that of a sovereign. A pang of discomfort washed over her, yet she quickly dismissed such thoughts, grateful that they had escaped the clutches of peril and no longer had to dwell on worry. After approximately 10 minutes of focused effort, Yang Fan successfully completed the contract with the demon beast, and his previous concerns evaporated, replaced entirely by elation. From now on, I shall call you Little Black, he declared, affectionately stroking the beast's head, his eyes gleaming with delight. Little Black, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Even if it had wished to refuse, it would have had no choice but to comply. Work well, and I shall ensure you are well fed. I will not forget your loyalty. With that, Yang Fan set Little Black aside and turned his attention to Lu Xian. Are you all right, Lu Xian? I hope I did not frighten you, he inquired gently, his tone imbued with concern akin to that of a devoted lover. Lu Xian, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality upon hearing his words. She quickly responded, I'm fine, really, forcing a smile to mask her unease, not wanting Yang Fan to worry unduly about her. At this moment, Yang Fan let out a profound sigh of relief, the corners of his lips involuntarily curving upwards. Dragon Outyin, how will you feel when I seize your Demon Slayer beast? Yang Fan mused silently within himself, unable to contain his elation, for he understood that with such an act, his own strength would amplify, while Dragon Outyin would diminish. Such fortunate events, how could Yang Fan possibly feel anything but joy? Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Long Aotian was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, an unusual aura surged from within him, causing Long Aotian to expel a mouthful of blood and faint instantly. Upon witnessing this, Wuji was immediately filled with perplexity. She sighed softly and cautiously lifted Long Aotian, continuing to channel her vital energy into him. In her heart, she mused, Long Aotian, my senior brother, your constitution is exceedingly frail. It is no wonder you bleed so easily. Compared to Yang Fan, you truly fall short. Gradually, as time trickled by, Wu Ji succeeded in healing Long Aotian and resumed her own cultivation, offering him not a word of concern. Once she had addressed the matter, Yang Fan began to rest in place, while nearby, Lu Xian sat with a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in complex thoughts. In the distance, Xiao He stood sentinel, vigilantly observing their surroundings to ensure the safety of Yang Fan and Lu Xian, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. What could she be pondering? Noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, Yang Fan inquired directly, his mind brimming with questions. If possible, he hoped Lu Xian would provide him with a thorough explanation. In this manner, one would no longer feel such inner turmoil. After hearing Yang Fan's words, Lu Xian gradually regained her composure. Forcing a faint smile, she promptly responded, No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Her tone was imbued with a palpable sense of anxiety, as if she were harboring some guilty secret, which rendered her exceedingly tense. At this moment, Yang Fan realized that Lu Xian was undoubtedly concealing something of great significance from him. It seemed he had simply failed to deduce it. Thus, Yang Fan began to reflect, eager to uncover what sort of matter could have caused Lu Xian to transform so dramatically. After pondering for a while, however, he still could not arrive at a satisfactory explanation. This caused Yang Fan to feel a surge of frustration in an instant. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, He inquired, "Lu-Xin, do you consider me a friend? Could you please share what is troubling you?" His gaze sharpened, as if he were addressing a matter of great significance. Initially, Yang Fan had no intention of expressing himself in such a manner. However, he found it impossible to allow certain thoughts to linger in his heart, for doing so would only add to his burdens without offering any solace. Thus, the reason behind his eagerness to uncover the truth was clear. Upon hearing his words, Lu-Xin was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Yang Fan. Strangely, this sentiment stirred an inexplicable emotion within her, causing her heart to race like a fawn bounding within her chest. Soon, Lu-Xin regained her composure and spoke thoughtfully. "It is not merely anxiety over the two formidable king beasts on Mount Hualin. I fear I might inadvertently place you in peril, and I would be at a loss for how to respond." She continued, "Moreover, I suddenly feel utterly ineffectual, unable to assist you in any way and only a burden to your progress." After speaking, a look of dejection washed over her face, and tears brimmed in her eyes, as if they were poised to spill over at any moment. Had ordinary cultivators witnessed this scene, they would surely have regarded Lu-Xin with pity. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback, gazing at Lu-Xin with a hint of astonishment. It was the first time he had ever heard such words, especially from Lu-Xin herself. This revelation left him in a state of shock, with her words reverberating incessantly in his mind, causing his breath to quicken. An overwhelming urge to kiss Lu-Xin surged within him. However, he ultimately restrained himself from acting upon it. After a brief pause, a faint smile graced Yang Fan's lips as he spoke. "There is no need for concern. I still have Xiaozi. If necessary, I can release her. While she may not be able to defeat our adversary, she can certainly aid in our escape." His face bore a reassuring smile, exuding an air of indifference. In truth, Yang Fan was merely offering comfort to Lu-Xin, fully aware that Xiaozi was still in her juvenile phase, her strength far from reaching the esteemed level of a royal, rendering her incapable of contending with such foes. He feared that she might even be readily subdued by a royal. Despite his inner turmoil, Yang Fan chose to fabricate a lie, determined to alleviate Lu-Xin's worries. In this manner, Lu-Xin's mood gradually began to settle. Indeed, Yang Fan's words illuminated her perspective, prompting her to muse inwardly. How could I have overlooked such a notion? Instantly, a look of joy blossomed on Lu-Xin's face, akin to savoring the sweetest nectar. Without hesitation, she spoke up, exclaiming, "Yes, I understand now. I no longer have to worry." Her tone was imbued with a sense of newfound clarity. At this moment, Yang Fan felt a sense of relief, for at least his worries had abated. After all, Lu-Xin's spirits had been lifted, alleviating Yang Fan's concerns. However, deep within his heart, a sense of panic surged. Though he refrained from expressing it outwardly, "I must urge my father to send someone. Otherwise, what will I do if something unfortunate occurs?" Yang Fan thought to himself, his gaze sharpening, as if conveying the importance of the matter at hand. Gradually, the sky darkened, and Lu-Xin succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Yang Fan began to communicate with his father, Yang Jingxiong, through a communication device. Soon, they established contact. Without hesitation, Yang Fan spoke urgently, "Father, please send someone quickly. Your son is on the brink of collapse." His words were laden with anxiety, as if he were recounting a dire situation. In that moment, Yang Jingxiong was enveloped in confusion, his mind teeming with an array of questions. He yearned to comprehend the circumstances that had led Yang Fan to such a state. Gradually, he mustered the courage to inquire, "What troubles you, my son? What has transpired that has caused you to appear so distressed?" Observing his father's concern, Yang Fan wasted no time and recounted the events in meticulous detail. However, upon hearing the narrative, Yang Jingxiong was taken aback, his brow twitching with agitation. He was profoundly angered by the decision made by the leader of the Sheng sect, his eyes blazing with an insatiable fury. "Sheng Fenglin, how dare you send my son to his demise? Just wait. If I do not obliterate your Sheng sect, I shall no longer bear the surname Yang." He seethed internally, nearly contorting his face in anguish. Once Yang Fan finished his tale, he sensed something amiss with his father and, with curiosity, asked, "Father, what is troubling you?" Instantly, Yang Jingxiong snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as he replied, "It is nothing, my son. I understand now. I shall dispatch someone to handle this matter. You may proceed with peace of mind." At this moment, Yang Fan felt an internal sigh of relief. At least he was no longer as anxious as before. A smile of happiness spread across his face, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. However, before he could bask in this joy, a single remark from Yang Jingxiong plunged him into despair. "Ah, my son, I have heard that you are fond of the saintess of the Sheng sect. I am not opposed to it, but there are certain matters that must only be pursued after marriage. Should you dare to act before tying the knot, do not blame your father for being unyielding." With that, Yang Jingxiong abruptly ended the communication device, busily making arrangements. Yang Fan was left with a countenance of sorrow, gazing despondently into the surrounding darkness, overwhelmed by an urge to vent his frustrations. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, refraining from such outbursts. After all, he was addressing his own father, and to express such sentiments would be akin to chastising himself. After a while, Yang Fan gathered his thoughts and slowly returned to the tent, choosing not to dwell on it further. After all, the matter had been resolved, and any continued contemplation would only serve to burden him with unnecessary worries, yielding no benefit whatsoever. Rather than ruminating on it, it was far better to simply let it be. In this manner, one could find a semblance of joy. Gradually, time trickled away, and before long, the second day dawned. With the fervent sun casting its golden rays upon the earth, the sunlight streamed directly into Yang Fan's eyes, compelling him to awaken. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. To his astonishment, Xin was actually cooking, an act he could scarcely believe. "Am I dreaming?" Yang Fan mused internally. Hastily, he tidied himself up and swiftly approached her, eager to ascertain whether his eyes were deceiving him. Soon, he found himself standing before Xin, who was thoroughly engrossed in preparing breakfast, her diligence apparent to the extent that she had not noticed his approach. Witnessing her earnestness, Yang Fan exhaled deeply, a charming smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer to her. Without hesitation, he addressed her directly. "Xin, what are you doing? You didn't even notice I was here." The moment he spoke, he startled Xin, momentarily leaving her disoriented. After a brief pause, she turned to him with a look of reproach, her expression heavy with annoyance. "Yang Fan, what are you doing? You can't just sneak up on me like that." Her tone was filled with a hint of blame. Yet, Xion's irritation was not truly directed at Yang Fan himself. Rather, she was exasperated with his privileged demeanor, reminiscent of a wealthy scion, which she found difficult to accept. Nevertheless, she recognized that she must gradually come to terms with this reality, as there was no other alternative. Yang Fan, taken aback by her unexpected anger, felt a shock wash over him. He had never anticipated that Xion would react in such a way, leaving him at a loss for words. After a deep breath, he finally spoke. "I meant to give you a little surprise." As he spoke, he scratched his head, filled with regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would have chosen a different approach. Had it been this way, such occurrences would have been averted. However, the reality remains that events have transpired. Even if Yang Fan finds it difficult to accept, he must gradually come to terms with it. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Xion exhaled deeply, her expression shifting to one of mild seriousness, resembling an icy mountain in its cold demeanor. In response, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words, glancing around aimlessly. In an instant, Xion discerned that Yang Fan was merely seeking trifles, intentionally attempting to provoke her. Thus, she chose to disregard him, continuing to prepare breakfast with utmost seriousness. The reason for her diligence in cooking was to express her gratitude towards Yang Fan. Otherwise, she would not have exerted such effort. Consequently, the atmosphere turned palpably quiet, with even the sound of dripping water becoming audible. Most importantly, Yang Fan remained uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts, left merely to daydream at her side, his demeanor shifting subtly. After a little over half an hour, Xion finally completed the breakfast and called out to Yang Fan, "Come and eat. We still need to go to Hualien Mountain." Startled by her call, Yang Fan quickly regained his focus, exhaling deeply before making his way over to her without hesitation. Moments later, he settled beside Xion and began to savor her culinary skills. To his astonishment, the moment he tasted her cooking, he was utterly taken aback. "My goodness, Xion's cooking is exceptional." He marveled inwardly, his gaze towards her transforming profoundly. Without further ado, he dug into the meal with great enthusiasm, showing no signs of restraint. "Is it delicious?" Xion inquired, blinking her eyes in anticipation, her tone imbued with gentleness. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xion felt an overwhelming desire to receive Yang Fan's praise, her heart racing with nervous excitement. "It's delicious," Yang Fan responded without hesitation, then continued to eat, neglecting to reply further to Xion. The joy of eating was beyond words. This was the first time young Fan had tasted such exquisite food since arriving in this world. It brought him immense joy. Instantly, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming happiness in her heart, thoroughly enjoying young Fan's response. Before long, the breakfast prepared by Lu Xian was entirely consumed by young Fan, leaving not a single crumb behind. This clearly attested to Lu Xian's culinary prowess. After gently patting his satisfied belly, young Fan inquired, Lu Xian, how is it that your cooking is so delectable? Young Fan was exceedingly pleased with Lu Xian's creations, momentarily taken aback, eager to unravel the mystery behind it all. In this manner, one would no longer experience such inner confusion, and the perplexity within would be alleviated. Upon hearing young Fan's words, Lu Xian did not ponder further and replied directly, it is simply because my constitution is that of a gourmet. The delicacies I create are undoubtedly exquisite. A joyful expression adorned her face, as if she were proudly showcasing something to young Fan. The revelation of Lu Xian's response left young Fan utterly astonished, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at her. Is it truly possible for such a system to exist? Good heavens, do not jest with me. Young Fan lamented. He had heard of peculiar systems before, but never one as impressive as this. Overwhelmed, he found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head vigorously in astonishment, as if a colossal stone had lodged itself within his heart, rendering him incapable of calmness. What's wrong? Do you not believe me? Lu Xian inquired, her expression reflecting discontent upon witnessing young Fan's head shake. In truth, Lu Xian had not intended to disclose this information, for this system held no value in the realm of cultivation. Were it not for her close bond with young Fan, she would have never revealed such details, fearing he might underestimate her. Yet now, having shared this with him, she felt a surge of anxiety within. Upon hearing her words, young Fan hastily regained his composure and replied, No, I believe you. It's just that this is the first time I have encountered such a system. His voice was laced with a hint of panic, yet there was no trace of disdain for Lu Xian in his gaze. After spending considerable time together, they had come to understand each other's characters well. Otherwise, young Fan would not have reacted in this manner. At this moment, Lu Xian let out a silent sigh of relief, the previous anxiety dissipating. After a brief pause to gather herself, she offered a gentle smile and said, Yes, I can sense your unspoken thoughts. However, rest assured, although my abilities may seem inadequate, I am committed to putting forth my utmost effort and ensuring that I do not become a burden to you. Her words caused a subtle blush to rise on Lu Xian's cheeks, as they bore an unmistakable resemblance to a confession of affection towards young Fan. Her heart raced fiercely at this realization. Fortunately, Lu Xian possessed remarkable composure, quickly regaining her calmness, at least alleviating the tension that had previously enveloped her. I have said enough. Let us hasten our journey to Hualin Mountain, for nightfall approaches swiftly. Young Fan, not dwelling on the moment, stood up promptly, eager to resolve the matters at hand and continue their expedition. In this manner, young Fan would be able to attend to other matters, alleviating the incessant anxiety that plagued him in the present moment. Upon hearing young Fan's words, Lu Xian did not linger in contemplation. She simply nodded in agreement. After a brief yet efficient tidying of her belongings, she promptly followed young Fan, departing from their previous location without a hint of hesitation. Lu Xian understood that the longer they delayed, the less beneficial the settlement would be for her. Thus, it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Consequently, young Fan and Lu Xian continued their ascent towards Hualin Mountain, with Xiaohe silently carrying young Fan on his back. However, due to her apprehension towards Xiaohe, Lu Xian opted to walk on the ground instead. After traversing for most of the day, young Fan and Lu Xian arrived at the foot of Hualin Mountain with remarkable ease. The mountain loomed before them, shrouded in an eerie and foreboding atmosphere that sent shivers down their spines. Both young Fan and Lu Xian could not suppress their frowns, utterly astonished by the mountain's terrifying presence, which jolted them into a state of alarm. Young Fan, shall we take a moment to rest before venturing inside? What do you think? Lu Xian asked, her voice tinged with fear. To be candid, at that moment, she felt utterly devoid of confidence, visibly shaken by the ominous aura that surrounded Hualin Mountain, which left her unable to find solace. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, young Fan did not hesitate. He nodded affirmatively and dismounted from Xiaohe's back, initiating a brief respite. During their pause, young Fan inquired, What are your plans now, Lu Xian? We have arrived at the foot of Hualin Mountain. With a hint of confusion in his tone and a piercing gaze directed at Lu Xian, young Fan exhibited a demeanor of utmost seriousness, as if he were communicating something of great significance. After all, he was acutely aware that further progression would inevitably lead to perilous encounters, dangers that could not be evaded. Thus, Yang Fan understood the necessity of preparation. It was only through such readiness that he could confront the looming threats. Upon hearing this, Lu Xin began to ponder deeply, contemplating her next course of action and how she might acquire the coveted Qin Dinggua. She realized that without a feasible plan, her advancement would be futile, and she could very well find herself ensnared in dire circumstances. To prevent such an eventuality, it was imperative to consider every possible aspect. After a period of reflection, frustration enveloped Lu Xin as she found herself devoid of any viable solutions. Consequently, she exhaled deeply and spoke, her voice laden with despondency. I, too, find myself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Her tone was rife with a sense of defeat. Lu Xin, whose mind was rather straightforward, faced an uphill battle in formulating a resolution. Nevertheless, she possessed the confidence that she could indeed surmount the crisis before her. Observing her distress, Yang Fan recognized the importance of not allowing Lu Xin to shoulder this burden alone. He too needed to engage in contemplation. Thus, he began to delve into his thoughts, seeking a way forward. However, his mind was not wholly invested. After all, Lu Xin was not his beloved. Thus, he did not exert himself deeply in thought. After a considerable period of musing, an idea suddenly sprang forth in Lu Xion's mind, igniting a surge of elation within her. A radiant smile illuminated her face. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, Yang Fan, I have conceived a brilliant idea. We can enter Hualin Mountain through a route that avoids any dangers. Her voice was infused with urgency. Reflecting her immense joy,